The forgotten child finally receives a letter from the owl. Will she be able to find her family in the magical realm? Chapter 1. The Assault. In 1990, in the city of Congelico, a thick fog envelopes the entire city in the early morning. Claire is in her backyard, besieged by a gang of unruly boys. If there were only one or two, Claire could guarantee that she would be able to strike them down such that their parents would hardly recognize them. However, this time it is evidently a premeditated attack. Claire is currently fertilizing her garden with a bucket of manure. Suddenly, a heavy blow strikes the back of her head. Dazed, she tumbles into the mud, the plastic bucket filled with fertilizer toppling over, spilling its contents all around her. Her red hair inevitably becomes intertwined with the earth's mud. Following that are a barrage of punches and kicks, so relentless that she cannot even lift her head. Claire can only shield her head with her hands. Who are these ruffians? Children without parental supervision are always more vulnerable to bullying, for there is little cost in tormenting them. To survive in this society, one must make it known that they are not to be trifled with. Hence, Claire always adopts an intimidating demeanor. When someone bullies her, she is determined to seek an opportunity for revenge. The group of younger boys encircling Claire is at an age where they are unrestrained in their actions. Their blows are merciless. "You orphan thief, filthy beggar. I have a father. He is just missing. Wait until he returns. He will surely avenge me." Claire does not know who her mother is, but she has a father who loves her dearly. Although their time together is tragically brief for an adult, she still vividly remembers her father's profound affection. Indeed, always dealing with manure. It's utterly repugnant. One boy kicks the manure bucket further away. "Nonsense, I am clean," Claire thinks. Every 2 days, she walks a great distance to the riverbank to bathe. Kick her in the head. Aim true. I'll hold her down. You kick. Oh, is that feces? She's truly filthy. Of course it's feces, you fool. This is the consequence of her stealing our food. A chubby boy who has hardly participated in the assault weakly defends Claire. Well, it wasn't really stealing. That bread was about to be thrown in the trash. How is it not stealing? We told you to throw it in the trash, not to give it to her. How disgusting. A stinking beggar. What right does she have to share our bread? Gougie, aren't you supposed to join our club? Kick her, and we will accept you. Come on, do it. The chubby boy is dragged over, hesitating. If you don't fight, you can forget about joining us. After a brief silence, a heavy kick lands. Claire's hand is pinned behind her by another boy, and that kick lands squarely on her abdomen. She even coughs up blood. Seizing the moment when the boy behind her relaxes, Claire grabs the pant leg of an unknown assailant and bites down fiercely through the fabric until her mouth is filled with blood. The opponent yells in agony, and the assault intensifies. Her ribs are broken, but she has no inclination to feel the pain. When attacked, one must retaliate. Yet the vegetables in the garden are ruined, and it will take a long time for them to grow again. Missing a season necessitates waiting for another year. Her mind is currently consumed with thoughts of the dwarf beans and tomatoes she has cultivated. They are the treasures that alleviate Claire's hunger, flourishing upon the ground and ripe for the harvest. "Do not tread upon my vegetables," Claire muses. Fortunately, the raucous children show little interest in the verdant plants of the field. The garments Claire dons are ill-fitting, appearing to be a patchwork of 2 old outfits, their colors starkly contrasting. As she ages, the number of her own clothes that she can wear diminishes. This uniquely styled piece of clothing is her own creation. Besides her childhood attire, her neighbor, Jenny, also provides Claire with old garments from her household. However, Jenny's family is not fond of Claire wearing their clothes. Thus, Claire prefers to craft her own new garments from her old clothing. It is uncertain how long it has been, but her fists have ceased moving, leaving Claire alone on the ground. Her cheeks are bruised, her eyes swollen, and blood trickles into her vision. Before her, a crimson haze obscures her view, revealing only 7 or 8 figures entering through her back door. Oh no, the back door is unlocked. Claire thinks. One of them, clad in a cobalt blue baseball jacket and a blue cap, drags a baseball bat in hand, likely the one who ambushed Claire from behind. The room resonates with the clattering and crashing of destruction. Those are the possessions Claire has painstakingly accumulated over time. Anger begins to swell within her. Yet, the pain in her body torments her. She struggles to open her eyes, yearning to rise and retaliate, but ultimately succumbs to unconsciousness. A Upon regaining consciousness, the sky is shrouded in darkness. She is oblivious to how long she has been unconscious. Manure seeps beneath Claire, drying and binding her to the earth. Enduring excruciating pain, she turns onto her back, forcefully pressing her protruding rib back into place. The manure clings to her wounds and must be cleaned immediately to prevent infection. With a heavy heart, she approaches her neighbor, Aunt Jenny, for assistance. Clutching her agonizing rib, Claire inches toward the neighbor's home. Aunt Jenny. Claire exerts every ounce of strength to knock on the door, blood staining the surface. Aunt Jenny. Hud. Jenny. Claire's voice grows fainter, nearly inaudible. It seems there are voices within the house. Luca, did you hear someone knocking? I didn't hear anything. The night is bitterly cold, dusk descending as the sky darkens to a deep blue. Countless lights twinkle in the homes around her, yet none shine for Claire. No one answers Claire's knock. In the distance, a dark silhouette races towards her, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping. A small brown owl, with a tuft of white feathers atop its head, approaches. It swoops down gracefully, landing beside her, clutching a letter in its beak, tilting its head inquisitively at her. Claire, bloodied and frothing at the mouth, offers the owl a blood-stained smile before once again succumbing to unconsciousness. Owls must taste delightful, she muses, having been hungry for so long that she yearns to devour anything. Chapter 2. The Delivering Owl Hogwarts. In the pristine white bed of the infirmary, Claire nestled snugly beneath the soft covers, feeling so comfortable that she wished to hum in delight. Albus, you missed such a scene. That poor little girl, covered in blood. Thank heavens for little Hella, who brought me the blood-stained letter of acceptance just in time. Had she arrived any later, the girl might have perished. Today marks the second day of her unconsciousness. Those cruel Muggles. How could they treat a young girl in such a manner? Calm down. Minerva, we have saved her, came a frail voice, tinged with resignation. She is but 11 years old, at an age that requires care. We cannot allow her to live alone at home. The woman's voice rose slightly. At the very least, we must wait until she possesses the ability to protect herself. Of course, Hogwarts will safeguard every young witch or wizard in need of protection. The woman named Minerva seemed to exhale in relief and turned to gossip. By the way, this child bears the surname Weasley. Could she possibly have any familial ties to the Weasley clan? I have not heard of any recent connections to the Muggle world, if any. It must be from generations past. Is there another Weasley family? The voices grew nearer, accompanied by faint footsteps. Claire strained to open her eyes. Look, our Miss Weasley has awakened. A tall shadow entirely blocked the sunlight, providing a refreshing coolness to Claire's eyelids. She opened her eyes with a sense of reassurance. Excuse me. Gentlemen and ladies, who are you? Perhaps due to her prolonged thirst, Claire's throat felt parched. Her mind sluggishly turned, filled with thoughts of how soft the bed was and how warm the blankets felt. Where am I? Is this heaven? A woman clad in nurse's attire, her head wrapped in a scarf, approached briskly, waving a wooden stick, the tip glowing with a magical aura. The light cascaded down upon Claire, and she felt her body grow lighter. The lady in the green robe, standing nearby, retrieved a wand from her sleeve and tapped a water cup. Water overflowed from the bottom of the cup. Madame Pomfrey lifted the cup and gently shook it, steam rising from the brim. Claire's eyes widened as she took a sip from the cup. This is real water. Oh, thank you. Is this heaven? How could it be? Child, you are very much alive. But this. Claire raised the cup in her hand. Oh, we are wizards, dear child. Magic flows through our veins, and it can alter the properties of matter. Wizards? Magic? An elderly man with white hair sat by her bedside and snapped his fingers. Claire distinctly felt her pillow behind her grow thicker, molding itself to the shape of her back, providing utmost comfort. Miss Weasley, I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. This is Madame Pomfrey, the healer, and the old headmaster turned to the lady in green robes. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress. You may call me Claire, she said, her eyes wide, speaking timidly. Ah, very well, little Claire. This matter is somewhat complex. But I believe you remember a little owl delivering a letter to you? He produced the blood-stained letter from his robe, his tone warm and his gaze deep, exuding calmness. You should open it and take a look. Claire accepted the envelope, the blood smudging the writing. She stared blankly at the stains, which confirmed that everything that transpired yesterday was not merely a figment of her imagination. The headmaster seemed to suddenly recall something and pointed at the envelope with his long index finger. At this moment, we could use a touch of magic. The bloodstains transformed into red smoke, evaporating into the air. Wow, Claire exclaimed in awe, continuing to open the envelope under Dumbledore's encouraging gaze. The envelope was made of coarse paper, and on its back was a red wax seal featuring a grand crest adorned with 4 animals, a lion, an eagle, a serpent, and Hogwarts Infirmary. The second bed on the right, Claire Weasley. She carefully unsealed the wax, her heart racing with anticipation as she unfolded the letter. Dear Miss Weasley, congratulations. You have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The reverse side bore a strange list of items Claire could not comprehend, with 2 lines of small print at the bottom. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents, please note that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. I can go to school? Claire murmured to herself. Completely disregarding the incomprehensible terms, her focus solely on the words you have been accepted. As long as she could attend school, what did it matter? Even if it was a fraudulent institution, she would accept it. However, the thought of her poverty cast a shadow over her future. She looked up at Dumbledore, hesitating before speaking. But, sir, I have no money to pay for tuition. Claire's heart sank, afraid that the opportunity for education would slip through her fingers. She employed every articulate word she could muster, speaking in an overly formal manner. I truly wish to study at your esteemed institution. If you would accept me, I could work at the school to offset my tuition. I am capable of any task. I understand this may not be sufficient, but I assure you, I will repay it before graduation. Relax, relax. Hogwarts will not abandon any young witch or wizard. Our Board of Governors, along with the Ministry of Magic, has allocated a substantial sum of galleons to support young wizards like yourself. Dumbledore's voice and gaze radiated a calming magic, instantly soothing Claire. Madame Pomfrey tidied Claire's disheveled short hair and added, though it may not be the finest, it will certainly cover this entire list. Before school starts, you may remain here. Dumbledore rose from his seat. I think, having slept for so long, our Miss Weasley must be famished. Let me think of Mocha. The white-haired elder called out a name. With a loud pop, an ugly creature suddenly sprang forth at the headmaster's command, startling Claire. It was only at that moment that she truly believed. This was indeed a school of magic. Oh, little Claire, do not be afraid. This is Hogwarts house elf, Mocha. At Hogwarts, should you require anything, you may call for Mocha, who will be ever ready to heed your summons. Dumbledore winked mischievously at Claire before turning to leave. Additionally, Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, has just brought in some fresh corn. The corn juice is quite delicious. The elder's head peeked back through the door. You still need to rest well, after your meal. Drink this potion. Madame Pomfrey gently patted Claire's head. Her short hair, which Claire had cut herself, was already tousled, and after her nap, it had been further ruffled by the 2. It looked as messy as a bird's nest, utterly adorable. Madame Pomfrey stifled a laugh as she placed the small glass vial filled with a purple liquid on the bedside table before taking her leave. It resembled poison. Could it truly be consumed? Claire's eyes widened as she held the potion in her hands, scrutinizing it closely. The dark purple concoction even bubbled ominously. The house elf, Mocha, snapped his fingers, and a cup of corn juice materialized on the bedside table. Esteemed Miss Weasley, is there anything else you require? Claire's mind was blank. And after a moment, she managed to utter a single word. Fried chicken burger, please. With another snap of his fingers, the bedside table expanded, revealing a large platter of fried chicken alongside a burger, with cutlery neatly arranged and a white napkin folded beside it, while the corn juice was thoughtfully placed to her left. Oh, Claire gasped in astonishment once again. She had merely wanted a fried chicken burger. Thank you, Mr. Mocha. Miss Weasley, please do not say thank you. Do not address me as Mr. Do not refer to yourself as you. The house elf shrieked in a high-pitched voice, furiously banging his head against the leg of the bed. This startled Claire immensely. All right. Mocha, for heaven's sake. Stop. Please, just stop. I won't say it again. The house elf halted, escaping with a snap of his fingers. What a hard head that little elf has, Claire mused, biting her fork thoughtfully. Chapter 3, Aunt Jenny. After her meal, Claire wandered about the room. From a financial perspective, she was not entirely destitute. The Weasley residence was a 2-story detached house, complete with front and back gardens, wholly belonging to the Weasley family. Claire was the sole heir to this property. However, as she was still a minor and her father was missing rather than deceased, she could hardly maintain her claim to the house. The inheritance tax alone was enough to give her a headache. Aunt Jenny from next door stared wide-eyed and vociferously lectured her. If you proceed with the inheritance process assuming Mr. Weasley is deceased, the government may auction off this house. They'll call it maintenance fees. And by the time you come of age, I assure you they won't leave you a single penny. You might even end up owing them money. What Aunt Jenny said was likely true. She would lose this house. The distinction between good and bad is rarely clear-cut. Claire never underestimated the kindness of others, nor did she overestimate human nature. The memory of Mr. Jory from the government office filled Claire with a throbbing headache. His indifferent voice echoed in her ears like a robot programmed to recite the same lines. Miss Weasley, you are not yet able to sustain yourself. As long as you sign this agreement, the orphanage will support you until you are 18. Is that true? Claire had once been naive. Of course it is true. Every orphan will receive care. However, given the current economic climate, the government is rather strapped for cash. At this juncture, we must make certain sacrifices, wouldn't you agree? Dressed impeccably, Mr. Jory stood before Claire, his tone laced with insincere consolation. The government's assessment department would evaluate the Weasley family's assets, deducting the costs of your care. And once you reach adulthood, you would either receive a refund or owe the difference. Perhaps you wouldn't have to spend a single penny. Mr. Jory was a government employee. Most of the time, he donned a well-tailored suit, seated in the office of a government building, sipping tea, drinking coffee, and indulging in pastries. Who would forsake the comforts of an office with coffee and air conditioning for this? It must have been Mr. Jory's covert efforts that prompted the nearby Maria orphanage to contact her multiple times. If she merely signed a consent form, they would care for her until she came of age. With her limited knowledge, Claire could barely comprehend the words on the page. The terms were laid bare, brutally frank. Claire refused to sign, relying instead on selling furniture to pay taxes, hoping to prevent the house from being seized. Perhaps they were merely waiting for her to starve so they could claim the property? Claire thought bitterly. Initially, Claire had been entrusted to the care of the Jennies. Her father, young Mr. Weasley, had assured her he would return in 3 days. Yet, she stayed with the Jennies for 2 years. She knew they were not well off, and her expenses had only exacerbated their financial strain. Jenny's husband, Rafe, had hinted and outright suggested that Claire should leave. It was only then that she expressed her desire to return home, assuring Jenny that she could still keep an eye on her since she would be living in another house nearby. Jenny agreed. However, Claire did not wish to trouble Jenny too much. After all, Jenny had no obligation to raise her. Each time Jenny provided assistance, even a loaf of bread, it would lead to a fierce argument with Mr. Rafe. Claire would rather rummage through garbage, help tend to gardens, and clean to sustain herself than become the parasite and leech Mr. Rafe labeled her. During her 3 years of living independently, she often found herself sifting through trash bins. Sometimes Claire felt that a garbage dump was akin to a treasure chest, with the potential for any manner of riches to be unearthed. Just imagine opening a dumpster only to find a bouquet of roses and an unopened fruit cream cake lying within. How wonderful and blissful that would be. At first, Claire felt a twinge of embarrassment, but she eventually grew accustomed to it. After all, filling her stomach was the paramount goal. Claire stood by the window of the medical wing, gazing vacantly at the lush green grass and the blue sky dotted with white clouds. It still felt like a dream. Suddenly, Claire remembered that Aunt Jenny would surely come to visit her today. She needed to return home. And what about the bloodstains on the door? How frantic would Jenny be if she saw the blood at the entrance? Mocha? Claire tentatively called out. Snap! The house elf appeared at her side. Esteemed Miss Weasley, how may I serve you? I was wondering if you could take me home using your magic? Claire raised her hand high, attempting to snap her fingers in demonstration. Though no sound emerged, she awkwardly chuckled and withdrew her hand. I need to inform the neighbor lady who takes care of me. She visits every week, and she would worry if she didn't see me. Not a problem, esteemed Miss Weasley. Mocha knows you're home. Yay! Claire exclaimed joyfully and asked Mocha for paper and a pen to leave a note, placing it on her pillow. She folded the paper into an envelope and carefully inscribed on the outside, to the esteemed Madame Pomfrey. Please don't worry. I shall return shortly. The corners of Mocha's mouth turned upwards, delighted to receive a new task. Grasping the hem of Claire's garment, Mocha snapped his fingers, and they arrived at Claire's doorstep. Claire stumbled slightly, bracing herself against the door to avoid falling. Being whisked away by the house elf felt as though she were being crumpled into a ball and then unfurled anew. After regaining her composure, Claire gazed toward the entrance of the Jenny household. It appeared impeccably clean, almost as if by magic. She vividly recalled that day when she had knocked on the low-hanging door knocker with her blood-stained hands. It had been installed specifically for her by Jenny. A vast pool of blood must have spread across the ground. Yes, she thought. Magic. It would surely be convenient to use magic to clean up the blood. Aunt Jenny, she called out loudly, standing on her toes to reach the doorbell. Claire was slightly shorter than her peers and still couldn't reach it. She scratched her head and decided to knock on the lower door knocker instead. Coming, coming. A melodious female voice floated from within. Mocha's figure faded, disappearing into the air like ripples. Claire? Jenny opened the door, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Claire. Why aren't you waiting at home? I was just about to head over. Uncle Raph bought some cakes. Hey, Jenny, I have some wonderful news to share. Jenny's face lit up with curiosity. I'm going to school. It's a free boarding school. All meals and accommodations are provided. Holy Mary, my dear, that's splendid. Jenny enveloped Claire in a warm embrace, completely wrapping the little girl in her affection. Which school is it? Where is it located? Don't worry, Aunt Jenny. It's called Hogwarts, a school for wizards. Claire pondered thoughtfully, eventually conjuring up an explanation. Mocha had sternly instructed her not to reveal the magical world in front of non-magical relatives. Claire could only concoct this tale to appease Jenny's family. If she accidentally used magic in front of Jenny in the future, she could always pass it off as a mere magician's trick. A wizard? How marvelous. What a splendid skill. Come in. Jenny enthusiastically beckoned Claire inside. We have cream puffs and cake today. Hey, listen, Jenny, I can't go in. I still have to return to school. Claire replied. The headmaster at my school said I'm a gifted student, and I can stay there before the term starts. She mimicked the headmaster, giving Jenny a mischievous wink. There are 3 free meals a day. Save the cake for little Luca. Chapter 4, Lucas's Betrayal. Jenny affectionately embraced Claire, though the child was not her own. After caring for her for so long, she had developed a bond. Not related by blood, yet closer than family. Lucas, your sister Claire is here. Go fetch my bag. The sound of a door opening echoed from the house, followed by the thudding of footsteps descending the stairs. Lucas, slow down. Don't rush. Jenny called out from inside. Lucas, clad in a royal blue baseball uniform, dashed down the stairs. Upon seeing Claire, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, dear mother. Claire's complexion paled, and she clenched her fists in silence. Royal blue baseball uniform, Luca. Huh, what? Jenny did not catch the words. It's nothing, Aunt Jenny. I was just complimenting Luca. He looks great in the baseball uniform. Jenny retrieved the bag, rummaging through its contents without lifting her gaze, replying to Claire in a light-hearted tone. Oh, this outfit was just bought for Luca by Raph. He adores it and has been wearing it non-stop these past few days. It looks quite nice. Claire's face grew increasingly pale. She struggled to find an expression to face Jenny with. She dared not look at Luca. Did Jenny know her son wielded a baseball bat and joined others in beating her? A sharp pain shot through the back of Claire's head, and she could almost recall the force of that blow. Luca had grown up alongside her, even living under the same roof for 2 years. Jenny, I must leave. I will come back to see you when I have the chance. Jenny grasped Claire's hand, slipping the 50 pounds she had retrieved from her pocket into Claire's. Take it. Dear, Aunt Jenny may not have much to offer, not even the ability to help you enroll, and you'll have to find a school on your own. Jenny wiped away her tears. It's not a lot, but at least it will buy some school supplies. Take it. Claire looked up at Jenny's face. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Luca's bruised expression, his gaze filled with disdain and a hint of fear. His hands clutched tightly to the hem of Jenny's garment, as if terrified that Claire might lash out and harm his mother. But how could Claire ever do such a thing? After a moment of silence, Claire broke the stillness. Thank you, Aunt Jenny. I'm leaving now. Please say goodbye to Uncle Raph for me. Goodbye, Jenny, goodbye. Luca. Claire offered a pale smile to Lucas before closing the door and slowly walking into her own house. Upon discovering that Luca was involved, Claire could no longer suppress her feelings of indignation and fury. The house was in disarray, furniture strewn about, and a foul stench pervaded the air. A yellowish, dried stain marred the sofa, evidence of Luca and his friend's mischief. The home she had cherished had been ravaged, and the boy she had cared for had taken part in it. Claire's anger flared. Leaning against the door, she wept silently. After regaining her composure, Claire dashed outside and stuffed the folded 50 pounds into Jenny's mailbox. For Jenny's sake, she would let Luca off this time, but the others. Claire pounded her fist against the doorframe in determination. She would retaliate. Claire knew the gang Luca was part of, led by a boy named Enzo, who was Luca's close brother. Scoundrels. Just you wait. At the end of the block lay a garbage dump. Claire rummaged through the debris, selecting a wooden table leg, round, with one end shaped like a ball and the other shattered. You lot. Your good days are over. The first on her list was the one who had revealed his name in front of her, Gage. Gage Bruce, the second son of the Bruce family. The Bruces lived 2 blocks away in an apartment. A foolish, overweight boy, introverted and insecure, overshadowed by a brilliant older brother and a beloved younger sister, and thus neglected by his parents. Claire crouched in the stairwell of the Bruces' first floor. Unlike Jenny's family, the Bruces had to work on weekends. They were upstanding workers. Gage, you stay home alone. Do not go out. Okay, came Gage's solitary reply. Once the Bruce couple had left, Claire knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mom. Dad. The moment the door opened, Claire struck with force, landing a solid blow on Gage's shoulder. His ample physique absorbed most of the impact. Gage Bruce. Claire grinned menacingly, causing the chubby boy to cower against the wall, too frightened to rise. I believe you remember me, Claire stated. A ghost? No, impossible. Gage whimpered from the corner, trembling. Claire rolled her eyes, gripping the wooden stick tightly. This strike is a token of gratitude for that kick you gave me earlier. Now. Claire rested the stick on Gage's shoulder. Tell me, where are the others? Claire effortlessly extracted a list and details of the gang's misdeeds from Gage. Bullying classmates, robbing possessions, Petty theft, dining, and dashing. I wondered why they were so vicious. Turns out they are nothing but a gang. Coincidentally, this very afternoon, the little gang was scheduled to meet in the park. Claire clutched the leg of a table and perched herself on a tree branch, idly waiting. This was a secluded woodland, largely deserted. The park hosted some gentle creatures, harmless to humans, making it a veritable paradise for children. We are a collective. The interests of each brother are the interests of the group. Our possessions are communal. Right, Winnie? A stranger boy, encircled by several others, stood apart. He was clad in clean, simple attire, starkly contrasting with the meticulously dressed children around him. The leader of the group tugged at Winnie, and they both settled on a bench. You know, our group is financially strapped. We require your contribution. This is my tuition, earned by my mother through hard work. Winnie clutched his backpack tightly. Winnie, my dear brother, what are you hesitating for? What a splendid opportunity. Just a modest contribution, and you can join our society. We only need to get through this rough patch. Your tuition can be delayed a few days, and we will help you raise the funds. If I were in your position, I would have already offered the money. The boy's tone was a blend of temptation and menace. Terrified, Winnie felt reluctant. Are you blind? Claire leapt down from the tree, signaling Winnie to escape. To her surprise, jumping down from such a height proved painless, as she landed softly, as if by magic. Surprise. Are you happy to see me? Claire dragged the table leg along the ground. Upon witnessing this, the dark-haired boy released his grip on Winnie and gestured to the others. Seizing the opportunity, Winnie fled. Receiving the signal, several boys brandished small knives, charging towards Claire. Unfazed, Claire stood her ground, even in the face of a group of boys older and stronger than herself. Like domestic dogs confronting fierce cubs, Claire defended herself with remarkable ferocity, swiftly dispatching one assailant with a single blow. Seeing the tide turn, the dark-haired boy attempted to sneak away. Enzo Weircon, are you truly abandoning them? The dark-haired boy froze, rooted to the spot, and after a few breaths, turned around. I haven't laid a hand on you. Each time you schemed from the shadows. The very core of this gang, the strategist, the big boss. Surely you are the true leader here, Claire said, counting off on her fingers, her gaze fixed intently on Enzo. He surveyed the chaotic scene around him, swallowing hard as he observed his groaning comrades, some clutching their legs, others cradling their arms. Enzo turned and fled. Claire engaged in combat with unparalleled fierceness. A minute later, she sat on a bench, her foot resting upon the bloodied, weeping dark-haired boy. This individual could only incite others with words. When it came to actual confrontation, he was no match for his own minions. Holding a stolen piece of ham, she bit into it with gusto. Is it so hard to be a good person? If you find pleasure in bullying others, be prepared to be bullied in return. If I catch you tormenting anyone again, I will take it upon myself to strike you every single time. With a swift kick, Claire nudged the boy writhing in agony on the ground. Do you understand? The sound of a police siren echoed in the distance. Claire adjusted her attire and departed. She had taken a few hits herself, her sleeve smeared with blood from her nose, yet in that moment, she felt elated. As she watched Winnie approach with the police, they passed each other without acknowledgement. Winnie, shrinking and casting furtive glances at her, dared not speak to the officers at his side. Claire smiled contentedly. The Weasley residence. Upon returning home, Claire entered the bedroom of young Mr. Weasley. The wardrobe reeked with a potent stench. As Claire opened the door, several flies erupted from within, causing her heart to lurch. I should have been harsher, Claire lamented. Father. The tension in her chest remained unresolved. Wiping away tears, she began to gather the clothes she could wear. The garments were speckled with insect eggs and crawling larvae. Terrified, yet resolute, Claire braced herself to clean each piece one by one. The soiled clothing can be washed clean. There must be a spell for pest control. Surely, everything will be fine. She reassured herself. Some of young Mr. Weasley's clothes were slightly oversized, but they would suffice. Claire draped a dark gray woolen coat over her father's thick sweater, assuring herself she could endure the winter. She heaped the clothes onto a tattered sheet. Tears fell. Soiled clothing. A wash will make it clean. She was filled with revulsion at the wriggling maggots upon the fabric. What benefit could possibly arise from so wantonly defiling what others cherished? Claire used her sleeve to wipe her face, quickly soaking it through. Moko appeared by her side without her noticing. Oh, Merlin. Miss Claire, please do not cry. With its round, tennis ball-like eyes, Mocha patted Claire's back with one hand while snapping its fingers with the other. The broken items in the room swiftly lifted and restored, becoming immaculate once more. The stains on the sofa, the foul odor from the wardrobe, everything vanished, including the dense mass of maggots. Thank you, Mocha. Claire embraced Mocha, stifling her sobs. Upon hearing her gratitude, Mocha refrained from self-punishment. Chapter 5. The Tenderness of Slytherin. As Claire pushed open the bedroom door, a dark figure occupied the living room. It was Madame Pomfrey. Uncertain how long she had been waiting or whether she had heard Claire's cries, Claire felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she discreetly wiped her tears away. Madame Pomfrey, I simply wish to come home. She resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. Claire did not want to divulge how much she missed Aunt Jenny from next door. She did not wish for this kind-hearted lady to know she had been ambushed from behind by Jenny's son, the very brother she held dear. Nor did she want her to learn how she had retaliated against that gang of scoundrels. There, Miss Claire. It is perfectly natural to long for home. Even at my age, I occasionally find myself yearning for home. Her voice steady, she continued, I merely hope you understand that violence is not the solution to every problem. After finishing her statement, she lightened the mood. It seems you have resolved your issues, have you not? Madame Pomfrey's eyes sparkled. Claire knew that the lady before her must be aware of her recent brawl. Perhaps she had been watching from the sidelines as Claire fought fiercely. Yet, since she did not broach the subject, Claire played along. Yes, madam, it has been taken care of. Just call me Poppy. Madame Pomfrey produced her wand. Hold on tight. The first time may be a bit disorienting. Obediently, Claire grasped the sleeve of Madame Pomfrey's robe. Apparition. Claire found herself retching at the gates of Hogwarts. For a malnourished child, who could barely afford meat and often went hungry, this form of magic was indeed quite overwhelming. Madame Pomfrey cast several healing spells upon her, but the effects were minimal. In the realm of magic, there exists a myriad of transportation methods. Perhaps you might find yourself more suited to flying broomsticks, fireplaces, portkeys, or the Flynn network. Flying broomsticks? Can they truly elevate a person into the skies? Ordinary folk are unable to do so. Yet most witches and wizards have no such difficulties, as you shall partake in flying lessons in your very first year. And what of portkeys? Do they allow one to unlock doors to any location? How could that be? Madame Pomfrey gently brushed Claire's hair, which was dust-laden and stained with blood. A portkey can be any object, activated by the incantation portus. Set the time and destination, and when the moment arrives, you will be transported directly to your chosen location. However, this requires unwavering conviction and a certain level of magical proficiency. It's worth noting that creating a portkey without permission is illegal. Madame Pomfrey's expression was exceedingly grave. The creation of a portkey necessitates passing examinations from the Ministry of Magic and subsequent registration. Should one attempt to fabricate one independently, there is a significant risk of being apprehended by Aurors. The Ministry of Magic functions as the governing body of the magical world, while Aurors serve as its law enforcement. They are tasked with capturing those dark wizards who transgress the boundaries of acceptable conduct. Now, my dear girl, such matters are not ones to ponder before even commencing your studies. You may take a moment to rest, and later, explore the castle. I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished. It is a castle imbued with magic. Just refrain from venturing into the forbidden forest, she advised, gesturing towards a thicket of trees. Claire, with keen perception, followed Madame Pomfrey's finger and gazed into the distance. She seemed to glimpse a man, bare-chested and armed with a bow. Disturbing? Quite frightening. Very well. Madame Pomfrey, I shall confine my explorations to the castle. After enjoying her lunch, Claire eagerly set off to discover the castle. She traversed the moving staircases, spiraling up and down numerous times, until she stumbled upon a marvelous place, the Hogwarts Library. It was indeed the most enchanting place in the world. Claire could not suppress her admiration. For an entire month, she immersed herself in a deluge of knowledge. As long as she steered clear of the restricted section, the professors paid her no mind. She adored everything. When fatigued from reading, she would seek out the resident professors' offices to assist with tasks, all while subtly gleaning insights into the magical world. The greenhouses of Professor Sprout, the dueling chamber of Professor Flitwick, and the transfiguration classroom of Professor McGonagall. Claire's favorite was undoubtedly Professor McGonagall, for she would transform into a tabby cat and play with her. This way of life made Claire feel as though, in a fleeting moment, it would not be so bad if it could continue indefinitely. On a gloomy day at the Three Broomsticks, the outdoor winds forced passing witches and wizards to tighten their cloaks. The pub's fireplace crackled with warmth, and the mingling aromas of alcohol and fruit wafted throughout the room. Laughter and merriment filled the air as several professors gathered around a round table near the hearth. That child must be a Ravenclaw. She has spent an entire month in the library. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his excitement causing his little mustache to twitch, his cheeks flushed. Whether from exhilaration or mild inebriation, it was hard to tell. Oh, Phileas, perhaps she is a studious Gryffindor. Who can say for certain? Reflecting on the tales of the little crybaby defeating the little villain during her chat with Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses meaningfully. That child is indeed brave. And where is there a Ravenclaw named Weasley? Surely, Weasley is a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall's tone was filled with pride. Oh, come now, Minerva. That child is a Muggle-born Weasley. These two Weasleys share no connection whatsoever. Professor Flitwick shrugged, downing his gin in one gulp. Professor Sprout set down her cutlery. wiping her mouth. Speaking of which, by the next school year, there will be 5 Weasleys at Hogwarts. When the youngest son and daughter of the Weasley family enroll, that will make 6 Weasleys. Merlin S. socks. Please, no more. Just the thought of it makes my head ache. Professor McGonagall waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of refusal. Professor Sprout sighed. The Weasley family truly is thriving. Professor Flitwick erupted into hearty laughter, the others unable to contain their amusement. Even the typically stoic Professor Snape allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. The group raised their glasses in a toast, clinking them together before downing their drinks. Hours later, the tipsy revelers left a chaos of cups and plates for the servers at the 3 Broomsticks. As Professor Snape was exiting, he was called back by Professor McGonagall. Severus, I have a few matters. Could I trouble you to assist with the first-year students? Noticing Snape's lack of refusal, she hurriedly handed him the list. This is the list. Oh, and do not forget about Miss Weasley from the hospital wing. The one you've met. After thanking him, she turned and strode away confidently. With each step, she vanished around the corner with a pop, her emerald robes and pointed hat disappearing as if in a puff of smoke. The tipsy Professor McGonagall displayed none of her usual sternness towards students, instead seeming more vivacious than ever. Professor Snape stood still, folding the list and tucking it into his robes. His lips barely moved as he uttered a single word. Gryffindor. With a flick of his robe, he too vanished into thin air, executing a silent and wandless disapparition. The caliber of Hogwarts professors continues to inspire awe. Indeed, indeed. Passers-by marveled. Chapter 6, Diagon Alley. A few days later, early in the morning. In order to catch a piping hot breakfast, Claire had risen unusually early. To her astonishment, just after finishing her meal, she found herself seized by Snape by the collar, traversing half the school, from the fireplace in his office to the streets of London. It wasn't until she found herself standing in the backyard of the Leaky Cauldron that Claire was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I in the backyard of a dilapidated pub? Claire surveyed her surroundings, cluttered with various debris, and a tattered trash bin standing forlornly in the corner. Next to the rubbish bin, facing the wall. Open your eyes wide and pay attention, Miss Troll. I shall only explain this once. The head of Slytherin House hissed like a true serpent, exuding venom. Take out your wand, like this, and tap 3 times. Professor Snape elegantly drew his wand, his long fingers grasping it delicately, the tip drooping as he swiftly tapped 3 times on the bricks. The wall parted automatically. This is how one enters Diagon Alley. The bustling streets were filled with a plethora of witches and wizards. A variety of robes adorned the passers-by, ranging from the plain to the opulent. Shops lining both sides offered an array of magical items. It was simply marvelous, Claire exclaimed in her mind. Professor Snape strode purposefully into Diagon Alley, taking a few steps before realizing that Claire had not followed. What are you waiting for, Miss Troll? Are you waiting for your poor professor to finish shopping and bring the items to your bedside? Claire quickly refocused her attention and hurried to catch up with Professor Snape. I'm sorry, Professor. Claire's ears burned with embarrassment as she averted her gaze, cautiously apologizing to him. Snape's black robes billowed dramatically with his brisk strides. Hogwarts. A fund for young witches and wizards facing financial hardships. But not much, if you have not entirely succumbed to the state of a giant. You ought to be aware that acquiring all items anew is but a fanciful delusion. My counsel is thus, procure a brand new wand. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully towards a quaint old shop. Mr. Ollivander, a newcomer, an ancient voice resonated within, accompanied by the sound of wood gliding along its track. Professor Snape? It has been an age. I still recall your first visit for a wand. Birchwood, snake heartstring. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, but I have matters to attend to. Miss Weasley will be in your capable hands. Professor Snape placed 7 galleons upon the counter and turned to exit. Miss Weasley, I trust you will await me outside once you have chosen your wand, and refrain from behaving like those clumsy Gryffindors at school. The door slammed against its frame with a resounding crash, causing the very glass to tremble, and Claire feared that he might shatter the glass door. Miss Weasley, are you perhaps the wayward child of the Weasley family? Sir, is the Weasley family well known in the magical community? Claire asked, a flicker of recognition sparking within her. Indeed, Miss Weasley, there exists a Weasley family within the wizarding world. I believe you shall encounter them at school. Noticing Claire's eager gaze fixed upon the wands, Ollivander concluded the conversation. Now, which hand do you favor, Miss Weasley? My right hand, sir. A measuring stick coiled around Claire's form like a serpent. Some foreign wizards commonly believe that the wand's length correlates with the wizard's stature, yet Ollivander's philosophy diverged. The wand chooses the wizard. Perhaps we shall try this one. He extracted a wand adorned with exquisite carvings. Hawthorn wood, phoenix feather, 12. 5 inches, quite flexible. Claire took it into her hand. A tremor coursed through her palm. Could it be that the wand was excited? Not quite. The wand was swiftly reclaimed by Mr. Ollivander. Claire felt an inexplicable connection, as if the wand acknowledged her potential, awakening a latent power within her that radiated throughout her being. "Ah, this one seems more suitable," the elder murmured, retrieving another wand from the stacked boxes. Spruce wood. Suited for resilient and patient wizards. Dragon heartstring. Formidable in nature. Wizards with a dragon heartstring core excel in potent spells. 15 inches, with minimal flexibility, difficult to bend. Claire grasped the wand's handle. The wand's tip erupted into fierce flames, a wave of heat washing over her. Powerful, unruly. Claire endeavored to channel the strength within her. Surely, this must be what they referred to as magic. She focused her energy into the wand, suppressing the flames, which visibly diminished. "Oh, Merlin, cease at once, Miss Weasley. Do not flaunt your talent further. You might very well destroy that wand. That is exceedingly rude and domineering." The silver-haired elder snatched the wand away with an astonishing swiftness. By Merlin's spectacles, this poor wand. He hastily returned it to its box, closing the lid to shield Claire's unabashed greed. "Sir, I have taken quite a liking to this wand. Young lady, you must remember that the wand chooses the wizard. Forcing a wand unsuited to you may drastically diminish your spell power, obstruct your magical potential, and most dreadfully, ruin the wand." Mr. Ollivander, clutching a wand box, earnestly cautioned Claire. Surely, the thought of obstructed magic was far more alarming, Claire mused. "Let us try this one. Spruce wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches, rigid, unyielding, even more powerful. And stable." Claire lifted the wand. Now she understood why Mr. Ollivander proclaimed, "The wand chooses the wizard." The magic flowed seamlessly and evenly through the wand, akin to the movement of her own arm, as an extension of oneself. How splendid! Resilience, patience, strength, purity. This wand was a relic from one of the Ollivander ancestors, perfectly suited for her. With a unicorn core, it embodied purity, no sanctity. In the realm of white magic, it promised extraordinary achievements. Remember, do not venture into dark magic. Each use will inflict harm upon the wand. Miss Weasley, you are a gifted young witch. Your future undoubtedly holds great promise. The silver-haired elder inhaled deeply from his pipe. White smoke swirling in the air. Ollivander's gaze became distant, as if he beheld visions within the smoke. "I have begun to anticipate." His cryptic demeanor startled Claire, prompting her to retreat nervously, uttering her farewells. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, farewell." Ollivander waved dismissively. "Very well, farewell." Claire hurriedly tucked the wand into her sleeve, clutching the wand box and care products as she exited. Awaiting her at the entrance stood Professor Snape, draped in a black robe, arms crossed, resembling a specter of doom. For a moment, Claire was uncertain whether the interior or the exterior was more intimidating. After scrutinizing her for a spell, the specter spoke. "The second-hand goods store is the second establishment to the right of Ollivander's wand shop. The school uniform is only available in the male version," Snape appraised Claire. "Nevertheless, I perceive it will not pose much of a hindrance to you. Gather your belongings, Miss Snail." He thrust a sizable bag of supplies into Claire's hands. It appeared that everything on the list had been procured. Apparate. Once more, Claire found herself doubled over beside the grand iron gates of Hogwarts, retching. "I trust that this journey to the castle will not lead you astray into the Black Lake or the Forbidden Forest. Other giants await your poor professor. I have no time to accompany you on a stroll." A train ticket flew into Claire's pocket with a swift motion. "Professor McGonagall insists you arrive at school in the traditional manner rather than waiting in the hall. Thus, keep your ticket secure and report to my office promptly tomorrow." Professor Snape turned sharply and departed with a resounding snap. Chapter 7. The Scholar's Secondhand Books at the Gates of Hogwarts. The iron gates slowly closed under the enchantment's influence. Claire gazed at the towering pile of school supplies, lost in thought. She vaguely remembered a spell that could assist in levitating objects. After a moment, she shook her head, resigned, and hoisted a large trunk towards the castle. Perhaps she could seek the professor's guidance on some spells? No, she decided, perhaps it would be better to peruse some books first. The cobblestone path, the stone bridge. Flocks of birds. London was perpetually shrouded in clouds, yet Hogwarts basked in azure skies and endless sunshine. In the distance, the forest chirped and chattered. Claire's keen hearing detected peculiar sounds within the woods, as if they were engaging in a conversation. Could these be the magical creatures Hagrid spoke of in the Forbidden Forest? Claire's mind drifted far beyond the present. Oh, the world of magic, she thought. Just some strange sounds, nothing to be alarmed about. The headmaster even keeps a phoenix. Uncertain of the myriad modes of transportation wizards may possess, Claire has thus far experimented with apparition and flue powder. To this day, she remains oblivious to the exact location of Hogwarts and the enchantments that veil it from the outside world. Fortunately, Claire has ample time to delve into the mysteries of magic. She has secured her ticket into the magical realm, a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts. Even if she chooses not to remain in the magical world, she can wield magic to thrive in the mundane one. Perhaps she might even reunite with her parents. Claire. A gruff voice booms from behind. It is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. His colossal frame makes Claire appear as a mere newborn pup. She barely reaches his knee. "Good morning, Mr. Hagrid," she exclaims. The towering half-giant nods. "Good day to you, little Claire. What brings you here?" Hagrid pauses. A hint of confusion in his voice. "Oh, I need to transport these things into the castle." She replies. "Come along, young lady. You look weary. Place those on my cart." Hagrid enthusiastically gestures. Following his finger, Claire spots the enormous cart, towering above her, designed to accommodate Hagrid's size. It is the largest cart she has ever seen. The weight of her school supplies is but a feather to the half-giant. "Wow, it's so big," Claire exclaims, her eyes sparkling. She decides to take advantage of Hagrid's generosity and ride on his cart. "Thank you so much, Mr. Hagrid." "Oh, little Claire, no need for such formality. Just call me Hagrid." He scratches the back of his head with a massive finger. "All right," Claire nods vigorously. With Hagrid grasping the cart, she perches atop it, her feet dangling off the edge. "Hagrid, is there any magic to lighten the load? Or perhaps to make us strongmen?" "I believe there's a perfect spell for that. The levitation charm. Professor Flitwick's first lesson was on this. You can check the spellbook." Opening a second-hand textbook, Claire finds it filled with detailed instructions, from pronunciation to wand movements and comprehension. The book is densely annotated. Its previous owner must have been a diligent student. With a flick and a shake, she recalls, ancient wizards did not use wands. Their bodies were natural conduits, akin to human breath. Magic flowed through their beings, particularly during moments of magical outbursts. Wands could effectively harness internal magic and stabilize its output, yet over-reliance on wands could impede the learning of wandless magic. Through the study of ancient spells and their phonetics, it is confirmed that incantations pronounced in ancient languages yield greater power, albeit at the cost of stability and control. The incantation for the levitation charm could be altered to Wingardium Leviosa. Claire mentally rehearses it several times, confirming the gestures and pronunciation before softly uttering it. In that moment, she suddenly feels a surge of potent magic, eager to burst forth from her arm. However, the magic is overwhelming, and the wand in her hand acts like a control switch. A thin veil of magic envelopes the cart, causing it to float gradually into the air. If only she weren't still seated upon it, Claire muses. "Claire, is this your doing?" Hagrid reaches out to grasp the cart, which rises half a meter with the rope. Yet he fails to catch it and falls to the ground. The half-giant crashes down but quickly scrambles back up, thanks to his resilient heritage. "Hagrid, how do I get down? If I release the magic, will the cart fall?" The magic is flowing steadily, and the cart has already ascended 2 meters. "Hagrid, help! How do I lower it? Is this truly a first-year spell?" "Hold on, little Claire. I'll fetch the professor." Hagrid spins around and strides away, his heavy footsteps thundering against the stone path as he hastens off, leaving Claire in a precarious state, struggling to maintain control. Claire's magic is nearly depleted. First-year wizards merely need to levitate a feather to pass. Yet here she is, managing a massive cart of Hagrid's size. In this moment of crisis, Claire finds an unexpected calm. "I am a wizard," she reassures herself. "My magic is under my control." With her left hand firmly gripping the cart's wooden surface and her wand in her right, she feels the magic stretching thin, as if on the verge of snapping. Quickly, Claire retracts her wand, using her magic to envelop the cart and guide it downward. The cart moves forward. "All right, at least I'm closer to the professors now." The simple levitation charm does not allow for autonomous flight. It often operates involuntarily. For instance, if Wizard A stands on the ground and casts a spell upon an object or another Wizard B, the latter is entirely at the mercy of the spell. Wizard B's position shifts relative to Wizard A, akin to an XY axis with a fixed origin. If a wizard casts the levitation charm upon themselves and the origin is unstable, their spatial movement becomes unpredictable. This necessitates greater calculation and consideration. A daunting task for a first-year wizard's novice skills. "My goodness, Claire." Professor McGonagall, having transformed into a cat, rushes out from the castle. Mid-stride, the tabby morphs back into her human form. What a spectacle, Claire thinks, as she labors to maintain her balance atop the cart, finally seeing her savior. Immobulus. Slow down and lower. Professor McGonagall casts 2 spells in quick succession, and the cart gently descends. "Oh dear," Claire mutters under her breath. Professor McGonagall resumes her stern demeanor. "Miss Weasley, had it not been the holiday, I would have deducted points from your house. 10 points. Do not experiment with unfamiliar spells unless you can master them completely." "Yes, Professor, I was wrong," Claire replies, lowering her gaze. "I believe you owe Hagrid an apology," she suggests, turning to the breathless half-giant. "I'm sorry, Hagrid." I shouldn't have recklessly attempted new magic. It was my fault for putting you in a difficult position. Hagrid, scratching his head bashfully, responds, as long as you're all right, Claire. It's no trouble. You're a little witch, after all. He offers a knowing smile. Claire is deeply touched, wrapping her small arms around Hagrid's leg. Thank you, Hagrid. The petite girl clinging to Hagrid's leg appears even more diminutive and endearing. Oh, little kitten. The two adult wizards beam with maternal smiles. For humans often exhibit immense patience towards youthful beings, especially adorable little girls. Chapter 8, Platform 9 3/4. Hagrid's Hut. Professor McGonagall had cast a shrinking charm on Claire's school supplies, which now lay neatly tucked within the confines of her pocket. Hagrid had brought forth steaming cups of tea accompanied by enormous biscuits. Under the encouraging gaze of Professor McGonagall, Claire took a bite. Oh, how hard it is. Goodness gracious. It feels as though I am gnawing on a slab of granite. Claire exclaimed, astonished. Hagrid gazed at her with eager anticipation, his face brimming with a desire for praise. I dare say, it would make for a delightful treat if boiled in milk. McGonagall chuckled softly. Hagrid, we cannot manage your rock cakes. Claire promptly dunked the rock cake into her tea, allowing the biscuit to absorb the liquid, thus harmonizing their sweetness and enhancing its aroma. What a splendid idea, she mused. But, watch this, Claire. Clearing her throat, Professor McGonagall pointed her wand at her cheek, deliberately slowing the incantation. Iron teeth. Suddenly, her teeth gleamed with a metallic sheen. The sound of crunching echoed as she bit into the rock cake, which now resembled an ordinary biscuit. McGonagall observed Hagrid and Claire with a sense of triumph. A simple charm, tailored specifically for Hagrid's rock cakes. The flow of magic was vividly apparent to Claire, who endeavored to replicate the spell in her mind. Unknowingly, she raised her wand to her own self, under the encouraging gaze of Professor McGonagall. Iron teeth. Claire felt a sudden chill in her mouth. Oh, 10 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha ha. Professor, Claire hasn't been sorted yet. Hagrid chuckled, brushing crumbs from his beard, which was a tangled mess that could easily keep Claire warm as a quilt. But I too believe that little Claire is destined for Gryffindor. Claire raised her wand and cleared her throat. Ahem. Spell standstill. Her metallic teeth instantly reverted to their original state. A prodigy. McGonagall exclaimed with delight. Professor, how does one get sorted at Hogwarts? Seizing the opportunity while the professor was in high spirits, Claire cleverly inquired. Oh, Claire, with your brilliance. You need not worry at all. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a matter of taming a dragon. McGonagall nodded seriously, assuring her, rest assured. Our dragons are all well trained. Even in the event of a failure or injury, Hogwarts possesses the finest healers. Madame Pomfrey can mend you in a heartbeat. Claire trembled at the thought, her fear intensifying. Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. She hurriedly bid farewell to both. Making her way to the library in search of spells, laughter resonated from the small cabin by the edge of the forbidden forest. Regardless, the day of enrollment at Hogwarts had arrived. Claire had scarcely slept a wink, spending the night immersed in studying spells for dragon protection and taming. By dawn, she had mastered the armor charm to a remarkable degree, even managing to conjure a faint protective shield with her bare hands. The next day, bleary-eyed and bearing dark circles, Claire stood at the door of the potions masteress office. The office, situated in the cellar, lacked windows, illuminated only by flickering torches along the dim corridor. Casting an ominous shadow, the serpentine hair of Medusa writhed chaotically, appearing quite terrifying in the flickering light. Claire rarely visited this place and felt a twinge of fear towards the cold-faced professor clad in black robes. Medusa, also appearing quite disheveled, spoke. You've been up all night. Haven to you, my fellow little witch. Did the professor provide you with a password? Good day, Miss Medusa. I don't have a password. I am merely waiting here. Oh, you poor little witch. Claire nodded at Medusa, retreating to a corner. The door swung open with a bang. Miss Weasley, I trust you possess 2 arms, and those 2 hands atop them are, indeed, functional. You should know that they can be employed to knock. He continued. I hope that next time, you will choose one of your precious claws to tap on the door of the professor you are so anxiously awaiting, rather than standing here conversing with a loquacious door guardian. Claire, stung by his words, nodded with hunched shoulders. Yes, I am terribly sorry, Professor. Professor Snape turned and strode to the fireplace. You. Snape glanced back, scrutinizing Claire from head to toe. I trust you have your ticket? I hope you won tea. Like some trolls, leave it behind at home or misplace it on your way to school. Claire glanced down at her pocket, where the ticket peeked out with a white edge. I have it, Professor. Snape nodded. Very well. Now, immediately, come and take a handful of Floo powder. The address is King S. Cross Station. Claire articulated clearly, and green flames erupted instantaneously. She stumbled as she emerged from the fireplace, landing on the ground. Snape did not follow. The station bustled with people, and no one paid attention to her in the corner. An ornate fireplace suggested it had long been unused. Observing that no one was watching, Claire discreetly withdrew her wand to freshen herself up. Her shirt regained its pristine whiteness, and all wrinkles vanished. Even her dusty cheeks and hair appeared immaculate. The spell, while effective, felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if someone were scrubbing her with a coarse cloth, dry and unyielding. Indeed, wizards too require bathing. She removed her second-hand robe, clutching it like a coat. Now, Claire resembled the crowd around her, looking quite dapper in her boy's uniform. Platform 9 3/4 stood between platforms 9 and 10, where a peculiar family was gathered, a portly woman, for boys, and a girl, all with vibrant red hair. We're currently running towards the wall. Claire watched, wide-eyed and unblinking. What a marvelous magic. Once the family dashed through, Claire approached. Is this the magical barrier Professor McGonagall mentioned? She leaned forward. It was a darkened corridor, leading to a source of light. Stepping through, she traversed about 5 or 6 paces. Emerging from the light, Claire found herself in a station rich with magical ambience. The sign for platform 9 3/4 hung prominently on the wall, and a steam train stood before her. The platform was crowded with parents bidding farewell to their children. Claire had no luggage, as her belongings had already been transported by the house elves. Arriving early, she effortlessly found an empty compartment as soon as she boarded the train. According to Hagrid, the train to Hogwarts would arrive in the evening, just in time for dinner. Thus, she could take a brief nap to rejuvenate herself before the evening's dragon training and her sorting into the finest house, Gryffindor. Claire had inquired with many, all confirming Gryffindor as the best house, a belief she held steadfastly. Why is it that Claire only asks questions regarding Gryffindor? Reclining languidly on her seat, Claire resembled a battery devoid of energy, yet miraculously charged at the last moment. Ah, what bliss! The youth enjoyed an impeccable quality of sleep. Chapter 9, The Weasley Brothers. However, tranquility lasted but a brief moment before trouble came knocking. Hello, is anyone here? May we sit here? Such were the words of the twin brothers. Their voices harmonizing in unison, louder than one could imagine, creating a cacophony that irked Claire's senses. She lay sprawled on her side, making a valiant attempt to open one eye at the sound. Standing at the doorway were the familiar twins seen on the platform, both sporting identical red hair, matching attire, and mischievous grins. One stood with hands in pockets while the other leaned against the compartment door, tilting his head to scrutinize Claire. Hello, little one. May we sit here? They echoed in unison. Squinting, Claire endeavored to part her lips and managed to utter a single word, whatever. She then rolled over, resuming her slumber. After a sleepless night, Claire was utterly exhausted, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, firmly glued shut, requiring all her strength to pry them open. Whatever, leave me be. I need to conserve my energy to tame a dragon. Off to Gryffindor, she mused. The two boys levitated their luggage into the compartment with remarkable precision, avoiding any collisions. Their magic expertly controlled, they plopped down on the bench opposite Claire, rifling through their jacket pockets, extracting peculiar items while whispering conspiratorially. How about adding some dung bombs? One suggested. Brilliant idea, George, came the reply. And some sage too. They chimed together. Their voices were not excessively loud, yet for one who was lost in slumber, it was nothing short of deafening, abruptly rousing Claire from her dreams. She had been on the verge of devouring a steaming steak in her dream, just a moment away from indulging. What a racket! Fred squinted at the slumbering first year, clad in a second-hand wizarding robe, with short red hair much like his own. Fred deemed her rather impolite. TSK, TSK, TSK. He exchanged a glance with his brother George and mouthed, teach her a lesson. They turned in unison, grinning widely at the first year who was contorted in a manner reminiscent of a Muggle, once more dreaming of roasted chicken legs. Our experiment. Fred rummaged through his pocket, extracting something and slipping it into Claire's pocket. He raised his wand and cast a confounding charm upon her. Then, he and his brother high-fived with a resounding clap. They exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with mischief as they cast a furtive glance at Claire. Noticing that the curly-haired boy opposite showed no reaction, they sighed in relief and stealthily exited the compartment. The house elf would take care of the luggage. They were off to find their friends. At this moment, most students had settled into their seats. The compartment was quiet, allowing Claire to sleep soundly. It was not until sunset, upon hearing the announcement that the train was approaching its destination, that she stirred. The carriage was now empty. The twins had disappeared, leaving Claire alone, isolated. She felt both familiar with and fearful of the darkness and silence. To Claire, loneliness was the most terrifying aspect of existence. She cherished peace, yet preferred the corners of bustling streets. In the throngs of people, she felt secure. In the corners of the busy marketplace, where no one paid her mind, she could find a semblance of solace. Gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, a pang of melancholy struck her. Claire thought to herself that she would eventually find her father, regardless of whether he was alive or deceased. At the very least, she desired an explanation. Perhaps he was merely delayed, trapped somewhere? Or perhaps he did not desire her. If that were the case, all he needed to do was say so, and she would not intrude upon his life. Or maybe her father was a wizard himself, believing she would never possess magic, thus abandoning her? Although Mr. Weasley had never displayed magic in her presence, the wizarding world did indeed have the Weasley family, did it not? Lost in thought, the train came to a halt, and the corridor erupted into noise. Is this Hogwarts? A little girl with pigtails passed by Claire's compartment, her shrill voice piercing the air. First years, go find Professor Hagrid. He will take you to the castle, a mellifluous male voice replied. The Hogwarts castle was still some distance away. The voice sounded to be that of a 16 or 17-year-old, warm and soothing, bringing a sense of tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Claire steadied her nerves. She rose, adjusted her wizarding robes, and opened the compartment door, flowing with the crowd to disembark. The sun had completely set, leaving only a trace of twilight. The sky displayed a gradient from deep blue to light blue, with the moon hanging high like an enormous light bulb. The train continued to emit smoke as it rested on the platform, with students of all grades bustling about, chatting and laughing. An elderly man with thinning hair, a furrowed brow, and a vintage oil lamp patrolled the area. First years, all first-year students, come to me, Hagrid called out. Claire hurried towards him. He loomed among the students like a small mountain, providing her with a sense of safety. Hey, little Claire, come here. The older students dispersed into various paths, seemingly with their own agendas. Are all the first years accounted for? Hagrid inquired, lifting his lantern and counting the newcomers. After a moment, he grunted, all here. Stay close to me, Hagrid announced, turning on his heel. In a moment, we shall take a boat ride. The four founders of Hogwarts once traversed the Black Lake in similar fashion to reach the castle. Remember, no more than 4 students per boat. In a swift motion, Claire hopped into a small boat, finding no one to accompany her. While others had companions from their train compartments, Claire had been asleep for most of the journey. She surveyed her surroundings. The 2 mischievous twins did not appear to be first years. Eventually, a small girl squeezed onto her boat. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the girl spoke up. Hey, hello, I'm Frandle Lamble. Frandle was timid yet utterly adorable, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and 2 charming dimples appearing when she smiled. Instantly, Claire felt her heart soften. What a lovely little girl, Claire thought. Had her father been by her side during her upbringing, she imagined she might have been just like this. Claire Weasley, pleased to meet you, Miss Lamble. Weasley? Frandle's expression turned quizzical. The Weasley family? I assume you're not referring to the one I know. Claire was at a loss for how to engage with her peers. She was only familiar with one Luca, who had now become an adversary. Feeling awkward, she began to fidget with her fingers, shoving her hands into her pockets. In her jacket pocket, she discovered a hard object, curiosity prompting her to pull it out. It was a piece of candy. Candy? Did I bring this for mealtime? Claire found herself momentarily disoriented. Yes, during a recent meal. She had taken some candy from the table. She longed to indulge, yet, gazing into the eager eyes of the little girl across from her, Claire suppressed her own desires. Would you like some candy? Asked Fran, scratching her head before reaching out to accept the sweet treat. Thank you. The candy had rolled around in Claire's pocket for a while, and now the wrapper was crumpled. Fran, unable to contain her excitement, tore open the wrapper at once and popped the candy into her mouth. The rich flavor of milk filled her senses. She adored it. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? She inquired, her cheeks visibly swelling as she spoke. The adorable little girl, at this moment, was hardly recognizable. A bad person? Why do I feel so dizzy? She murmured, her words slurring as if her mouth were full. Just as she finished speaking, the small boat rocked, and she tumbled headfirst into the water below. It was already autumn, and the waters of the Black Lake were icy cold. The sudden visual shock awakened Claire's latent magical powers, which surged forth, breaking the shackles of her magic. Candy. Damn it. This robe is secondhand and newly purchased. I didn't put anything in it. The candy belonged to someone else. Those brothers. Help. Without hesitation, Claire leapt into the Black Lake in pursuit. Chapter 10. The Water Monster of the Black Lake. Fran appeared to be completely inept in the water. Her limbs flailed wildly as her body sank rapidly toward the lake's depths. Claire attempted to rescue her, but was thwarted, unable to get close. The 2 girls struggled in the water, resembling combatants in a chaotic fight. Eventually, Fran ceased her movements. Bubbles escaped from her lips as she slowly stopped struggling. Seizing the opportunity, Claire grasped Fran's hand and pulled her into her embrace. Kicking her legs vigorously, she swam toward the surface. The water was too deep. Fran had exhaled all the oxygen in her lungs, her eyes now tightly shut, and her complexion turning a shade of purple. She needed air. In a moment of urgency, Claire acted without thinking. In an instant, Fran's tightly closed eyes snapped open, wide as glass marbles, a flush rising in her cheeks. The black lake was deep, and visibility underwater was poor. Looking up, only a faint glimmer of light remained. Claire felt the pressure building within her chest. She had merely learned to dog paddle while bathing by the river, utterly ignorant of how to save someone. She was uncertain if she could bring Miss Lambert to the surface. Silently, she prayed. If only one of them could survive, she hoped it would be Miss Lambert. She had consumed the candy she had offered, leading to this perilous situation. It was all my fault. I must ensure Miss Lambert does not come to harm. Claire thought resolutely. Just a bit more effort. Just a few more strokes. Claire's chest was constricted by the lake's depths, her breath nearly spent. She had taken a deep breath before entering the water, which should have allowed her to reach the surface. Yet, she had given her air to Fran. With a steely resolve, Claire forcefully pushed Fran toward the surface, but she herself lacked the strength to rise. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I hope Miss Lambert can be saved. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of loss, overwhelmed with guilt. The water of the Black Lake was frigid. Yet after a time, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her. She felt as if she were cradled back in her mother's womb. Claire stared at the faint glimmer of light above. It grew dimmer. She thought she saw a large hand reaching down, pulling Fran up. Relief washed over her. She noticed the aquatic plants of the Black Lake undulating in the water. She saw a pair of crimson-black eyes, glowing as they rushed toward her. Could it be? The legendary monster of the Black Lake. She recalled Professor McGonagall's words. The Black Lake harbored a multitude of magical creatures, fierce and terrifying, teeming with magic. Among them, the most fearsome was undoubtedly the Black Lake monster. Throughout the millennia of school history, many young wizards had been swallowed whole by this beast. Stay away from the Black Lake. Remember. A massive, dark, elongated tentacle swiftly coiled around her body, pulling her into a powerful current. My life is forfeit, Claire thought. The tentacle was incredibly thick, and Claire felt the agony of her previously healed ribs flare up once more. Each enormous suction cup was larger than her face. The exposed skin of her arms was bruised and battered by the monstrous suckers. Claire racked her brain, unable to conjure any spells that might aid her escape. She raised her wand and cast a silent incantation, but the spell was feeble, having no effect on the creature. Bound by the tentacle, Claire was propelled swiftly underwater. In the next moment, she was hurled out of the Black Lake. Before her lay Hogwarts castle, and behind her, the Black Lake. Claire lay dazed on the grassy bank. The scent of fresh grass mingled with moist earth. The starry sky appeared particularly profound, with the stone castle standing solitary between heaven and earth, surrounded by lush green meadows. Feeling the earth's gravity anew, she struggled to rise. Coughing and gasping, her ribs ached with each breath, forcing her to steady herself. After a moment, she managed to get up and turned her head. Hagrid's boat crew was swiftly approaching. Soaked to the bone, Claire's second-hand robe was muddied, and her hair clung in wet strands to her head. The chill of early autumn night made her shiver uncontrollably. She was in desperate need of magic. Empty-handed. Her wand had vanished at some point, but that would not deter her. Clearing her throat, she focused. The wand flew to her, grateful to Professor Flitwick. She felt the connection with her wand, like a fine wire being swiftly reeled in. With a snap, Claire caught her wand as it soared from the Black Lake. Quickly casting her spells, warming, drying, and cleansing, glowing with vitality, she returned to her former self. Once again, she expressed her gratitude for Professor Flitwick's spellcasting lessons and for the monster of the Black Lake saving her life. The boat soon reached the shore, where Hagrid cradled the shivering Fran. The little girl lay in the half-giant's embrace like a newborn bunny. The toxic candy had lost its potency. The swelling on her face had completely vanished, as if it were all a dream. The first years chattered excitedly, recounting the recent events. I saw it. It was that person who gave Lambert a piece of poison candy. Why would he do that? No grudges or enmity. Who knows? Lambert is so pretty. How could he resist? Does anyone know him? He was in the same compartment as the Weasley brothers. He must be one of them. A pureblood trader's family? Could it be because Lambert hails from an esteemed pureblood family in France? Claire hurried over, eager to apologize to Fran. Yet, Fran flinched slightly, causing Claire to feel both sad and dejected. Warming, drying, and cleansing, glowing with vitality, she restored herself to her original state. A series of spells left those around her momentarily stunned, and the clamor subsided abruptly. A genius. Lambert could hardly contend with her. From a distance, someone sighed in lament. I'm so sorry, Miss Lambert. I had no idea that piece of candy was problematic, Claire apologized. Françoise kept her head bowed, nestled in Hagrid's embrace, avoiding Claire's gaze. Miss Lambert, how are you feeling? Do you need to visit the medical wing? Hagrid inquired in his gravelly voice. The booming sound reverberated in her ears, causing Françoise to flinch, retreating further into the giant's palm. After a moment, a voice as faint as a mosquito emerged from Hagrid's hold. Please, let me down. I'm fine. Hagrid gently set the girl on the ground, and Claire hurried to assist her. Françoise ignored Claire's hand, darting away to a distant corner the moment her feet touched the floor. All right, Hagrid shouted to the students. We've taken up a little time, but it's no matter. Your professors and upperclassmen are waiting for you in the Great Hall. First years, follow me. Claire walked on the opposite side, occasionally wiping her mouth with her sleeve. This scene was unwittingly witnessed by a nearby girl, whose face was flushed crimson. It turned out Françoise did not look up because she was blushing with embarrassment. If Claire had known, she would have remarked that it was merely a matter of pride, that they were all girls and should let it go in such urgent moments. But at that moment, Françoise was unaware that the one provoking her indignation was a girl. A boy from the Weasley family clad in second-hand robes with red hair. A scruffy little boy from the Weasley family. How dare he look down on me? Françoise fumed inwardly, tears streaming down her face. The Hogwarts castle was vast. Hagrid strode forward, knocking on the door with a thud. Thank you for your efforts, Hagrid. A trivial matter, Professor McGonagall. Chapter 11, The Sorting. As they traversed the castle corridors and ascended the stairs, Claire found herself among the first years, ushered to the entrance of the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall greeted, clad in a flowing black robe of soft, luxurious fabric, enhancing her dignified presence. Now, she interjected, halting the chatter among the newcomers. Your upperclassmen are already awaiting you in the Great Hall. I look forward to your performances, she announced, clapping her hands. First years, now follow me into the Great Hall. The imposing doors, which seemed heavy, swung open effortlessly, revealing a great hall transformed from what Claire had seen during the holiday. The starry ceiling twinkled with real stars, occasionally veiled by wisps of clouds, and candles floated in midair, their flames swaying gently. Gone was the round table. Instead, four extraordinarily long wooden tables stood aligned, seemingly enchanted. No doubt, magic had been employed to enlarge the space, Claire mused with certainty. When your name is called, please come here, Professor McGonagall instructed, gesturing to the chair beside her. Upon it rested a dusty old sorting hat that appeared to have not been cleaned in over a century. Suddenly, the hat sprang to life, its singing voice startling Claire. It was utterly dreadful. Claire struggled to refrain from covering her ears in distress. Moby and Cotty. A little wizard squeezed through the crowd, waddling forward, drawing laughter from the first years. Hufflepuff, Carlos Bylanian, Slytherin, Françoise Lambert. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, where an adult-looking upperclassman sat at the head, occasionally exchanging words with those beside him. It seemed he held substantial esteem among Gryffindors. Was this Miss Lambert's brother? A fleeting thought crossed Claire's mind. The sorting hat muttered for a while before finally bellowing, Gryffindor. The cheers grew even more fervent. Françoise beamed as she rushed to sit beside her brother, Claire Weasley. A hush fell over the hall, all eyes turning towards the Weasley brothers at the Gryffindor table. The three long tables buzzed with whispers, while Slytherin observed disdainfully. Hey, Fred, George, is that your little brother? A boy with black curls and a white shirt under his wizard's robe inquired. A girl beside him shot him a glare. Are you blind? That's a girl. You can tell that. I thought Charlie's little sister was named Ginny. Yes, but George. Dad, I'm telling Mom. Percy's eyes widened, and the three brothers stood dumbfounded. It was no wonder the Weasley brothers doubted their father. After all, Claire sported bright red hair and wore tattered second-hand robes. Anyone in the wizarding world would assume she was a Weasley child. Brother, she has the Weasley surname. Claire had no time to dwell on this. Her heart fluttered as she feigned calmness while stepping up to the chair. The sorting hat murmured in her ear. A brave child of the Thunderbird lineage. Gryffindor would suit you well. Oh wait, so much knowledge crammed into your little head. Let me see. The method for making a smart hat? You wish to secretly dismantle the sorting hat for research. The sorting hat's voice rose sharply, loud enough for the entire hall to hear. Professor Flitwick, seated at the faculty table, covered his mouth, laughing heartily. What a dreadful little imp. In light of knowledge, Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables erupted in applause. For your bravery, a Gryffindor student shouted. The murmurs from the crowd were rife with disbelief. What a sight to behold, a Weasley in Ravenclaw. The Weasley lineage of courage and wisdom finally sees wisdom prevail. Indeed, the Weasley family finally got their brains. Ha ha ha. Is the sorting hat malfunctioning? The Weasley family has never produced a Ravenclaw. Once the sorting hat was placed down, Claire looked up to see Professor McGonagall wearing a regretful expression. Go on, Claire. She encouraged, and under McGonagall's watchful gaze, Claire briskly walked towards the Ravenclaw table. When Claire's name was called, it was nearly at the end. And before she could collect her thoughts, dinner appeared on the table. Now that she was in Ravenclaw, she was one of them. Claire thought to herself, Penelope Clearwater, hello? The upperclassman beside her remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hello, upperclassman, I'm Claire Weasley, the little daughter of the Weasley family. I presume you're not the Weasley you think you are, upperclassman. What? Is there another Weasley family in the magical world? Yes, upperclassman. I'm from the Muggle side of the Weasleys. Perhaps, centuries ago, you were all one family. Penelope propped her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming as she regarded Claire, making her feel somewhat overwhelmed. Claire awkwardly smiled at Penelope, hastily burying her head in her food. The Ravenclaw common room was located in a tall tower. The first years followed two tall upperclassmen, ascending the staircase step by step. The girl beside Claire possessed a cool demeanor, her movements graceful and elegant. The Ravenclaw house emblem is the eagle of foresight. The eagle always stands tall. The girl's voice was icy. Only by standing high can one see further. We are all ardent lovers of knowledge, standing upon the shoulders of our predecessors, wielding a wealth of understanding. Unlike other houses, Ravenclaw embraces all who cherish wisdom. Thus, any student capable of responding to the riddle posed by the bronze knocker may gain entry into Ravenclaw. As these words were spoken, they arrived at the common room. From where does a person's knowledge originate? Inquired the languid knocker, shaped like an eagle. The head girl pondered for barely a moment. It is derived from the mind. She concluded wisely. The door creaked open. This time I shall provide the answer. Next time, you must contemplate the solution yourselves. I trust those of you who are destined for Ravenclaw can respond to the knocker's query. Claire considered how she might answer if it were her turn. Perhaps she would say, from the present, for the present transforms into the past into history, and history constitutes knowledge. Inside Ravenclaw's common room, books lined the walls. It was far more spacious than those of the other houses, with shelves that formed a veritable library, curated by generations of students before them. Every tome here is open for your study. The boys reside on the right, while the girls inhabit the left. Two students share a room, and by placing their hands upon the doorplate, they can choose their quarters. Your class schedules will be delivered to your dormitories shortly. For now, you may return to your rooms and rest. This year, Ravenclaw has few first-year students. With pairs assigned to rooms, Claire found herself fortunate enough to be allocated a single. She placed her hand upon the doorplate, as if inscribing her name with a laser pen. The bronze plaque read, Claire Weasley. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld a grand bed, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom. The entire chamber was adorned in shades of blue with white accents, reminiscent of a clear sky with fluffy clouds. Eagles ought to soar through the air. After securing her newly acquired schedule and perusing the classes for the morrow, Claire contentedly succumbed to slumber. At this moment, darkness had yet to unveil its presence, and the future appeared resplendent with promise. Chapter 12. Lambert's betrothed in the morning light. The tower basked in sunlight streaming through the arched glass windows, casting a warm glow at the foot of the bed, half in sunshine, half in coolness, rendering the room pleasantly temperate. Claire had not indulged in such a lifestyle for quite some time. Although the infirmary was warm, it lacked the privacy she found in this dormitory, which felt truly homely. Stretching languidly, Claire rose and prepared for the day's classes: charms, transfiguration, and history of magic. She gathered her books and ventured forth. The older students tended to be solitary. The head girl was engrossed in a book on the couch in the common room. Miss Weasley, have you gathered all the necessary texts? Claire nodded, patting her pocket. Have all the first years arrived? The head girl stood, surveying the room. Since this is your inaugural class and you are unfamiliar with the castle, in order to prevent Ravenclaw from losing points for tardiness, I shall guide you today. This is a one-time offer, so stay close. Hogwarts is a castle brimming with enchantment, adorned with portraits that move and converse. They clustered in groups, pointing at the new Ravenclaws. Along the way, they passed numerous landmarks, including the Gryffindor common room, which Claire eyed with longing, thinking she must sneak in someday to glimpse the house she had long admired. Ravenclaw exuded a sense of security, devoid of intricate social dynamics, where everyone maintained an appropriate social distance, remaining polite, friendly, yet not aloof. Claire mused that she truly belonged in Ravenclaw. Just as she was contemplating this, the Ravenclaw group unexpectedly collided with Lambert from Gryffindor. Claire spotted him immediately. Surely, this fellow was here to confront her about the sweets she had given to Miss Lambert, which had led to her mishap in the Black Lake. Hastily, Claire raised her sleeve to shield her face, muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." A futile attempt at evasion. However, this only drew the attention of her peers, who stepped back, creating a vacuum around her, further emphasizing her predicament. Ravenclaw head girl, might I have a word with Miss Weasley? Rest assured, I will escort this child to class shortly, the Gryffindor boy stated, fixing his gaze on Claire. Very well, Rissman, the Ravenclaw head girl acquiesced. Claire, perplexed, wondered why he bore a different surname. Was he a cousin? With no way to escape, Claire adjusted her sleeves and squeezed through the parted crowd. Once they were aside, Claire was the first to speak. "Hello, upperclassmen. May I ask what brings you to me?" she inquired, feigning composure. "I believe you are aware of my purpose here." If you are here regarding Miss Lambert, I have already sincerely apologized yesterday. Rissman seized Claire's shirt with an iron grip, lifting her effortlessly. You little brat, Claire's mind raced. I think you must be mistaken. I am not. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Francoise Lambert's betrothed. Claire's eyes widened in disbelief, her explanation twisting unexpectedly. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? What the devil? He is her fiancé. But Francoise is only 11. Claire blurted out, you old man, shameless. Rissman's forehead pulsed with veins, and he forcefully pinned Claire against the wall. Silencing charm. With a nonverbal spell, his powerful magic rendered Claire speechless. Claire rolled her eyes, unable to counter with the mute spell she had yet to master. Listen here, you wretched little boy. Keep your distance from my fiancé. Don't think I'm oblivious to what boys your age are thinking. You bullied Francoise and stole her first kiss. I will settle the score with you. Claire internally screamed. I am a girl. Struggling against Rissman's grip with one hand while the other flailed, she found him consumed by rage, indifferent to her gestures. As Rissman loosened his hold, Claire stumbled to the ground. He swiftly seized her collar, dragging her along as he strode towards the charms classroom. Claire could only tiptoe, stumbling to keep up. Don't worry, I promised Lawa I would deliver you to the charms classroom unscathed. I came merely to forewarn you. You're in deep trouble, kid. Before pushing Claire into the classroom, Rissman kindly cast the silencing charm and the glamour charm. Upon opening the door, he thrust Claire inside. Professor Flitwick was already present. Claire glanced back, but the door slammed shut behind her with a resounding thud, nearly flattening her face. Oh, Claire, I've been looking for you. Please take your seat. Class is about to begin. With no choice but to wait for another opportunity to explain, Claire rubbed her sore nose and maneuvered around Hufflepuff, finding an empty seat amidst the Ravenclaw crowd. The lesson was straightforward, precisely as Hagrid had described. The first session was dedicated to the teaching of the levitation charm. A sparse murmur of incantations filled the air, prompting Claire to extract her wand. Seizing the opportunity during the lesson, Claire yearned to experiment with something novel. Although her right hand clutched the wand, she discreetly cast spells with her left. Theoretically, by mastering the output of magical energy and utilizing the least amount necessary, one could successfully cast spells. Wingardium Leviosa, she pretended to mutter, all the while reciting the ancient incantation in her mind. Wingardium Levi Corpus. Gradually, she gathered pure magical energy in her left hand, channeling it through her fingertips, causing a feather to soar upward, fluttering about the classroom. It appeared that her magical output was excessive. Oh, look, Miss Weasley has successfully cast her spell. Ravenclaw gains 2 points for Miss Weasley's excellence. Professor Flitwick's excited exclamation resonated from the podium, drawing the gaze of the entire classroom towards Claire. Struggling to control her magic, the feather accelerated even more. With a resounding thud, the feather embedded itself deep into the podium, plunging the classroom into silence. After a moment, applause erupted around her. Is that the levitation charm? Weasley, teach me. I want to learn. How cool. The class soon concluded, and Claire squeezed her way out of the crowd with a sense of relief. Perhaps next time, she would conduct her experiments in secret. After a few more attempts, she would be utterly overwhelmed. The morning's classes swiftly came to an end. Exiting Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom, Claire intended to find Rissman to clarify matters. However, overhearing her classmates mention that Gryffindor's 7th years had consecutive potions classes with Professor Snape, Claire decisively retreated. It would be better to visit the library first to search for the summoning charm and learn about Thunderbirds, and then explain to him after dinner. Library. Oh, beloved library, she mused as she jogged off. Chapter 13, For Weasley's Honesty. In the morning, the furious head boy Rissman issued a challenge. To prevent accusations of bullying the younger students, he specifically summoned all Gryffindor first years, excluding Flander, for a meeting. Weasley has bullied our Gryffindor members. Can we tolerate this? No. The brave first-year Gryffindors charged forth, fervently determined to target Ravenclaw's Weasley. After the afternoon classes concluded, a few rascals emerged. As Claire clutched her books en route to the library, she found the history of magic utterly captivating. She had slept soundly during that class, with only a vague recollection of Professor Binns assigning a 3-foot-long essay. Pouting, Claire thought to herself that explanations could wait. Completing her assignments in the library was the priority. With all afternoon classes over, students either rushed outside to play or returned to their dormitories, leaving the corridors silent save for Claire. Suddenly, her legs froze in place. A beam of red light struck Claire, causing her to stumble. Perhaps the spell was too weak. It merely rendered her legs somewhat numb. Cradling her books in her left arm, she wielded her wand with her right. Protego. Who goes there? Weasley. You wicked dark wizard. 2 young wizards emerged, bearing expressions of righteous indignation, their pristine robes adorned with Gryffindor's emblem. One had short, curly black hair adorned with a red and gold scarf, while the other sported blonde hair, sans scarf, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. Claire stared at them in disbelief. "Excuse me, are you both unwell?" She sincerely inquired of the two Gryffindors. The young wizard opposite her, seething with anger, immediately cast another spell. "You vile creature," he shouted, brandishing his wand. With a flick of her wand, Claire conjured another shield. An invisible barrier materialized before her, its subtle ripples detectable upon closer scrutiny. The red spell dissipated upon contact with the shield. How could the academically disinclined Gryffindor first years possibly contend with the knowledgeable Ravenclaw? Claire waved her wand, swiftly casting 3 spells. Reducio. The books transformed into miniature versions, floating into her pocket under her command. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. In the time it took to cast those 2 spells, Claire had confidently approached the 2 young wizards. Gripping the collar of the curly-haired boy, she demanded, "Are you seeking death?" A wicked dark wizard? The Dark Lord." Even after being subdued, the 2 young wizards continued to unleash a torrent of insults. Resorting to verbal attacks when they couldn't win, Claire rolled her eyes dramatically. "Yes, indeed. I am the Dark Lord. From now on, keep your distance. If you cross my path again, you'll be unrecognizable." Suddenly reminded of the warning from the male student president that morning, she realized she hadn't had the chance to explain herself. Seriously? This is it? Claire was utterly speechless. They were supposed to be the older students, yet they acted more immature than a first year. She rolled her eyes once more, shoved the boy with curly black hair, and hurled his wand far away. "I am a girl, a female," casting the Tarantaligra spell on the 2 of them. Claire turned and fled. "Dance, you pesky Gryffindors." Thus, the first day of school concluded. Claire lay back on the large bed in her dormitory, hands folded peacefully over her chest, and gently closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Claire believed that her retaliatory actions had come to an end. However, unbeknownst to her, this was merely the beginning. From the following day onward, Claire began to hear whispers directed at her, with some first-year students furtively referring to her as the Dark Lord. Each class break, Gryffindors would approach her to declare war. Sometimes, Claire would find herself ensnared, as she did now, struck by the Tarantaligra spell while navigating the moving staircases. She lost her footing and tumbled down the stairs. Once again, her chest was jolted, and her ribs ached even more. Upon landing on the lowest step, she lay on the ground, her legs still performing an involuntary dance. It was both comical and embarrassing. Heaven knows, Claire couldn't dance at all. Perhaps this was a peculiar method of learning to dance. Gritting her teeth, Claire shouted, "Finite incantatem." Rising to her feet, she encased herself in protective armor and launched herself forward. The battle commenced. Gryffindors surged forth, but they were no match for Claire. She enveloped her fists with magical energy, finding satisfaction in the physicality of combat. A group of first years, lacking both physical prowess and knowledge, could only wave their wands, casting ineffective spells. How could they possibly contend with Claire Weasley, a seasoned combatant from the Muggle world? In no time, the ground was filled with groans of defeat. Upon hearing the commotion, Rissman hurried over. Undoubtedly, Ravenclaw had been unjustly penalized 10 points by the malevolent Gryffindor head boy. Finally encountering Rissman, Claire could no longer contain herself. She leaped high and landed a punch squarely on Rissman's nose, causing him to clutch his face, tears streaming from his eyes. "Head boy Rissman, are you blind? Did you waltz in through the back door to become head boy? I am a girl, a female, no mistake about it. Did I steal your first kiss? Huh, absurd. That was merely a misunderstanding. If it weren't for the misunderstanding, Miss Lambert would have drowned back then. Indeed, the candy was my doing, leading to her unfortunate plunge into the lake, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. If you feel unsatisfied, you are most welcome to deliver a good thrashing. I assure you, I shall not retaliate. However, I must inform you that it was that candy which was stealthily placed into my pocket by none other than your Gryffindor house. Furthermore, a confundus charm was cast upon it." Claire appeared utterly disheveled, her robe speckled with the dust from her recent tumble down the stairs. Mr. Filch would surely be delighted. As the staircase had been thoroughly cleaned by Claire's own version of a broom, Rissman found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Claire's rapid-fire words. A girl? No. With her short, unruly red hair, pallid complexion, rough skin, and clad in a somewhat pilled men's white shirt, her robe appeared dingy after her roll on the ground. Who could possibly mistake her for a girl? Rissman internally lamented. His face shifted from green to white, then flushed crimson. After a prolonged silence, Gryffindor's courage prevailed. "I apologize, I was mistaken," he conceded. Ravenclaw gains 20 points for Weasley's honesty. Claire could no longer contain herself. Honesty, indeed. She delivered a sharp kick to Rissman, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. With that, she turned and walked away. Her ribs began to throb again, as her fall had left her posterior sore and her tailbone aching. Rissman shouted from behind, "Who put that candy in your pocket?" "The Weasley twins from Gryffindor." With the answer revealed, Rissman crawled away, his face a deep shade of green. Do I hold a grudge against that surname? He pondered. Francoise, emboldened by the courage buff bestowed by Gryffindor, appeared before Claire several days later, accompanied by a few fellow Gryffindors. Miss Weasley, I sincerely apologize. She led the group in a bow of contrition, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Reisman told me he troubled you. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Francoise glared at the first-year Gryffindors behind her. Speak up. We're sorry. They bellowed in the Great Hall. It's all right. No, I should be the one apologizing. I dragged you into this. Claire shook her head. You didn't mean to give me that dreadful candy, and besides, you saved me. I always thought you were a boy, so I hesitated to thank you after that kiss. Francoise thrust a gift into Claire's arms, a spellbook Claire had been searching for tirelessly. Claire had to admit that she was somewhat superficial, although she had been furious. A simple gesture of kindness soothed her anger. A few Gryffindors were sent back. Francoise leaned in close to Claire's ear, recounting how the Weasley brothers were chastised by their elder brother. Wherever they went, Percy Weasley's wrath echoed. Due to the grandiose apologies in the Great Hall and the news from Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall finally pieced together the events of this one-versus-many confrontation. Upon learning the details, she unflinchingly deducted 100 points from Gryffindor. In the hospital wing, Fred lay idly awaiting Madame Pomfrey's treatment after being struck on the head by a bludger. His brother George had gone to fetch him dinner. Fetch some essence of Murtlap, will you, Seamus? Claire is severely malnourished. I have no idea what she has been up to lately, but her ribs keep fracturing. They haven't even healed properly. Another break. That girl is as stubborn as a Gryffindor. She refuses to tell me what is going on. If I hadn't discovered it during her checkup, she would still be putting on a brave front. Weasley? Foolish trollop. I will keep an eye on her. Pomfrey. Is that Madame Pomfrey and the Slytherin head bat? Claire Weasley. Fred committed the name to memory. Chapter 14. The Search Spell. First-year classes were packed to the brim. Claire finally mustered the courage to approach Professor Flitwick. Professor, I discovered in the library that there are some spells for locating people in the magical world. Could you teach me one? Little Claire? Professor Flitwick blinked. May I inquire whom you wish to find? My father, Professor. He has been missing for 5 years, and I wish to know if he is still alive. Very well. Miss Claire, I see no reason to refuse. Professor Flitwick gestured for Claire to follow him. You've read the relevant books and should have some understanding of them. Currently, there are 24 known locating spells. Excluding dark magic and overly complex ones, only 3 remain: blood relation, commonly used items, and blood tracing. Let us first conduct a simple assessment. Professor Flitwick drew his wand. Blood relation tracking. A wisp of white smoke billowed from the tip of Professor Flitwick's wand. A surge of potent magic coursed into Claire's body, splitting into 4 strands that pointed in 2 directions. 3 strands directed southeast, while 1 pointed north. Good news. You still have 4 living blood relatives. Locating them one by one would be rather time-consuming, Professor Flitwick mused. Now we can consider the second method, little Claire. Do you have any of your father's commonly used items? Yes, the shirt I'm wearing belonged to my father. Professor Flitwick gazed at Claire's shirt in astonishment. Oh, a perfect transfiguration. 10 points for Ravenclaw. I'm so glad you came to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick praised candidly. However, little Claire, it's best if this item is one you have never used. Though this shirt once belonged to your father, it now belongs to you, Professor Flitwick clarified. I have another item. Professor, I remember there's my father's ring in my dormitory. Professor Flitwick nodded. Locating someone through an object requires advanced magical writing and alchemical skills. We will need Headmaster Dumbledore's assistance. With a flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick conjured a large clock in the air. You have 2 classes left. Bring your father's item and await me at the headmaster's office after your afternoon classes. For the remainder of the time, Claire could hardly focus on her lessons. She fervently wished to fast-forward time. In Transfiguration class, with a simple wave of her wand and an incantation, she transformed a feather into a silver sword in mere seconds. 2 points for Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall exclaimed. Although she noticed Claire's lack of attention, the lesson concluded, and a brief respite for the first years was permissible. In Potions class, Claire prepared a perfect Scabbers potion, flawlessly brewed and bottled. With her mind elsewhere, Claire's efficiency soared. 1 point for Ravenclaw, Professor Snape remarked, his expression impassive as he observed Claire. Perhaps some of you possess a modicum of talent, progressing slightly faster than the rest. However, waste this talent, and you will be promptly expelled from my classroom. Claire felt a chill run down her spine, instantly sobering her thoughts. She kept her head down, too afraid to look up. Professor Snape was truly terrifying, Claire thought. Finally, the afternoon arrived. Claire, clutching young Mr. Weasley's ring, arrived at the headmaster's office. Tea, pumpkin juice, or corn juice? Headmaster Dumbledore asked, tapping the table twice. And cups materialized before him. Corn juice, thank you, headmaster. Would you like sugar? A moment later, Claire clasped her hands around the cup. The coffee spoon gently tapped against the vessel, causing the corn juice within to swirl and exude steaming vapors. Claire politely lifted the cup to her lips, taking a sip that contorted her brow and nose in a grimace of sweetness. Ha ha ha, relax, Miss Weasley. Your headmaster has informed me of your predicament. Merely crafting a simple alchemical item. Headmaster Dumbledore, I truly appreciate it. Claire quickly set down her cup. All right, Miss Weasley, save your gratitude for later. Dumbledore did not utter an incantation. Instead, he wielded an unusual elongated wand, giving it a gentle wave that sent the ring soaring into the air. Vast magical energy was compressed into a slender thread, etching intricate patterns onto the ring, delicately sculpted. It was astonishing to conceive that such a diminutive object could inscribe such convoluted magical circuitry. Seizing the moment, Professor Flitwick once again employed the charm of kinship. The white tendril of magic seemed irresistibly drawn, drifting into the ring, guided by Dumbledore's magic, subsequently woven into a thread and inscribed within a magical array. The ring descended from the air, caught by Claire's magic. Oh, a non-verbal levitation spell. I believe I ought to award Ravenclaw some points, Dumbledore remarked. In fact, Headmaster, I merely enveloped the ring with my magic. Headmaster, can the magical inscriptions on this ring locate another person if inscribed on their belongings? Dumbledore's gaze momentarily deepened. Few first-year students could achieve this. I believe a point is well-deserved for Ravenclaw. He winked at Claire. Ordinary items cannot suffice. The charm of kinship must be applied at the appropriate moment, just as your headmaster did with the kinship tracking spell. Timing in casting is of utmost importance. Alchemy is a fascinating branch of magic, as many objects in the magical realm are alchemical creations, such as enchanted brooms and magical clocks. Alchemical items are closely intertwined with our daily lives. If you are interested, I can introduce you to an old friend of mine who possesses great expertise in alchemy. I believe he would be delighted to have a young apprentice. Now, back to the point, Miss Weasley. This ring has been fashioned into an alchemical item. Once infused with magic, it will indicate the direction of your father. How about this Christmas? Let your headmaster take you, Dumbledore said kindly. To the alchemy master. We shall go during the holidays. It would be inhumane to send a first-year child alone to a foreign place to seek out their father. Is it truly possible? Claire exclaimed with excitement. Of course. However, Christmas is still some time away, and I hope you can focus on your studies and refrain from allowing your mind to wander. All right, thank you, Headmaster. Upon returning to the dormitory, Claire took out the ring and examined it closely. The magical inscriptions were exquisitely carved and pure white. Translucent magic flowed slowly within. As Claire infused her magic into it, a tendril of white energy emerged, pointing northward. The white magic resembled a wisp of smoke, evoking thoughts akin to a delicate thread of cotton weaving through Claire's mind. Father, I miss you so much. Why don't you come back to find me? In that moment, Claire felt a surge of emotion, nearly overwhelmed with tears. She had once yearned for her father to appear before her. She envisioned him carrying her from street to street, proclaiming to all that she had a father. Then, she would give some money to Jenny's family, telling Uncle Rafe and Luca that she was not a parasite, nor a beggar. She imagined her father driving away the bullies who tormented her, avenging her grievances. For years, she had believed her father was gone. Yet he was alive. Why did he not seek her out? Did he no longer want her? Claire pondered. Chapter 15, The Bird in Flight. The Quidditch Pitch. The sky was an azure expanse. Wisps of white clouds hung solitary in the lofty firmament, and beneath the sun's luminous rays, the lush grass flourished, with the distant lake shimmering like a jewel. The previous night had seen a torrential downpour, rendering the castle's outer walls gleaming and pristine, as if newly constructed. Today was a splendid day for flying lessons. Shared by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, Claire longed to become a bird soaring in the sky, eagerly anticipating the weekly flying class. After breakfast, she hurried to the lawn, waiting in anticipation. The instructor for the flying class was Professor Hooch, who, akin to a physical education teacher in the Muggle world, advocated for a hands-off teaching approach. After the first lesson, no further hands-on guidance was offered. Everyone, come forward to collect a broom and familiarize yourself with it. I shall demonstrate once more. The remaining time is for free practice. Listen closely, children. Do not ascend more than 1 meter off the ground. Professor Hooch perched upon her broom, clad in riding attire, her wizarding robes fluttering in the breeze, exuding an air of authority. This broom is from the Silver Arrow series, older than my grandfather. Françoise was quite familiar with the broom. The Gryffindor students in her year expressed sincere apologies to Claire, often crowding around her, which made her hesitant to dine in the great hall. Françoise, like a limp noodle, draped herself over Claire, resting her chin on Claire's shoulder, softly grumbling. Is the school truly this impoverished? Even the brooms aren't replaced. Perhaps my grandfather flew on this very broom during his flying lessons. Oh, hello there, broom grandpa. Françoise teased, lifting the broom in jest. Gazing at the worn broom in her hands, Claire fell into contemplation, unable to discern even Francoise's chime-like voice nearby. The broom was tattered, unmistakably an antiquated design. It had been well maintained, still capable of flight after all these years. How many years ago had this broom been wielded by parents and grandparents of the magical realm, soaring through the sky like birds? Once Professor Hooch completed her demonstration, Claire eagerly took her turn. "Old-timer, I dare you to respond when I call your name." The antiquated broom exhibited a slight delay in its response. As it sensed Claire's magical pull, it rolled on the ground before lazily lifting into the air. The surrounding students gasped in awe, Claire standing out remarkably. First-year students gawked at her as if she had sprouted flowers on her face. "No way, is this even possible? That's the light of Weasley. Flying Star Uncle. I call upon you, answer me." A Gryffindor student attempted, yet the broom showed no response. "Stop trying, mate, you lack the talent. You merely misdirected your magic," Claire remarked as she mounted her broom, pulling Francoise along, drifting away from the crowd. While riding the broom, Claire could distinctly feel the flow of magic within it. Such exquisite alchemy. By simply infusing magic into the appropriate circuits, she could effortlessly command the broom. Up was merely a verbal switch. Yet bypassing that command and channeling magic allowed the mechanism to function. Claire even sensed that she could provide additional magic to gain complete control over the broom, elevating its speed significantly. Although the broom was unseemly, it still offered a mode of flight. Perhaps she could discreetly dismantle it for inspection. After all, her finances were quite limited. It would be more prudent to create her own rather than purchase one. "Hey, Francois, creating homemade flying alchemical items doesn't violate any laws, does it?" Francois gazed at Claire with a look of incredulity. "I can only say that you are dreaming. Do you know how many magical rune circuits are within that?" Claire glanced at the broom, feeling the flow of magic within it. She could see it and sense it. Claire was confident that she could replicate the exact magical runes. For some unknown reason, she possessed this confidence. "If you can manage to make it fly, I shall write you a semester's worth of history of magic homework. It's a deal. The one who breaks the promise is a puppy," Claire declared, her eyes wide with determination. She resolved to begin by gathering materials. That very night, she stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had mentioned that near the edge of the Forbidden Forest close to Hogwarts dwelled a herd of unicorns. They, alongside the Centaur tribe, guarded the borders of the forest, preventing dark creatures from breaching the castle's sanctity. Etching magical runes directly onto objects was quite a challenge for Claire at this stage, so she required a medium capable of retaining magical energy. Evening primrose sap. This rare plant only flourished in the unicorn's habitat and could only be seen under the moonlight. It served as sustenance for the unicorns, and only girls with pure souls could venture deep into the unicorn herd to gather it. Coincidentally, the Forbidden Forest was home to these unicorns. Under the moon's glow, the forest appeared even more profound. The bright moonlight illuminated the deep blue sky, but could not penetrate the canopy, casting a soft glow throughout the woods. The edges of the forest were marked by Hagrid's enormous footprints, and earlier that afternoon, Claire had inquired about the location of the evening primrose. Hagrid had just been driven away by the unicorn herd, hence the long string of gigantic shoe prints served as a guiding marker. The unicorns resided beside a small stream where the trees were not too dense, allowing moonlight to cascade down, accentuating the pure white coats of the unicorns, which radiated a silvery glow. The unicorn herd showed no particular reaction to Claire's arrival, except for a young unicorn that regarded her with curiosity, as if questioning why Claire was not a unicorn herself. "Hello, little unicorn." The young unicorn's coat shimmered with a golden hue, and its horn was just beginning to sprout. Claire extended her hand, and it nuzzled her palm with its plump horn. "You are simply adorable." Claire lavished praise without reserve. The little unicorn seemed to understand, responding with a series of whinnies. The two younglings exchanged compliments. "I am here to find evening primrose. Can you guide me?" Claire asked, tilting her head. The young unicorn pranced about like a spirited foal, tugging at Claire's robe sleeve, urging her to follow. The stream babbled gently through the forest, its surface shimmering under the moonlight. The young unicorn nudged aside a grazing adult unicorn and hopped back to beckon Claire over. Claire was certain she perceived a look of exasperation on the face of the adult unicorn. "Excuse me, dear sir or madam," Claire said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she approached. "How beautiful!" She couldn't help but exclaim. The banks of the stream were adorned with silver, translucent grasses, exactly as described in her books, faintly pulsing with magical energy. Claire felt that the tangible sight was far more breathtaking. She picked up a stone, transfigured it into a box, and cast a temperature-regulating spell to maintain its coolness. With a flick of her wand, it transformed into a small knife. She harvested only the mature evening primrose, leaving the roots intact so that they might sprout anew, allowing the unicorns to continue enjoying the delectable flowers. After gathering the evening primrose and completing her task, Claire retrieved her dinner, which she had stashed in her pocket, and shared it with the little unicorn. The two quickly became good friends. The adult unicorn seemed oblivious to the camaraderie, perhaps they welcomed it? However, the young unicorn was rather impolite towards Claire's wand. It endured the pain of pulling out a few of its own tail hairs and placed them in Claire's hand, emitting urgent cries as if requesting her to replace the core of her wand with its own. Claire gently stroked its tail, carefully wrapping the unicorn hairs and inscribing a gift from the young unicorn with magic on the cloth pouch, tucking it close to her heart. After frolicking for quite some time, Claire bid farewell to the unicorn herd and made her way out of the forbidden forest. The headmaster's office window faced this very forest, so she had to be cautious while leaving. Claire, with her keen eyesight, crouched atop a tree, stealthily observing the headmaster's office and the professor's quarters for a considerable time, waiting until the windows were deserted before leaping down from the tree. Just a night stroll. How could it possibly hinder me? Claire thought with a sense of pride. Chapter 16. I am no one's sister. Weasley. Hey, Weasley, come here. Two shadowy figures lurked at the castle's entrance, beckoning Claire. She instantly recognized them as the notorious Weasley twins from Gryffindor. Typically, Claire would avoid these two brothers, but now they were blocking her path. Claire rolled her eyes and reluctantly approached. What do you want, Mr. Weasley? Hello, Miss Weasley. One of the boys scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oh, this is rather uncomfortable. Just call us Fred and George. I am Fred Weasley. And this is my brother, George. Fred stepped forward to introduce himself, while the other leaned against the wall with a grin. All right, Mr. Fred and Mr. George. Do you have something to discuss with me? Claire feigned calmness, wary that the brothers might be planning another prank. After all, they were renowned troublemakers at Hogwarts. It was best to avoid them until she had devised a strategy to deal with them. We've been trying to find you for days. We heard you were looking for your father, and we finally managed to get a photo of him from our little brother Ron, Fred said, regarding Claire with a peculiar expression. Look, is this your dad? He pointed to a figure in the photograph. It was a family portrait featuring a couple with 7 children. Although Claire was almost certain she had no connection to the Weasley family from the magical world, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. By the moonlight, she quickly scanned the photo. Unlike the mischievous young Weasley, the middle-aged man within beamed with an endearing sincerity. Not my father. Her heart sank back into place, a mix of disappointment and relief washing over her. Gentlemen, I believe you should have some confidence in your father. I am no one's sister. My father has only one daughter, Claire proclaimed proudly, the sole daughter of the Muggle Weasley family. The two brothers across from her seemed to exhale in relief. George scratched his chin and exchanged a glance with Fred. We share the same surname. Perhaps we were one family thousands of years ago. Right, brother? Absolutely. They chimed in unison. Dear sister, we apologize for the prank with the trick candies. They bowed to Claire in a comical manner. So, to express our apologies, come visit us for Christmas. The twins spoke in tandem, as if they were perfectly in sync with each other, understanding precisely what the other intended to say. Claire found it somewhat overwhelming to accept the sudden warmth from Gryffindor. Once a mere target of pranks, Claire now found herself apologizing. I'm afraid I've already made arrangements with the professor to visit my father during the Christmas holiday. With no further matters to discuss, she declared her intent to return to her dormitory. The pure-blooded Claire, however, was met with no ire from the two brothers who called out to her as she raced away. Sister, we shall prepare gifts for you this Christmas. As she traversed the corridor on the first floor, the lights suddenly illuminated, awakening numerous portraits that began to point and chatter at the siblings and Claire. Startled, Claire covered her face and hastily made her way toward the Ravenclaw common room, her frustration mounting as she pondered why Ravenclaw had to reside so high up. Meanwhile, the brothers remained on the first floor, laughing heartily, unperturbed by the portrait's potential to report them to the headmaster. Upon returning to her dormitory, Claire immediately commenced the preparation of evening primrose paste. This particular concoction was highly reliant on moonlight and freshness, and fortunately, the following day was a weekend devoid of classes. Following the book's instructions, she opened the container under the moonlight, ground the fresh evening primrose, and extracted its juice. She combined it with additional ingredients generously provided by Mocha and Flandra, heating and stirring while gradually infusing it with magic. The liquid in the cauldron took on a transparent quality, shimmering with a silver glow under the moonlight. The evening primrose paste, though a precious raw material, was effortless to brew. After concocting this batch, Claire filled all her glass bottles, with a small portion still remaining in the cauldron. The thick evening primrose paste resembled quicksilver. Eager to experiment, Claire rummaged through her borrowed magical text and selected a rune representing a shield. She placed a pebble on the table and cleared her throat. Ahem. With her wand drawn, she enveloped a small portion of the evening primrose paste in magic, drawing it in the air to outline the rune. It appeared simple, yet executing it proved challenging. The rune had to form a complete magical circuit to yield the desired effect. Claire stretched the evening primrose paste into an exceptionally fine thread, resembling a delicate silk line as it gracefully formed a single stroke. Horizontal, curve, vertical, lift, bend, hook. The moment the rune completed its formation was crucial. As the rune materialized, it began to channel magic along its circuit. At this juncture, the alchemist's precise control was imperative. In a fleeting moment, she had to imprint the rune onto the stone completely, otherwise, the magic would dissipate, thwarting her efforts. With her hands steady on the wand, Claire swiftly minimized the formed rune and branded it onto the stone. At the instant they merged, it was akin to boiling water being poured into a seething pot. Sizzle. It worked. Claire could distinctly see the magical circuit and sense the magic flowing within it. Perhaps it wasn't as daunting as she had anticipated. Yet, she realized that a single rune consumed a considerable amount of evening primrose paste. It seemed that crafting a flying broomstick would necessitate a substantial quantity of the paste. Claire understood that before she could directly shape magic into runes and truly become an alchemist, she had a long journey ahead. Suddenly, she drew her wand. Casting an attack spell, the stone erupted into a translucent shield, and Claire, caught unawares and standing too close, felt as if a wall had collided with her. She was forcefully propelled backward, landing on the carpet near the foot of her bed, thankfully avoiding any injury to her head. That hurt. Slowly rising, she rubbed her chest, acknowledging the considerable force behind the magic. Approaching the table, she noticed cracks appearing on the stone, yet the runes still seemed to pulsate with magical energy. Cautious now, Claire employed her protective armor. For pieces, shatter, crack, the stone unleashed a more formidable shield, which then exploded, disintegrating into powder. It was evident that a cover was necessary to prevent shards from causing harm. The shield and Claire's protective armor collided, sending ripples of translucent magic through the room, causing items to topple in disarray. Claire began sketching in her notes, struggling with the spelling of certain words, thus preferring to document her thoughts through illustrations. The stone proved to be an inadequate vessel. Perhaps a sturdier material would endure longer. With the remaining time, Claire refused to remain idle. She had several more stones, and after conducting experiments, she could craft Christmas gifts to share. Flandra will want a particularly lovely piece. Among a collection of small stones, she selected a white one for Flandra, resembling jade. The stone's shape and hue were aesthetically pleasing, prompting Claire to enlarge it and carve it into a budding lotus flower. The polished hole would allow it to be worn as a necklace. She repeated the previous steps, inscribing the shield rune at the heart of the lotus, which was further fortified with a strengthening spell. The rune shimmered under the moonlight. By day, it appeared as an ordinary lotus-shaped pendant, only revealing a silvery halo at night. Chapter 17. Charlie Weasley? He is truly handsome. Christmas was fast approaching. Flandra's gift had been finalized, yet there remained the reciprocation for the Weasley brothers, gifts for several professors, and the 4 relatives identified through Professor Flitwick's familial magic detection. Claire resolved to replicate her earlier process, first enlarging and carving the stone, then imprinting the shield rune within. She had ample time to meticulously craft these gifts. Regarding her wager with Flandra, Claire found herself dissatisfied with numerous ideas. A flying carpet? Too cumbersome for transport. Flying shoes? Difficult to control. What if the shoes took to the heights, leaving her to fly upside down? A flying car? That did sound appealing, offering comfort and experience. Yet she would first need to possess a car, and the materials for crafting one were rather costly. A flying bicycle? That seemed less practical than a broom. At least a broom didn't require pedaling, did it? Ultimately, Claire decided to take a step-by-step approach, beginning by dismantling the magical circuits from the flying broom, ensuring the runes could be accurately engraved before considering the material for the vessel. Perhaps she would seek Flandra's opinion when the opportunity arose. As Claire closed her eyes, she thought of the day ahead. Her eyelids felt heavy, and slumber beckoned her. The following day, the weekend, arrived. With no classes, each of the 4 houses dispersed to their respective pursuits. Claire initially planned to visit the library to study runes, but was eagerly pulled by an enthusiastic Flandra to the Quidditch pitch. Claire, did you know? The captain of the Gryffindor team has agreed to let me train with them. Flandra's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shared the news. Claire, however, held little interest in Quidditch. For her, as long as she could fly and do so quickly, that sufficed. In her eyes, the magical sport was no more engaging than football in the Muggle world. Nonetheless, wishing to support her friend's enthusiasm, she responded, "How wonderful." After a moment, feeling her compliment was rather sparse, she added, "I will definitely come to watch your matches and cheer for you." Flandra, undeterred, excitedly turned to Claire. "Look, that's the captain and seeker of the Quidditch team, Charlie Weasley." Another Weasley? Claire frowned. Hearing her own surname was becoming a nuisance, as there were hardly this many Weasleys in the Muggle world. Indeed, He belongs to the Weasley family of the magical world, just like you. He.S. the second son, and look, he.S. an expert flyer. Claire gazed in the direction indicated. Indeed, Charlie Weasley was quite handsome, displaying remarkable flying skills as he performed intricate aerial maneuvers. He soared through the sky on his firebolt, pursuing the elusive golden ball with fervent determination. In no time, he had secured the ball in his grasp. Claire, possessing keen eyesight, had spotted that glimmer of gold the moment she entered the pitch, even before the airborne Charlie Weasley. According to Captain Charlie, he would be graduating next year, and the captaincy of Gryffindor would be handed over to the keeper, but a vacancy remained for a seeker. Alas, the position of batter had already been claimed by the Weasley twins. Otherwise, she would have surely become a batter herself. However, the captain assured her that if she passed the selection process next year, she could join the team as a full-fledged member. Flandra, let us strive together, Claire exclaimed, her voice filled with conviction as determination sparkled in her eyes. Wait, what? Claire replied distractedly, snapped back to attention by the mention of working together. No, Flandra. What exactly am I supposed to be striving for? An unsettling premonition crept over her. My dear sister, how can we be true friends without playing Quidditch together? Flandra declared, her voice innocent yet imbued with an unusual maturity. From now on, I shall take it upon myself to train you. Next year, you will join the Ravenclaw team. But I don't know how to play Quidditch. Claire attempted to protest, feeling the need to thoroughly research this unfamiliar territory before considering any further commitments. Flandra, upon hearing this, sprang to her feet and shouted at Claire, Stop pretending, sister. You have talent. You love this. I can see it in you. Last flying lesson, you were all over that old broom. All over that old broom. All over that old broom. The echoes reverberated across the Quidditch pitch. Wow, gasped the young witches and wizards in awe. In an instant, all the young spectators turned to glance at the scene. Even the practicing team halted, the Weasley brothers riding high on their brooms, thoroughly entertained, occasionally pointing at Claire. What did you all hear? Claire shouted in indignation. Flandra, you make it sound as if I have some bizarre obsession. Her face turned crimson. I'm merely interested in the construction. I want to build my own broom and study its design. Curse it, Flandra, I'm just examining the magical runes. Claire exclaimed, face-palming in exasperation. What can you see on that old broom? And who can discern magical runes just by touch or sight? Do you think I'm wearing magical detection glasses? Stop pretending, sister. You're just too shy to admit your love for it. I will help you. We will strive together. Blast it, Flandra. Claire finally realized that her friend simply wanted a partner for the game. Gryffindor, Claire muttered softly to herself. Occasionally engaging in some physical activity wouldn't be too bad, she thought, scratching her head nonchalantly. It would save her from spending all her time in the library, turning into someone incapable of lifting a finger without relying on magic. During the initial days of school, Claire had indeed improved her magical abilities, but her agility had diminished significantly. If she were to return to the Muggle world during the holidays, how could she ever hold her own against those troublemakers without her wand? Let us make one thing clear, Flandra, I can train with you, but only for half a day each week, Claire declared. Exercise can happen anytime, but the library is only open for 7 years. This was Claire's final concession. Agreed. Flandra assertively grasped Claire's right hand and gave it a firm slap. Sister, Fred Weasley, having descended from the sky at some point, called out to Claire from the grass of the Quidditch pitch. The Ravenclaw team stands no chance against Gryffindor. If they lose, don't come crying to me. After making this bold statement, Fred was promptly reprimanded by his righteous brother, Charlie Weasley, who gave him a sharp tap on the forehead. George, standing nearby, struggled to stifle his laughter, but ultimately burst out, letting out a long string of giggles. Serves you right for bullying your sister in front of Charlie. He chuckled. With a genial smile directed at Claire, Charlie whisked away his 2 bumbling brothers. The eldest brother is like a father, Claire mused, admiringly. Flandra, eyes wide, glanced at the muscular and sturdy Charlie Weasley and then back at Claire, who was completely captivated. I wouldn't say he is handsome, though. Flandra waved her hand in front of Claire's face. You're not developing a crush on Charlie Weasley, are you? Of course not. I'm only a first year. Claire retorted vehemently. I'm merely stating that he is good-looking. Flandra rolled her eyes in response. Good-looking, my foot. You're blind, sister. Then, with a calm demeanor, she tugged at Claire. Let us go, let us go. Gryffindor's practice is over. We need to borrow some flying brooms from Professor Hawk. Hey, take it easy. Gryffindor is quite fierce. Chapter 18, Gryffindor's Rival. Claire, keep your eyes on it. I'm about to release the ball. Not a problem. Claire shouted from her broom in midair. Flandra released the golden snitch from the Quidditch box, and the moment the latch opened, the snitch zipped away. Both girls fixed their gazes on the erratically darting golden ball in the sky. So this is what the golden snitch looks like, Claire pondered. Flandra mounted her broom. ascending to level with Claire. They had agreed to count to 30 before dropping a stone from the air as a starting signal. In Claire's eyes, the magical patterns of alchemical items differed, each emanating unique magical fluctuations. The quaffle radiated a calm yellow-brown hue, while the bludger exuded an aggressive orange-red. The golden snitch, aflame with magic, resembled a brilliant fireball, darting about in the sky, unmistakably eye-catching. It's so obvious. How could anyone fail to catch it? What is the fun in this game? Claire questioned, bemused. It's like an exam with the answers already provided. The golden snitch, at that moment, was lazily lounging atop the castle's spire, twinkling like a star hanging from a Christmas tree. Yet Flandra appeared utterly unable to locate the golden snitch. Her bewildered search, glancing around, did not seem to be an act. The snitch was magically constrained, unable to fly beyond the boundaries of the pitch. Flandra circled the area, yet remained oblivious to the fiery ball atop the tower. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Claire's mind, and in that moment, she came to a realization. Perhaps the magical world she perceived was different from how others viewed it. Memories flooded Claire's mind, the day she crafted the ring. The profound meaning in Dumbledore's eyes, Flandra's words about her fascination with that old broom, the fiery golden snitch, and the alchemy that seemed deceptively simple to her. Despite the books stating that it was a highly demanding discipline, could it be that others were blind to the magical runes and fluctuations? As Claire leisurely flew her broom towards the spire, the golden snitch entered her magical range, seemingly stimulated, and zipped past her. In that fleeting moment, Claire glimpsed the intricately carved golden sphere, revealing a simple arrangement of magical runes. Among them, she recognized one that represented speed. In essence, as long as the wizard's magical energy is absorbed, the golden snitch will activate the interconnected magical rune circuit, allowing it to fly rapidly in all directions within a confined range. Claire observed that her eyesight seemed to be improving remarkably, much like her mastery over magic. She was able to discern minute details from afar, even at great speeds. With a swift maneuver, Claire turned her broom and pursued the snitch. By channeling a substantial amount of magical energy into the broom from the nodes of the magical circuit, she could achieve speeds that surpassed the broom's usual limits. With a sweeping motion, Claire soared forth at the velocity of a silver arrow. She zipped past Fandora, causing her to spin in the air, nearly losing her balance on her broom. "Claire, how can you ride so fast? That's a sweeping move," Fandora exclaimed behind her, frantically adjusting her disheveled hair, which resembled a bird's nest. The golden snitch was exceptionally swift, seemingly upgraded to match the enhanced performance of contemporary flying brooms. It was indeed a challenge for the venerable old sweeping move to chase after a sprightly youth. Just a fraction of a moment, just a hair's breadth, and the snitch was within her grasp. Got it. The tremor in her palm sent a delightful thrill coursing through Claire, akin to scratching an itch. With a triumphant smile, she raised the golden snitch for Fandora to see. Has it only been 5 minutes since the match began? This is astonishing. Oh no, I've inadvertently nurtured a formidable rival for Gryffindor, Fandora muttered, suspended in midair, her gaze vacant. Claire's swift capture of the snitch was beyond what she had anticipated. Regardless, Claire's Quidditch trial was coming to an end. Fandora resolved never to invite Claire to play again. The Quidditch training has concluded. You hardly need any training. Claire, you are already a complete entity, an evolved beast. I, Fandora, shall not cultivate a seeker for Ravenclaw. What if the captain denies my entry? Fandora's clever little mind was a tangle of complex thoughts. Claire, however, relished the peace, playfully stating, "All right then, I can watch your match, but do not drag me into playing." Fandora insisted on dragging her to the stands to observe the first-year Gryffindors engage in clumsy antics. "Hey, you there. The quaffle is coming." Charlie deftly handled his 2 younger brothers before returning to train the first years. Bang! Crack! One after another, they barely managed to dodge. Claire sighed in exasperation. Before long, a few first years, thoroughly disoriented after being struck by the quaffle, were carried away by upperclassmen to seek Madame Pomfrey's aid. Only Fandora remained on the field, flying high and agile, untouched by the chaos. "Fandora, the golden snitch is behind you." Ultimately, under Claire's guidance, Fandora managed to catch the snitch twice. Watching her beaming, exuberant self, Claire felt a surge of joy. After lunch, bidding farewell to Fandora, Claire did not return to the dormitory but headed directly to the library. On weekends, the library resembled Ravenclaw's second common room. Claire diligently penned every idea she had for crafting a flying apparatus. Then, following her own blueprint, she meticulously recorded the necessary incantations, practicing each one diligently. She aimed to complete this flying device and the Christmas gifts for everyone before the holiday. "Weasley?" A feminine voice interrupted Claire's thoughts. "Are you studying alchemy?" It was a first year from Ravenclaw. She gracefully pulled out a chair and seated herself opposite Claire. accustomed to solitude. Claire had yet to memorize the names of all her fellow first years in Ravenclaw. In truth, she was disinterested and too lazy to remember. The girl across from her seemed to sense this, and she introduced herself with ease. Xiao Zhang, I live next door. Is there something you need? I saw you practicing Quidditch this morning. Xiao Zhang pointed toward the library window, her voice filled with admiration. At a nearby table by the window, a cluster of Ravenclaw first-year girls were engrossed in their studies. Only one seat remained vacant, littered with stacks of books. This Xiao Zhang, with her graceful demeanor, appeared more suited for Slytherin. Are you the Seeker? Truly impressive. If you catch the Golden Snitch next year, Ravenclaw will earn 150 points immediately. She spoke enthusiastically. Apologies. But barring any unforeseen circumstances, I currently have no intention of joining the team, Claire replied candidly. Training takes up too much time. The library holds greater allure for me. She added, Oh, all right then. As a fellow Ravenclaw, Xiao Zhang understood Claire's penchant for knowledge, though for her, Quidditch was temporarily at the forefront. I shan't be shy then. Xiao Zhang appeared relieved. Next year, I will definitely become Ravenclaw Seeker. Then I wish you all the best in achieving that, Claire said. Noticing Claire's lack of desire for further conversation, Xiao Zhang discreetly excused herself. Chapter 19, Unfamiliar Faces. Time, it seems, can be both fleeting and prolonged. During this period, Claire absorbed knowledge with the insatiable thirst of a sponge, eager to present her father with a satisfactory gift. Before she realized it, Christmas had arrived. On the eve of the holiday, Claire cradled the gift she had prepared and made her way to the Olery. Despite Mr. Filch's diligent cleaning, the lingering scent of bird droppings still permeated the air. With a frown, Claire wrinkled her nose and waved her wand. Orchid blossom. Her wand fell limply, its tip directed toward the ground. Silvery magic poured forth from her wand, and clusters of orchids blossomed around her, soon filling the entire Olery with vibrant flowers. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. May everyone enjoy a joyous Christmas holiday, Claire said with a satisfied grin as she rubbed her chin. Early the next morning, Claire awoke to find a pile of gifts at the foot of her bed. This was her first time receiving so many Christmas presents in 5 years. Yet, Claire had little inclination to unwrap them. Knowledge. The door to the Ravenclaw headmistress's office creaked open. Professor, I have arrived, Claire said, steadying her thoughts and trying to calm herself. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. Oh, Claire. Yes, today marks the beginning of the Christmas holiday. Professor Flitwick exclaimed as he hopped down from his chair. Did you bring the ring? It seemed the headmistress was still busy grading students' assignments during the break. I did, Professor. I wouldn't forget it, even if I left myself behind in the dormitory, Claire replied with a serious nod. With a flourish, Professor Flitwick waved his hand, and a map unfurled from the desk, spreading out before Claire. If all goes well, and your father hasn't traveled abroad, I believe we can find him today. We must first narrow down the search area. Familial tracking enchantments enveloped the ring in Claire's hand with pure white magic. Yes, that's right. I remember correctly. He is located to the north of Hogwarts. Observing the direction of the drifting white smoke, Professor Flitwick traced a horizontal line across the map with his wand. Let us proceed, my child, to seek your father. He approached the fireplace and gestured towards the side where the flue powder was placed, announcing that their first destination was the Dabwi Karu train station. Very well, Professor, Claire replied, following Professor Flitwick as they traversed from Dabwi Karu, manifesting into the small town of Ikragana. What a long journey it has been. The smoke emanating from the ring danced delicately in the air, guided by the ring's direction. They traversed through the city and forests. Before Claire stood a quaint two-story house adorned with front and back gardens, its design and hues reminiscent of the Weasley residence. Upon catching sight of a figure within the house, Professor Flitwick smiled and discreetly slipped a badge into Claire's hand. His tone was lighthearted, brimming with joy for his student. This is your key. The incantation is Mentos, which will connect you to Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. Enjoy your holiday, young Claire, and do not forget the start of term. The train departs in 3 days at 9 o'clock. With that, he vanished with a flicker of apparition. In the shadows, Claire stood transfixed, unresponsive to the professor's departure. Under the sunlight, a boy perched upon the shoulders of young Mr. Weasley, both laughing exuberantly upon the lawn. At a round table in the garden sat a young lady, adorned with a fruit basket and charmingly crafted miniature cakes, steam rising from delicate teacups. Roscoff, Claire, cease your antics and take a break. The boy was gently lowered from Mr. Weasley's embrace and immediately ran towards the woman, exclaiming, Mama, hurry, the fruit tea is going to cool. Coming. Anka, I want an orange. From a distance, Claire gazed at the family, unable to contain the tears that welled in her eyes. Young Mr. Weasley remained as handsome and dashing as he had been 6 years prior. Desperate, Claire flicked her wand, casting a bloodline tracking charm upon herself, her magic flowing freely. The white smoke divided into 4 tendrils, 3 veering southward, while the remaining one stretched slowly, ultimately linking her to young Mr. Weasley. Claire murmured the boy's name repeatedly. Creel. Creel, Creel. Ha ha ha. Not even willing to share your name with me? A bitter taste filled her throat. Young Mr. Weasley had found a new home. A home in which there was no place for her. As she turned to leave, a voice interrupted her. Oh dear. Her brother, Creel, had tumbled beside her. Who are you? The little boy's voice was soft and endearing. The couple in the garden were happily engaged in conversation, perhaps reassured by the suburban solitude, allowing their son to play nearby without worry. At that moment, the couple remained oblivious to Claire's presence. She knelt to meet the boy's gaze, wiping the scrape on his elbow with a handkerchief. Hello, I am lost, Claire whispered hoarsely. She knew Creel had done nothing wrong. Her jealousy was overwhelming. She fought to quell the flames of envy and soothe her discontented heart. Daddy says if a child is lost, they can seek a police officer who will escort them home, Creel declared with the wisdom of a miniature adult. His gentle words calmed the raging fire within Claire. Do not be afraid. I can call my daddy to take you home. He turned to shout for his father, but Claire stopped him. Hey, she said as gently as she could. No need for that, little brother. I already know where home is. However, as a reward for your kindness, let me gift you a charm. Claire placed a crafted pendant around her half-brother's neck. Can you give me 3? Creel asked, gnawing on his finger. Daddy and Mama are both gone. Claire's throat tightened, choking back her words. All right, you may choose one from here for Mama and Daddy. She pulled out all her pendants in a flurry. There were eagle-shaped, lion-shaped, floral designs. Simple ones and ornate ones, each tailored to accommodate everyone's taste. Why are you crying? Oh dear, please do not cry. The boy clumsily wiped away Claire's tears. I am merely touched. It is so sweet that you, so small, still think of your Mama and Daddy. Claire hastily deflected, patting the boy's head. What about this eagle? She lowered her gaze, selecting the intricately carved eagle pendant, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. It bore 20 protective runes, her utmost limit and the most earnest work she had crafted. Indeed, the young boy immediately chose this one, and he scampered off towards his parents with another floral pendant in hand. Claire straightened up, watching the boy's departing figure. On the lawn, Creel joyfully shouted, Daddy! Daddy! Sister gifted me a pendant. A pendant? What kind of pendant? Who is this sister? Anka Weasley pulled out a handkerchief, wiping her son's face as she leaned forward to glance behind him, her voice gentle. Over by that tree. Creel pointed to the tree nearby. Mr. Weasley looked up and spotted the little girl standing beneath the tree. He kindly inquired, Little girl, what is your name? Are you lost? Claire exhaled slowly, shaking her head at young Mr. Weasley. I already know where Daddy is. My name is Claire. The lady beside him was astonished. How fortuitous. My little rascal is named Creel. When he was born, his father exclaimed that if he had a girl, she would be named Claire. Come, come, little girl. Sit down and have some refreshments. She warmly invited Claire. Thank you, ma'am. Why did you choose the name Claire? Is there a story behind it? Claire inquired. A curious child, indeed. Very well, I shall tell you. He straightened his attire, sitting upright as if preparing to tell a ghost story. After my parents passed away, I wandered aimlessly, and during that time, I consistently dreamt of a lovely little girl calling me Daddy, named Claire. After dreaming it countless times, yet never seeing her face clearly, I awoke with a splitting headache, unable to close my eyes, as if haunted. I sought many doctors but to no avail. Roscoff spoke in a deliberately eerie tone, as if seeking to frighten the little girl before him. Eventually, I met Anka, and this farm grows many herbs. She took great care of me when I was in a mad state. And then you married? Indeed, before this child was born. His father had always thought he would have a girl. Roscoff added, if it were that child from my dreams, I would surely give her a good thrashing for always scaring me. Mr. Weasley gazed tenderly at Mrs. Weasley, the affection in his eyes unmistakable, their fingers intertwined, both wearing matching wedding rings. A deeper pang of sorrow settled within Claire. This man was indeed her father, yet also not. He had forgotten her entirely. Claire drained her cup of tea. I must take my leave, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you for your hospitality, Creel's mother and father. Farewell. Claire rose to her feet, disregarding the pleas of her family behind her, and hurriedly dashed into the woods. Once behind the trees, she clutched the badge in her left hand and held her wand in her right, whispering softly, Mentos. The space around her twisted momentarily, and Claire vanished from sight. Young Mr. Weasley pursued her, but found only emptiness where she had stood. Claire had already departed. Anka, I can't shake the feeling that this child seems familiar. She resembles the girl from my dreams, young Mr. Weasley remarked. Is that so? We have never encountered her, Anka replied, turning to Claire and gently saying, Darling, please help your mother bring the tea leaves from the table. Claire scampered off dutifully. Chapter 20. You have committed an offense. Please surrender immediately. King's Cross Station. An owl delivered a letter. The gilded envelope bore the seal of the Ministry of Magic. The moment Claire touched the letter, a Muggle-repelling charm erupted from it, causing the letter to contort and emit a voice. Claire Weasley, the Ministry of Magic detected unauthorized magical fluctuations from a portkey at 1:10 p.m. today. You have committed an offense. Considering this is your first violation, a warning is hereby issued. Please report to the Ministry within 3 days to resolve this matter. Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Susan Burns. The woman's voice was matter-of-fact, age indiscernible. Surely it belonged to Amelia Burns. The letter spontaneously combusted before Claire, leaving only a wisp of ash carried off by the wind. Claire remained unmoved, her expression devoid of reaction. Years of anticipation had dissolved instantaneously, leaving a profound sense of despondency. The sky drizzled lightly. Before long, Claire was drenched, her crimson hair plastered to her face, rain mingling with tears. Sitting at King's Cross Station, she was uncertain of her destination. The bustling crowds passed by, London illuminated by a myriad of lights, yet none shone in her favor. Claire did not wish to return to her home, a place of solitude and depression, suddenly devoid of purpose. She stared absently at the alchemical pendant strung together in her hand, pondering whether to seek out her other 3 blood relatives. Perhaps they too had their own families. Would her sudden appearance only add to the sorrow of this world? Claire had no desire to disrupt the happiness of others. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through her thoughts. What a coincidence to encounter you here, Claire Weasley, the most outstanding student of Hogwarts this year. Miss Weasley, you can already craft protective alchemical items in your first year? Your magical talent is truly astonishing. A girl emerged from the shadows, a serpent-shaped brooch sparkling with magical silver light. Her gaze fixated on the stone pendant in Claire's hand. Her long hair cascaded neatly over her shoulders, and she wore a pure white dress beneath a black wizarding robe that appeared substantial and of exquisite quality. She gracefully settled beside Claire, shedding her robe and draping it over Claire's shoulders. With a snap of her fingers, the rain began to ease. Thank you, Claire noted, recognizing the alchemical traces on the robe, which provided remarkable warmth. Claire took a moment to steady herself, relaxing against the chair's back. What brings you here? Forgive my candor, but I have been observing you at school for some time. Your remarkable magical prowess, solid theoretical foundation, and being the professor's favorite student. You have amassed nearly 100 points for Ravenclaw in less than half a term. Claire's demeanor remained aloof, unresponsive to her flattery, yet the girl pressed on, her tone insistent. However, Miss Weasley, it seems you could use some assistance at this moment. The girl raised her chin slightly, exuding an air of elegance and arrogance. Slytherin, pure blood. Every expression and gesture seemed meticulously trained, each frame a work of art, rendering any disparagement impossible. A wizard as exceptional as you deserves nothing less than the best, does she not? Anne Lara Johnson, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The girl extended her right hand gracefully, suggesting, I believe we can discuss the business concerning what you hold. Miss Johnson, are you suggesting you wish to purchase this? Claire inquired, lifting the pendant in her hand. Your talent is commendable. Although the materials used in your creation may lack elegance, your craftsmanship has already reached the standards of a novice alchemist. In the entire history of magic, no first year has achieved such a feat. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Johnson, Claire said, offering the pendant to Johnson. This trinket, crafted by my own hands, holds little value. It is yours. You are mistaken, Miss Claire. If I may address you thus, in the magical realm, talent is the most precious commodity a wizard possesses. The elders of our community are often stubborn, believing pure blood to be paramount. I hold a different view, where strength reigns supreme. Johnson retrieved a pair of spectacles, affixing them to her face as she scrutinized the serpent pendant. The inscriptions are fluid, the circuitry intact, and the carving decent. It could potentially withstand 5 minor curses. This piece is worth 5 galleons. The pendant depicted a serpent entwined with a peony, the serpent's body adorned with protective enchantments, climbing upon the vibrant blossom, which bore 3 protective incantations at its core. What about those glasses? Claire leaned in closer, the spectacles shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, nearly blinding her. She squinted to examine the magical inscriptions. The inscription-revealing glasses, a family heirloom, one of a kind, capable of unveiling all magical inscriptions on alchemical items, Johnson proclaimed, her chin raised with pride. Would you like to take a closer look? Claire waved her hand dismissively, returning to her seat and gesturing toward the other pendants on the bench, encouraging her to continue her examination. Ultimately, Claire found herself with 180 galleons in hand. I hope we can maintain a long-term partnership, Johnson stated, rising to extend her right hand once more toward Claire. Claire hesitated but eventually clasped Johnson's hand. Pleasure collaborating. Life cannot always proceed smoothly. After all, one has ventured into the mundane world, and a little indulgence is not unwelcome. It just so happened that she needed a source of income, and Johnson appeared at the right moment. Was it a gesture of goodwill? An attempt to forge an alliance? A test? Regardless, Claire was not inclined to dwell on the intricacies behind her. The weight of the purse in her hand was what felt real, heavy and filled with galleons, enhanced by a spatial extension charm. As Claire exited King's Cross Station, she lifted her gaze to the sky. The clouds had dispersed, revealing a cerulean expanse above. One can thrive independently, as Claire had done for 3 years. Even without her father's presence, she could live well. In that moment, she felt as though the invisible shackles binding her had been released. Claire had long prepared herself for the possibility that young Mr. Weasley was either deceased or had abandoned her. Now she understood. Her father had simply forgotten her, which was why he had not returned home. She resolved to forgive her father and then let go. With determination, Claire strode forward, her robes billowing in the wind. 100 galleons would suffice to secure a comfortable abode in Diagon Alley and acquire some precious materials needed for her alchemical pursuits. She would earn substantial wealth and finally take a closer look at this world. The leaky cauldron. Tom. Another round. A filthy mug was slammed onto a shadowy wooden table. The front of the male wizard's robes soaked with beer, while his unkempt beard clung damply to his chin. Very well. A glass of beer floated past Claire's face and landed on the table of the male wizard. This place was hardly suitable for a child. Mr. Tom, I've heard that accommodations are available here. Claire stepped forward. Oh, certainly, child. Are you a student from Hogwarts? Why are you not spending the Christmas holiday at home? Tom retrieved a hefty parchment ledger from beneath the counter. There are some matters at home. I'll be staying here for 2 days, as Hogwarts resumes in 2 days. Ah, splendid. How about the second floor? The third room on the right side of the stairs. No problem. After a brief wait, Tom busied himself with other tasks, leaving Claire awkwardly standing at the counter. Is there anything else, child? Aren't there keys or a room card, Mr. Tom? Claire asked, her head full of questions. Ha ha ha. The entire bar of wizards erupted in laughter. Old Tom was thoroughly amused. We are wizards. A simple spell resolves everything. But the Ministry of Magic stipulates that minors cannot perform magic outside of school. Claire frowned. Do not fret, child. The bar is filled with wizards. The Ministry has no time to monitor here. Their eyes are all focused on the Muggle world. Old Tom chuckled joyfully. Chapter 21. Benefiting from the Weasley family's reputation. The Ministry of Magic's warning loomed over Claire. She had not yet mustered the audacity to disregard the Ministry's caution. She certainly did not wish to be apprehended by Aurors in front of her classmates at Hogwarts. She needed to act swiftly to resolve this matter. After organizing the alchemical materials purchased the day prior, Claire descended the stairs. Early in the morning, the bar was eerily quiet, save for Old Tom washing glasses behind the counter. Mr. Tom, could you please tell me how to get to the Ministry of Magic? Old Tom paused, set aside his task, and turned to regard Claire at the counter. What's the matter, child? Why do you need to go to the Ministry? I activated a portkey during non-designated hours yesterday. Activated? Old Tom scrutinized Claire from head to toe, astonished. I never imagined I would witness such a gifted child in my lifetime. Well, a genius little wizard lacking common sense. Let me enlighten you today. Old Tom picked up a nearby towel to dry his hands. The portkeys registered with the Ministry of Magic are set to specific time slots. During those times, merely touching it and uttering the incantation will transport you. What you mentioned is the activation outside of designated hours. To be more precise, you created a new portkey. He walked around the counter and approached Claire. But do not worry, it's merely an illegal portkey, and as there were no casualties and no Muggles witnessed it, you will only face a fine at most. You could try going to the portkey office of the Department of Magical Transportation to request a modification of the designated time. Then take the registration form to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to dismiss the case, and that way you will avoid any warnings or penalties. Old Tom led Claire to the fireplace. Flue powder, you'll manage alone, right? Just call for the Ministry of Magic. Emerging from one fireplace, Claire found herself in the Ministry of Magic, which was notably cleaner than the one at King's Cross Station. 2 long rows of fireplaces resembled train station platforms. Claire felt out of place, standing in stark contrast to the adult wizards bustling about, akin to a lost child. The Department of Magical Transportation was on the 6th floor, and the head of the portkey office was a freshly graduated Hufflepuff. The nameplate read Colin O'Leary, and after listening to Claire's account, he promptly completed the registration. A young wizard from the Muggle world, let us go. I'll take you to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He stood up with the registration form in hand, pulling Claire along while murmuring, it's just a matter of changing the time for a ministry-approved portkey, and dismissing the case. Dark wizards and Death Eaters roam free. And you're going to make a fuss over a first-year child? Such a bunch of bullies. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was bustling, filled with wizards hurrying about. Magical incident. An explosion in Ottery St. Catchpole. Director, this is a level 1 magical incident. The Lovegood residence has been half destroyed. It's still unclear if it was those people. He whispered to the woman beside him. Director, should we call for more Aurors? No need, the woman replied coldly. Her black robe adorned with golden embroidery and her high heels clicking against the floor. The Aurors, the reverse incident team, and the Obliviators are already on their way. What about the improper use of magic office? Toby has been notified, but they have yet to arrive. Go hurry them up, you go personally. Understood, Director. The man with the little mustache swiftly departed. Don't dawdle, Miss Weasley, please follow me. O'Leary walked to a room door, knocked, and turned to call Claire. All right, Mr. O'Leary. Claire followed him into the room, and as the door closed, a profound silence enveloped them. It was a private office, devoid of windows, with an unknown stone embedded in the ceiling casting a glow that illuminated the entire space. Uniquely shaped flowers swayed on either side of the desk. Behind the desk sat a flamboyantly dressed wizard who seemed to wear every color imaginable, currently reclining with his legs crossed atop the desk. A golden chain hung from his black suit, one end tucked into his pocket while the other was clasped to his tie, hinting at an alchemical pocket watch inside. Upon noticing O'Leary entering, he immediately uncrossed his legs and performed a charm of radiance upon himself. What can I do for you, Mr. O'Leary? He spoke in a flippant tone, seemingly looking down upon O'Leary. This is Claire Weasley. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement issued her a warning letter yesterday. But this child has applied for portkey registration. Sir, kindly dismiss it. O'Leary placed the registration form on the wizard's desk, enunciating the word sir with particular clarity. His reluctance palpable, as if he wished for the man before him to vanish. Oh, let me see. Weasley. Yesterday at 1:10 p.m., the wizard waved his wand nonchalantly, causing a box labeled with Claire's name to soar from a pile of papers. An illegal portkey, O'Leary. If I'm not mistaken, this registration form was just filled out. The time has been altered? The wizard held his wand, tapping it rhythmically against his palm. The illegality is already a fact. O'Leary, are you breaking the law knowingly? Furthermore, this is merely a warning letter. You could have come to register within 3 days, O'Leary. Are you prepared to bear this risk? O'Leary rolled his eyes and tapped the table. Enough. Do not frighten the child. A first year activating a portkey. Is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement out of work? Is it truly worth your department's time to scrutinize a first year? With so many illegal portkeys daily, do you even know who she is? 3 days, at your efficiency. Will this child even have a chance to attend school? O'Leary leaned on the desk, his gaze fixed intently on the wizard. Today it's me. Tomorrow it could very well be Dumbledore. Save it. Don't create trouble for yourself. O'Leary straightened up, adjusted his shirt, and with a wave of his wand, the papers suspended in midair ignited from the bottom up. I suggest you lift the silencing charm. Otherwise, your director will come in and cluck disapprovingly. O'Leary patted Claire on the shoulder and cast a sidelong glance at the wizard behind the desk. All right, let us go, child. A level 1 magical incident has occurred today. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has much to attend to. As the door closed behind them, Claire looked up at O'Leary. Thank you so very much, Senior O'Leary. She followed Ollie towards the elevator, encountering a few peculiar terms that Claire was not quite familiar with. Senior, I overheard them say that this recent level 1 magical incident might have been caused by that group of people. Who are they? Of course, they're the Death Eaters. Ollie replied, slapping his forehead. The Weasley name is exceedingly well known in the wizarding world. You see, being singled out like this is thanks to the Weasley family. Mr. Weasley has recently turned the noble families upside down. Come now, child, let us return to school. This isn't a matter for first years to concern themselves with. Chapter 22. To conspire with a tiger is to suffer its wrath. Claire's face was flushed with embarrassment. She had taken the night bus back to the Leaky Cauldron. Ugh. As the conductor, Stan Shunpike, opened the bus door, Claire dashed out, her legs buckling beneath her, collapsing at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, violently retching. She was utterly convinced that she must have some vendetta against the transportation methods of the wizarding world, already prone to motion sickness. The magical enhancements of the night bus exacerbated her condition. Who could withstand being stretched into a line, kneaded into dough, and then thrown into a blender for half an hour? Coupled with having eaten nothing all morning, Claire felt as though she might expel her very soul. Young lady, are you all right? Stan Shunpike inquired with concern. Claire waved her hand dismissively, but she simply could not muster the strength to respond. Little Weasley? The sound of her retching had drawn old Tom out from the bar. This child says she's feeling sick. You take care of her, Tom. I have to get going. With a loud clap, the bus door slammed shut, and the night bus sped away as if fleeing. It seemed the level 1 magical incident had not caused a stir in the wizarding community. The only ones likely affected were the Lovegoods. Even in the bustling Leaky Cauldron, there was no talk of it. Under old Tom's special care, Claire spent 2 days at the Leaky Cauldron before finally returning to Hogwarts. In her dormitory, gifts still lay piled at the foot of her bed. She set down her purchases from Diagon Alley and resigned herself to unwrapping her presents. A model of Fawkes the Phoenix, a tome of magical runes from Dumbledore, a new pair of boots from Professor McGonagall, a wand care kit from Professor Flitwick, a potion of immortality from Professor Snape, and a small cake from Hagrid, and a remarkably hideous large box, which she presumed was the handiwork of the Weasley brothers. After much contemplation, she decided to trust them just this once. Inside was a uniquely shaped quill, its magical runes shimmering with light, a deep blue sweater adorned with the letter C, and a greeting card. Claire held the card, which bore an atrocious scrawl, "Sister, Merry Christmas." The quill has marvelous uses. Do explore them. Mother knit you a sweater. Every Weasley has one. Your brothers, George and Fred Weasley. The sweater was fluffy and soft to the touch, providing her with immense warmth as she hugged it close to her chest, pressing it against her face. Claire took out the quill gifted by the Weasley brothers and placed it in her pencil case. The next day, in the Great Hall. "Hey, sister, you're back? We absolutely love the pendant you sent. It even helped me fend off a sneak attack from little Ron." Fred Weasley's voice echoed in the Great Hall. Gryffindor was always like this. Claire looked over, exasperated. "I'm glad you like it, Fred. By the way, I quite appreciate your gifts as well." She clearly called out Fred's name, surprising the surrounding students, even catching Dumbledore's curious gaze towards the Gryffindor table. "My word, Claire, how can you tell them apart?" Percy murmured to himself. "Quick, tell us how you distinguish them," Fran asked, her bright eyes wide open, nudging Claire with her elbow. "They're quite different," she began. But her voice was interrupted. "Claire, may we talk?" Annalise Johnson stood behind her, holding a handkerchief over her nose and mouth, as if the Gryffindors carried some foul odor. The Great Hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Claire. Confused, she nodded toward her fellow Gryffindors, excusing herself. The two of them walked out of the Great Hall in succession. The last batch sold remarkably well. "The family hopes you can consistently supply a large quantity of alchemical goods, but I declined. I believe a genius should not be shackled by trivialities. So I managed to negotiate a more autonomous contract for you." The girl spoke with a measured pace, her voice melodious and tinged with aristocracy. "A 20-year magical contract. Limiting exclusive supply. Once you reach the level of intermediate alchemist, you will only need to provide 200 items annually, no less than intermediate quality. The Johnson family will pay you an additional 300 galleons each year. Any new inventions you may have can be brought to me. The Johnson family will offer you a fair price. And, I must make it clear, I will not bind myself to one place," Claire said, her fingers idly caressing her wand. "I will not sign any contract. However, I can assure you that if the price is right, all the alchemical goods I plan to sell can be supplied to the Johnson family." Claire regarded Johnson with a steady gaze. "I abhor constraints." Johnson nodded. "All right. I assure you, the Johnson family's offer will not disappoint." And with that, she turned and departed. How avaricious. Claire watched and Johnson's retreating figure, recalling the rain at King's Cross Station, a rain summoned by house elves. Returning to the Great Hall, the Gryffindors no longer acknowledged Claire. Fred attempted to stand and greet her, but was restrained by Rigman beside her. Fred Weasley kept casting glances at the Ravenclaw table. "You need to be cautious, Claire," Autumn Jean cautioned, sitting beside her. "The Gryffindors have quite a bit of animosity towards you. I've noticed, but why?" Claire inquired. "Because that Slytherin who just called you out." Autumn leaned closer to Claire, whispering, her breath tickling Claire's ear. "The Johnsons are all Death Eaters, staunch Death Eaters. This is no secret in the wizarding world. Their family specializes in collecting protective alchemical items for that who must not be named. Several prominent alchemical families have been obliterated for failing to supply them with alchemical goods." Claire was exceedingly curious about this mysterious figure, yet wizards often spoke in vague terms, referring to him as you know who, the Dark Lord, or the one who cannot be named. Who is this mysterious figure? Autumn quickly covered Claire's mouth. "In my home. Uttering that name is strictly forbidden. However, his followers refer to him as the Dark Lord. For nearly all of Gryffindor's students, save for those from the Muggle world, nearly everyone had relatives who perished at the hands of the mysterious figure and the Death Eaters. Approximately 8 years ago, after the Dark Lord's sudden disappearance, the Ministry of Magic conducted a significant crackdown on the Death Eaters. The Johnson family donated nearly their entire fortune to the ministry, which is why old Johnson was not imprisoned in Azkaban. To conspire with a tiger is to suffer its wrath, Claire. As a fellow Ravenclaw, I advise you to steer clear of Johnson. Is that so?" Claire responded, swallowing a piece of steak impaled on her fork. "However, one cannot rely on handouts indefinitely." Chapter 23. I no longer require their assistance. That afternoon, Claire received a small note delivered by Phoenix. A fireball suddenly materialized in Claire's dormitory with a loud bang. The unexpected arrival of the fireball startled Claire, causing her quill to veer off course and leave a long mark on the parchment. "Great, my paper is ruined." Frustrated, Claire tossed her quill onto the table and crossed her arms, watching as Phoenix transformed. The flames gradually contracted before her, morphing into a bird adorned with fiery plumage. Fawkes. The beloved phoenix of Professor Dumbledore. It pecked at Claire's hand with its orange beak, elegantly raising a claw to signal her to retrieve the small note from its foot. Balancing unsteadily on one leg, the bird hopped about on the table. With a mischievous grin, Claire seized Foxtail feathers, pulling it into her embrace, stroking it several times before finally releasing 3 of its feathers. Fawkes, consider this your compensation for my ruined paper. No complaints allowed. Do you hear me? Fawkes let out a plaintive cry. As soon as the note was removed, the little phoenix vanished with a pop. Claire unfolded the note, which was neatly inscribed. Claire, could you visit the headmaster's office when you have a moment? The password is Lemon Snowball. AD. Setting aside her magically imbued book, Claire stepped outside, eager to inquire about something with the headmaster. Miss Miller's portrait in the Great Hall had informed Claire of a one-way secret passage leading directly to the headmaster's office beneath Ravenclaw Tower, which was exceedingly convenient. Drawing her wand, she aimed it at the doorknob of the portrait, intending to take a shortcut. Alohomora. The passageway was long, sloping downward as she walked. Georgie, where do you think this passage leads? Fred's voice echoed. To the Chamber of Secrets. George chimed in. The Chamber of Secrets. Oh, Georgie. I know exactly how long you take in the loo. You are so devoted to watching me. It warms my heart. Truly, you are a good brother. My dear Fred. Make note of this. Look at all this dust. This is a brand new passage that no one knows about. Fred and George, you are blocking my path, Claire said, glaring at the two. The passage was dimly lit, and Claire's eyes glowed blue. The brothers yelped in unison, clutching each other in fear. There's a ghost. Brother. There's a ghost. Brother. Get it. Get it. The two brothers brandished their wands, pointing them in Claire's direction. Stop it, you two nincompoops. Claire raised her wand, illuminating the darkness. A beam of bright light burst forth from her wand, illuminating the faces of the 3 individuals. Claire gazed at the brothers incredulously. What are you two doing everywhere I go? Sister. The brothers exclaimed in unison. Don't go any further. This is a one-way passage. The passage was narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. Anxious to reach the headmaster's office, Claire pushed the brothers forward. Merlin, hurry up. Fred, push your brother. The headmaster is waiting for me. To the headmaster's office? Why? Claire urged forward, while George ambled along, and Fred was wedged between them like cream in a sandwich cookie. The headmaster is looking for me. How should I know? Oh ho ho. You must have done something wrong. George chuckled ahead. Claire rolled her eyes in response, countering. How much longer is this path? Not much further, not much further. We've only been walking for 5 minutes, Fred replied. Hey Claire, do you have any dealings with that Johnson fellow? Fred inquired, his tone more serious than ever. Dealings? Not really. Claire shook her head. Just a transaction. What kind of transaction? His family wants to buy my protective alchemical products. What? Both brothers exclaimed in unison. That's not a good thing, Claire, Fred said solemnly. Their family has always lacked principles. During the last war, old Johnson looted many families renowned for their alchemy to supply Death Eaters with protective items, resulting in numerous casualties. You must discuss this with the headmaster. Yes, I will. Now please hurry, and you too, Mr. George. Don't think I can't see you dawdling in front. George quickened his pace, and Fred followed suit, his expression now serious. They soon arrived at the headmaster's office, and Fred and George squeezed in alongside Claire as they ascended the spiral staircase. Inside the office, Dumbledore sat at his desk, wearing his crescent moon spectacles, diligently attending to paperwork. Mr. Weasley, what brings you here? Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, Claire just told me she's conducting business with the Johnson family, and I was worried she wouldn't inform you. So I came to tattle, Fred said with a grin. Claire rolled her eyes behind him. Alchemical products? Christmas gifts? I must say, little Claire, you are the most gifted alchemist I have ever encountered, Dumbledore remarked, calmly regarding the Weasley brothers. Very well, gentlemen, I understand what you wish to convey. I have a few matters to discuss with Miss Weasley. The brothers ambled away, arms slung across each other's shoulders. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I sell my alchemical products to the Johnson family? Of course, my child, you may sell to whomever you wish. Basic alchemical items hold little value against dark wizards. I understand, Headmaster Dumbledore, Claire nodded. It seems that batch will not sell after all. However, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Talented alchemists are always in demand. He handed Claire a pendant made of an unknown material. This is a timeless key, linked to a safe house. Now, back to the matter at hand, child. Dumbledore tapped the table, and a steaming mug of butterbeer appeared before them. Mr. O'Leary from the Ministry of Magic's key office sent me a letter stating that you were troubled by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement due to an illegal key. You didn't spend Christmas at home. Has something happened? Dumbledore's gaze was as gentle as the sea, making it hard to raise defenses before such an elder. I found my father, but that is not my home, Claire murmured, staring at the butterbeer before her, her words faltering. My father has a new family now. They seem quite happy. I do not wish to disrupt their lives. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Child, if I recall correctly, the blood magic indicates that you have other relatives. Perhaps we could seek out your mother. Blood tracking. Claire did not respond, but waved her hand to perform the spell. Dumbledore scrutinized Claire intently. Her talent was indeed remarkable. I have practiced this spell many times. I believe it is unnecessary now, Headmaster Dumbledore, Claire said calmly. My mother has never been a part of my life. Perhaps she has her own family. Everyone has their own life. One can live without the other. Look, I can take care of myself now. I no longer require them, Headmaster. Chapter 24, Abduction. 2 days after the Christmas holiday. A sunny Saturday afternoon. The second Quidditch match was upon them, with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin. The inaugural Quidditch match preceding Christmas found Claire preoccupied with gift preparations. Yet Fandom resolutely insisted on dragging Claire along. She had squatted at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room from early morning, posing numerous questions before finally gaining entry. After rolling around in Claire's room for quite some time, she forcibly pulled Claire to the Quidditch pitch. Hey, Fred, George, Fandom exclaimed, bouncing up to wave at the two brothers waiting to enter. Aren't you the official members of the Gryffindor team? She teased, winking mischievously. Ahem, Claire cleared her throat, drawing the trio's attention towards her. In fact, I have something for you. From a small pouch, Claire produced 2 shell-shaped stone pendants. Parachute, a basic, one-time-use product, passive activation. What is a parachute? George curiously took the pendant, squinting to examine the tiny pearls nestled within the shell. Thank you, sis, you're an absolute genius. Fred exclaimed in admiration. Whatever it is, let's just compliment it first. A parachute is a Muggle device for decelerating during high-altitude descents. And, thank you for the praise. Claire replied, feigning seriousness with a nod. I give you this mainly to prevent you from being knocked down midair and breaking the only pair of twins' poor necks at Hogwarts. Well, Claire, you prepared something for them, yet you were so reluctant to get up this morning. Fandom pouted at her friend. If I don't come looking for you, you would come to me anyway. Claire raised her hands in surrender. Oh, Fandom, how could I bear to interrupt your adorable rolling and pouting? You're still talking. Fandom playfully retaliated. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ouch, don't pinch me. The two continued their playful tussle as they made their way to the platform. As the match commenced, Claire fixated on the golden snitch, which flitted around the two seekers before perching motionless by the goalposts. Gryffindor's charming veteran, Charlie Weasley, darted around the field like a headless chicken. Are you blind? Hey, handsome, look at me, Claire called out, glancing between Charlie and the goal, her gaze almost flying off. Eventually, it was the keeper, Wood, with a feint that sent the snitch bouncing away. Blind Charlie Weasley. Suddenly, Claire spotted a familiar figure near the Gryffindor stands. A hood revealing a strand of chestnut hair, waving at her. Oh, Gryffindor scored. Fandom cheered beside Claire. Fandom, I'm going out for a moment. Huh? What did you say? I said, I'm going out. For a moment. Claire shouted, nearly whispering into Fandom's ear over the jubilant noise. Fandom waved her hand dismissively, turning back to continue her cheers. Seeing Claire rush past, the cloaked figure swiftly departed from the Gryffindor stands. Claire hurried to catch up. Pausing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. For reasons unknown, her heart raced. She instinctively recalled the key Dumbledore had given her. Johnson was indeed untrustworthy. If he genuinely wished to discuss business, why the secrecy? Turning to leave and return to the crowded Quidditch pitch, Claire sensed the figure behind her had no intention of letting her go. A red beam shot from behind, striking Claire but was deflected by an invisible shield. The alchemical bracelet on her wrist shattered with a loud crack. The force of the spell knocked Claire off balance. Who are you? Claire performed a forward roll, hiding behind a nearby tree, hastily conjuring armor for her protection. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. The magical beams erupted around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Yet only Claire's incantations echoed through the woods. Her adversary was employing silent spells. Hiding behind the tree, Claire urgently released a firework spell towards the sky. But it bore little practical use. Today was the Quidditch match. Even the headmaster was present. Claire couldn't help but curse. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? She gazed towards the shadow, noting the exposed skin seemed somewhat decayed. Claire could hardly fathom why someone would target her, a mere first year with only rudimentary skills in alchemy. Yet, the magical realm boasted many accomplished alchemists. What could a novice like her possess that was worth coveting? Spells whizzed past Claire, and her protective charms shattered one after another. The force of the magic was far beyond what a first year could conjure. This individual was certainly not in Johnson. Caught off guard, with the Christmas holiday just concluded, she had sold most of her alchemical creations to Johnson, leaving only one protective brooch, now cracked and worn. She had to reach Dumbledore's safe house. Hiding behind a tree, Claire pointed her wand at the key transformed into a decorative anklet and whispered, "Mordo." The assailant moved swiftly. Before Claire could finish her incantation, a red beam surged towards her. At this speed and distance, evasion was impossible. This is it, Claire thought as she closed her eyes. The adult wizard's stunning spell hurled Claire away, her frail body soaring several feet into the air before crashing violently against a tree. Upon landing, a sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed as her leg contorted at an impossible angle. The hooded figure approached with no hint of mercy. Kicking away the wand Claire clutched in her hand and tossing a beautifully crafted silver sphere towards her. The moment the sphere touched Claire, it melted into a silvery thread that coiled around her arms, embedding itself into her flesh. Blood gushed forth, seeping into the earth as the silver thread slowly drained her vitality, revealing a crimson hue amidst the silver. The Shadow's wand tip emitted a probing red light, striking Claire once more, sending her crashing against the tree again. Claire lay motionless, akin to a lifeless body. Only then did the shadow retrieve a pocket watch adorned with a golden chain, fastening it around Claire's neck while adjusting the dial. With a wave of air, both figures vanished from the spot. A time turner, an advanced alchemical artifact. By the time Hogwarts discovered someone was missing, it would all be too late. Time rewound to 5 days prior. Hogwarts was in the midst of its holiday, the gates wide open as students rushed out, eager to reunite with family after months apart. A first-year wizard, entirely shrouded in robes, clutching an ornate cup, boarded the Hogwarts Express. Upon disembarking, he disapparated away. Chapter 25, The Death of Layla Johnson. In the dungeons of the ancient castle, Claire forcefully opened her eyes. There was no light, no sound, only darkness surrounding her. Had it not been for the magical patterns glowing on her wrists, she would have truly believed she had gone blind. Gasping, Claire gingerly touched her numb legs, striving to position them at a normal angle. Heel swiftly, the silver threads tightened, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Claire's wrist. Her magical energy thwarted above the silver strands, firmly restrained, rendering her utterly powerless. Claire glanced at her wrist, where the silver threads were deeply embedded in her skin. The confinement was enduring and stable, the magical runes intricate, layered in circles upon circles, creating an almost impossibly smooth circuit, with barely a discernible node to grasp. Drawing upon her blood, they siphoned Claire's magic. Should she attempt to forcibly break free, this contraption could very well sever her hand. Awake? The iron door of the dungeon creaked open. An elderly man entered, casually waving his wand, igniting the torches within the dungeon. As the flames flickered to life, an immense pull seized Claire's wrist. Ugh! She fell backward, her body dragged by the silver threads, ultimately suspended against the wall of the dungeon. Blood poured from her wrist, only to be greedily consumed by the silver strands. "Who are you?" Claire feebly inquired. The old man ignored her question, continuing his monologue. "In all my years, it is indeed rare to encounter a young wizard of your age exhibiting such promise. Capturing you was no small feat." He conjured a chair and seated himself before Claire, meeting her gaze levelly. "Old man, I am merely a novice alchemist, still lacking a qualification in my first year. What could possibly entice a wizard of your stature?" Claire managed to mock, enduring the agonizing pain surging through her wrist and legs. "Entice? It matters not. Allow me to enlighten you." He flicked his wand. "This wizarding world is dominated by purebloods, yet there are always some mudbloods from the Muggle realm, pilfering the wealth of pureblood wizards. Worse still, individuals like you, usurping the very talents of wizards." He suddenly lunged towards Claire, his finger pressing against her eyelid, his movements surprisingly nimble for an elder. "You can see the magical circuit, can't you? How many alchemical families yearn for such insight?" "I cannot see," Claire retorted. "Mr. Johnson, you expect me to draw magical circuits for you?" The old man erupted in a chilling laugh. "Johnson, I am no fool. Johnson perished long before the Dark Lord vanished. Those who defy the Dark Lord meet a grim fate. I have no need for you to draw magical circuits. The magical realm is rife with accomplished alchemists. The only difference between you and them lies in your eyes." He caressed Claire's eyes. "Lyra, you know her, don't you? What do you think of the eyes she possesses?" His voice turned serpentine, brimming with malice, sending a shiver down Claire's spine. "Those eyes were contributed by a pure-blood noble. I established my workstation right here in this dungeon. The prior heir of the Tamegen family was a bit older than you and met his fate in this very dungeon, where I extracted his eyes to create those spectacles. You must thank him for inspiring this silver bracelet you wear. He nearly escaped from this dungeon once, but I caught him and broke his hand." Rage surged through Claire. He was a monster, a devil, but she fought to maintain her composure. "Did you kill him?" "I did not kill him. At that time, the Dark Lord required numerous subjects for his experiments. Who knows where he ended up? However, with the Dark Lord yet to return, if you behave, I could grant you a merciful demise." His tone turned flippant, appearing almost youthful. I am to die. At least grant me clarity before my end. Who are you? Where am I? Who am I? The old man plopped down into the chair. I have been called Old Johnson for so many years that I have forgotten my true name. Corny, he called out. A house elf popped into existence behind him. Corny, what is my name? The elf bowed respectfully. You are Johnson, the most esteemed head of the Johnson family. I am not. The old man exploded, his magic coalescing into a crimson whip that sent the elf sprawling. Leave, he bellowed. The house elf knows no error, sir, Claire coldly replied. Regardless of who you were before. You are now Old Johnson. I am not. I am not. The old man flailed his wand wildly, pure magic striking the dungeon walls and Claire alike. Once he departed, the dungeon fell silent once more. Was he truly Johnson? Claire had no mind for such thoughts. Her leg remained broken, not yet set. The silver threads hung from her wrist, threatening to snap, immobile. Her right leg was fractured, having recently collided with the dungeon wall, worsening her injuries, rendering her unable to feel her leg. The key to the door remained at her ankle, yet she was powerless to utilize her magic. Any attempt caused the silver threads to constrict, blocking her magic entirely. Claire Weasley, a voice called out. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Claire's dire state, and gasped, covering her mouth. Merlin, my grandfather captured you. Claire lifted her head and, aren't you supposed to be at school? School? Today is Christmas break. We only saw each other this afternoon. Furrowing her brow, Claire realized that school had been out for 2 days. Today was the Quidditch match. It's my grandfather's time turner. And exclaimed, you from after Christmas have been sent back to this very day. Claire's mind raced. She had intended to stall for time, waiting for Dumbledore to rescue her. But now her current self was still at the leaky cauldron. Heal quickly, and Johnson aimed her wand at Claire, casting a spell. Her leg bones began to mend, the non-magical injuries healing swiftly. I can only provide basic treatment. Wait for me. This silver bracelet is too complex for me. I need those spectacles. Stop. Claire hissed, don't go. That man may not be your grandfather. And, while he is unaware, flee. Seek Dumbledore. And hesitated. Then nodded gravely and dashed towards the exit. Run? You cannot escape, Lyra. The old man's voice echoed from outside the dungeon. Avada Kedavra. The girl was struck by a green light, her body crashing heavily at Claire's feet. Her eyes stared blankly, fixed on Claire. Claire's heart raced with fury. She struggled to scream, trembling violently, finally grinding her teeth to utter, you madman. This pair of spectacles is merely a half-finished product, incapable of discerning the magical circuits. I need a new pair, a better pair of eyes to continue my alchemical research. He babbled, lost in his madness. Once the Dark Lord is resurrected, I can return to my own body. Lyra, where are you? A voice, identical to her own, drew closer. He cast an oblivion charm at his own self outside the dungeon. Do not fear, child. The outside me will soon discover Lyra's notes. He will learn of your eyes. Then he will obtain her hair from Lyra's room and come to Hogwarts to find you. Chapter 26, The Loss of Eyes. A platform materialized in the center of the dungeon. Claire lay bound beneath the oppressive weight of incantations and silver threads, unable even to blink. A collection of alchemical instruments was meticulously arranged beside her by Old Johnson. With everything prepared, Old Johnson commenced his grim work. Crimson energy cascaded from the tip of his wand, swirling like a fine blade within the confines of Claire's eye socket. As the nerves connecting her eyes to her brain were severed one by one, her vision gradually dulled. Pain surged through her entire being, amplifying her magical essence. The silver threads around her wrists tightened incrementally, drawing strength from her magically infused blood and growing ever more potent. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Claire lost track of time. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated beseeching this accursed demon for a swift end. At that moment, her left eye socket lay vacant, blood oozing from the corner and soaking into her crimson locks. It trickled down the stone platform, ultimately pooling on the ground below. Agonizing pain engulfed Claire. Yet she continued to gaze with her unscathed right eye at the ceiling of the dungeon, as if she could penetrate the heavy stone and glimpse the sun. Freedom felt achingly distant. Old Johnson was diligently concocting something from Claire's eye at his workbench. From the back, one would hardly suspect that he was a demon. Hey, old man, who are you? Claire's voice was barely a whisper. In the silence of the dungeon, she might have been unheard even by herself. Jerry Green, the non-existent illegitimate son of Old Johnson. The old man appeared remarkably calm at that moment. Do not harbor any thoughts of Dumbledore coming to your rescue. I know. Right now, I'm still reveling in my life at the leaky cauldron. The binding spell had dissipated, yet Claire lacked the strength to lift even a finger. The torment she endured had sent her magic into a frenzy. The immense power was trapped by the silver bracelet, swirling chaotically within her, wreaking havoc upon her internal organs. The bracelet constricted her wrist to the point of near severance, revealing patches of stark white bone. We are not at Johnson's estate. Even if an Auror were to visit, they would find nothing but a set of bones and Layla's corpse. Jeriag rose, brandishing a small crystal vial before Claire, within which floated her left eye. What a beautiful eye! Fear not, child, I shall not waste it. I will craft the finest alchemical product from it. And you? I will ensure that Coney takes good care of you. After all, if this eye were to fail, I would need the other one. Claire lay in the dungeon for an extended period. A small elf would come daily to tidy up, bringing her food, and fulfilling simple commands. On weekends, following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, Fandom rushed to console the crestfallen twin brothers. It's all right, George, Fred, you two are only in your second year. Next year, when you grow a bit more, you won't be knocked off. Thanks to Claire's parachute, otherwise we would both be lying in the infirmary right now. Fred glanced behind Fandom, feeling increasingly agitated. But where's Claire? She left shortly after the match began. As if something was amiss, Fandom searched around. I haven't seen her return. I'll look for her at the feast later. No, I must find her. She didn't even stay to watch my first match. What kind of siblings are we? Fred feigned anger and hopped onto his broom, racing to the library and then to the Ravenclaw dormitory to inquire. Claire was nowhere to be found, and his anxiety escalated. The portrait at the entrance declared that Claire had not returned to the castle at all. No one had seen her. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Headmaster. Lemon snowballs. Cockroach clusters. Headmaster. Fred knocked on the headmaster's door while attempting the password. Mr. Weasley? What is it? Dumbledore appeared, just returning from the Quidditch pitch. Headmaster, my sister is missing. Claire Weasley is gone. Fred's face was etched with panic. Fandom said Claire left right after the match began. I asked the portraits in the castle, and they said she never came back. It must be Johnson from Slytherin. I asked, and she isn't at school. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. He uttered the password and hurried upstairs. Fred attempted to follow, but was halted by Dumbledore. Go find the other professors, child, and do so quickly. Dumbledore addressed the portrait outside his office with a voice imbued with magic. Where is Claire Weasley? The portraits began to inquire amongst themselves. After a pause, an ancient and unfamiliar portrait responded, not at Hogwarts. Where is Lyra Johnson? Not at Hogwarts. The old man's magic was palpable, thick enough to be seen, causing the professors entering to falter under its weight. Upon seeing the professors, Dumbledore's magic momentarily receded. The elder with long white hair and beard spoke with a calm voice. Claire Weasley and Lyra Johnson are both missing. Phileas, I need you to contact the Aurors and head to Johnson's estate immediately. Professor Flitwick, with a stern expression, stormed into the fireplace of the headmaster's office. Minerva, Pomona, please keep the students calm. Severus, I have an item belonging to Claire. I need your assistance in creating a tracking medium. The alchemical item was quickly prepared. Yet the white magic only floated upwards, hidden by a magical barrier. Weasley must be within some pure-blood household, Professor Snape remarked hoarsely. At the Johnson estate, or one of their other residences. The Aurors, under Professor Flitwick's lead, burst into Johnson's old estate, and as Jeriag had surmised, they discovered only two corpses, one skeletal, the other decayed and swollen. Claire, however, was not idle. After initially succumbing to despair, she struggled to escape. The silver bracelet prevented her from channeling magic through her hands. Yet magic should not be hindered by the body. She still had her feet, and the key to the door remained. Claire's hands had long since gone numb. Without treatment, had it not been for the magical essence within her body and the potions provided by the little elf each day, she would have perished long ago. After practicing for what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to envelop a few small pebbles with her magic. That would suffice. Claire wrapped the key with her feeble magic and softly uttered the incantation that had long eluded her. Descendium. The person vanished from the dungeon. In the next moment, Dumbledore, investigating at Johnson's house, halted in his tracks, having just disapparated. Chapter 27, Regaining Freedom. With a thud, Claire landed in an antiquated room. This was Dumbledore's safe house. Her severely injured internal organs were insufficient to withstand the strain of the key's travel. The instant the key activated, Claire felt a wrenching pain from her insides. Upon materializing, she expelled a copious amount of blood, mixed with fragments of her own organs. An elderly gentleman, trembling with age, was making a valiant effort to traverse the expanse of the house towards Claire. His pace was agonizingly slow. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death, for Claire appeared to be on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed as Dumbledore appeared at the entrance. Having not knocked, but rather pushed the door open with urgency. Claire, he exclaimed, his heart sinking at the sight of his student, covered in dust and bloodstains. Her left eye a hollow void, and her legs bearing a slight deformity. The corner of her eye bore a dried, deep crimson streak, while dark red scabs dotted her hair, evidence of the torment she had endured. At this moment, she sat forlornly on the floor of the Nicholm home, blood pooling as she retched. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore," she managed to say, struggling to keep her eyes open. The suffocating sorrow reflected in her gaze as it met that of the two elderly men. She bared her teeth in a feeble greeting to her old mentor, whispering a long-overdue salutation before collapsing unconscious to the ground. "Nicholas, come quickly," Dumbledore called out, taking the initiative as he cast a series of healing spells to mend Claire's shattered insides. Nicholas Flamel finally rushed in from the other side of the room, panting heavily. "This silver bracelet is intricately crafted, but it is rather malevolent," he remarked, waving his wand to slowly remove the silvery strands from Claire's wrist. A feat that would be exceedingly challenging even for the first-year students was easily accomplished by the elder. Ultimately, only a lump of silver fell to the floor, shattered by Dumbledore's spell. "Fawkes!" Dumbledore shouted, and the phoenix instantly materialized within the room. Fawkes flapped his wings and flew to Claire, gently pecking at her hand, only to find that she did not respond as she once did, shedding tears instead. Those tears, while capable of healing wounds, could not restore her sight. It seemed this child would henceforth be burdened with magical eyes. Nicholas examined Claire's eye sockets intently. "Fawkes, go find Poppy and Severus, and bring them here," Dumbledore directed Nicholas. "She is a natural alchemist. I had intended to bring her to you over the holiday, Nicholas, to serve as your apprentice." Beneath the calm facade of the elder lay a seething fury. He could not bear the thought of a Hogwarts student being taken from under his very nose and subjected to such cruelty, one dead, one injured. This was a grievous incident that had not occurred in decades. An attack on a child. Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination of Claire. Rib fractures, a broken femur, a shattered tibia, and her knee nearly reduced to dust. The healing spells and potions merely patched her up in a grotesque manner. Her left eye is entirely missing, and the dark magical alchemical device has made its way into the bone, even severing the ulnar bones in her hands. To heal her legs, the shattered bones must be completely extracted, and she will require doses of the special bone regrowth potion 3 times a day for 3 days. "Can her eyes regenerate, Poppy?" Dumbledore inquired, refusing to lose hope. Madame Pomfrey's expression grew grave as she gazed at the post-emergency Claire, inhaling deeply before shaking her head. "The eyeball has been entirely removed. Magical monitoring indicates that the wound has been present for at least 5 days. An illegal time-turner." Severus Snape, who had just arrived with Fawkes, overheard this. "This child escaped using a key. Her memories are likely the only lead we have." Dumbledore looked at Snape. "She requires numerous potions, Severus." The potions master nodded, retrieving several emergency potions from his enchanted pocket before vanishing with a disapparition. By evening, Claire was admitted to St. Mungo's. The efficacy of the bone regrowth potion was remarkable. As soon as she ingested it, the pain jolted her awake. "Good morning, Professor Flitwick," she groaned. Professor Flitwick, seated nearby, was dabbing his eyes with a handkerchief. "You're awake. Young Claire, I shall fetch the healer." "Headmaster," Claire grasped Flitwick's arm. "I believe you would want to know about the assailant." Flitwick waved his wand, summoning a Patronus that streaked out of the infirmary. "The man calls himself Jerry Green, the illegitimate son of Old Johnson," Claire spoke weakly. "But he bears Old Johnson's face." Even Andrew Johnson was unaware. "He claims to be returning the Dark Lord. Andrew Johnson was killed by Jerry Green while trying to save me. On Christmas Day, she once showed me a pair of glasses. Jerry claimed they belonged to the last heir of the Tamergin family, who ultimately became a test subject for the Dark Lord and vanished without a trace." During their conversation, Dumbledore arrived. "Claire, how do you feel?" he asked gently. "I feel quite free," Claire replied softly. "Headmaster, thank you for the key." This sentiment caused Professor Flitwick to choke back tears. He wiped his nose with his handkerchief, exclaiming, "Oh, poor little Claire. Headmaster, I must speak to you about the assailant." Claire struggled to prop herself up, but Dumbledore gently pressed her back down. "Relax, young Claire. Magic can provide us much assistance, just as it does now." He placed his wand against Claire's temple. "Do not resist. Recall the events that transpired." Gazing into Dumbledore's deep eyes, Claire involuntarily began to remember the agony of her fractured bones, the torment of her left eye being gouged out, the pain of her magic surging uncontrollably, the distress of traveling through the key. Claire's body convulsed involuntarily as magic erupted within the infirmary, compelling the adult wizards present to brace themselves with spells. Dumbledore hastened his movements, extracting a strand of silver from her mind with his wand. "Easy now, Claire. You are safe. We shall protect you and ensure you are not harmed again. Your friends are waiting for you back at Hogwarts." Dumbledore reassured Claire, who was breathing heavily with her eyes tightly shut, as he placed the silver strand into a crystal vial. "I promise you, this will be the last time you recall these memories. Professor McGonagall will be along shortly to bring your friends to see you." With a wave of his wand, the door swung open, and the healer who had been leaning against it stumbled forward, regaining his balance with some difficulty. "Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore," he said, straightening his attire and nodding solemnly at the headmaster. "Mr. Mitchell, take good care of this child," Dumbledore instructed before hastily departing. "Rosa, Rebbe, come quickly. Our little hero has awakened." Claire rubbed her painfully throbbing temple and nodded from beneath the covers. "Thank you. That is comforting." Healer Mitchell waved his wand, employing his healing magic with great proficiency, alleviating much of the pain inflicted by the bone regrowth potion. Claire soon drifted back to sleep, with her eyes closed. She appeared unchanged from before. At this moment, only 3 hours had passed since the conclusion of the Quidditch match. Chapter 28, Molly's Adoption Request. Claire. Francoise clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling any sound that might disturb Claire. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pondered the unfathomable transformation Claire had undergone in just one afternoon. Just a short while ago, they had been laughing and playing in the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Claire's azure eyes, brimming with compassion, gazed upon herself as she rolled about on her bed. Once a formidable presence, she now lay as a critically ill patient in St. Mungo's, reduced to this frail state. At the sound of voices, Claire slowly opened her eyes. Fleur? With only her right eye remaining, her field of vision had significantly diminished. She tilted her head, straining to see the source of the sound. Her left eye, devoid of an eyeball, had become a ghastly pit, just beginning to heal, still unfilled by flesh, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Fleur, Reginald, the Weasley brothers, and even the unfamiliar Percy had arrived. Trailing behind them was a plump, red-haired lady. Upon witnessing Claire's condition, she gasped, "Oh, Merlin." The red-haired lady approached, seemingly wishing to embrace Claire, yet hesitated, fearful of aggravating her wounds, her hands awkwardly hovering by the bedside. "Good day, madam. Are you Mrs. Weasley?" Claire's eyelid drooped slightly. "Yes, poor child," she replied, her gaze conveying genuine maternal concern. "This must be terribly painful, mustn't it?" Claire had not cried until that moment, but the words caused her eyes to well up. The agony was unbearable, a torment she could scarcely endure. Yet, even the thought of ending it all eluded her. As her left eye darkened completely, the eyeball gradually detaching from its socket. With her remaining right eye, she beheld the demon that had stolen her sight. To see more clearly, Claire tilted her head to the left. Tears brimmed in her left socket, accumulating until they could hold no more. Plop! A single drop of pale red tear escaped, landing on the pristine white sheets. Fleur's cheeks were streaked with tears as she covered her mouth and bolted from the room. Charlie approached, crouching beside Claire's bed, softly murmuring, "Sister, you are safe now." "Hey, Charlie, could you check on Fleur for me?" Charlie nodded and hurried after her. Fred lingered at the doorway, clutching a cracked parachute, his Quidditch uniform still on, caked in mud. He occasionally peeked into the room, hesitant to step inside. "Mrs. Weasley grasped Claire's hand, saying, "Dumbledore informed us that you were kidnapped by a dark wizard for nefarious experiments, and you are quite weak. I shall remain here with you during this time." Claire looked at Mrs. Weasley in astonishment as she winked at her. Dumbledore was helping her conceal the truth about her eye. Claire began to calm down. Mrs. Weasley continued cautiously, "Fred told me you were alone in the Muggle world. He wishes he could have a sister like you, Claire. Dumbledore also expressed a desire for you to have a complete family. The Weasley family had discussed it, and they all welcomed her into their fold. When you are well, you can come live with us. My husband, Arthur, has submitted an adoption application, which has been approved by the Ministry of Magic. All that remains is your signature. Child, if you wish, you may call me Molly." Molly gently stroked Claire's head, a soft luminescence emanating from her. Claire was uncertain, her vision blurred. The warmth enveloping her was an experience she had never known. It was difficult to fathom that someone could extend such profound kindness to a stranger. This left Claire feeling somewhat bewildered, unsure how to reciprocate their generosity. No one had ever taught her how. I would like that," Claire proclaimed. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." The yearning for a home surged within her. After a moment's hesitation, reluctant to forsake the warmth, she softly called out, "Molly, Mama." Mrs. Weasley embraced Claire tenderly, careful not to jostle her injuries. "Oh, my child." Molly's embrace radiated warmth. She turned to the doorway and called, "You rascals, come in and take care of your sister." Fred sprang to his feet and entered, his nose still dripping, which elicited a smile from Claire. She regarded the mismatched Fred and earnestly said, "Thank you, Brother Fred. Thank you for wanting to give me a home." After 2 days at St. Mungo's, Claire was able to walk with the aid of a cane and return to the infirmary at Hogwarts. The magical backlash had inflicted severe damage upon her body. Coupled with the loss of an eye, she required time to adapt. Fleur supported her as she relearned to walk. The little girl was adamant that had she accompanied Claire that day, her sister would not have been captured. Hence, she earnestly pleaded with Madame Pomfrey to stay in the infirmary alongside Claire. The Aurors visited repeatedly to inquire, yet no matter how they probed, They could not uncover the existence of one Jiria. It was as if such a person had never walked the earth. Through the magical fluctuations of a portkey, Dumbledore located the dungeon, where a pair of old spectacles lay neatly on the workbench. Beside them was a note inscribed in an ornate script, "Take care of my eyes. JG." At that moment, the entire estate was deserted. The estate's owner belonged to a small family that had been exterminated by the Johnsons long ago, even before Voldemort's rise. Enraged, Dumbledore pressed for action. After pressure from the Wisengamot, the Aurors conducted a thorough investigation of the estate of the obliterated family, uncovering several hidden Death Eaters. The incident was heavily publicized by the Daily Prophet. However, Jiria Green was conspicuously absent from the list. Jiria Green loomed like a sword over Claire's head. Claire. At long last, Dumbledore returned. Outside, snow fell heavily, blanketing his hair and shoulders in a layer of white flakes. "I have brought you a gift." He held up an ornate wooden box, carefully opening the lid, from which a magical eye floated forth. The iris shimmered in hues of yellow-brown encased in vibrant green, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. "Do you remember those glasses? They belong to the last heir of the Temujin family. This generation's head of the family has consented to have it fashioned into a magical eye, a gift for you. The eye's color is that of Mr. Temujin's. As the head of the Temujin family wishes for his brother's eyes to once again behold the sunlight in this world. Nico and I, he's the old man you saw that day, made a few modifications. You can explore it at your leisure." Dumbledore winked mischievously at Claire. Claire gazed at the lifelike magical eye, resembling a genuine eyeball. "But, Headmaster, how does one wear this? Do I just insert it into the socket? Or is it like Mr. Moody's?" She pondered how Jiria had removed the eyeball, wondering how she could possibly fit such a large orb into her socket. If it were to be worn like Mr. Moody's, it would be rather unsightly. Surely Dumbledore had not forgotten that she was a girl. Claire had seen Aura Moody, whose magical eye was round and capable of seeing both forward and backward. It functioned admirably, albeit with little regard for aesthetics. As she contemplated wearing a Moody-style eye, Claire raked her fingers through her tousled hair. "Oh, just a moment, child. We still have some preparations to make." Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a spell that caused Claire to collapse, and he deftly caught her with a levitation charm. "Bobby, Nico, hurry up. It's time to get to work." Chapter 29. So you are the illegitimate sons. Claire received a pair of golden green eyes, heterochromatic and dazzlingly striking. The magical eye appeared indistinguishable from a normal one, and when touched, it felt oddly tingly. She no longer feared the wind blinding her. Claire scratched her chin, even sensing that her vision had improved. She could see finer details with greater clarity. However, the disparity in vision between her two eyes took some getting used to, causing her to stumble as she walked. She had secretly crafted a protective pendant from evening primrose essence, and her left eye still clearly perceived the flow of magic. Dumbledore remarked that this was a small gift from Nicholas Flamel, and that during the holidays, she would study alchemy with him. The eye was stable and safe to use, which Claire found to be quite perfect. Nonetheless, Madame Pomfrey insisted that she wear an eye patch for a period, citing that the materials used to create the magical eye had phototropic properties, and that darkness would aid in the more intimate fusion of the magical eye with her body. As dusk fell, Claire lay on her bed, inquiring of the bustling Madame Pomfrey, "Bobby, why doesn't Mr. Moody acquire a magical eye like this one?" She touched her left eye, which was adorned with a patch painted with a large eye, specially crafted by Flamel. When she blinked her right eye, the painted eye on the patch also blinked in unison. "Moody." Madame Pomfrey hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose this to Claire. Claire blinked her eyes. "Oh dear Claire, please do not gaze at me with those enchanting eyes of yours." Surrendering to Claire's inquisitive gaze, Madame Pomfrey relented. "Very well, I shall tell you." She set aside her work, wiped her hands, and sat beside Claire. "I have heard that Mr. Moody was remarkably beautiful as a young lad, resembling a lovely girl, and this trait caused him considerable trouble. Later, after sustaining an injury to his eye, he sought out Nicholas Flamel to custom-make that magical eye, which grants a 360-degree field of vision." "Oh my, a 360-degree field of vision!" Claire exclaimed in utter astonishment. Turning her head, she sighed wistfully. "I wish I could see a photograph of Mr. Moody as a child. He looks so fearsome now." Speaking of Moody, he entered with a thud of his cane, striking at Claire's heart. "Miss Weasley, what do you mean by fearsome?" His voice resonated like a bell. "Nothing at all," Claire stuttered, her heart racing. "Are you here for me, Mr. Moody?" "Dumbledore provided me with a fragmented memory, yet it is evidently insufficient as evidence," he replied, plopping down beside her on the hospital bed and resting his cane against hers. In stark contrast, Claire's cane appeared to be a miniature child's toy, due to missing segments. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has declined to charge that murderer with the intent to harm you, but there is irrefutable evidence of his killing of Andrew Johnson, which is enough to ensure he spends a lifetime in Azkaban. When you mature and are capable of protecting yourself, You may choose to present the complete memory to the Ministry of Magic to charge him, but for now, that is not an option, Moody said earnestly. Finally, the old Auror rapped the floor with his wooden leg, rising to his feet. Do not fret, child, the Aurors will relentlessly pursue him. He left with a stormy fervor, his presence lingering in the air. Days passed in tranquility. Claire recuperated in the hospital wing for an entire week before Madame Pomfrey permitted her to return to her dormitory. The Ravenclaws warmly welcomed her back, yet soon returned to their studies. During her absence, Claire had fallen behind, her time consumed by busyness. Academically, she had self-studied through her first-year courses, yet the teacher's unique insights provided enlightening perspectives she wished to grasp, prompting frequent visits to their offices for guidance. In terms of daily life, although Claire could now discard her cane, the after-effects of her ordeal persisted unexpectedly. For several consecutive days, she found herself hesitating at the staircase, taking tentative steps as she pondered which foot to lift. Despite having resolved to always step with her right foot, her legs simply would not cooperate. Frustrated to tears, she ultimately retrieved the cane she had thought to abandon. Look, it's the little cripple from Ravenclaw. A Slytherin pointed at Claire, who was leaning on her cane in the middle of the staircase. Little Cripple had become her most notorious moniker, far surpassing the titles of Ravenclaw's Light and Wise Weasley in notoriety. Shoo, keep your voice down. She S.A. Weasley. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Her companion admonished. She has 4 brothers in Gryffindor. She has no real connection to the Weasleys of the wizarding world, does she? My uncle works at the Ministry of Magic and mentioned that the Weasley family adopted a child named Claire Weasley. Perhaps she is Arthur Weasley's illegitimate daughter. Oh my. Mrs. Weasley would actually accept an illegitimate child? Who knows? I heard that ancient wizarding families arrange marriages without true love. Absurd. Claire's face darkened as she sought to escape, yet her legs betrayed her. The more she listened, the angrier she became, and she turned to unleash a silent, repelling charm. Unable to endure any longer, she shouted, "What rubbish! You think you can just talk behind my back? Shameless, gossiping harpy. You are the illegitimate child. Your entire family are illegitimate children." Each insult served as a repelling charm, sending 2 Slytherins crashing into the wall, whimpering, "We're boys." Fuming, Claire turned, her eyes ablaze as she glared at the Slytherin who had spoken. "Then you are the illegitimate son. Huh, something seems off here. Who cares? Illegitimate son." Chapter 30, The Surge of Magic. Claire brandished her cane defiantly, only to be caught red-handed by Professor Snape. Ravenclaw lost 10 points for Miss Weasley's disrespectful Muggle behavior. "Professor," Claire exclaimed in exasperation. "Ravenclaw loses another 2 points for Miss Weasley's rudeness," Snape replied, waving his robe as he departed, leaving a seething Claire behind. Observing his retreating figure, he appeared rather pleased. Thus, Claire went into a frenzy. She showcased her knowledge in class, eager to earn points for Ravenclaw, even surpassing Slytherin's triumphant victory in Quidditch. "Sister, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Do take care not to overexert yourself." The Weasley family's protective tendencies spread throughout Gryffindor. Flamel accompanied her in meals, Fred offered shoulder massages, George served tea, Angelina fed her desserts, and even Charlie and Rigmond joined in their playful antics. Ravenclaw aimed to seize the house cup, much to Gryffindor's delight. Upon her discharge, Claire plunged headlong into the crowd, exuding vivacity. Flamel, Autumn, Senior Rigmond, Fred, George, Charlie, Percy, let us all go to the library. At the banquet, she leaped 3 feet high, vociferously proclaiming at the Ravenclaw long table, her demeanor radiating with exuberance. Yet, the repressed magic within her eventually erupted one fateful night. Qiu Zhang, who resided next door to Claire, was the first to awaken. A crack of static electricity ignited in the darkness, emitting a brilliant blue light that was both loud and bright, causing Qiu Zhang to yelp as she sprang from her bed. Initially, she presumed the electric shock was due to the overly dry blanket, but upon opening her eyes, she found the room suffused with dazzling blue lightning, spreading incessantly. The cacophony of screams from the girls' dormitory roused the entire Ravenclaw house, even alarming Professor Flitwick. Upon the headmaster's investigation, they discovered the epicenter of the storm, Claire, who was thrashing in a nightmare. The almost corporeal lightning surged around her. The Ravenclaw girls stood at the doorway, speechless. Qiu Zhang nudged her roommate. "Do you think Claire has a bit of a problem?" Her Muggle-born roommate, clad in protective armor, cautiously peeked around the corner, yet maintained a remarkably calm tone. "Oh, PTSD. What?" Qiu Zhang felt dizzy. "What does that mean? Sister, are you speaking English?" The Muggle perspective regarded this as a mental disorder, more formally known as post-traumatic stress disorder. However, Claire appeared quite lively during the day. From a psychological standpoint, Weasley had tried to rescue herself, yet it proved futile. This affliction was indeed a malady that required treatment. The more vivacious she appeared by day, the more she suffered by night. That very night, the Ravenclaws packed Claire's belongings and sent her to the infirmary. After Dumbledore's examination, it was determined that the painful experience had prematurely awakened the latent powers within her bloodline, an ancestral strength meant for protection. In other words, Claire's parents or ancestors must possess wizarding blood. Early the next morning, Claire, filled with enthusiasm, dashed outside but was halted by Madame Pomfrey, who administered a calming potion until she was thoroughly saturated. "Bobby, can I skip this?" Claire pleaded, attempting to widen her eyes in a charming display. With no room for negotiation, she resignedly consumed the potion, feeling deflated as she headed to class, her stomach still unsettled from the potion's aftertaste. "Good morning, Claire." A nameless classmate greeted her. Claire nodded, waved, and unsteadily took a seat in the classroom. "Professor Flitwick must be retaliating against me. I've had far too much calming potion," she thought, resting her head on the desk as she gazed at Professor McGonagall at the podium. Fran, with thoughtful consideration, laid out her notes on Claire's desk and pressed a quill into her hand. "You can do this, Claire. Class is starting, we still need your notes. Keep it up." Fran encouraged, albeit rather dryly, as her own assignments relied heavily on Claire's contributions. Claire made a dismissive gesture, irritated, and turned her face away. Under the continuous watch of Madame Pomfrey, the persistent care of Professor Flitwick, and the intermittent attention from Dumbledore and Professor Snape, Claire's alchemical skills flourished remarkably. Thanks to Dumbledore's vast knowledge, she finally comprehended how to create a flying alchemical device, an external flying component. Claire fashioned it into a square box. Drawing inspiration from a silver bracelet, it would absorb magical energy and conform to the shape of its carrier, transforming into a silver membrane adorned with intricate magical circuits. By affixing it to an object, the magical circuits would automatically unfurl, generating a planar magical barrier to elevate the user into the air, whether it be a Muggle broom, an enlarged leaf, or a transformed stone. It could even be attached to the soles of shoes without mishap. "I succeeded. I am an absolute genius," Claire exclaimed, shaking Madame Pomfrey's arm in excitement. A day later, under the watchful eyes of several professors, her experiment was a resounding success. "Exceptional talent is the greatest treasure of a wizard. I am truly delighted to encounter such a little witch as you, Claire. It's a pity you didn't join Gryffindor," Professor McGonagall lamented. "That might be because I filled my mind with knowledge on the day of sorting, Professor McGonagall." Claire replied with a hint of grievance. "After all, we had to train with dragons." Professor Flitwick laughed heartily, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. Invisibility, magical shields, speed, diving. Claire incorporated every conceivable feature. The user would only require a minuscule amount of magical energy, even less than the daily overflow emitted by wizards. A trace of magic, amplified through a magical enhancer, would release a massive protective barrier around the user. With Dumbledore's assistance, the flying component was anonymously provided to the Aura department, comprising a flying module and a parachute, with provisions for repairs and replacements when damaged. This could potentially yield Claire a steady income of 3,000 galleons annually. "Dumbledore, what is your monthly salary?" Claire inquired, gaining insight into the privacy matters of Hogwarts staff. The headmaster earned 400 galleons, the heads of houses received 300 galleons. Professors earned 250 galleons each month, and Hagrid received 150 galleons monthly. That's quite a sum, Claire calculated with her fingers. With such a financial boon, she could afford to relax for the rest of her life. Although she wouldn't be living extravagantly, it was certainly an improvement over her previous solitary existence. "All right, I'm ready to embrace a life of leisure," Claire mused, thoughtfully biting her fingernails. Chapter 31, The End of Term. Day by day, the final exam week arrived. Despite Claire's myriad of endeavors throughout the semester, the first-year examinations posed little challenge for her. During this time, she had become pen pals with Molly, and their bond had deepened significantly. Claire often chronicled the amusing happenings at Hogwarts in her letters, enclosing small trinkets she crafted. Each time Molly received a letter, she would burst into laughter, remarking to her children at home that Claire was far superior to those troublesome boys. The youngest Weasley siblings, Ron and Ginny, adored this sister they had yet to meet, eagerly anticipating the small gifts that accompanied each letter. Ginny even asked her mother several times when Claire would return home. However, it was evident that they would have to wait quite a while for their reunion, at least not during this holiday. At school, while Fran was anxiously fretting over the exams, Claire was out and about with the Weasley twins, Fred and George, exploring Hogwarts by night. The escapade began when the twins pilfered a high-quality piece of parchment from Filch. Despite their efforts, it yielded no results. It only absorbed ink, leaving no trace. And even attempts of burning or soaking it failed to elicit any reaction. After several days of waiting, they finally turned to Claire for assistance. Upon receiving it, Claire spent the better part of the day deciphering its purpose, ultimately concluding that it was a map. The command to activate the map was, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." What a brilliant mind, she exclaimed, tugging at her hair in exasperation. "Take it away. Make it disappear from my sight." Yet, upon hearing Fred and George mention their plans for a nighttime adventure, Claire perked up. "Take me with you," she exclaimed enthusiastically. Good sister, they echoed. At last, Professor McGonagall's nightmare had come to fruition. The only solace lies in the fact that Charlie Weasley, the ringleader of that mischievous group, is about to graduate. Thank Merlin. When Professor McGonagall caught Claire and the Weasley twins once again, she was visibly exasperated. 3 consecutive nights of escapades. Such egregious behavior. Unrepentant. Time to call the parents. "You 3. I must have a serious discussion with Molly about this. And I'll have Arthur come too." Molly, who was waiting at home, soon arrived and expressed her profound disappointment. Specifically, she lamented, "Fred, George, Merlin, you have led your sister astray. My dear Claire is so well behaved. Don't play with them, darling. They are troublemakers." Molly was fuming. She held Claire tightly in her embrace, glaring at her 2 sons. "It's all my fault, Mom," Claire said, her big eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's not Fred and George's fault. I was too playful and wanted to explore Hogwarts Castle." "Oh, dear, how can it possibly be your fault? It's those 2 rascals who are enticing you." Claire peeked out from Molly's side, revealing a little head and a triumphant grin directed at her brothers. "Enticing?" Fred exclaimed, pressing his hand dramatically to his chest. "How could you say such hurtful things, Mum? You've shattered my poor heart." Yes. And my heart is in tatters too, Mum," George added, feigning tears. Gryffindor was relatively lenient about nighttime escapades, a fact that was clearly demonstrated by Professor McGonagall. The punishment for being caught 3 times over 3 nights was merely a call to the parents. Arthur Weasley found amusement in this, after all. Which Gryffindor student hasn't ventured out at night? "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I promise." Claire sniffled, pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve. The elder's ire was directed solely at Fred and George, leaving Claire nestled in the warmth of her sanctuary. As the end-of-term examinations approached, Claire deftly transformed her pet into a teacup in transfiguration with a flick of her wand. Charms class was even simpler. She was certain she earned an outstanding as she performed a nonverbal spell. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled like a lighthouse bulb in that moment. The results for astronomy, potions, and history of magic were swiftly released, and as the entire school had anticipated, Claire emerged as the top student in her year, leaving everyone else far behind. At the end-of-term feast, Ravenclaw claimed first place, surpassing Slytherin by a remarkable 50 points, earning the House Cup. Acknowledging Claire's significant contribution, the House Cup was presented to her by Professor Flitwick. Thus, the semester concluded. "Sister, I shall miss you. Write to us every day," Fred shouted from the Hogwarts Express, leaning out the window. "Don't forget about us." George chimed in. All right, Claire replied dismissively. That very evening, Dumbledore, along with her luggage, transported Claire from Hogwarts to the home of Nicholas Flamel. They arrived at the familiar cottage, but this time they apparat to the doorstep. Dumbledore politely knocked on the door, and a breathless Nicholas opened it, bustling over with refreshments to welcome them. "My dear apprentice, I was just wondering when you would arrive. I have been waiting for you for quite some time," he exclaimed excitedly. "Very well, Nicholas, let us in," Dumbledore said as he retrieved Claire's shrunken luggage, which floated down and returned to its original size. After some effort, Claire's belongings were finally settled. "Now, tell me, child, what do you wish to learn?" Nicholas offered her a cup of tea. Claire frowned, glancing at Nicholas and then at Dumbledore, her expression hesitant and her words faltering. This was indeed a daunting question. Claire remembered she had come to learn alchemy, but evidently, that was not the anticipated answer. Ultimately, under the encouraging gazes of the 2 elders, she timidly replied, "Transmuting base metals into gold." In that moment, Claire was certain she saw a shared look of surprise and delight cross the faces of the 2 old men. "Very well. I entrust her to you, Nicholas." Dumbledore ruffled Claire's short red hair, his gaze intense as he looked at his old friend. "Bring her avaricious tendencies under control." Dumbledore attempted to convey his intentions through his eyes. "Rest assured, Albus, this child is innocent and delightful. I find her quite endearing." "Now, you should head home," Nicholas replied, his gaze fixed on Dumbledore. "My young apprentice, you may do as you please. Do you have any objections?" Now, let us not linger." Claire looked around, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. After a dignified farewell, Dumbledore returned home. Chapter 32, Harry Potter. Nicholas Flamel's little cottage was filled with antiquities, from grand renovations to minor decorations. Even the teacups appeared to have seen better days. "Teacher, is this cup also an alchemical product? What is its purpose?" "It seems you are eager to begin your first lesson, my child. Please, take a seat. The creation of this cup is quite simple. Observe the magical runes inscribed upon it. Copy, time, congeal. When these 3 runes are combined, they enable the cup to remain perpetually filled with the same liquid, keeping it fresh and consumable. Nicholas sat in a chair, waving his wand to conjure a series of images. Long ago, alchemy emerged to allow those with minimal magical ability to enjoy the conveniences of magic. He produced an empty cup and tapped it with his wand, causing clear water to appear instantly within. Wizards can alter the intrinsic properties of substances through magic. With a wave of our wands, we can summon water with a tap. It transforms into tea. Under Nicholas's guidance, the liquid in the cup morphed from water to tea, juice, and vegetable broth. How do we conjure a cup of tea? The prerequisite is that we must possess ample magical energy, and, through our understanding of magic, comprehend the essence of the material, then use our magic to alter it. A swirl of magical energy, under the old man's manipulation, took on various forms: water, fire, gold, wood, earth, even a flower and a butterfly. Claire keenly observed the tiny fragments emerging from the magical sphere. In your transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall must have taught you that magic cannot permanently alter the essence of things. That is true, but not absolute. As wizards, we wield the most perfect tool, magic, that can permanently change the form of matter by aligning with its intrinsic nature. In other words, the methods of wizards and muggles are not fundamentally different. It is merely that alchemists have infused the act of doing with magic. Nicholas wove the 3 runes together, and the tea in the cup gradually overflowed. Drink, child. This is alchemy. Alchemy is the art of skilled wizards transforming spells and magical energy into runic forms, leaving only the final step. Nicholas smiled gently. Do you feel a bit shy upon hearing of these skilled wizards? Child, every wizard possesses a unique specialization. Yet only the most exceptional among them can persist along the arduous path of alchemy. How many alchemists have languished for a lifetime only to find themselves stymied at every turn? These eyes of yours are the key to unlocking the next level of mastery in alchemy. The elder spoke with gravity and sincerity. I shall provide you with several objectives to accomplish during this holiday. First, familiarize yourself with magical runes. This is foundational knowledge that typically follows the 3rd year, but it is essential if you wish to pursue alchemy. Second, learn to control your magical power. Crafting alchemical items necessitates an exquisite precision of magic, and mindlessly wielding your wand to unleash a torrent of energy, like other novice wizards, is both foolish and inadvisable. To sustain prolonged writing of magical runes, you must manage your magical energy judiciously. Third, create 1 exemplary alchemical item each day that you are capable of making. Lastly, you must learn the arts of combat and dueling. You must know how to protect yourself. The elder gently tapped Claire on the forehead. Do you remember all of this? Claire, already feeling the weight of her responsibilities, nodded resignedly. I shall ensure the completion of these tasks, teacher. Nicodemus, indeed, was a master of contemporary alchemy. Within a mere month, Claire's skills in alchemy had flourished remarkably. She was now capable of independently crafting the once unimaginable medium for locating her family. Occasionally, she would summon white wisps of mist to catch glimpses of her relatives. One day, Dumbledore paid her a visit. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Claire greeted as she opened the door to the waiting headmaster. Hello, Claire, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Has Nicodemus not come? Oh, she is at home. At the old house. As you know, she dislikes much commotion. The headmaster and Nicodemus seemed to have engaged in a lengthy discussion, which appeared to have escalated into a minor quarrel. When they emerged, Dumbledore's arms were laden with items. Meanwhile, Nicodemus intensified Claire's study regimen, as if determined to cram all knowledge into her mind at once, until the owl delivered the list of books required for Hogwarts, finally liberating Claire from her studies. Go forth, my child, for my alchemy is merely your starting point, the elder imparted gravely. Casting her worries aside, Claire gleefully set off to Diagon Alley for supplies. With the gold galleons bestowed upon her by the Ministry of Magic, she had opened her own vault at Gringotts. She was now a little wealthy lady. Claire's heterochromatic eyes garnered her an extraordinary amount of attention in Diagon Alley. However, being alone was somewhat lonely and intimidating. She endeavored to find familiar faces amongst the bustling crowd. Hagrid's towering figure was unmistakable in Diagon Alley. He was nearly impossible to misidentify. There was no one more reassuring than him. He stood outside Ollivander's, peering into the shop. Are you also accompanying new students? Claire inquired. Of course. Little Claire. Hagrid leaned down toward her, whispering, Dumbledore has entrusted me with an important task. I am here to guide Harry Potter into the world of wands. Wow. Claire exclaimed in excitement, turning to Hagrid. But who is Harry Potter? Hagrid fell silent. My little Claire, did you sleep through the history of magic class? I did doze off, but I have read the history of magic book, so I know Professor Bin's lecture was identical to the text. The ancient magic history from the first year is so simple I could recite it with my eyes closed. Claire boasted. All right. You haven't learned it yet. Hagrid chuckled as he stood with Claire outside the wand shop. As you may know, the wizarding world has faced two Dark Lords. The first was Gellert Grindelwald, and the second, Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort. Hagrid struggled to articulate the latter's name. You should recognize that name, the Dark Lord. The one whose name is not to be spoken. Just a decade ago, his influence peaked, and anyone who defied him was executed. Claire gasped in response. He sought out the Potters and, as anticipated, found baby Harry, who had miraculously survived the killing curse and remained the sole survivor of the Potter family. The Dark Lord vanished. However, Dumbledore had mentioned that he was not dead, merely gravely injured, lingering in some hidden place. Hagrid spoke mysteriously. Harry is the prophesied savior. Claire followed Hagrid's gaze and spotted a small, frail boy holding his new wand, sensing its resonance. Regardless of who he was merely an undernourished child at present. Harry Potter, Claire murmured to herself. Chapter 33, The Dark Wizard. What can a child accomplish? Claire was rather indifferent to the notion of a savior. He is still just a child, Hagrid. She looked at Harry, who was conversing with Ollivander. Thin and small, dressed in oversized, ill-fitting clothes. He was a reflection of her former self. Perhaps he is slightly better off? At least his clothes are not patched, Claire mused. To procure a birthday gift for Harry, Hagrid brought Claire to a pet shop on the southern side of Diagon Alley to select an owl. Thank Merlin, bless Hagrid. Claire cheered silently within her heart. The pet shop was in close proximity to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Seizing the opportunity while Hagrid haggled, she gleefully entered Madame Malkin's and indulged in an extravagant shopping spree. Listening to Madame Malkin's praises, Claire felt euphoric, her confidence soaring as she splurged on 3 brand new sets of robes. From inside to out, top to bottom. She would no longer need to cast warming charms every day this winter. Please have them sent directly to Hogwarts upon the start of term. Thank you, madam. Claire bid farewell with feigned elegance and politeness. Under Hagrid's protective guidance, Claire successfully completed her grand shopping expedition from the southern end of Diagon Alley to the northern. She also had her precious wand maintained at Ollivander's. Gently caressing her beloved companion, she asked, Hagrid, where will you go next? I shall spend the night at the Leaky Cauldron, and tomorrow escort young Harry to King's Cross Station. And you, little Claire? Perhaps I shall return to face the music. Claire replied, rubbing her nose as she gazed up at Hagrid. Nicodemus, despite his unsteady gait, possessed an unfathomable strength of magic, and his spellcasting was nothing short of extraordinary. The terrifying memories of being under Nicodemus' magical control left Claire reluctant to return. I will pursue further studies at my teacher's home, Hagrid. Dumbledore has found me an exceptionally skilled alchemy instructor. I have been diligently studying throughout the holiday, Claire said, her eyes brimming with tears. Then you must study hard, Claire. Hagrid encouraged, beaming with pride. The sea of knowledge is boundless. It can be profoundly painful. I, at my age, deserve a holiday. Do you know how I spent this break, Hagrid? Invite me. Claire looked at Hagrid with tear-filled eyes, clinging to the last thread of hope that he might invite her. Give me a reason not to go back. Helplessly before her stood Hagrid, a quintessential Gryffindor half-giant, the very embodiment of Gryffindor spirit. His demeanor was rather brusque. In that case, see you at the start of term, Claire. Farewell, Senior Claire. Hagrid waved goodbye to Claire, dragging along the bewildered young Harry, and departed without a backward glance. Claire remained rooted to the spot, hand raised in a futile wave, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Wait, are you really leaving just like that? At least offer me some words of comfort. The phrase see you at the start of term, Claire felt so cold and indifferent. Grinding her molars in frustration, Claire clenched her teeth and stomped her foot before returning to the small wooden cabin to undergo her transformation. The silver lining was that Nicholas was currently napping, softly snoring, lost in a deep slumber. Claire relished the tranquility, as her backside still throbbed with pain. Heaven knows why Nicholas Flamel harbored such peculiar habits. His spells seemed to relentlessly pursue Claire's rear end. The magical energy coalesced into needles, shadowing her as if enchanted with a tracking charm. With a flick of her wand, she cast a silencing charm. Claire did not use the levitation charm, but relied solely on her strength, huffing and puffing as she dragged her chair over to Nicholas's large workbench. She felt it was high time to engage in some rigorous training. In the past, she could easily lift and sprint with this weight. Claire intended to craft a few trinkets to send back with Errol, the Weasley family's old owl, to deliver to her younger siblings at the Weasley household. The magical barriers produced by Nicholas were remarkably sturdy. Here, Claire could freely wield her magic without restraint. Suddenly, the small wooden cabin flickered with a crimson light. Claire recalled Nicholas telling her that red indicated the presence of a sinister and unfamiliar wizard. The elderly man in the armchair instantly opened his eyes. Transformed from the gentle mentor Claire knew into a figure emanating authority, his magical aura nearly tangible, extending outward from the house. The surging magical energy pressed down on Claire even from across the room, commanding reverence. A barrage of spells erupted from the old man's wand. Claire could only identify a few of the protective charms among them. How magnificent! Her eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, her reverence reached its zenith. Truly magnificent. Inspired by the old man's prowess, Claire resolutely grasped her wand and unleashed spells towards the shadow outside. Position, 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 Petrificus totalis, stupefy, expelliarmus, incendio, shatter to pieces. Under Nicholas Flamel's rigorous training, her spellcasting and agility had improved remarkably over the past 2 months. Although her magical prowess had yet to reach a level capable of subduing an adult wizard, she could now pose a significant hindrance to her opponent. The shadow outside continued to hurl spells, attacking the two within the cabin. Many of Claire's freshly crafted alchemical items were destroyed by the spells, causing her heart to ache. The Philosopher's Stone is not here, young man, Nicholas called out loudly towards the door. Old fool, just because you say it's not here, it isn't, came the muffled retort from the other side, sounding as if he had just gnawed on 20 extremely spicy chicken feet. Don't hold me back, Professor. I'm going to knock out his front teeth. Claire seethed with rage, destroying my hard work and speaking so insolently. With a teacher by her side, Claire felt emboldened. Yet Nicholas appeared to be weighing something, refraining from casting a stronger spell. An auror will be here shortly. Why are you still lingering? He calmly remarked, restraining his restless apprentice. The sounds of apparitions were already resonating around them. As the Ministry of Magic's aurors gathered nearby, the adversary vanished using apparition. Nicholas resumed his polite and gentle demeanor. Mr. Flamel, I apologize for the disturbance. A staff member draped in an ornate wizarding robe hurriedly approached, assisting Nicholas to sit. We will commence an investigation promptly to apprehend the criminal and bring them to justice before the Ministry of Magic. Claire, uninterested in their platitudes, pouted and retreated to tidy up the cabin. Restoring the place to its former glory might mend the damaged furniture, but it could not salvage the alchemical items ruined by dark magic. This time, Claire had suffered considerable losses. When I catch you, you'll be in for it. She clenched her fists and threw punches into the air. Given the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore arrived that very night. The two plotted in the small dark room. After their discussion, Dumbledore casually bundled Claire up. Headmaster, is it safe for Nicholas to be alone? Do not underestimate a 600-year-old wizard, young Claire, the old headmaster replied earnestly. His power is as unfathomable as the ocean, even I cannot match him. Such is the gift of time. The familiar entourage soon made their appearance. Dumbledore's version of apparition was swifter, providing an exhilarating experience. Claire adeptly crouched at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle, ready to unleash her pent-up energy. Chapter 34, Save Me. I am your brother. A new semester heralded new beginnings. Claire had stayed up later than usual the previous night, and by the time she arrived at the Great Hall, the first-year students were struggling up the stairs. Children, make way for your elder sister, Claire called out, her voice laced with weariness. At the front of the crowd, a blonde pureblood stood on the steps, extending a sincere invitation of friendship to Harry Potter. You should know, Potter. You ought to be aware of who the elite in the wizarding world are. The Malfoy family can lead you to glory. What a pretentious little brat. Claire couldn't help but let out a laugh. The blonde boy quickly turned his head towards her. Put away your arrogance. I know who you are. Red-haired, in an old robe, a child of the traitorous Weasley clan. Though that may be true, the new robes from Madame Malkin had yet to arrive, and Claire was still wearing a second-hand robe from her first year. While magically altered to fit neatly, it was evident that it was a used garment. Blonde hair. Slick back. I know who you are too, kid. Claire pushed her way forward, realizing that her malnourished frame hardly towered over the first years. In truth, she had no idea who he was. You're blocking the path of your elder sister. Claire lifted her chin, gazing imperiously ahead. One must never lose one's composure. Hey, Claire, Ron shouted excitedly. So good to see you, little Ron. Claire nodded, maintaining her elder sister air as she playfully ruffled Ron's hair. Claire, why are you still dawdling here? You should hurry inside. Your head of house has been looking for you for some time. Professor McGonagall emerged from the Great Hall, tapping Claire gently on the head with the sorting hat list. Claire smiled sheepishly, her earlier bravado deflating. With her tail between her legs, she hastily slipped inside. Oh, today a ceiling is adorned with storm clouds. Truly breathtaking, Claire pretended to stroke an imaginary beard, nodding in approval. As everyone wished, Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, prompting an unprecedented wave of applause from that direction. Fred and the others leaped up, shouting across the Gryffindor table, "We have Potter! We have Potter! Potter!" Rather than a savior, resembled a grand celebrity. Claire tapped her fingers on the table, eagerly anticipating the meal. Following the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore ceremoniously introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, a man named Quirrell. Claire gazed towards the staff table, taking in the young visage, his appearance quite passable, albeit adorned with an enormous turban. Was there a hint of body odor? The poor Professor Flitwick, seated beside him, appeared as though he might faint from the stench. Claire observed Quirrell, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. But the tantalizing spread of food before her proved far more alluring than her curiosity. Without hesitation, Claire immersed herself in the gastronomic delights. Ah, yet another customized mocha. She happily bit into a double-decker beef burger. Even as the meat threatened to choke her, she resolved to take yet another bite. This semester, Ravenclaw welcomed an additional member, inevitably leading to some first years residing alongside the older students. Originally, Claire was to share her room with a first year, but Autumn Zhang volunteered to stay with her. Rumor had it that a small competition was held within Ravenclaw for this opportunity, and Autumn triumphed with her commendable second place standing. Thus, the name Autumn Zhang was etched alongside Claire S. on the doorplate. After the first defense against the dark arts class, Claire finally comprehended Professor Flitwick's plight. Her nostrils were assaulted by the overwhelming scent of garlic. The audacity! This class was conducted alongside Hufflepuff, and Claire, dragging Autumn along, had risen early to secure their seats. Naturally, as a diligent student, she occupied the front row. Consequently, they endured an unprecedented olfactory assault. The moment class concluded, Claire rushed out of the classroom, clutching her nose, followed by a throng of unfortunate souls tormented by Quirrell's culinary choices. Garlic shall be placed on my blacklist. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented to Autumn, choking on the pungent aroma. In stark contrast to the busy holiday season, Claire found the classroom life at school to be akin to a vacation. During her first free period, she could even sleep until 9 o'clock without the threat of a curse to rouse her. After a week of slothfulness, Claire could no longer lie idle. I must study. I must strive. I must exert myself. Autumn regarded Claire with a mixture of bewilderment and amusement as she frantically leaped out of bed. For heaven's sake, Claire, haven't you studied enough? Autumn pointed to Claire's desk, which overflowed with books she had recently finished reading, yet had not yet returned to the library. Regardless, Ravenclaw was in full swing. Fleur had been avoiding Claire recently. Who could blame her? With such a diligent overachiever by her side, it was only natural to be swept up in the fervor. After a few days of trying to keep pace, Fleur's hair became split and her complexion waned, leaving her unable to continue the relentless pursuit. Thus, Claire turned her attention to Fred and George for some lighthearted escapades. The Weasley trio finally crossed paths with the first-year Gryffindor trio during a nighttime adventure. Miss Granger, Claire's voice emerged from the shadows, startling the three into looking around apprehensively. What are you doing here? What else could we be doing? George rolled up the parchment. Out for a midnight stroll, Claire grimaced. The Weasley twins' infuriating synchronicity made her feel like an intruder. Good heavens! A Weasley upperclassman. Hermione idolized Claire, but in that moment, her idol's image shattered into a million pieces. You're out at night too? Aren't you afraid of losing points? The young girl was in utter despair. The three seasoned troublemakers exchanged knowing glances and chorused, not afraid. Ron rolled his eyes at Hermione, gesturing silently to Harry, mouthing, what a buzzkill. It's just a nighttime escapade. How could the brave Gryffindor be daunted by curfew? We are merely patrolling the corridors. I believe Miss Granger is aware that certain students at Hogwarts possess greater privileges. Claire feigned seriousness. What are you doing out here? Speak quickly. Otherwise, I shall send you to Professor McGonagall. She threatened the little ones. Slytherin's Malfoy issued a challenge to Harry for a duel at midnight. Ron replied nonchalantly. We're going to be late. Draco Malfoy? Claire exchanged glances with the twins. George glanced at the map, leaning casually against Ron's head. Head back, darlings. Draco Malfoy hasn't even left the Slytherin common room tonight. Ron fumed, but was interrupted by a cat's meow. Those devious Slytherins. Tomorrow, I will meow. The empty corridor echoed with ominous footsteps. Let me see which little wizard hails from which house. George and Fred immediately drew their wands and tapped the wall, causing it to cave in and form an indentation, mirroring the armored sentry beside it. The brothers even made a hole for Claire, a creation of Professor McGonagall intended to alter the position of the knight. Claire strolled leisurely inside, producing 3 black boxes from her sleeve. She then cast a self-preserving glance at the 3 children, tossing the black boxes, and in an instant, the 3 vanished, the indentation sealing up to restore the wall to its original state. Ron was in utter despair, pounding on the wall, shouting, Save me. I'm your brother. No help for you, Ron. I only brought 3 invisibility boxes today. Claire's voice echoed from within the wall. In the corridor, only the 3 first years remained, exchanging bewildered glances. At last, it was Hermione who roused her 2 useless companions. What are you standing there for? Run. Chapter 35. Did you make the troll throw up? The next day dawned bright and sunny, sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating the entire dormitory. With no classes scheduled for the first period, Claire languished in bed. Claire, wake up. Do you know? Harry Potter has become Gryffindor's seeker. Autumn dashed to Claire's bedside, shaking her shoulders vigorously. News travels slowly in Ravenclaw. Fred had informed her of this yesterday. Merlin S. Beard. Enough, enough, enough. Stop shaking. My head is going to fall off. I'm awake. Claire reluctantly opened her eyes, dragging herself from the realm of dreams to sit up in bed. I already knew this last night. But isn't Harry just a first year? Why is he participating in the Quidditch tryouts? I heard it was Professor McGonagall's special approval. He is a full-fledged team member now. Everyone is saying that Harry Potter is a Quidditch prodigy. Oh, then good luck in the match, Claire replied dismissively, flopping back down to continue sleeping. You get up. Autumn was frantic. I've signed you up too. She shouted. Huh, then you can go by yourself. I'm not going. Claire squinted like a dead fish, yanking the covers over her face. You get up. Autumn was furious, and Claire raised her hands in surrender. On the pitch, Claire, feeling the weight of Fleur's gaze from the stands, nervously fidgeted with her fingers. She hovered on her broomstick, gazing skyward in exasperation. Ultimately, she had been dragged into participating. The broom she borrowed from Madame Hooch was the old Clean Sweep 7, an eyesore amidst a sea of sleek, modern designs. Although she had successfully made the team, Claire couldn't shake the nagging feeling that her selection as seeker was marred by serious, unsavory implications of cheating. Professor, you are aware of my eyes. Claire, you possess remarkable talent. The salvation of Ravenclaw rests upon your shoulders. Professor Flitwick presently seems disinclined to engage with her. It's merely a matter of having keen eyesight. Can Ravenclaw not secure a victory even once? Claire's eyes brimmed with tears. Professor, I too wish to be a seeker. But how absurd is it to imagine catching the golden snitch after just 2 minutes on the pitch? How can one be so cruel to a child? Under the reluctant support of Professor Flitwick, she managed to bypass the usual channels and approached the captain, persuading him to change the role of seeker to that of a chaser. Thus, the matter was settled. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw team was not overly enthusiastic about training, which did not significantly impact Claire's daily life. After clarifying the rules, the captain disappeared. He slipped away to the library to study in secret. Ravenclaw had a total of 7 official players. 3 were in the library, 2 in the Ravenclaw library, and 1 was in the dormitory engrossed in a book. The only seeker truly passionate about Quidditch, Autumn, could do little but go with the flow and seek refuge in the library. She had no desire to remain in the dormitory, especially with a peculiar individual who constantly wore an unsettling grin while working. Claire Weasley was only charming when asleep at night or when contributing points to the house. Claire graciously consented. Life continued in a mundane yet joyful manner. Before long, Halloween approached. In the great hall at breakfast, parcels soared through the air. A broomstick-shaped package landed in front of Claire. An owl dropped the parcel and promptly flew to Professor Flitwick for a reward. By Merlin's fork, the headmaster has gifted you a broom. Autumn exclaimed excitedly from the side. Claire was not the only one receiving such treatment. Harry Potter from Gryffindor was as well. Did Professor McGonagall arrange this with the headmaster? Autumn mused. Well, at least Ravenclaw and Gryffindor won't be too far apart, she added. Promise me, Claire, you'll give your all in the match, all right? Don't go easy on your brothers. Autumn implored, gripping Claire's arm earnestly. You must score plenty of goals. If I can't catch the snitch, Ravenclaw will be counting on you. Well, I'll do my best, Claire replied, swallowing a shrimp from her fork with little enthusiasm. The Halloween feast was a day Claire loathed, the pumpkin party. Before her enrollment, Claire had always consumed pumpkins. Each year, the pumpkins she gathered on Halloween would be dried and stored, serving as sustenance during lean days. Claire despised pumpkins. Hence, she had long made arrangements with Fred and George to seek amusement. This led them to the basement, where they encountered the troll conjured by Quirrell. Bro, is fending off a troll a third-year lesson? Claire inquired, peeking around the corner. Surely not, Fred echoed, also peering around the corner. That must be at least a fourth-year topic. George chimed in, joining them. Hey, George, you're squashing my head, Claire exclaimed. Why not take this opportunity to test the effects of vomit sweets on the troll? Claire suggested, eyeing the troll before them. Good idea. Brilliant. The 3 Weasleys agreed in unison. It must be said, Claire was becoming quite mischievous. With Professor Quirrell absent, likely off attending the feast, Claire cast a silent levitation charm, sending the unwrapped vomit sweets towards the troll's mouth. Observing the bizarre mass, the troll didn't open its mouth, but merely stared, occasionally poking at it with its finger. It doesn't know this is food, does it? Claire remarked, exasperated. Fred, mix the sweets into the pumpkin pie. George rummaged in Fred's pocket and produced a slice of pumpkin pie. Claire gave George a thumbs up. He was delightfully mischievous. Just as she was about to levitate the pie, Professor Quirrell returned. He waved his wand, unlocking the troll's cage, and turned to leave. Yes, leaving? Claire and the others were dumbfounded. Run. The troll, seeing two paths, raised its club and pursued the direction with more people. You absolute fool, Quirrell. The trio lamented in despair. Claire, throw the pumpkin pie to it. Fred shouted. George. The two brothers, in perfect synchrony, cast a powerful banishing charm. Claire, meanwhile, pivoted, her arm tracing an arc as she swiftly launched the pumpkin pie infused with sweets. Whoosh. The enhanced pie sailed directly into the troll's mouth. Nice shot. A foul stench immediately permeated the air. The vomit sweets took effect instantly. Seizing the opportunity while the troll retched, the Weasley trio stealthily departed. That was exhausting. Claire sighed with relief. They bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Hermione was crying in the girls' restroom, hearing of the rampaging troll. Harry and Ron hastily broke away from the crowd to rescue the distressed Hermione. Thus, they encountered a violent troll, both vomiting and swinging its club. What have you done to the troll? Professor McGonagall bellowed, pointing at the restroom now covered in troll vomit. Did you make the troll sick? McGonagall shook her head, unable to fathom the image. Claire and the Weasley twins remained hidden, their contributions unacknowledged. Chapter 36. The foolish grandfather. Everyone knew that the trio from Gryffindor was recently up to something. They were inquiring everywhere about Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Claire raised an eyebrow. What could they possibly want with Nicholas Flamel? Who knows? They were being secretive, failing to clarify their intentions. Autumn slurped a large gulp of pumpkin juice. Don't they eat chocolate frogs? Dumbledore's card is one of the most common ones in there. Even if Harry and Hermione haven't had any, Ron must have plenty. Who knows? Claire shrugged, declining to reveal the answer to the Gryffindor trio. Young people must learn to forge their own paths. Who hasn't he gone through that naive age? However, after pondering for half the night in the dormitory, Claire's soft heart led her to purchase 3 chocolate frogs for the trio. Inside, Claire had made a little alteration, 3 Dumbledore cards, supposedly a gift for her brother and his friends. You truly are a fickle woman, Claire declared unsteadily in the dormitory. This is the last time. I won team medal in others' affairs again. Autumn rolled her eyes at her. In the afternoon, Claire received another note from Dumbledore. The charms class had just concluded, with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor together. Fladora's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the suddenly appearing phoenix, and she embraced it, showering it with affection. Moreover, she took the liberty of snatching its tail feathers, which had been carelessly shed by magic, and stuffed them into Claire's hands. Observing Fawkes' lackluster demeanor, Claire surmised that it would soon be time for its rebirth. At that moment, new tail feathers would emerge. She offered Fladora an encouraging glance, stretched, and rose to leave the classroom. With Christmas approaching, Claire suspected Dumbledore wished to discuss holiday plans. She figured there were essentially 2 options, continuing her studies with Nicholas or returning to the wizarding world for a family reunion with the Weasleys. Molly had long anticipated the day when the entire family would gather for a meal. Claire, too, yearned to visit the Weasley household, for she had yet to meet her little sister this year. With a sense of ennui, she strolled leisurely towards the headmaster's office. However, this time she found her thoughts wandering. Ah, little Claire, you have finally arrived. It appeared that Dumbledore had been waiting for quite some time, as he waved to Claire. Allow me to introduce you. Seated on the sofa in the headmaster's office was a gentleman with chestnut hair, clad in a sharply tailored suit, topped with a deep gray woolen overcoat. He exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a pure-blood aristocrat from the wizarding world. This is Angus Tamagin, the former head of the Tamagin family and a master alchemist, recipient of the first-class Merlin Award. Good day, Claire greeted politely. Good day, Miss Weasley. Angus sat casually, yet his demeanor radiated grace and nobility. Upon seeing Claire, he straightened slightly. Angus appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his 30s. Forgive my intrusion, he began, his voice melodious yet sincere. I have long wished to meet you, Miss Weasley. My eldest son, the original owner of your left eye, went missing under mysterious circumstances over a decade ago. In my quest to find him, I relinquished my position as head of the family to my remaining daughter, and alongside my wife, have searched for many years, yet to no avail. He sighed softly. Now, the only remnant of that child that we possess is your eye. This Christmas, my wife and I hope you will honor us with your presence at our home, Miss Weasley. Just this once, if you are unwilling. We shall not trouble you again. His words were earnest, tinged with a hint of supplication, a humble plea from a grieving father. Very well, father. Given Angus's youthful vigor, Claire could hardly bring herself to refer to him as old. His appearance was far from that of someone aged and frail. Glancing at Dumbledore and seeing no objection in his demeanor, she acquiesced. All right, Mr. Tamagin, I accept your invitation. Claire nodded to Angus. After all, the eyes of his son remained within her own left eye socket. Thank you immensely, Miss Weasley. He rose and extended his hand towards Claire. She took it earnestly, gently shaking as per Angus's lead. during the Christmas holidays. The Temujin family shall await you at platform 9 3/4. Then, farewell, Professor Dumbledore. Angris cast one last lingering glance at Claire before turning to bid Dumbledore farewell as he departed. Those who harbor enmity towards dark wizards are undoubtedly good people. Aren't they, Professor Dumbledore? Claire mused as she lifted her cup and took a hearty swig of corn juice. The Temujin family had long been a proud lineage of Ravenclaw, their fervor for research far surpassing their pursuit of pure blood. Time to return, my dear. Dumbledore ushered her out. Very well, until we meet again, Professor. Christmas, a day for familial reunion, cast a shadow of sorrow over Molly. She had envisioned the Weasley household bustling with a grand feast for the holidays. Even Bill, who was abroad, had been summoned home. However, upon hearing of the Temujin family's circumstances, Molly graciously conceded, "Go, my child. A father who has lost his son clings to so little." Old? Claire had a plethora of thoughts to express. Mr. Temujin is the most handsome wizard I have ever seen. In his prime. Molly. Oh, my dear Claire. If memory serves me correctly, the former head of the Temujin family would be over 50 this year. Over 50? Claire was utterly flabbergasted. According to the wizarding world's average age for pure-blooded wizards to procreate, she ought to address him as grandfather. Yet, Claire resolutely refused to utter such a term in reference to that visage. Molly, my mentor is over 600 years old. Taking her leave from Molly and Ginny, Claire headed towards Mr. Angris. He had mentioned that his wife and daughter awaited just outside platform 9 3/4. As she approached, a striking duo, a young lady and a child, sat within an opulent, extended Rolls-Royce. Claire was taken aback. The younger one, the current head of the Temujin family, shared her red hair and appeared to be in her 20s, yet already bore the demeanor of a formidable professional woman. Claire Weasley. She scrutinized Claire. Emperor Temujin. A pleasure to meet you. With that, she turned her attention to the scenery, disregarding Claire. Angris shot her a disapproving glare. The more mature figure was likely Angris's wife, who, from the moment Claire entered the vehicle, kept her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Claire's left eye. Her voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. Dolores Temujin. It is a joy to finally meet you, dear child. Chapter 37. The Foolish Grandfather, Part 2. All right, let us be off, Emperor. The young lady waved her wand, and the car gradually ascended into the sky. Once airborne, it transformed into a carriage, soaring southward. Claire observed that the flying steeds ahead were not genuine magical creatures. Rather, they appeared to be purely alchemical creations, somewhat ostentatious. Alchemy is truly marvelous, isn't it, child? Angris lifted his chin with pride. The invisibility runes? Claire pointed to the magical runes adorning the carriage. Indeed, it seems you have inherited Gavin's abilities. Claire raised an eyebrow. To avoid exposing the wizarding world and in compliance with the secrecy laws, we must inscribe invisibility runes on all alchemical items. He shifted the conversation and began to expound on alchemy with great enthusiasm. Having received training from Nicole May, Claire was surprisingly able to comprehend the esoteric knowledge of alchemy and engaged in conversation with Angris. Before long, they arrived at the Temujin estate. From the air, Claire beheld the expansive manor. The central castle bore a striking resemblance to Hogwarts. To the north lay a small hill, with a river cascading down from it, winding its way through the entire estate, flanked by unknown trees. At the southernmost point was a lush forest, an awe-inspiring castle. Can you see it? Dolores inquired, astonished. It must be due to Gavin's eyes, replied Angris, casting a nonchalant glance at the castle's bloodline magic. The carriage descended onto the cobbled path at the entrance of the castle. Upon landing, it transformed back into an ordinary Muggle automobile. Emperor Temujin alighted swiftly, her high heels clicking as she strode into the castle without a backward glance. Emperor, Angris called after her, but his reprimand was in vain. Dolores cast an apologetic glance at Claire before hastily following Emperor into the castle. Linlin, a little house elf in a blue coat, appeared behind Angris. Take the guest to her room and see to her needs. Little Claire, may I call you that? Receiving a nod from Claire, he continued. Dinner will commence in 2 hours. Dolores has prepared a gown for you to try on. Emperor has been rather spoiled, I'm afraid, he offered a gentle apology. Bowing slightly before disapparating away, the house elf bowed politely. Esteemed miss, please follow me. As Claire walked, the little elf consistently maintained a half-step behind her, promptly reminding her of the direction at each fork in the path. Upon entering through the castle's grand entrance, Claire traversed the banquet hall and turned left into the corridor. The walls of the corridor were adorned with portraits. Some depicted individuals diligently working at their benches, while others were engaged in small groups, discussing Claire. The guest rooms were situated on the 3rd floor of the castle, and the little elf halted at a door marked with the words 3rd floor. Esteemed miss, this is the entrance to the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Is it a portal? Claire mused curiously as she examined the magical runes etched upon the door. A marvel of spatial folding. What an exquisite design. If only Hogwarts possessed such a feature, Claire murmured to herself. Just imagine if Ravenclaw had one. Relieved at the prospect of avoiding the stairs, Claire was pleasantly surprised upon reaching her guest room. As she opened the door, the opulence within struck her like a thunderbolt. The room was spacious enough for a game of badminton, with a private bathroom, an independent bathtub, and a large swimming pool. It seemed excessive to have 3 separate facilities when one room could suffice. The bedroom housed a grand, intricately carved bed measuring 2 meters square. And at the far end of the room, there was a generously sized walk-in closet filled with various types of wizard robes. After a refreshing bath, Claire selected a plain black robe. Although it bore a resemblance to the school robes, the dark embroidered pattern signified that it was an alchemical robe. Lily, are you there? Could you fetch me a glass of ice water? After her bath, Claire felt parched and summoned the house elf. In a flash, the house elf appeared with a glass of water in hand, seemingly taken aback for a moment. Can the esteemed Miss command Lily? Claire cast a puzzled glance at the elf before continuing to dress. The dinner was to be held in the dining room on the 2nd floor, which, although smaller than the banquet hall below, still exuded an air of luxury for Claire. Onpa reluctantly took a seat beside Angress, while Claire was arranged opposite her. The little elf, Lily, lingered hesitantly in the shadows. Claire, I am deeply grateful for your presence at the Tammigan household for Christmas, Dolores began, her tone measured. Years ago, this was how Christmas was celebrated at the Tammigan residence, when Gavin had just graduated and Onpa was still in school. The Dark Lord's influence loomed vast and menacing. Yet it held no sway over the Tammigan family. We closed our doors and lived our own blissful lives. Dolores poured out her heart, her voice tinged with resentment. One day, Gavin told us that the Dark Lord had promised him that if he agreed to provide alchemical goods, it would bring new glory to the Tammigan family. Angress disagreed, asserting that Gavin was a good boy and, out of courtesy, he had to inform his friends of his refusal to the Dark Lord's invitation. And with that, he never returned. Until Dumbledore brought us those glasses, Dolores choked, her breath hitching in her throat. Can you share with us? That Jerry agreeing. Did he mention Gavin's whereabouts? Claire shook her head, observing the distraught Dolores. That man merely stated that he had unearthed the eyes of the Tammigan heir. At that time, young Mr. Tammigan was still alive, but he did not know where he was sent. Dolores's tears flowed freely. Angress closed his eyes as if shutting them would render him deaf to the unfolding drama. Opposite them, Onpa clenched her fists tighter. My son, she said, sitting beside Claire, her trembling hand reaching toward Claire's left eye. Enough. Onpa Tammigan slammed her fist on the table. Mother, my brother has long been dead. You know that. You have known for over a decade. That eye of hers is merely an alchemical object. Even the eye color was fabricated. I made it. If you like, I can make another one for you. There is no need to cling to others and weep. With a resounding smack, Angress struck her, his magic surging violently, twisting in the air and leaving a mark of blood on Onpa's face. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Claire felt immense awkwardness as the dinner descended into chaos. Christmas, a time for reunion. Families and homes coming together. Claire lay on the grand bed in the Tammigan guest room, once again casting the familial tracking spell, utilizing a medium she had crafted herself. 2 silver pendants. One representing her father, and the flower symbolizing her mother. Dense white smoke erupted from the tip of Claire's wand, flowing into the silver pendants, splitting into a stream of white smoke that spread with Claire's magic. Observing the 2 tendrils of smoke extending northward, Claire smiled. Perhaps her mother lies somewhere between here and Hogwarts. I hope they have a Merry Christmas. Outside, the little elf Lily trailed the expanding white smoke until she reached her young mistress's door. Just as she was about to enter, the white smoke dissipated. Chapter 38, The Foolish Grandfather Part 3. The little elf Lily animatedly described the ethereal white smoke to her young mistress, prompting Onpa to furrow her brow. She can command you? Onpa rubbed her temples. Logically speaking, Claire, who possessed only one of her brother Gavin's eyes, should not have the ability to command the house elves. Moreover, she had directly seen the Tammigan estate. Could she be Gavin's child? Hastily donning her wizard robe, she waved her wand, causing the spatial folding door to materialize in the room. The numbers fluctuated momentarily before finally settling on 3rd floor. Follow me, Lily, we must ascertain the truth. This truly is a mobile alchemical device. Miss Weasley. Onpa politely knocked on the door. The 2 moved to the sofa in the guest room. Miss Weasley, did you just cast a familial tracking spell? Claire's heart skipped a beat. My apologies, I acted rashly. I merely wished to see if my relatives were well. Claire sincerely apologized, eager to explain herself, but the words caught in her throat. Perhaps I triggered the castle's protective magic? I beg your pardon. Onpa shook her head, her tone resolute. It is troublesome. Cast it once more. Huh. Claire was utterly confused but complied, waving her wand to cast the familial tracking spell again. A thicker strand of white smoke extended from Claire, directly connecting her to Onpa across the coffee table. The two, one large and one small, sat in silence facing each other. After a prolonged moment, Onpa spoke. "Lily, go summon father and mother." "Yes, miss." The elf squealed as it vanished with a flick of magic. Within a minute, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. "Mother, this child is Gavin's child." Onpa's eyes glistened with tears. "I believe not, Lady Onpa Tamigan." Claire finally regained her composure and firmly declared, "I am not Gavin Tangan's child. She is your child. I am your child." Both Andrews and Claire spoke in unison. The bond of blood between parents and children should be the closest. Claire produced 2 silver pendants from her chest. Andrews instinctively wished to commend her, yet he swallowed the words, a grimace on his face. "I have met my father. Lady Tamigan." Familial tracking. 2 strands of equally thick white smoke, empowered by Claire's magic, rapidly extended. One strand was intercepted by Onpa midway, while the other continued to spread swiftly. "May I inquire why?" Claire sat in the solitary armchair, her voice trembling as she inquired. "Why is it that I was born with only my father? Why does he not remember me at all?" Amber appeared profoundly affected. Her face flushed as she gazed at her parents. "Mother, this cannot be. I have never even been married." "Oh, thus, the questions multiply. Why does my mother not remember me either, Mr. Tamigan? Grandfather Andrews?" Dolores covered her face, weeping, while Andrews sank despondently onto the sofa. "I am sorry, my child. It is my fault," he confessed. "The year Gavin vanished, we searched everywhere for him, but the Death Eaters would not relent against our family. During our escape, Amber and we were separated." Andrews's tone was fraught with helplessness. "We could not return to Tamigan Manor. We lost all means of contact. Your mother, Amber, during that time met a wandering Muggle, your father. They fell in love, married, and then you were born. In the wake of Gavin's disappearance, I crafted an alchemical artifact, hastily made, that could only reveal the locations of family members in danger. On the day Amber gave birth, we received the location information. Amber was far too young. She had not even graduated. The complications of childbirth nearly cost her life, and the Muggle doctor was utterly at a loss. By the time we arrived, she was already on the brink of death. That Muggle doctor informed us that Amber had given birth to a stillborn child. To save your mother, we erased the Muggle doctor's memory and left without seeing you. Under the protection of a friend at Tamigan, Amber slumbered for 3 whole days at St. Mungo's. Upon awakening, she cried out for you, and upon learning of the stillbirth, she became nearly deranged. We were powerless to help her. We had to erase her memory. Amber did not mention it, and we were equally unaware of your father's whereabouts. We returned to the Muggle hospital several times in search of him, but he was nowhere to be found, as he had been rushed to the hospital. And the records contained only Amber Tangan's name. Andrews's green eyes brimmed with tears, and he choked on his words. "Then why does my father not recognize me?" Claire whispered. "A few years ago, he learned of my family's existence from somewhere and wandered outside the castle. Amber had just begun to recover. How could we bear to let her revisit such painful memories?" Dolores dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. "Andrews only has this one precious daughter," he told me. "So we decided it best to treat that marriage as if it never existed." I acquiesced, he continued. "And then you all said nothing, asked nothing, and also erased his memory?" A bitter taste filled Claire's throat. She was at a loss for words. No one understood the hardships endured by an 8-year-old child living alone. She had scavenged for scraps, accepted charity, fought, and endured beatings. In those cold, desolate nights, Claire had yearned countless times for her father or mother to descend from the heavens and rescue her. Other children had parents to shield them from life's storms. Claire did not. She faced the predatory world alone. A careless misstep could lead to her complete disappearance from existence. The thought was even more terrifying. No one would remember her. Her father and mother had been erased from memory. Her grandparents believed her to be dead. Claire's life felt like a cruel jest. In this age-old, cliched tale, no one was at fault. Amber thought she had lost herself, gone mad, and was saved by the erasure of memories. Dolores and Andrews sought to protect their daughter. They had indeed searched for their son-in-law, but to no avail. Father Loskoff had searched for 6 years, finally uncovering a lead. He went to find his wife, believing that a mere 3 days would reunite the family. Yet, the erasure of memories left him forgetting even where home was. A mad, wandering bachelor, saved by the resemblance of his dream girl, Anka, to whom he pledged himself. What a beautiful love story. "I need some time alone," Claire murmured, her head bowed. Dolores, tears streaming down her face, took the reluctant father and daughter away. "Let the child have some space, Amber Andrews. This is all our fault." Chapter 39. Loskoff under the shadow of erasure. The long night stretched on. Tamigan Castle was ablaze with lights. None found rest. Claire was at a loss as to how to confront the situation. Had all her suffering over the years been in vain? Indeed, it had been for naught. No one was at fault. Blood surged through her veins, flooding her brain, causing a splitting headache, filled with sorrow yet devoid of an outlet. Claire could only chew on the past, swallowing the bitterness. Merlin's foul socks. The following day, at the dining table, Amber regarded Claire, hesitating before speaking, her tone gradually firming. Claire, I will take responsibility from now on and care for you. I am sorry, Mrs. Tammegan, but I have already formed a new family. You must already know that last year, I was adopted by the Weasley family. Mum Molly and Dad Arthur have been wonderful to me. I must return to the Weasley home today. They are waiting for our reunion. Claire lowered her head, obscuring her expression. Though she was unsure what Mr. Tammegan had told her, she reassured, you need not tread so carefully with me. I bear no ill will. Claire looked up, earnestly meeting Amber's gaze. Mr. Tammegan's heartfelt intentions are not misplaced, nor is my father's desire to embark on a new life. You are certainly not at fault. It is all merely a cruel twist of fate, devoid of right or wrong. Amber cast a pleading look towards her parents. Andrews kept his head bowed in silence, while Dolores's eyes brimmed with tears. After a moment, it was Dolores, as the grandmother, who spoke. Claire, Amber is your biological mother. She wishes to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. We hope you can grant us a chance. Tammegan is your home. Claire shook her head, glancing at the despondent Amber. Accepting a child of uncertain parentage was not a favorable prospect for Miss Tammegan. Claire reevaluated her thoughts on Miss Tammegan. Her gaze was resolute. Since she had been forgotten, perhaps it would be best to start anew. Her mother was still young and deserved a life of her own. Just as before, when I did not exist, let her be shielded from the cruelties of the outside world. Claire could not help but ponder how blissful it would be if her parents were together. No, if Mr. Tammegan had not taken her mother away, she would have perished. If only Mr. Tammegan had exchanged a few more words with her father, or if her father had never found her mother. Then Claire would at least still have her father. Suddenly, she found herself longing for the warmth of family, to experience what it felt like to be with both her father and mother. Claire missed her father. The last time he had held her was when she was 6. Entrusted to Aunt Jenny. Perhaps this holiday, she could visit her father, accompanied by her mother. I have a request, Miss Tammegan, Claire said, somewhat conflicted, her voice faltering. Would you accompany me to see my father? In a moment of fleeting gratitude, Claire, with her head bowed and voice quickened, expressed her appreciation to the benevolent gentleman who had cared for her child. There was no need for recognition, merely a glance would suffice. Amber sat beside Claire, tears glistening in her emerald eyes. I am your guardian, Claire. The entire Tammegan family was out and about, with Dolores carrying an array of gifts for visits. A flying carriage approached swiftly, heralding the arrival of Akragana. The woodland cabin remained unchanged, save for its blanket of snow, with doors and windows tightly shut, exuding an air of desolation. Mr. Weasley? Mr. Weasley? Claire inquired, perplexed. Have they moved? Utilizing a familial tracking charm, Amber waved her wand, casting a spell upon the silver medallion crafted by Claire. This time, the mist drifted southward. Angus stepped forward, raising his arm as his wand traced an arc in the air. A gray smoke enveloped the area, within which the appearance of the woodland cabin rapidly morphed, until the silhouette of Anka emerged. She held her wand aloft, whispering the incantation Obliviate towards Loskoff's back. A sharp crack. The spell proved ineffective, and a fissure appeared in the stone pendant clutched in Loskoff's hand. Faint away, Anka dropped her pretense, shouting an attack spell. The incantation collided with the transparent shield before Loskoff. Anka, what is wrong with you? What are you doing? Loskoff took 2 steps towards Anka, his soul seemingly departing from his body. Dark magic surged from the tip of Anka's wand, shattering the stone pendant entirely. Pack your belongings, Loskoff. We must leave this place and find a new home. Loskoff moved stiffly into the cabin, oblivious to the cries of his young son nearby. Mom, why doesn't Dad pay attention to me? Asked Creel. My little Creel, your father is fine. We are moving. Anka cradled Creel's small face, asking, Are you happy, my dear? Hooray, I will help Dad pack. The 4 of them, grandparents and grandchildren alike, found themselves in silence. Claire discovered the eagle-shaped stone pendant, shattered into several pieces. Clutching it tightly in her hand, the sharp edges drew blood from her palm, prompting Amber to embrace her daughter, her fingers glowing with white light, healing Claire's wound. Perhaps we should contact an auror, Dolores suggested. Will the familial magic from Miss Tammegan's half-brother work? Claire suddenly looked up at Amber. Indeed. Though it may be less potent than that of full siblings, Amber nodded. Clenching her fists, Claire cast the spell upon herself. Familial tracking. Too strong, too faint. Father, mother. Grandmother, grandfather. So Creel is not my father's son. Chapter 40. Loskoff under the influence of Obliviate in the serene North Langegeny, a quaint wooden cabin stood, surrounded by a substantial expanse of land, seemingly undergoing further construction. Loskoff was driving a pickup truck, preparing to take his son to the market for supplies. A year prior, they had purchased this modest cabin in the surrounding forest with the money from selling their farm. Moody, accompanied by a group of young Aurors, soon converged with the Tamjin family. Claire, in a rather unrefined manner, squatted atop a tree branch, peering down. The three members of the Tamjin family stood awkwardly nearby, having agreed to prioritize rescuing Loskov. "Good day, Mr. Moody," Claire politely greeted as she jumped down from the tree. "Long time no see, little Claire. What brings you here?" Moody inquired. "It's a long story, Mr. Moody, but let me get to the point. By a stroke of fate, I have located my long-lost father, Loskov Weasley. In order to avoid disrupting his life, the Tamjin family has graciously agreed to play the role of my guardians to express gratitude towards the kind Mr. Weasley." "I am indeed Claire's guardian," Amba interjected. Moody furrowed his brow, a look of confusion upon his face. "Then we discovered that the woman who married Loskov, Anka, is, in fact, a dark witch. She has employed the Soul Snatcher curse and Obliviate to control that foolish Muggle who drives the car and raises another's child, my father." Claire pointed at Anka. "Wait, you say she is a dark witch?" Moody observed the truck departing in the distance. "Indeed, Mr. Moody, let the professionals handle it. We shall rescue Loskov, and you can deal with the woman who has used an unforgivable curse. Rest assured we will." Moody's expertise remained formidable. He stomped his wooden prosthetic leg, erecting a magical barrier. Anti-apparition charm. Several young Aurors hastily brandished their wands to support the spell. "Students." Moody turned his magical eye, sternly surveying the young Aurors. "Remember, do not let her beauty lull you into complacency. A dark witch can take your life with a mere flick of her wand. First, prioritize subduing her, petrify her, and let her fall unconscious. You need not await my instruction. I trust you know what to do. If she employs dark magic, do not hesitate to unleash your killing curse. Action." The wizards swiftly operated from various angles to encircle Anka. Her alertness was formidable, yet it faltered against the might of the powerful Auror Moody. Anka's failed attempt at apparition bought valuable time for the young Aurors. Faint away. The woman collapsed to the ground, seemingly not so difficult after all. The young Aurors felt a surge of pride. "Retreat 3 paces. Quickly immobilize her." Wands flew forth. Casting a silent spell towards the young Auror, 3 audible spells soared towards the woman lying on the ground, unable to evade. A crimson light left a gruesome scar on the cheek of the young Auror. He stood, stunned, until a companion poured a potion to counteract dark magic onto his wound, snapping him back to reality. Arrogant, overconfident. If only that spell had been more accurate, your head would have rolled. Moody snapped his wand in frustration, striking it with his cane. "You never learn." The scar from dark magic would remain forever etched upon his face. "Laura, search for any remaining wands, and administer the Veritaserum," Moody directed a young man. Meanwhile, the Tamjin family had driven their car to intercept Loskov. "Sir," Claire spoke first. "Who are you? What do you want?" Loskov questioned. Confusion etched across his face. "Sister." "Dad, it's my sister," Creel shouted. Once again, Claire he greeted warmly. Andrew's wand shimmered with healing light. In an instant, Loskov clutched his head in agony, his legs buckling as Claire and Amba supported his weakened body. "Dad, what is wrong with you?" Creel cried out nearby. "Anka Tracy, stop!" Loskov suddenly shouted. "It is futile. The force of Obliviate is too great. We can only restore him to this extent." Andrew returned his wand to its holster. "Do you remember me, Mr. Weasley?" Claire asked softly. Loskov rubbed his aching temples, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. "You? Ah, you resemble the girl from my dreams. Come. Mr. Weasley, I believe you have many questions for that woman, Anka Tracy." Claire pointed towards the direction of the cabin and spoke calmly. The pickup truck belonging to Loskov appeared to have been reduced to a mere model by Anka. Loskov's eyes widened, yet he remained silent. The group climbed into the vehicle belonging to the Tamjin family. "Mr. Moody?" Inside the cabin, chaos reigned. "Little Claire, your timing is impeccable. We just administered the truth serum." Claire was ensnared by a sleeping charm, lying unconscious in the car. "Why, Anka?" Loskov asked, his heart shattered. The woman had shed her previous gentility, revealing the visage of a mad witch beneath her mask. "Why? It is, of course, to protect my Rail. We are being hunted by both Aurors and Death Eaters. My husband, Rail Tracy, bravely diverted those devils and was brutally slain." Moody furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling who Rail Tracy was. "Poor Railson, so young, having lost his father at birth. I must ensure he has a complete childhood." The woman screamed frantically. "And yet you take away other children as fathers?" Claire stepped forward resolutely. "You are the wretch." "Indeed. The moment I glimpsed that pendant, everything became clear. What does it matter if I take? Everything must yield for my son. Why choose Loskov?" Claire's gaze fixed intently on Anka. "Oh, at that time I was being tormented by that wretched Muggle, who demanded we pay inheritance tax to remain on that accursed farm." Loskov appeared, gentle and courteous, paying our taxes and helping us retain the Muggle farm. I took an immediate liking to him. My son needed a father. He could not grow up in a single-parent household. He was then wandering, merely aware of being a vagrant, searching for a daughter named Claire. Lascoff's eyes widened, questions lodged in his throat. But he does not even remember where home is. I pleaded with him, even offering to submit to him, just to have him care for my son. Anka's eyes were bloodshot, her gaze malevolent as it bore down on Claire. Yet he remained unmoved, declaring, "Mrs. Tracy, you deserve better." I thought that once he forgot about that wretched child, he would willingly stay. But no matter how I manipulated his memories, filling his mind with false recollections, he always dreamed of Claire. Claire, Claire, Claire. What a repulsive name. He even insisted that my Railson change his name to Creel. Finally, he accepted that it was merely a dream. You appeared. Had I known, I would have gone to Conchiliac City to kill you. You know I am in Conchiliac? Claire asked, her brow furrowing. Oh, I certainly do. To repair his mind, I used the Cruciatus curse to turn his brain inside out. Anka glanced at Lascoff, who was slumped in his chair, then turned her attention back to Claire. Just a Muggle child, not worth my effort. I merely need to cast a confundus charm on your neighbor's family to gradually wear you down. How does it feel to consume refuse? Ha ha. She laughed maniacally. Chapter 41. Lascoff under the control of oblivion. After a great battle, the birds in the forest had fled. The surroundings felt eerily silent, save for the conversations of people. I can only maintain control over Lascoff with the Imperius curse, making him believe he is Rael's father. My husband, Anka boasted. He plays his part splendidly, ha. Under the influence of the truth serum, she recounted her misdeeds in meticulous detail, including torturing Death Eaters with the Cruciatus curse, sending terminally ill Muggles to their fate with the killing curse, and using the Imperius curse and oblivion to manipulate poor Lascoff into providing for her. Rael Tracy, a graduate of Slytherin. I remember him, Moody said solemnly. In 1984, he perished at the hands of Death Eaters, buried in the Tracy family cemetery. It was later confirmed that he had never harmed anyone. He joined the Death Eaters solely to preserve his family. A week after his death, he was exonerated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The elder Trasus offered a bounty of 100,000 galleons to find you and your son, for in the tapestry of the Tracy family, the last name recorded is Raelson Tracy. His status as heir has already been registered with the Ministry of Magic. As for your claim that Aurors are pursuing you, Aurors only chase Death Eaters. You ought to reflect on whether you have cast the unforgivable curses upon them, or inflicted powerful attack spells on them and innocent Muggles. Given the numerous unforgivable curses you unleashed upon innocent Muggles, causing them permanent harm, and even killing one Muggle, we shall arrest you and send you to Azkaban. Await the judgment of the law, Anka Tracy. Anka despondently sank to the ground. They never captured us. How can this be? I cannot go to Azkaban. She screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face. I have a son. I cannot be separated from him. Moody gestured for the young Aurors nearby to take Anka Tracy away. Before she departed, he added, "Rest assured, your son will be cared for by his grandparents. Raelson Tracy is currently the only heir of the Tracy family, and his grandparents are still in good health. He will receive the best of care." Moody departed on his flying module. While the Aurors appeared to enjoy soaring through the air, they took Anka Tracy and the unconscious Claire, no, Raelson Tracy, into invisibility midair. Claire observed as the two Trasus were sent in opposite directions. Lascoff appeared bewildered. His memories were a tumultuous blend of reality and illusion. He was an orphan wanderer and a father to a little girl. He also seemed to be Anka's husband, Claire's father. What was truly real? Daddy. Claire could scarcely speak, yearning to grasp her father's hand and burrow into his embrace. Yet the strangeness in his eyes felt like an insurmountable distance between Claire and Lascoff. Lascoff. Andrews observed Lascoff's dazed expression with a tinge of guilt. To preserve your sanity and prevent further damage to your mind, the effects of the spell can only be digested by you. Perhaps you will remember. Or perhaps you will not in this lifetime. Daddy, do not say any more, Anka interjected, pushing Andrews aside and drawing the timid Claire close. Andrews stumbled back. Dressed casually for ease of movement, she wore white sneakers, exuding youthful vitality. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Lascoff Weasley," Anka said, standing before him with poise. "I am Anka Tame Jen, a wizard. We were once married and have a child." She pushed Claire forward, resting her hands on Claire's shoulders. Her name is Claire Weasley. It felt oddly surreal. Since Tracy claimed she could not erase the past, I surmised that he must remember he once had a child. This child has always longed to find you. She loves you dearly, knowing you have a new family, yet chooses not to acknowledge you. If you are amenable, we might embark on a courtship, providing our child with a complete home. I yearn for my offspring to flourish within a conventional family, a fundamental duty of parenthood. Loskov gazed at the girl standing in the sunlight. She claimed to be his true wife, standing close to him. He could even discern the small mole on her nose. Her complexion was flawless, her skin as smooth as cream, and her hue reminiscent of snow. Loskov found himself at a loss for words to extol her virtues. She radiated brightness, excellence, and cheerfulness. Suddenly, a fleeting image crossed his mind, a figure more youthful than the girl before him. Her appearance bore some resemblance to Claire, save for a pair of eyes glimmering with a golden-green light. She smiled at him. Loskov's heart raced fiercely, a sensation he had never experienced in all his years with Anka. Yet, he suppressed this stirring deep within. I shall shoulder the responsibilities that befit me. He reiterated his commitment, revealing his lingering disbelief in the matter. Anpa embraced Claire's shoulders as if cradling a rare treasure. Mother has brought your father back, Claire. Would you like to live with us? Claire nestled in Anpa's embrace, nodding in bewilderment. Could it be true that her father had returned? Not just her father, but her mother as well? Andrews patted Claire's shoulder, declaring that the Tamajan family had their own means of vengeance, and that her grandfather would ensure justice for Tracy. A glimmer of coldness shone in his eyes, which Claire noted distinctly. Mr. Tamajan, Andrews' gaze betrayed hurt, leaving Claire feeling even more at a loss. She stammered, Gigi grandfather. The Tamajan family is known for their adherence to the law, after all. Upon hearing Claire address him as grandfather, Andrews skipped with joy. Dolores snatched Claire from Anpa's grasp, urging her to drive. Of course, my dear Claire, we abide by the law. The group returned to the Tamajan residence to rest. Andrews and Dolores donned splendid wizard robes, personally preparing an array of gifts. Directing Anpa, they drove to the Weasley household. Molly, Arthur, and the Weasley siblings, save for Ron, who was with Harry at school, eagerly awaited Claire's arrival. Upon seeing the Tamajan family clad in wizarding robes, Molly was taken aback. Mr. Tamajan, what brings you here? It was hard to imagine that the elegantly noble Andrews she had seen on the day of meeting Dumbledore could present such a warm smile and patiently explain the circumstances. Molly felt elated. Claire had discovered her biological parents, and she sincerely hoped that they could live happily together as a family in the future. She firmly declined the lavish gifts Anpa offered and invited the Tamajan family to dine at the Weasley home. The spread may not have been extensive, but it was imbued with the essence of home. You have all endured too much hardship. From now on, you must cherish life. Should you have any uncertainties regarding child rearing, feel free to consult me. Claire is a wonderful child. She patted Claire on the head. I truly wish for her to be my daughter. Claire dove into Molly's embrace. Molly Mama. Chapter 42. Uncle Gavin's old friend Claire was distressed. The Ministry of Magic had already registered her as the sole heir to both the Tamajan family and the Muggle Weasley household, and Claire was now poised to take on her responsibilities. Claire? Claire. The voices of Anpa and Loskov echoed. Merlin's glue. How clingy can they be? Are other parents this clingy? At that moment, she was hiding beneath her Uncle Gavin's desk, engrossed in a book. Her youthful parents, newly enamored, were like two oblivious children, filling the house with their sappy dialogues, lacking any decorum. Boring romance. Claire found it utterly unappealing. Yet, they continued to dote on her while engaging in flirtatious banter. At times, Claire felt like a mere trinket in their love affair. Do parents really like to sandwich their children between them while kissing? They had claimed it was for the sake of the child, to take responsibility together, yet now they seemed genuinely enamored. Claire gnawed her nails. Oh, had they fallen in love at first sight again? She rolled her eyes dramatically, let out a long sigh, set down the book she had finished, and crawled out from under the desk to select another from the shelf. Uncle Gavin was a quintessential Ravenclaw. His room was brimming with books, and his research interests aligned perfectly with Claire's. Among the Tamajan family, only Uncle Gavin possessed the eye of insight, which is why all relevant texts had been moved to his study. It resembled more of a library than a study. The origins of alchemy, alchemy and dark arts. Fundamentals of alchemical practitioners. This book, titled Fundamentals of Alchemy, sparkled with iridescent light, the magical runes drawn in peculiar shapes. While other magical tomes were often limited to one or two monotonous colors, this one was exceptionally vibrant. Claire pressed her face against the cover, deciphering its contents inch by inch. Clarity, light, wisdom, insight, ideals. It was evident that this book was tailored for alchemists endowed with the eye of insight. The author, a long-gone ancestor, was none other than Henry Tamajan. As Claire perused the tome, she discovered that the text and magical runes were inscribed in contrasting shades. The content was profound yet accessible, with remarkably innovative concepts. What an exceptional ancestor. On page 352, a thin slip of paper was tucked inside. It bore a letter written in magical runes. Jerry, I greet you as if I have met you. Claire froze in place. The letter was pinned by Uncle Gavin to his friend Jerry Green Johnson. It elaborated on the significance of the Eye of Insight to alchemists and expressed joy at the discovery of another possessor of this rare gift. Gavin reassured Jerry that even without magical prowess, he would remain his best friend. This seemed to be a draft. Was Jerry Green once a mute? Claire rummaged through the entire study, finding several letters among the crumpled papers, and she transcribed them, preparing to present them to Andrews. Linlin? Miss Claire has summoned Linlin. What is your command, young miss? Please summon Grandfather Andrews to the study and inform him that I have something of great importance to discuss. The house elf vanished with a snap. In the grand study of the Tamajan residence, Andrews wore a solemn expression, his gaze fixed intently on the letters laid out on the table. Gavin had never mentioned that his new acquaintance was named Jerry Green. It was nearly certain that when Uncle Gavin first met this Jerry, he was still mute. Claire pointed to a line in the letters. The departure of my brother and sister-in-law has caused significant distress to my father. He has recently begun to associate with Death Eaters, hoping to enlist the Dark Lord's help in restoring magic. The heir of the Johnson family. I recall they had indeed vanished for a time. After the fall of the Dark Lord, they resurfaced to negotiate on behalf of Old Johnson, donating a substantial portion of their fortune to secure his safety. However, they did not linger long before succumbing to illness. Claire perused another letter, continuing to read aloud. The Dark Lord has demonstrated formidable magical prowess. His mastery of the arcane is beyond measure, and the future of the magical realm beckons with promise. My dear Gavin, I yearn for us to embark upon this journey together. The Dark Lord has aided me in realizing my dream of wielding magic, albeit for a fleeting moment. I am delighted that you have consented to my proposal, Gavin. I hope we may traverse the same path towards a glorious future. I have received your correspondence and am aware of your sentiments. I shall convey your requests to the Dark Lord. However, his temperament has grown increasingly volatile of late, and I am uncertain whether the Death Eaters can continue to bask in glory. My father has amassed numerous alchemical artifacts for the Dark Lord, urging him to provide me with healing, but the Dark Lord rebuffed him with a piercing curse. I am tempted to counsel my father to withdraw from the Death Eaters, yet the Johnson family appears deeply entrenched. My dear Gavin, out of courtesy and respect for the formidable wizard, I shall accompany you in resigning to the Dark Lord in person, hoping for a favorable outcome. Claire set down the parchment, pondering the letters. Jerry Johnson seems to be a decent fellow. Little Claire, I recall you mentioning that Jerry Johnson lives in the guise of Old Johnson, unbeknownst even to Johnson. Andrews's mind was a tempest of thoughts, but amidst the chaos, a thread of clarity began to emerge. Indeed, grandfather, Claire nodded, and had indeed told me that he is her grandfather. I believe he has not consumed the polyjuice potion, nor does he possess the ability to transfigure. Rather, he simply resembles Old Johnson, yet he has claimed to be trapped within the frailty of old age. I remember the house elf of the Johnsons mentioning that at the time. He was influenced by his own confusion charm, exhibiting signs of madness. The elf told him that he was Johnson, the esteemed head of the Johnson family. Claire furrowed her brow in recollection. He was also incensed enough to strike the house elf. If he is the illegitimate son of the Johnsons, then prior to the extinction of the direct line, he has no claim to inheritance. Yet, Johnson was still alive at that time. What if he is not Jerry? The Dark Lord could merely alter Old Johnson's memories, convincing him that he is Jerry Johnson, thereby ensuring his servitude. He has always been the head of the Johnsons, and Jerry may have perished long ago. This would also elucidate the significant disparity between the Jerry of the letters and the one in reality. A replication in duality. Andrews tapped the letters on the table with his finger. Tomorrow, take these letters to your headmaster, Little Claire. I shall provide a copy to an Auror, hoping these may aid in the pursuit of Jerry Johnson. Claire nodded and departed the study with the letters. Chapter 43, Gavin's Uncle's Old Friend, Part 2. The Christmas holiday has come to a close. On the evening of their meeting, Roscoff reminisced about their first encounter. Andrews wished he could delve into his mind for a thorough examination. Ultimately, he concluded that Roscoff, as a Muggle, had been enduring the effects of spells. His inherently magic-insensitive mind had developed a resilience against magic, growing stronger. Claire was filled with questions. Late at night, a knock resounded once more at Claire's door. Claire? Roscoff consistently rose in the middle of the night to seek her out, seemingly fearful of her vanishing. Ampa found it curious. She often stealthily observed Claire, occasionally emitting strange giggles. Claire genuinely struggled to comprehend. Is this what it means to have parents? On the first day of school, the entire Tamajan family rallied to send Claire off. Ampa drove directly to platform 9 3/4, their splendid family causing quite a stir on the platform. My dear Claire, write to your father and mother if you need anything. If someone bullies you, make sure to retaliate fiercely. Yes, your mother will have your back. And do write to us even when all is well. Just forget about it, Mom and Dad. Claire intended to impart some wisdom, but reconsidered, realizing she should be the one receiving guidance. She awkwardly bid farewell to her parents and boarded the train with light luggage. Claire had initially planned to indulge in a shopping spree at Diagon Alley, but Dolores had promised to send her all the necessary alchemical materials via owl post. Thus, Claire resigned herself to remaining at home, awkwardly playing the role of a third wheel. On the train, the heir of the Tamjin family? Frailder teased from the door of the compartment. I heard from Fred that you found your parents. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet, Claire. I'm genuinely happy for you. Frailder plopped down beside Claire, clutching a thick stack of parchment in one hand while throwing an arm around her shoulders, giving her a gentle pat. I'm happy too, Frailder, but my parents are somewhat different from what I had envisioned. Claire frowned. The thought of them exchanging sweet nothings in their home made her feel both awkward and creeped out. She hesitated to voice her thoughts. Do your parents also speak sweetly in front of their children's friends at home? What's strange about that? Frailder asked, puzzled. My father gives my mother morning kisses, afternoon kisses, goodbye kisses, work kisses, home kisses, and goodnight kisses. Frailder set down the parchment, counting on her fingers one by one. Merlin. Stop, stop, stop. That's too terrifying. Claire interrupted. Shuddering. What a dreadful life, she lamented. Frailder pulled Claire into an embrace, mischievously ruffling her hair. Today, Claire's hair had been meticulously styled by Dolores's grandmother, making her appear gentle and endearing. The way your parents act only proves how much they love you. Fred informed me that your parents were subjected to a forgetfulness charm. They have no recollection of each other, yet for your sake, they have come to know one another anew. Out of love for their child, they are willing to engage with a stranger. That is love. Frailder emphatically slapped her thigh. Hogwarts soon came into view. After bidding farewell to Frailder, Claire hurried to the headmaster's office, presenting the letters to the old professor. Professor, these letters were found in Gavin's study. Gavin Tamjin wrote the original using magical runes, and I have transcribed a copy, all here. The headmaster's office was quiet, and Dumbledore, as was customary, handed Claire a cup of pumpkin juice. Sit, my child. Claire nodded and took a seat opposite the headmaster's desk. Andrew speculated that the Dark Lord might have cast a spell on old Johnson, causing him to believe he was Jerry Johnson, while the real Jerry had long since perished. He had made a copy of the letters, one for an Auror and one for me to pass on to you. Dumbledore perused the letters. These are indeed quite helpful, Claire. With this information, along with the clues from our underground sources, we might piece together a rough account of the events from that year. Jerry Green Johnson, the illegitimate son of old Johnson, though mute, possesses the innate eyes of an alchemist. Thus, old Johnson understood the significance of those eyes. After the eldest son of old Johnson ran away from home, all of old Johnson's hopes were pinned on his younger son. In pursuit of this hope, he joined the Death Eaters, yearning for Voldemort to grant his son the gift of magic. At some point, Jiraiya met Gavin, who possessed the same ability. Through Jiraiya's introduction, Gavin became a Death Eater, yet was subsequently compelled by Andrews to withdraw. Meanwhile, Jiraiya uncovered Voldemort's brutality and resolved to exit alongside Gavin. Through our covert investigation, it was confirmed that Voldemort had slain a mute individual within Johnson Manor, causing old Johnson to succumb to madness on the spot. It was evident that these two young men had failed. The powerless Jiraiya was killed instantly, while the magically endowed Gavin was imprisoned in the dungeon. Then, claiming to be Jiraiya, old Johnson gouged out Mr. Tamgan's eyes in the dungeon. Professor, are you suggesting he has developed a split personality? Claire inquired, drawing upon her limited Muggle knowledge. The Muggle term is quite apartment. However, it is indeed as your grandfather suggested. Voldemort has altered his memories to a certain extent, Dumbledore remarked, setting down his juice. After his descent into madness, Claire rubbed her wrist, adorned with a protective alchemical bracelet. So, he currently appears quite rational. Yet his mind is fragile? She pondered. Perhaps we can exploit this to bring him forth, Professor. Old Johnson is, after all, a formidable wizard. Voldemort merely exploited his madness to offer him a glimmer of hope. What if this hope were magnified? Claire lifted her gaze, her eyes glinting with hatred. If news were released in the Daily Prophet about a shattered soul, ensnared by dark magic, discovered amidst the ruins of Johnson Manor, confirmed to belong to Jiraiya Johnson, this soul would then be sent to the Ministry of Magic to be freed from the curse. Regardless of whether he regains his sanity, he would not miss this opportunity, whether for his son or his own soul. Once he arrives, we shall execute the capture. Should the attempt fail and he escapes, we will detonate the bomb, sending him to the other side. Claire. Dumbledore's voice bore a hint of anger. This is quite cruel. Claire, I hope you do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment, he admonished gravely. Is what he has done not cruel? Claire countered, clutching her barely perceptive prosthetic eye. What sight do I have? Her right eye reddened, her expression contorting into a snarl. I witnessed Lyra Johnson fall before me. That dark magic was as effortless for him as breathing. Listening to him describe how he plucked out my eyes, How he gouged out my uncle's eye shouldn't we be more ruthless towards a monster than he is? How do you know that allowing him to roam free won't result in greater harm to the innocent? If you disagree, I shall consult my grandfather on this matter. I believe the Tammigan family will support it, Professor. Claire rose to her feet, standing firm for the greater good. Claire, Dumbledore called after her, his tone tinged with resignation. I concur with your method. However, I wish for you and the Tammigan family to refrain from interfering. I will enlist Nick to craft the alchemical items. We will capture him, Claire. The elder emphasized the word capture, and Claire recognized that he and Professor Nick would create an alchemical device focused on apprehension. You are still a child. You should not involve yourself in such matters, Claire thought, deeming it a concession. As you wish, Professor. With that, Claire exited through the door. Chapter 44. Not the friend of Gavin's uncle. Claire splendidly triumphed in a Quidditch match, a rare occurrence in Quidditch history. She defeated Hufflepuff with a significant lead, scoring 260 to 180, an unparalleled feat. Claire, what a magnificent match! Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Roscoff and Onpa also attended the match, seated in the Ravenclaw stands, while Onpa exchanged pleasantries with Professor Flitwick. During the game, Roscoff emitted sharp cries from the stands, as if his daughter were on the brink of falling. Onpa sat far from him, her expression clearly conveying, I do not know this fool. This is far too dangerous. Claire, your father disapproves of you continuing to participate in such matches. Roscoff shouted angrily as he descended from the stands. Come now, Roscoff. This is the most exhilarating activity in the wizarding world. Onpa, dressed in a dark green robe adorned with a golden flower brooch, crafted by Claire herself, wore a splendid wizard hat chosen by Roscoff. She descended gracefully from the stands on her high heels, maintaining perfect poise. Well done, Claire. Your mother is proud of you. Onpa beamed, turning to the sweat-drenched Claire. Thank you, Mom. Claire squealed, discarding her broom to leap into Onpa's embrace, nuzzling against her like a puppy, greedily inhaling the scent of her mother. Onpa chuckled as she enveloped her daughter in a warm hug. Claire's sweat dampened Onpa's chest, the soft fabric radiating the warmth of home. The mother and daughter shared joyous laughter while Roscoff fumed nearby. The surrounding crowd seemed to resonate with their happiness, with even Hufflepuff cheering in celebration of the Seeker's victory. This Quidditch trophy would undoubtedly bear the name of Claire Weasley, the first of its kind, etching her into Hogwarts history. After the match concluded, Onpa and Roscoff received an invitation to the headmaster's office. Claire anticipated that Dumbledore must have reported her misdeeds. That old man, the snitch, Claire muttered loudly. Ravenclaw prepared a grand feast in the common room, with Professor Flitwick even donning formal attire for the occasion. However, Claire felt little inclination to celebrate. She merely wished to spend more time with her parents. Thus, she changed her clothes and hurried to the entrance of the headmaster's office. Flander and Cho brought her drinks and fried chicken to keep her company. Your mother is truly beautiful, Flander reminisced, her face glowing with admiration for Onpa. So young, so graceful, so lovely. Cho nodded in agreement, sipping her drink, noting that Claire bore a striking resemblance to her mother and would likely grow into a similar beauty. We will have a friend as stunning as Mrs. Onpa Tammigan. Hearing others praise her mother filled Claire with pride, and she straightened up, feigning modesty as she said, Thank you. Thank you. My mother is indeed beautiful. Still a bunch of immature brats, oblivious to the charm of my man. Onpa thought smugly as she emerged from the headmaster's office behind the trio. Hey, Mom. Are you all heading home? Claire quickly stood, grasping Onpa's hand, feeling a slight sweat in her palm. I haven't introduced you yet. These are my friends, Flander Lambert from Gryffindor and Cho Zhang from Ravenclaw. Claire proudly announced to her friends. This is my mother, Onpa Tammigan, and my father, Roscoff Weasley. Hello, children. Thank you for looking after my daughter, Onpa greeted warmly. Ampa's elegant response instantly captivated the hearts of the two young girls. You are too kind, Francoise blushed as she replied. This holiday, I welcome you both to Tammigan Manor. Ampa nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, farewell. Go play with your friends, dear Claire. I must return home with my mother. Your grandparents are awaiting our report on the situation. Roscoff gently took Ampa's hand, addressing Claire in a soothing tone, as if comforting a child. Claire turned back repeatedly, her expression one of utter disappointment. As she returned to her friends, Am I blind? Stupid dad. He thinks I'm delaying their romance. She exclaimed. Let us go. We're going to drink corn juice. Angrily, she dragged her two friends to the Ravenclaw common room for a jubilant celebration. Hey, Claire, we want pumpkin juice. A few days later, Claire read the news of old Johnson's arrest in the newspaper. Dumbledore had not deceived her. He indeed captured old Johnson. Aware that it was a trap, old Johnson brazenly stormed the Ministry of Magic, only to be surrounded and apprehended by Aurors. After rigorous examination by the ministry, it was determined that old Johnson's brain suffered from severe degeneration. Under the powerful and destructive influence of Voldemort's magic, the possibility of any restoration had vanished. The Ministry employed a substantial amount of Veritaserum, yet he could not elucidate the specifics of what transpired years ago, merely admitting to the atrocities he committed against Claire and Gavin, as well as the murder of his own family. The residual magic within his mind had relentlessly ravaged old Johnson's brain for over a decade, leaving his cognition in utter disarray. He insisted he was Jerry Green. It was only when Andrews, holding a letter, inquired whether he knew the connection between Jerry and Gavin Tamajan and any past events, that old Johnson stammered in confusion, momentarily breaking through the memory charm. This fleeting clarity, however, only added to his mental turmoil. Andrews informed Claire that old Johnson had gone mad on the spot, shouting repeatedly, "I killed my son." His magic erupted violently, shattering both his cage and his own arms, before being subdued by the Aurors. Andrews and Dolores wrote in their letter to Claire, "We are truly sorry, but we could not locate your eyes. Perhaps they have been transformed into spectacles, destroyed amidst old Johnson's magical explosion. You are safe now, Claire. This demon has received his just deserts, and he has been sent to Azkaban, where his wretched form will endure the kiss of the Dementors. Furthermore, your grandparents love you dearly, and we shall forever protect you until the end of our days." Claire wept as she clutched the letter. They were far more reliable than her parents, who seemed only preoccupied with their romance. "Catch, look, his eyes are prosthetic. They are worth a fortune. Let us extract them." Chapter 45. I will wait for you on the other side. Claire still felt apprehensive about being alone. However, it was certainly an improvement compared to before. During the second Quidditch match, they lost to Gryffindor. Claire had to concede that Harry was indeed a prodigy at seeking. Within just 5 minutes of play, while Claire had only scored 3 goals, he captured the golden snitch. "Harry, what does the golden snitch look like in your eyes?" Claire asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Like a little golden ball with wings." He blinked and looked up at Claire. What a lack of imagination. Observing the fiery little sun in Harry's hand, Claire fell silent. He was merely an ordinary boy with extraordinary dynamic vision. Fred leaned in closer. Grinning as he playfully pressed down on Harry's head, both brothers enjoyed this gesture. "Ravenclaw's strongest chaser has met our strongest seeker. Are you cornered now?" Claire huffed in annoyance. "Just you wait. Next year, I will be the beater. I'll knock that little brat off his broom." The competition on the field was fierce. Yet at night, they remained the best companions for nocturnal adventures. In the astronomy tower, "George, don't step on my head. Next time, I'll climb first." Claire yelled at George. All right, sister, you're the boss." Even though the adoption papers had been rescinded, the Weasley children still affectionately called her sister. Claire was immensely pleased by this. Based on the Marauders map, the three of them planned to place the final anchor point at the top of the astronomy tower to create a three-dimensional holographic map of Hogwarts. In Claire's vision, this map would monitor students' locations in real time, update the number of individuals in common rooms, track the positions of professors, and assist in planning the shortest paths between locations. Most importantly, it had to be three-dimensional, holographic, with minimal delay and rapid updates. Additionally, it needed to be portable. Claire's mind spun with ideas as she conjured magical circuits. "Hurry up and climb, sister. There's a parachute. You won't fall." Fred was serving as a ladder at the bottom. "Shut up, Fred. If I fall, I'll have to climb back up. Why didn't you bring a broom?" Fred gritted his teeth, supporting the weight of the two of them. "Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Is it so wrong to forget?" Claire retorted. George ignored their banter, panting as he climbed higher. The three of them exhaustedly climbed to the tower's tip, wearily positioned the anchor point, and then fatiguedly parted ways at the fork in the path. "Tonight, let us keep this a secret. Especially you, Big Mouth Fred," Claire threatened, shaking her fist. "I've never done anything silly like climbing the astronomy tower." Claire had successfully created a static holographic map of the castle. Now, all that remained was to activate the anchor points and integrate dynamic sensing runes. She planned to present the static three-dimensional holographic map of Hogwarts as a birthday gift to Professor Nichol. No graduate could refuse to revisit the cherished dreams of their student days, not even those from over 600 years ago. "Wait, is Nichol a Hogwarts graduate?" Claire scratched her head. "Oh well, even if he isn't, he should still appreciate this castle." The alchemical map contained silver coins. By inputting magic, for strands of silver thread would appear, binding the coins to the palm, impervious to any attempts to shake them off. But a simple spell could revert them to silver coins. Hand gestures would control the scaling, and spells would dictate the positioning. The three-dimensional, all-encompassing holographic terrain map of Hogwarts was complete. With the holidays approaching, Claire intended to visit Professor Nichol with her parents. "He hasn't met my mother yet," she exclaimed. Yet, fate is as elusive as smoke. Some individuals are destined never to meet. The day after the exams. Lunchtime. "Potter and your brother are in the hospital." Francoise informed Claire. Ron, what happened to them? Claire inquired, puzzled. Did they get into a fight? Or were they injured playing Quidditch? Dumbledore won't allow us to visit them, Francoise replied, sitting on a bench near Ravenclaw's side, chewing on a hefty piece of steak while whispering to Claire. All right, this is getting stranger. Did they get into some trouble? Who knows? Francoise shook her head. Fred, George, Claire called out to them. Nighttime adventure. She signaled with her eyes. The three exchanged knowing glances before lowering their heads to continue their meals. At the entrance of the hospital wing, Fred stood watch outside, while George and Claire stealthily crept into the medical wing. Harry, Ron, Claire called out. Claire, came Ron's voice, waving from the second bed on the inside. Good evening, Claire, Fred? Uh-huh, wrong guess. George, seated by the bedside, ruffled his brother's hair vigorously. You rascal, what trouble have you stirred up? Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening. Hey, Claire, how could we be in trouble? We thwarted Quirrell's plot. Quirrell? Quirrell intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, Hermione, and I navigated through the fourth floor, overcoming numerous obstacles. Stop, Claire interrupted. How could the Philosopher's Stone be at Hogwarts? It's clearly at Nicholas Flamel's residence. You know Nicholas Flamel. Ron's face fell in frustration. I should have asked you directly. Why didn't I realize that? Nicholas is my alchemy teacher, and I told you. 3 chocolate frogs, 3 Dumbledore cards. We gave the cards away after eating. Why didn't you say so outright? Ron looked utterly exasperated. Where's the stone, Ron? Did the headmaster take it? Claire's face hardened. Hey, are you Claire and George? Not some polyjuice potion version of Voldemort. Ron pulled the blanket up to his chin. I will not divulge the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, he declared resolutely, as if facing severe interrogation. If you remain uncooperative, I shall unleash an army of spiders to extract the truth from you. George threatened. Wait. The Philosopher's Stone has already been destroyed. Voldemort can no longer use it to resurrect himself, Ron proclaimed, lifting his head triumphantly. Thus, we have foiled Voldemort's grand scheme. Claire crushed the snack she had brought, her fury palpable as she turned sharply to leave. Claire, where are you going? George shouted. I'm going to inquire with Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nicholas. It is his family's legacy. How dare he destroy it? How dare he? Hey. Calm down, Claire. Fred, stationed at the door, enveloped Claire in a comforting embrace. Ron stared at the furious Claire, casting a questioning glance at George, who merely shrugged in response. Oh, what a predicament, he muttered, slowly retreating back under the covers. You can't see me. This isn't my fault, Headmaster, Ron thought. Chapter 46. I will wait for you on the other side. Dumbledore was awakened by a portrait. He was clad in polka-dotted pajamas and donned a fluffy nightcap. Please sit. Claire, I have yet to determine how to discuss this matter with you. Did you and Nicholas have a fierce argument over the Philosopher's Stone during the holidays? Claire initiated the conversation. You know full well that Nicholas is innocent. It was Voldemort's greed that put him in peril. Why then? Do you still resort to harming the victim to thwart the conspiracy? Dumbledore pushed a cup of pumpkin juice towards Claire. This is the least harmful method. Nicholas is an independent individual. No one has the authority to dictate his fate. Not even you, Professor Dumbledore. Claire's eyes brimmed with fury, her rage palpable. Even her magical eye trembled in its socket. This was the result of a discussion between Nicholas and myself, Claire. He simply did not know how to articulate it to you. Dumbledore removed his hastily donned spectacles and rubbed his nose. Claire seemed to catch a glimpse of tears welling in his eyes, which softened her fury. But it's the Philosopher's Stone. It's Nicholas's life. What will become of him? Claire slumped despondently against the back of her chair. Little Claire, you must understand that human life is finite. Dumbledore's gaze seemed to penetrate something far beyond, a hint of distraction clouding his expression. All forms of immortality come at a price. Some depart, bravely embarking on new journeys, while others remain, clinging to the past, destined to become mere phantoms, wandering the mortal realm. In his youth, Nicholas pursued immortality, trapping himself and his family within their physical forms using the Philosopher's Stone. The decision to destroy it was his suggestion. Initially, I opposed it, believing there was no need to sacrifice one's life for Voldemort. Yet Nicholas conveyed to me that he wished to see the other side. He sought to embark on his next adventure. Claire remained silent for an extended period. They both sat in silence, gazing at the steaming mug before them. Please, add some sugar for me, Professor Dumbledore. Claire pushed the pumpkin juice forward. Parting is too bitter. I desire a touch of sweetness. Dumbledore obliged, adding 2 sugar cubes. Still unsatisfied, Claire scooped a handful with her hand and raised the cup to her lips, draining its contents. The unmelted sugar grains remained at the bottom, bitterness lingering on her tongue. See you tomorrow, Professor Dumbledore, and I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. With that, Claire departed without a backward glance. Instead of returning to her dormitory, Claire made her way to Professor Flitwick's office that night. borrowing the fireplace to travel to Nicholas's home. However, the place was long abandoned. The small cabin was enveloped in darkness. The lights that once burned through the night had finally extinguished. Claire sat alone at the entrance of the cabin. Claire. It seemed Professor Flitwick had notified the headmaster, for Dumbledore had also apparat to the location. Nicholas has embarked on a new journey. Do not grieve, for one day, I, you, and everyone else shall traverse the same path. Dumbledore extended his hand, inviting Claire to come closer. There is no such thing as a permanent farewell. We shall meet again, my child. With a flick of his wand, he vanished. He left you a gift, Claire, the cabin and all the alchemical resources within it. Aside from that small cabin, all the alchemical items have been given to others. He told me, that child Claire, if she desires something, she should make it herself. These trinkets are of no use to her. Dumbledore imitated Nicholas's tone. Claire finally managed to smile through her tears. This is a letter he left for you. I intended to give it to you at his funeral. But you were such a little rascal, it was too difficult to manage. Dumbledore shook his head in exasperation and handed it to her early. Return to your dormitory. Your friends are waiting for you in the Ravenclaw common room. There's a feast tomorrow as well. Your old headmaster is over 100 years old. You wouldn't want him to escort you back to such a lofty tower, would you? Dumbledore stroked his beard as he made his way back to the castle. Autumn was indeed waiting in the common room, accompanied by Fred and George. The fireplace blazed warmly, enveloping the entire room in a cozy glow. Autumn, clad in her pajamas, was engrossed in a book, while the twins tossed Gryffindor scarves and robes haphazardly on the pristine sky-blue sofa. Fred tugged anxiously at his loose tie. Autumn, Fred, George. I'm back, Claire said wearily, nodding as she settled onto the sofa. You actually decided to return, Autumn exclaimed, her anger palpable. She sat opposite Claire, slamming her book shut and dropping it onto the round coffee table. If it weren't for Fred and George, I wouldn't have known we had such a courageous contender in Ravenclaw. Sneaking out in the middle of the night to confront the headmaster? Are you a spy sent by Gryffindor? The headmaster could easily deduct 100 points from you. She continued to berate Claire incessantly. I acknowledge my mistakes, Claire said, lowering her head. I simply detest farewells, Autumn. All right, Claire, Autumn replied, moving closer. I've heard from Fred and the others. Farewells are always bittersweet. But at times, you must endeavor to trust the headmaster. He is, after all, the most formidable white wizard of our era, and he would not take a life lightly. This must surely be the best course of action devised by those eminent sorcerers of the magical realm. Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore would never demand Mr. Nicholas to take his own life merely because the Philosopher's Stone is coveted. He has lived for over 600 years. Consider how many have yearned for the stone during that time. Claire nodded gloomily. Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that it was Nicholas who wished to cross over. He will embark on a new journey alongside his family. I understand, Claire said, suppressing her bitterness. I wish to seize everything for myself. I do not want to be left with regrets. You can only grasp yourself, Claire. You alone determine the person you wish to become and the path you wish to tread. You know, we have no right to interfere with another's choices. Fred ruffled Claire's red hair, speaking earnestly. It was rare to see such a jovial face wear such an expression, but unexpectedly, this person, this visage, was exceedingly persuasive. Claire obediently nodded. Are you heading back to the dormitory to sleep? Or will you endure the night here? Autumn said, wrapping her arms around Claire as they prepared to ascend. The dawn is almost upon us. Of course, we shall go for a night adventure. The two brothers linked arms and staggered out of the Ravenclaw dormitory. Claire wished to join them. She desperately needed something to distract her, but Autumn's forceful insistence quelled her. Look in the mirror. Your eyes are swollen like a large toad. Return to the dormitory and rest well. Chapter 47. We shall meet again on the other side. Nicholas's funeral took place on the first weekend of the Hogwarts holiday. He wished for everyone to attend this celebration with joy. Dumbledore delivered a eulogy during the ceremony and announced Nicholas's will, distributing gifts to all his friends and family. Amper and Loskoff affectionately embraced the sobbing Claire, while Andrews and Dolores stood before them. In a letter to Claire, Nicholas had clarified the entire situation. I have long wished to see the other side. Time has granted me immense magical power and immeasurable knowledge, yet it has robbed me of my robust physique. Do not be deceived by my current frail appearance. In my youth, from the age of 15 to 150, I was as strong as an ox. Your mistress has long desired to depart. I have been the one to delay her, eager to continue my alchemical studies, greedy for the gifts of time. Until I met you, a natural alchemist, my child. You can carry on my legacy. Albus mentioned that a certain boy who calls himself Voldemort covets my Philosopher's Stone. I find this amusing, and thus, I plan to teach that boy a lesson by destroying it before him. I wonder if he was left in despair. Finally, my dear apprentice, I look forward to the day when you shine brightly in the magical world. In the little cabin, there exists an album containing my portrait. encapsulating all the knowledge of my life. I shall accompany you until the end of your days, and we will reunite on the other side. We shall surely meet again on the other side. Claire tucked this letter into her foundational textbook on alchemy, destined to be treasured forever at the Tamigan residence. She placed Nicholas's portrait on her workbench. He appeared to be peacefully asleep, seemingly for a long time. Claire hoped that the moment he opened his eyes, he would see his little apprentice diligently engaged in alchemical work. Thus began Claire's first holiday at the Tamigan residence. Though her parents occasionally showcased their affection in front of her, Claire had grown accustomed to it. She could even pass through her kissing parents without a hint of discomfort. "Excuse me, pardon me, do not kiss in the corridor. You two are blocking the way." She forcefully pried her affectionate parents apart. "Claire, you little pest," Loskov exclaimed, wishing he could pin her down and spank her. Unfortunately for him, he could not overpower Claire. "By the way, Mom and Dad, I suppose you've forgotten our little home? How about we go back for a visit? Aunt Jenny, our neighbor, if I recall correctly. Her family has been suffering from a confounding charm, and the spell has yet to be lifted." Claire drank from a carton of milk, determined to grow as tall as the Weasley twins this year. "All right, if I remember correctly, it's Congleton, right?" "Yes, Dad, I think we should prepare some gifts. Aunt Jenny has truly helped me a lot." The Tamigan family moved swiftly. Claire and Amber first ventured to the Muggle district, purchasing a plethora of Muggle clothing, and then, with the gifts Claire had chosen, they selected a modest vehicle. The Weasley home in Congleton was soon adorned festively. Claire, dressed in a charming little dress, looked exquisitely adorable as she knocked on the Rupert's door. Finally, she was able to reach the doorbell. "Who is it?" came Jenny's voice from inside. "Aunt Jenny, it's me. Claire Weasley. I'm back." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the house. "Claire," Jenny exclaimed, flinging the door open. "Claire?" She marveled at the little girl's appearance, only to then see little Weasley in a suit and the long-absent Mrs. Weasley. Jenny clasped her hands over her mouth. "Oh my goodness, you're back." She rubbed her hands together at her waist, wiping the moisture onto her clothing. "Aunt Jenny, it has been too long. Come in." The Rupert residence was significantly smaller than the Weasley home, let alone the castle-sized Tamigan residence. Andrews and Dolores sat on the sofa, leaving Claire and her parents to stand. "Who are these two?" Jenny inquired, puzzled. "Oh, forgive me for the oversight." Claire squeezed past the sofa. "These are my parents, Amber and Loskov. You should be acquainted with them. And these two are my grandparents, Andrews and Dolores." "Oh, you both look so young," Jenny exclaimed, placing the tea on the coffee table. "This is Aunt Jenny Rupert, who has cared for me over the years. The Tamigan family is immensely grateful to you, madam." This statement left Jenny momentarily speechless, silencing any complaints she might have had about the Weasley couple. "You are too kind, sir. Honestly, you and your wife look remarkably youthful," Andrews replied, smiling politely. He gestured for his son-in-law to bring forth the gifts he was holding. "In gratitude for your kindness, we have prepared a small token for you. We hope you will accept it." Jenny's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the seemingly valuable gifts on the table. "Oh my, you are too generous. The Weasley family are my neighbors. I practically watched them fall in love and marry. Claire is just like my own child." She and Andrews began to chat amiably, appearing to share a wealth of common interests. Amber had already discreetly cast a stasis charm, and it seemed Jenny was indeed unaffected by the confounding charm. As they were discussing how to educate children, Lucas returned home. "Mom, are there guests at home? I saw an unfamiliar car parked outside." The confusion spell took effect instantly, enveloping the two of them. "Oh, Raph. Lucas, you're back. Look who has arrived," Jenny exclaimed joyfully, oblivious to the awkward demeanor of the two boys. "It's Claire. Her parents are back." At last, Lucas laid eyes on Claire. A sudden recollection of his earlier aggression struck him. Although Claire often pilfered food from younger students, she exclusively targeted the children of affluent families. This habit invariably landed her in trouble. She had never bullied him. In fact, she had stood up for him during his own moments of torment. Why did I treat Claire that way? He felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. "Mom, I'll go change clothes in my room first," he said, trying to escape. Raph mirrored his discomfort, a hint of regret crossing his features. Once, he had viciously told an innocent 8-year-old girl, "You are nothing but a parasite, a vampire." In hindsight, how could he have been so cruel? "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. And Claire, I shall go upstairs to change," he announced. Claire, wishing to avoid any further interaction with them, felt a pang of resentment. Although it was due to a confusion spell, the pain it inflicted was genuine. The spell had magnified the darker aspects of human nature. As night fell, Claire's family departed. "Hey, darling, I avenged you." Little Lucas and his father, in light of his mother Jenny, have been given a potion by your grandfather. They've been suffering from severe diarrhea for 3 whole days. Ampa whispered mischievously. "Those little rascals, their offenses have been reported to the police, and they've been sent to juvenile detention." The worst of them received a sentence of 188 years. Roscoe added as he drove. Claire recalled that one of them was named Inns, but she shook her head, dismissing them from her thoughts. Chapter 48. Special training at Tamajin. Ampa felt a throbbing headache. Claire was increasingly resembling a child. During their first meeting, she had presented herself as a composed little adult. Well, this could be seen as a good thing, indicating that they, as parents, had not missed their child's childhood. Yet, why had this child suddenly become so clingy? She was about to enter the 3rd grade. Ampa vented her frustrations to Roscoe. The two of them had to retreat to the restroom just to find a moment of solitude. Dad, Mom, are you not done in the bathroom yet? Claire shouted, clutching a book outside the restroom door. Why are you both in there together? Claire now resembled a young cub that refused to sleep away from her parents. Even in the sweltering summer heat, she insisted on cuddling with her mother under the covers. Not wanting to part for even a second, the roles had completely reversed. All right, we're coming out. Ampa called out gently to Claire. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Ampa's vibrant red hair was in disarray from Claire's tugging. Roscoe, manage your daughter, she hissed, pinching Roscoe's side with force. I can't help it, Ampa, Roscoe replied, rubbing his sore side, which was likely bruised from Ampa's grip. That child can find us with just a flick of her wand. Let us go on a date, Ampa asserted decisively. To the Muggle world. She tugged on Roscoe's tie, pulling him closer. Their eyes met, and Roscoe's heart raced. Let us leave the child with her grandparents, she said. All right, he agreed, his countenance brightening. With a wave of her hand, Ampa and Roscoe restored their attire to a pristine state. As they emerged from the restroom, Claire scampered back to her chair. Engrossed in her book, she simply wanted to keep her parents in view while allowing them their personal space, she thought as she flipped through the pages. I'll sit right here, you two carry on. Ampa's expression threatened to explode, but she held it together. Claire, you are soon to enter the 3rd grade. As the heir of the Tamajin family, I hope you will diligently practice your magic, Ampa said tenderly. Okay, Mom, I will, Claire responded obediently, nodding enthusiastically. Your grandfather is a powerful wizard. Had your uncle learned those skills back in the day, he wouldn't have been taken away. Her voice quivered, prompting Claire to instinctively want to embrace her. Don't worry, Mom. I will work hard, Claire declared, filled with determination. Let us go find your grandparents, Ampa said, gently taking Claire's hand as she eagerly retrieved the alchemical door. Roscoe, trailing behind the mother-daughter duo, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Claire obediently followed. Handing her over to her grandfather was almost a cause for celebration for Ampa. Come on, Roscoe, we have business to discuss. The two departed hand in hand. Andrews watched the backs of his daughter and son-in-law, calmly taking a puff of his cigar. I've always said, don't get too attached to your mother, Claire, he remarked, glancing down at his granddaughter. If you don't cling now, you may feel embarrassed to do so as you grow older, Grandfather Andrews. Claire stood confidently behind him, placing her book on Andrews's desk. Normal children are like this, Andrew. It's time for them to experience the joys of raising a child. Dolores interjected, waving her wand to summon some desserts. Thank you. You're my favorite, Grandma Dolores. Claire cheered, happily diving into Dolores's embrace to accept the treats. Andrews widened his eyes. Little bunny Claire, your mother said I should give you special training. She is correct. As the heir of the Tamajin family, you indeed need to practice diligently. Now, step out of your grandmother's arms. Get your wand ready. We're heading outside. Andrews. Dolores shot him a disapproving glance. However, the young old man turned his head, feigning ignorance. All right. Grandfather is getting serious. Claire sighed, glancing helplessly at Dolores as she took a large sip of red tea, trying to swallow the pastry in her mouth. Slow down. There's no rush, little Claire. Dolores gently patted her granddaughter's back. Unlike Nico, Andrews' spells did not curve or track. However, his apparition was exquisite, allowing spells to be cast from any angle around Claire. This necessitated Claire to expend more magical energy to encase herself in a protective armor. You're cheating, Grandfather Andrews, Claire exclaimed in exasperation. I've just finished 2nd grade. I still don't know how to apparate. The dark wizards won't care whether you know how to apparate, little girl, Andrews replied triumphantly. His magic wove into an extensive net, advancing toward Claire. Claire's eyes sparkled with interest. I want to learn that. The orange-yellow magic net enveloped Claire, resembling a tangible web that hindered her movement. She pushed against it, discovering that it clung to her like elastic, fitting perfectly. Listen well, Claire. The incantation for this spell is Flying Stone Binding. Andrews once again cast the spell, his gestures and incantation noticeably slower than before. This was once a charm devised for the purpose of hunting, yet I had repurposed it as a defensive incantation with remarkable efficacy. For ordinary wizards, this spell proved exceedingly challenging. However, for an alchemist, it was a time-saving and labor-efficient means to hinder an opponent's advance. The magical energy was woven into a net-like structure, with the corners requiring a firmer concentration. Shall we give it a try? Andrews cast an encouraging glance toward Claire. The flying stone tether. Andrews was indeed correct. This spell was astoundingly simple for Claire. The magical net spun forth, and under the solidified magical influence at its corners, it tightly ensnared the sculpture at the heart of the estate. Perhaps I could achieve even more. Claire raised her wand, hesitatingly channeling the latent power of lightning that resided within her. Ever since that night of magical upheaval, Claire had discovered her ability to harness some form of electrical energy. Claire, what have you done? Andrews gasped in astonishment at the flickering, electric net of magical energy before him. At that moment, the grid was vividly apparent to him. Even without the eye of insight. A new spell, Andrew's grandfather's legacy, electric flying stone tether. Claire withdrew her magic, the lightning still shimmering with a bright light, lingering for some time before fading away. She sensed the drain on her magical reserves. This incantation was somewhat taxing, yet manageable. It was simply too limited in range. Claire murmured to herself, what if I combined it with a magical rune? The fire-flying stone tether. A net of burning flames slowly emerged before Claire's wand, growing larger with each weave. The magical energy enveloped the sculpture, crackling with the sound of combustion, scorching the once pristine white statue into a charred exterior. The magical runes consumed less energy, but the effect was somewhat diminished, Claire mused. Claire, that is your mother's favorite statue, Andrews remarked. Restore it to its original state. Restore it to its original state. Restore it to its original state. Chapter 49. Special training with Temujin amidst the blue sky, white clouds, and soaring birds. The sun shone brightly over the Temujin estate, where grandfather and granddaughter exchanged glances. The good news was that Claire had discovered a new application for the flying stone tether spell. With the addition of magical runes, it could transform into an offensive incantation, with the electric flying stone tether being the most effective. The bad news was that the sculpture beloved by Ampa had been utterly ruined by Claire. Claire's initial attempt to restore it to its former glory proved ineffective. Thus, she resolutely cast a second, and then a third incantation. The powerful restoration spell reverted the artistically intricate sculpture into a mere smooth stone. I seem to have caused a disaster. Claire trembled with her wand, feeling somewhat inept. It was merely a statue, Andrews exclaimed loudly, as if raising his voice would lend him more justification. No worries, Claire. It's just a broken statue. If your mother inquires, I'll take the blame. Claire's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at her grandfather, whose figure appeared grand and imposing in her eyes. This image remained until Ampa and Laskov returned from outside. Dad. Ampa stormed into Andrew's study, her anger palpable. Andrews almost immediately surrendered. It wasn't your father who destroyed that statue. Seeing the distressed expression on his granddaughter's face, Andrews hastily pulled Dolores away, as if to flee. Your mother and I are heading to France for our honeymoon. We won't be back this holiday. You're in charge of Claire's training now, Ampa. You must bravely take on the responsibilities of a mother. His words tumbled forth at a rapid pace. The couple rushed off, armed only with their wands, speeding away in their vehicle. As they departed, Andrews maintained a stoic demeanor, ignoring Claire, who was being playfully spanked by Ampa at the castle entrance. Dolores frequently glanced back, but Andrews forcibly led her away. Chaos reigned at the Temujin estate. This time, it was Ampa chasing after Claire, who was evading her. The family tracing spell is indeed quite useful, isn't it, darling? Ampa remarked, looking down at Claire, who was hiding in the wardrobe. Her tone remained gentle. Yet, Claire felt a throbbing headache, her temples pulsing. Linlin, take me away, Claire nearly shouted. Return, Linlin, Ampa replied leisurely. The little elf hesitated, ultimately positioning herself by the wardrobe door. Mother, aren't you supposed to be going on a date with father? Claire flattered. Rest assured, I will simply stay at home and read. She swore her promise, hoping Ampa would relent and not pursue her so closely. She would behave. Ampa tapped her wand, seemingly contemplating Claire's suggestion. After a pause, the desire for her child to excel prevailed. Your grandfather is right. You must practice diligently. Enough of your excuses, Claire. Come with me to the training room. Today, Mother will oversee your examinations. Claire sat at her small desk, frowning at the peculiar questions on the parchment. If pursued by dark wizards, which spell could assist in a swift escape? Apparition, she confidently wrote, glancing at Ampa. Ampa did not lift her head, only retorting. You can only write what you know. You must demonstrate the spell to me shortly. Fine, crossing that out. Claire bit her thumb, scribbling down using the portkey. If the flying carriage is damaged, what spell would you use to save yourself from the air? Of course, it's still the portkey. Claire discreetly glanced at Ampa, but resignedly changed it to slowing and descending charm. After the preliminary examination, the training at the Temujin estate commenced with fervor. Ampa was even stricter than Andrews. She ignored Claire's attempts at charm and was utterly unyielding. Employing a method akin to cramming, she sought to fill Claire's mind with knowledge. teaching one spell at a time in alphabetical order, insisting that Claire master them all. This included content from the OWLS examination. Each spell had to be successfully performed 100 times before Claire could practice the next. Moreover, the formidable Devil Mother Ampa would test Claire on all spells learned the previous day at the break of dawn. The number of spells grew ever larger. Dad, why do wizards have so many spells? Claire lamented, grappling with a hefty tome. Loskov, engrossed in a potions book, responded leisurely, "Oh, my inquisitive little Claire. The history of wizards is nearly as long as that of ordinary humans. Just look at the current advancements in the ordinary world, at the ever-evolving landscape of cities. Each day, countless papers are published worldwide. The academic pressure on ordinary individuals far exceeds that of wizards, my child. Any professional book in a scientific field is thicker than a spell book in the wizarding realm. If you wish, I would recommend you attend a university in the ordinary world. After all, there's no harm in gaining insight." Loskov adamantly refused to label himself as a Muggle, believing his world to be that of ordinary people, regarding himself as a common human, while wizards were simply individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. "Thank you for your suggestion, Father. I will consider it after graduation." If you had truly read books on the defense against the dark arts, you would know that what you are learning is merely the tip of the iceberg, Ampa remarked. Her tone unyielding, for dark magic represents the true face of the wizarding world. Given your status as a mere second-year student, I have provided you with this singular volume. Claire, with a sullen countenance, resumed her reading. She realized that her affinity lay more with the tomes of alchemy, for they bestowed upon her the immediate gratification of practical application and permanence, instilling within her a profound sense of satisfaction, rather than the relentless cycle of discarding and casting away. As dusk descended, the sky was awash in hues of orange and red, with wisps of clouds drifting lazily. The day's toil came to a close. In a state of despair, Claire penned a letter to Molly in her bedroom. "Dear Molly, I miss you dearly. This holiday's academic endeavors have caused me to question my identity as a Ravenclaw for the very first time. Perhaps I ought to be a Gryffindor." She wrote emphatically with her quill, the declaration appearing boldly on the parchment. Regrettably, the day before the sorting, Professor McGonagall's dragon threats had filled her mind with a modicum of superficial knowledge that misled the sorting hat. I wonder, in the annals of Hogwarts history, has there ever been a student who successfully transferred houses? If not, perhaps I could be the first, transitioning from Ravenclaw to Gryffindor. She concluded her letter with gifts for her brothers and Ginny, a parachute of 20 iterations, reusable, with both high-altitude activation and low-altitude passive deployment, all crafted independently by her. Her handwriting was exuberant, revealing her pride. "If possible, please take me along on the shopping day in Diagon Alley. Rescue me from this devilish Impa." She signed off with a flourish, sealing the letter, which was whisked away by the black falcon nurtured by Impa. This creature appeared somewhat fierce. She hoped it wouldn't frighten Molly. Claire stood by her bedroom window, watching the silhouette of the falcon as she stretched languidly. Chapter 50, A Journey to Nocturne Alley. The long-anticipated shopping expedition to Diagon Alley had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Impa had delivered her to the Weasley residence. "Harry, it's delightful to see you. And you as well. Children, it's a joy to see you all," she smiled, greeting Harry and the other young ones residing at the Weasley home. "Good day, ma'am." Harry replied, his cheeks flushed. Impa nodded and turned to Molly, saying, "I trust this child will be in your capable hands." She was always gentle in front of outsiders. Only Claire knew of the fiery Tyrannosaurus lurking within her mother's heart. "Rest assured," Molly replied, resolutely nodding as she guided Claire toward the fireplace. Behind her, Claire made a face at the twins, but was caught red-handed by Impa. Just before stepping into the fireplace, she shot Claire a fierce glare. Claire, feeling rather cowardly, quickly withdrew her head. "Huh, our little eagle has found her nemesis," the twins teased in unison. "Finally, someone to keep you in check," Percy chimed in from the side. "Percy," Claire protested, discontented. Fred winked at her. Despite repeated admonitions, Harry still mispronounced the name of the location. Claire was quite certain he said Nocturne Alley. This caused the Weasley family to panic, as they rushed about Diagon Alley without even cleaning the soot from the fireplace. The current climate was unstable, with a band of dark wizards wreaking havoc. They had even blown up a cross-sea bridge. Aurors were on high alert, patrolling diligently. Although some had been apprehended, others remained at large. Fortunately, Hagrid soon returned with Harry. "Who is the defense against the dark arts teacher this year?" Ron inquired, attempting to avoid the throng of people, unwilling to jostle through the crowd. Molly, like an ardent fan, was weaving through the masses. Ron awkwardly covered his eyes, trying not to witness his mother's antics. "We need to purchase all 7 books by Gilderoy Lockhart," he murmured in Claire's ear. "Surely, it can't be that Gilderoy Lockhart," Claire thought as she perused the books in the deserted corner of Flourish and Blots. "Merlin, please, not him," Ron implored sincerely, hands clasped in prayer. If Claire gets her hands on him, Mom will go mad. I don't want to chase him for a signature at Hogwarts. Ignoring him, Claire peeked around the bookshelf. Fred, George, my dear brothers, help me grab a set. There are too many people at that display. I refuse to squeeze through. Harry managed to push through, only to be immediately pulled into a photo op by Lockhart, who ostentatiously announced to the media that he was indeed the new defense against the dark arts professor. Ron let out an exasperated sigh. Claire glanced down at him. All that milk she had consumed over the holiday had proved somewhat beneficial. She was now at least a head taller than Ron. Offering him a comforting gesture, she ruffled his hair. You jinx. She stifled a laugh. Hey, Ron bristled. Claire purchased a hefty stack of books. Just as she was checking out, Arthur was embroiled in a scuffle with a blonde man. They exchanged blows like muggles. The blonde man kicked Arthur in the shin, while Arthur delivered a straight punch to the man's eye. Nearby, young Malfoy was sent flying with a yelp. Dad, are you all right? Stop, you brute. Young Malfoy cried in distress. Fred and George, standing close by, threw books to aid their father in battling the elder Malfoy. Claire was left astounded, utterly shocked. The book Malfoy had placed in Ginny's cauldron caught her attention. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a tome radiating dark green magic. The black magical rune circuit was a sight she had never before encountered. Claire mused, frowning in contemplation. Had Claire ventured to Nocturne Alley, she would not have found this curious. It was filled with dark magical artifacts, each bearing black magical rune circuits. One could only conclude that Ms. Impa had protected her far too well. Claire? Claire? A familiar female voice pulled Claire from her reverie. Ah, Flandra, Autumn, what a surprise to see you both together. Claire exclaimed, astonished. I was hoping to find you. You've been evading me all holiday. Claire's spirits lifted as she looked at Flandra and Autumn, her eyes brimming with tears. It's not that I didn't want to come out. It's my mother. She has been forcing me to study. Almost the entire holiday. How could I possibly be a Ravenclaw? Claire shouted, embracing her two sisters. Autumn and Flandra exchanged glances. To have driven the Ravenclaw overachiever Claire to such a state, your mother truly is terrifying, they remarked in unison, instinctively releasing their hold on Claire. After procuring their necessary items, the two girls bid farewell to Claire as they headed home. Upon hearing that Harry had entered Nocturne Alley, Fred and George secretly plotted to venture in as well. Molly's stern prohibitions seemed to hold no weight. They seized Claire, who had just finished saying goodbye to her sisters, and stealthily entered. Claire, dear sister, there are so many incredible materials here that you can't find outside, George exclaimed, pulling his hood over his head and concealing his face with a scarf. 3 Hogwarts students, 2 from Gryffindor and 1 from Ravenclaw, were a rare sight in Nocturne Alley, where malevolent gazes surrounded them from all directions. Claire felt the crowd press in around them, as if every wizard in the alley had converged upon them. Don't look back. Claire acutely sensed the magical fluctuations behind her. Armor of protection enveloped her. She quietly donned her shield, then abruptly turned and cast a spell. Electric binding. With a sweeping motion of her wand from below to above, a surge of magical energy summoned a powerful gust of wind, causing Claire's wizarding robe to billow and flap. A net shimmering with blue and white lightning spiraled forth. The crowd scattered in a commotion, with several wizards even resorting to apparition to evade the spell. The electrified net proved exceptionally effective in the narrow alley, leaving charred marks along both sides. It required little magical power to blanket the entire lane. Yet, only one elderly wizard, whose wand glowed red, was brought down by the electricity. Was it due to a lack of time to apparate? Claire's magic poured forth from the tip of her wand, twisting into a whip-like form, pulsating with blue and white sparks. In a display of dominance, she lashed her wand fiercely at the fallen old wizard, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet his body trembled at the impact. The magical force left a scorched imprint on the ground. This display caused the surrounding wizards, harboring ill intentions, to recoil. Cool, George shouted. Fred swallowed hard. I think Mum is right. We're simply not old enough to explore this place. What if she finds out we brought Claire? It seemed. Behind them, the familiar, sibilant voice of the Serpent King echoed ominously. You have finally gained some self-awareness, Mr. Fred Weasley. Bringing a younger student from another house to such a perilous, terrifying place as Nocturne Alley. Professor Snape appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. Oh, how straightforwardly you lament. Still hiding under the wings of a second year. Gryffindor's courage is indeed quite commendable. He cast a sidelong glance at Fred and George. And you, Miss Weasley. Snape's gaze shifted to Claire. Spending too much time with Gryffindor has instilled a sense of arrogance in you, understanding the principle of scaring the crows away. Yet you have not become foolish enough to attempt such capers here. Snape appeared menacing, more sinister than dark wizards themselves. Even Fred and George lowered their heads, while Claire wished she could bury herself in the ground. Not far away, a hooded wizard squatted on the wall, nodding in agreement to Professor Snape's words. Move along, trolls. He flung his wizard's robe and strode boldly into Nocturne Alley, his right hand hanging down, revealing a small segment of wand tip beneath his robe. The surrounding dark wizards instinctively parted to create a path, seemingly fearful of him. Chapter 51, Teaching and Education. Wasting your poor professor's brief vacation time. If this were during the term, I would deduct 200 points from both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Alas, Professor Snape said with a hint of regret. Of course, I shall be writing to your parents about this matter. He seemed to revel in their misfortune. I trust Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Tame Jen will be most excited to learn of this. Snape grinned malevolently at the three. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he turned and strode away, leaving the trio abandoned at the alley's entrance. We're doomed, Claire lamented, on the verge of tears. George and Fred, however, were unfazed. Their skins were too thick. Molly couldn't penetrate their defenses. That was so cool, sis. Can you teach us that spell? The twins chorused in unison, their loud voices driving Claire to despair. Teach you? You two big brothers. The professor is going to report us. I'll be skinned alive by Mom. Upon returning to the Weasley household, Claire was the first to lower her head in acknowledgement of her wrongdoing. Mom, we got into trouble again today. Seeing Claire's despondent demeanor, Molly affectionately enveloped her in a hug. Oh, my little Claire, no matter what trouble you caused, you bravely admitted your mistake. She then glared at her two sons. You. What mischief did you lead your sister into this time? Fred scratched his nose and took a step back. George's eyes darted nervously. Just then, an owl flapped in. A small brown creature tapping its beak against the window. Ginny hurriedly brought in the letter, handing it to Molly, while breaking off a piece of bread for the little owl. As Molly read the letter, her face turned ashen. Nocturne Alley, you, actually, took your sister to such a place. Her fury materialized, magical energy radiating from her, manifesting as crimson flames. Claire should not have saved you. You two should have been captured by dark wizards, tortured, have your hearts and livers ripped out. Oh, Mom, we're fine, George soothed. Yeah, not a scratch on us. Fred echoed. Letting your sister protect you is truly impressive. Claire was apprehended by Onpa and brought home. Ron picked up Snape's letter from the floor, and after reading it aloud, he praised Fred and George's bravery, only to be punished alongside them. Before leaving the fireplace, she saw the twin brothers and Ron standing at the door, facing the wall in contemplation. Mom, I was wrong, Claire admitted, bowing her head submissively. Go to your room. Onpa's expression was icy, treating Claire as though she were a stranger. She took Claire back to Tame Jen Castle, and as soon as they exited the fireplace, she turned towards the study. The sound of her high heels clicking against the tiles echoed sharply, each step resonating painfully in Claire's heart. The alchemical door in the study corridor slammed shut with a resounding thud, gradually fading from the air, leaving Claire awkwardly standing by the fireplace. Claire recalled hearing someone say that the most disheartening thing is not the fear of punishment or scolding, but the despair of receiving no acknowledgement for one's wrongdoings from those you love. If those you cherish show no sign of caring for the mistakes you've made, then your relationship is over. Finished. Dad, Mom is angry. She looked helplessly at Loskov, who was seated in the living room. You really frightened your mother this time, sweetheart. Loskov approached and pulled Claire to the sofa. She was in the midst of discussing business when she received your potion professoress letter. You and your two useless brothers went to Nocturne Alley, got into a confrontation with dark wizards, and almost didn't make it back. She was so frightened that she just left them there and operated to find you. She operated right to the Weasley house, losing one of her high heels in the process. When has your mother, who cares so much about her image, ever acted so frantically? It was all for you. Loskov playfully pinched Claire's nose. Dad will go soothe Mom. She will forgive you. He tucked Claire back into bed, urging her to rest. Take a break, my little Claire. You must have been frightened fighting those dark wizards. Loskov's comforting words brought Claire a small measure of peace. She nestled deeper under the heavy blankets, rubbing her feet against the sheets, hoping to warm up. Be good. Loskov patted Claire's head and turned to leave. In the study, Onpa was furiously dealing with paperwork, the quill dipping into dark ink and striking the paper with force. Hey, Onpa, my little girl, Loskov, took hold of her hand and snatched the quill from her grasp. Onpa, feeling agitated, decided to let it go for now and took a moment to pause. He drew Onpa closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Loskov, you have no idea what the Alley of Upside Down is. How could she dare venture there? What if she were captured by the dark wizard again? Or worse, killed? What am I to do? Onpa's voice quivered, her tears soaking through Loskov's shirt. A sizable patch of the deep blue fabric was dampened. Raising children is indeed like this. Claire is still young, lacking a proper understanding of danger, and it falls upon us as parents to meticulously relay every detail, every aspect, to her. Imparting the rules that govern this world to our child is, in essence, our parental duty. You just left her by the fireplace. It terrified her, Anpa. Loskov spoke gently, whispering to Anpa as he held her close. When I took Claire back to her room, she was still sniffling. She looked up at me and asked, Daddy, is Mommy angry? What should I do? You should have seen her little expression. My heart nearly melted, Anpa. We must be gentle with her. We have already deprived her of much of her childhood. He tenderly grasped Anpa's shoulders, gazing into her eyes with a blend of softness and strength. The child is terribly frightened inside, afraid that we might not want her anymore. I believe she has understood her mistake, Anpa. Shall we forgive her? Anpa broke free from Loskov's grasp only to dive back into his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist. I do not blame her. Anpa's voice emerged muffled within Loskov's hold, heavy with emotion. I only blame myself. Loskov felt a warmth in his chest, the tremor of her voice sending a slight shiver through him. Let the child rest today. Tomorrow we shall properly punish her. Let her clean the toilets. Loskov declared resolutely. Hey, you dreadful father. Punishing her for what? She has already been frightened today. Anpa retorted, her eyes tinged with red, her voice thick with emotion. Chapter 52. What concern is a child in their parents' wedding? Claire rose with the dawn, determinedly joining the house elves in their kitchen, where she personally prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Anpa. Loskov and Anpa, however, lingered in slumber longer than usual. Claire waited at the dining table for what felt like an eternity, as Lin kept insisting that Miss Anpa had yet to awaken. She resorted to casting freshness charms on the breakfast repeatedly. It was nearly noon when Loskov finally descended, guiding the slightly flushed Anpa along to partake in breakfast. Mama, good morning, Claire exclaimed, scampering over and grasping Anpa's other hand. I made you breakfast. Anpa, however, sat coldly in her chair, silent, her expression void as she observed Claire bustling about. It wasn't until Claire stumbled over a chair leg and fell flat on the floor that Anpa finally let out a laugh. Claire slowly rose, rubbing her scraped elbow, blood oozing from the small wound. Her large eyes quickly brimmed with tears. Mama, she cried, launching herself into Anpa's arms, reproachingly calling out, Mama, before bursting into tears, sobbing. I'm sorry, Mama. I was wrong. I made you worry. Since acknowledging their kinship, Claire had maintained a lofty demeanor. Being the daughter of a wealthy family, she had endured little hardship, and with a father who had been a wayward Muggle, ensnared by the soul-sucking curse for several years, maturity had eluded him as well. Moreover, they hardly remembered themselves, receiving scant parental affection. To Claire, they felt less like parents and more akin to the older siblings next door. She felt no sense of belonging to the Tamegen family, despite being the sole heir registered with the Ministry of Magic. Until yesterday, when Claire first realized she could no longer manage Anpa's anger with the ease she once had. She had messed up. For the first time, Claire experienced the authority of her mother and the endless tolerance from her father. Mama was too fierce yesterday, my dear. Anpa gently stroked Claire's tousled hair, tucking the rebellious red strands behind her ear. It was my first time being a mother, and I frightened you. I am so sorry. Anpa's tenderness enveloped Claire as she cast a healing charm, soothing the wounds. Claire buried her head in Anpa's embrace, softly sniffling. Loskov observed the heartwarming scene between mother and daughter, cheerfully indulging in the lavish breakfast Claire had prepared for Anpa. I must say, this toast is exceptionally delightful, Anpa remarked, while playfully glaring at Loskov. Leave some for me, she mouthed. Loskov, however, was brimming with pride as he took a hearty bite of his sandwich. When Andrews and Dolores returned home, they were greeted by this charming tableau. Who upset our little Claire? Andrews inquired with elegance. If one were to disregard his garish Muggle beach shorts, his voice still resonated with the charm of a refined pureblood. Grandfather Andrews? Claire shyly emerged from Anpa's embrace. I made Mama angry. She lowered her head, dutifully taking a seat beside her mother. All right. I shall take charge. Let this matter be bygone. Finish your meal and tidy yourself up, my little flower, Dolores said with a smile. Claire, with her eyes still swollen, hastily picked at her food before scampering off. Look at this child. What have you done to her in just a few days? Dolores chided. Anpa watched as Claire's figure disappeared through the door, then took a seat beside Loskov, her hand gently caressing him. What's wrong, Anpa? The child surely hasn't washed her hair. My hands are covered in grease. Anpa exclaimed in exasperation. Andrews and Dolores exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. You're complaining about the child? Dolores playfully poked Anpa's forehead. You used to wipe your snot on us as a child. Your father and I never complained about you. Mama, Loskov is still here. Anpa's cheeks flushed. I read Snape's letter. Andrews scratched his head. Why so harsh with my granddaughter? She merely went to the alley of Upside Down. When I was a child, my grandfather took me there all the time. It was your mother who disapproved of it, and that's why we gradually stopped going. We still have plenty of fascinating things down in our basement, far more interesting than the alley of Upside Down. Andrews exclaimed with enthusiasm. If Claire wants to go play, I will take her. We have a storefront there, after all. Dolores sharply pinched Andrews' waist. Go where? It's mealtime. She signaled Andrews with her eyes, indicating their daughter. Upon noticing Anpa's furrowed brow, on the verge of erupting, Andrews hastily fell silent. Father-in-law, Laskoff interjected seriously, breaking the tense silence. Anpa and I have been married for many years now, and we have a daughter as old as Claire. In the realm of magic, she is still Miss Tame Jen. I wish to formally propose to Amper in your presence, and to hold a wedding ceremony that befits the magical world. In the mundane realm, Amper is Mrs. Weasley. Hence I believe that in the magical world, I too can claim the title of Tamagin's husband. I am prepared to enter into a magical contract with Amper, pledging my undying love to her for all eternity, through thick and thin, until death do us part. All that I possess shall be devoted to Amper and our children. So, will you marry me once again? Laskoff stepped forward, gazing deeply into Amper's eyes. Amper, the three of them in the room, along with several house elves, all fixed their eyes intently on Amper. I do, Amper replied, her cheeks flushed, nodding shyly. By the time Claire emerged from her bath, everything had been settled. Amper and Laskoff eventually decided to hold the wedding at the end of summer. It was then that everyone learned that Laskoff had been quietly preparing for this occasion. He had contacted the merchants of Diagon Alley through Molly. According to the exchange rate of the magical world, he nearly spent half of his fortune converting galleons at Gringotts. The wedding was grand and enchanting. Alas, Claire was not destined to attend. She had been sent off to Hogwarts by the Tamejen family. Go ask around. Whose child has ever attended their parents' wedding? Amper casually dismissed her daughter. How can that be fair? Mom, the Zabini family. Mom, Mrs. Zabini is on her second marriage. Claire protested in vain. The Daily Prophet splashed the unprecedented wedding across its front page. On the morning the newspaper arrived, Claire was seated in the great hall, indulging in a customized mocha. At this supplemental wedding, we witnessed the formidable economic prowess of Mr. Weasley from the Muggle world. Setting aside magic, Mr. Weasley and Miss Tamejen were indeed a match made in heaven. It is worth mentioning that their daughter, Claire Weasley Tamejen, the sole heir of Tamejen, did not attend the ceremony, leaving one to ponder whether it was a silent protest against her parents' marriage. Autumn amusingly showed Claire a photo of her eating, scowling, and appearing quite irate. Claire was taken aback. Who took this? She squinted at the picture, realizing it was from her parents' wedding day. She had inadvertently swapped places with Autumn and ended up drinking Autumn's pumpkin juice. What a photo fail. This is definitely a photo fail. Chapter 53, The Life of Learning. Thanks to Ron. On the second day of school at breakfast, Claire was introduced to the most ferocious means of communication in the magical realm, the Howler. It was a perfect manifestation of domestic violence in the wizarding world. Deep down, Claire was grateful that Amper and Laskoff had never resorted to this tactic with her. Claire vowed that after breakfast and throughout the morning, she could still hear Molly's furious shouts in her ears. It was utterly deafening. After breakfast, seizing the moment, she gleefully pulled Fred and George to the base of the Whomping Willow to gather the fallen branches that Ron and Harry had knocked down. This was a lively magical material. The willow is quite weak, brothers. Let's take advantage of this, Claire shouted, weaving between the branches of the tree. They nearly collected all the fallen twigs. Claire believed she could utilize this property to create some unexpectedly effective alchemical items. Fred, George, look at that peculiar tree knot. To Claire, the magic flowing in this area felt stronger than anywhere else. Perhaps she could craft a shield with offensive attributes, Claire thought. When malevolent intent approached, vines could spring forth and thrash about. How cool would that be? Dig it up. Under the watchful eyes of George and Fred, Claire activated her defensive bracelet and charged toward the tree roots. Fred and George exchanged helpless glances. Little Claire sometimes exhibited more Gryffindor spirit than even the Gryffindors themselves. Even a weakened Whomping Willow was not to be underestimated. It swung its branches and tossed Claire, along with her protective shield, into the air. Claire was flung a considerable distance, and at 3 meters above the ground, her parachute activated involuntarily. Not good. Not good. Claire clutched her aching lower back. We need something to conceal our presence. We must block this thing. In frustration, she hurled a branch from the Whomping Willow at the tree knot. The moment it struck, the enraged willow, like a cat being groomed, allowed its branches to droop. Ah, Claire scratched her head. They joyfully slipped into the tree's hollow. A secret base. Claire leaned to one side, extending her right hand, with a look that said, "Behold, this is the empire I have built for you." Hooray! The twins high-fived each other. Collaborating with the twins, Claire crafted a batch of stinging foe wands here. The willow branches were ensnared in a magical sheath. But as soon as one infused them with magic, they would rapidly elongate and strike wildly. A no-cost venture, it was exceedingly popular. However, this contraption posed a considerable headache for the professors. The first to take action was Professor McGonagall, Perhaps because there were 2 Gryffindors among the Weasley clan? She could no longer endure it, and during breakfast in the Great Hall, before the entire school, she dragged the 3 of them out. The Weasleys stood in a row at the entrance of the Great Hall. Weasleys. McGonagall fumed, pacing back and forth. I do not oppose your alchemical studies. But, could you not research something more useful? What is this? A classroom disruptor? Her roar drew the attention of students passing by. Hey, quiet down, Professor McGonagall. This is our latest invention. This stinging wand can support casting a complete spell, and the second spell will be, a gift for you. Claire attempted to bribe Professor McGonagall, but received a fierce glare in return. Do not let me see it in class again. If, even once, I shall write to Mrs. Dame Jen. Professor McGonagall knew that complaining to Molly would be futile, so she modernized her approach and turned to Amber. She tucked the wand into her robes and walked away with a brisk step. Well then, Professor McGonagall seems to have a fondness for this. Although it spared them from losing points, Claire reluctantly called back all the stinging wands for a thorough redesign. She coated the wand bodies with evening primrose paste, rendering them visible only at night, thus ensuring everyone could only play with them after dark. Days later, in Lockhart's class, Claire was intently focused on her magical text. She had completely given up any hope for the defense against the dark arts class. Class, do you know how I defeated a vampire? How to defeat a vampire. Claire silently mimicked him from below, causing Autumn to nearly burst into laughter. Each lesson began with Lockhart flashing a grin that displayed his 8 perfect teeth, followed by a lengthy soliloquy at the podium. Not looking at her desk, Claire almost believed this was a promotional event for his books. Claire, I simply can't take it anymore. Autumn whispered fervently into Claire's ear, exclaiming how utterly insipid he was. It was far less engaging than the first lesson with the Cornish pixies. By the way, that spell you cast that day was simply spectacular. During the inaugural class of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lockhart had unleashed a cage full of Cornish pixies amidst the students. Claire had anticipated this ploy, as the second-year girls had already lamented about it. Once the pixies were freed, in a mere heartbeat, Claire unleashed her favorite area of effect spell, Blizzard's Embrace. Instantly, all the pixies were encased in ice. Lockhart's smile froze on his face, and he hadn't even finished stating the rules. Claire's swift action thwarted his hopes of dismissing the class early. With a scowl, Lockhart returned to his seat, continuing his nonsensical chatter. Claire felt a pang of regret. Had she cast her spell after he had scurried away, she could have left early. She winked at Autumn. Like that spell? You should have mentioned it sooner. I'll teach you after class. I have a premonition that we shall require many such area spells this semester. Adjusting her glasses, she feigned seriousness as she spoke. She had crafted a new pair of alchemical glasses that could navigate Hogwarts for her. By merely uttering a location and casting the spell's swift positioning, they would accurately indicate the direction to proceed. Additionally, they could import maps. This meant that not only within Hogwarts, but to anywhere. She could simply upload a map in advance, wear these glasses, and never lose her way. She planned to add more features before gifting them to Ginny. Thinking of Ginny, Claire noted her recent peculiar behavior. Despite being quite attached during their holiday meeting, once at Hogwarts, Ginny had begun to avoid her. Initially, Claire wondered if she had done something to annoy Ginny. However, after careful observation, she realized that Ginny was shying away not just from her, but from her brothers and even friends. Claire discussed this with Fred and George, who suggested it was merely Ginny entering her teenage years. Claire scoffed at this notion. She resolved to perfect the glasses before attempting to mend her relationship with Ginny. Chapter 54, Curses and Blessings. Claire, Hermione, Harry? Claire turned with a puzzled expression. She had been preparing to join Autumn for a picnic by the Black Lake when she heard Hermione's voice. What is the matter, Hermione? Claire inquired, glancing back to see the 2 of them flanking a visibly nauseated Ron. Blimey, Ronald, who has attacked you? Help me, Ron whimpered, tears streaming as he emitted a string of retches. Oh, snails. This is one of the potion ingredients we desperately need. You could at least use a bucket, Claire remarked as she watched Ron hurling snails onto the grass. Is this a curse? Autumn leaned in. It appears so. Let me have a look. Claire shoved the book she was holding into Autumn's arms. Rolling up her sleeves, she waved her wand, casting a detection charm that shimmered with blue and white light. Oh, a failed curse. Ron's wand must be broken. The spell rebounded. Claire, can you save him? Harry asked urgently. My dear little Ronald has grown quite the character. Claire mused, examining Ron. Removing the curse isn't too difficult, but this one is rather complicated, she replied, tapping her wand. I still recommend you find a bucket to collect those snails. Once you're done, it should be fine. She leaned in with a mischievous grin. Professor Snape could certainly use this. If you send him a bucket, he might just deduct fewer points next time. No. Professor Snape would make us deal with it right there, Harry retorted. Claire. Ron grasped her arm, his eyes filled with determination. If you don't lift the curse, I want to stop. He sobbed. The snail slime splattered onto Claire. Goodness. Merlin's smelly socks. You filthy little brother. Claire swatted Ron's hand away. Cleanse, cleanse, cleanse. All right. You two. Claire pointed at Harry and Hermione. Help him and follow me. A curse, with a powerful blessing, should resolve this, Claire mused, stroking her chin. Through the gaps in the trees, a herd of unicorns rested upon the lawn. Stay here. Claire commanded seriously. Boys, unless I call for you, do not advance any further. Claire cast a cleansing charm upon herself and briskly approached the unicorns. Mia? Nia? Kamaya? She called softly. Upon hearing her voice, the unicorns momentarily tensed, but upon recognizing Claire, they settled back down. A small unicorn tugged at her pant leg, nipping at her hem. Oh, little Nia, there you are. Claire crouched down, gently stroking her head. Could you do me a favor? My friend has mischievously cursed himself. The small unicorn glimmered with golden light, curiously gazing towards Hogwarts. Ron, Claire called out to the group. Come here. In view of the unicorn herd, the tiny unicorn gently pressed her horn against Ron's palm. Golden light flowed from Nia's horn into Ron's hand. Suddenly, a flower fell from nowhere, landing atop Ron's head. The curse was mitigated. Ron rubbed his stomach, although he still felt a bit queasy. At least he wouldn't vomit. Thank you, Nia. You've been a tremendous help, Claire whispered, embracing the little unicorn. The tiny unicorn blushed a vibrant pink, nuzzling Claire with her horn before bounding back to the larger unicorns. Let us go? Claire straightened up. Hermione gazed longingly at the unicorn herd, but Claire tugged her back by the collar. The unicorns do not welcome strangers, Hermione. Unless they approach you willingly, do not be overly forward. Remember to bring gifts next time. It's always best to soften them up, Claire whispered conspiratorially. The group arrived at Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Rock cakes, Claire exclaimed, plopping onto the sofa, her teeth clashing together. Silent and wandless, iron teeth and steel jaws. Claire crunched down on the rock-hard cakes as if they were crispy bones. Autumn cheerfully handed her a mug of tea. Harry and the others stood in stunned silence. Stop teasing them, Claire, Hagrid chuckled. He turned to the three youngsters, explaining, this is a spell invented by Professor McGonagall, iron teeth and steel jaws. Specifically for consuming hard substances, like my rock cakes. Claire grinned, her teeth gleaming with a metallic sheen. Despite the feast laid before them, Ron clutched his stomach. Claire, are you sure the curse has been lifted? It hasn't been completely lifted. I merely asked the little unicorn for a blessing, she replied. As expected, the curse had been neutralized, and the discomfort diminished. See, you're not throwing up anymore. Isn't that splendid? Claire continued to indulge in the snacks that Hagrid had prepared. Feeling nauseous? Consider it a lingering consequence. As for the duration of your discomfort, it entirely depends on the potency of your curse. Worry not, Ron, your failed hex lacks the requisite strength. Ron sank into a melancholic state, acutely aware that his queasiness would persist for some time. However, Claire raised her head, curiosity piqued, and inquired, but why did you curse Malfoy? Ron recounted the entire saga with exaggerated flair. Oh, Hagrid gasped. He actually uttered that word. How utterly rude. Claire set aside her food and remarked, little Hermione, you know that only beasts place importance on blood status. Cheers of agreement erupted from the gathered Gryffindors, and this sentiment swiftly spread, becoming a rallying cry against pure-blood elitism within their ranks. Before departing from Hagrid's hut, Claire bestowed upon Ron 12 modified stinging hex wands, nearly the entirety of her and the twins' stock. Looking down at Ron with a serious expression, she cautioned him that each wand could only be used twice, granting a total of 24 opportunities. When you exhaust your quota, seek me out. But, she added with a fierce glare, do not let me catch you using these during professors' classes. Her threat was laced with menace. If Professor McGonagall comes knocking, I shall write to Molly, claiming you pilfered our alchemy research and caused a ruckus in class. After leaving the little wooden cabin, Claire and Autumn returned to their dormitory. Ron's curse has truly been neutralized, Autumn. This research holds significant practical implications, Claire remarked, rifling through an array of books. Hogwarts has a formidable curse, you mean? Autumn pondered aloud, the one from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Indeed. Through Ron's experience, I believe we can use blessings to mitigate the curse's effects. Extend the timeline, Claire proclaimed, brandishing a book titled A Wizard's Little Luck. We shall be immortalized in history, Autumn. Chapter 55. The Basilisk Unleashed. Employing blessings to dilute Voldemort's curse is evidently an ambitious endeavor. Claire and Autumn experimented with various blessings, yet they felt their power insufficient. Claire contemplated consulting Nicholas from the portrait, but he remained in slumber. This matter could not be rushed. They would have to approach it gradually. Has Ginny been visiting you lately, Ron? Claire inquired while seated beside Autumn at the Gryffindor table, engaging in casual conversation over their meals. Harry and his companions sat across from them. Upon hearing the question, Ron lifted his head and replied, "No, I crafted a small welcome gift for Ginny. But I haven't seen her around lately. If you happen to encounter her, tell her I'll be in the Great Hall for all my meals." Claire did not wait long for Ginny. After finishing dinner that evening, she was on her way back to the dormitory when she unexpectedly collided with the trio returning from the ghost feast around the hallway corner. Her books scattered across the floor, soaked and heavy with water, lifting them with a flick of her wand as she cast several spells to salvage them. The wall bore the unfortunate image of the fat lady, while Harry stood transfixed before the wall, at odds with the air. Claire craned her neck to gaze at the fat lady. A petrification curse? She pondered, levitating her books beside her and poking the stiff cat with her wand. A faint black-blue aura surrounded the fat lady. No, petrification curses are orange. Let us get out of here. We'll be misconstrued, Harry urged Claire. But it was too late. A crowd had already gathered. Hey, Fred, go fetch Professor Dumbledore, Claire commanded Fred, who was amidst the throng. Then began examining the scene with great curiosity. My fat lady. You've killed my fat lady. Filch rushed over, screaming in a fit of rage. He attempted to charge at Harry, but was intercepted by the arriving Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, you must see this, it's quite peculiar. Claire spoke with earnest inquiry. Dumbledore's glasses glinted, obscuring his gaze. Prefects, escort your students back to the common room. Follow me. He gestured for Harry and the others to accompany him. This does not resemble a typical petrification curse, Professor, Claire remarked as she trailed behind him, maintaining her composure. Thank you, I understand, little Claire, Dumbledore nodded. However, I believe Mandrick can aid us in resolving this issue. With that, he sent Claire back. Phileas, could you kindly escort little Claire back to the common room? As she and Professor Flitwick traversed the corridor, they could still hear Ron's inquiries. What have you discovered, Professor? Upon exiting the corridor and ascending a flight of stairs, the voices gradually faded away. Headmaster, what does air imply? The air of Hogwarts? The next headmaster? Claire questioned, perplexed. I believe he refers to the descendants of the 4 founders of the houses, little Claire, Professor Flitwick replied briskly. It seems this air might be somewhat juvenile. Claire mused, stroking her chin. I wonder who in the school has provoked this air. Could it be that Mr. Filch encountered him during one of his nocturnal strolls? Hence the petrification of Filch's fat lady? Professor Flitwick's mouth twitched as he regarded his promising student with a look of exasperation. Surely not, he responded. Do not dwell on it. The headmaster and the professors will investigate this matter. Flitwick swiftly addressed the doorbell issue and gently nudged Claire inside. Avoid nocturnal excursions for the time being, and try to travel in groups to classes, Claire. Please relay this to the Ravenclaw students as well. It appeared Professor Flitwick was well aware of the Ravenclaw's after-hours escapades. The headmaster is quite informed, Claire thought, touching her nose. Let us set the matter of the air aside for now. The Quidditch match is approaching. Claire, who had long been a formidable opponent, found herself bitten by the very snake she sought to conquer. During the third-year Quidditch match, she was hurled from her broom by a fierce Slytherin beater. Today marked the Ravenclaw's match against Slytherin. Claire launched an aggressive offensive in the first half, scoring 18 goals. However, at the start of the second half, she faced a blockade from the Slytherin team and, despite several attempts to evade, was knocked down by a beater-s bludger. Though the parachute prevented her from suffering severe injuries, the Slytherin brute's bludger was merciless, resulting in 3 fractured ribs. As Claire lay on a stretcher, she shouted to Autumn. Catch that golden snitch. Autumn, take them down. This is my dying wish. Slytherin continued to celebrate Claire's exit from the game. Autumn soared through the air, understanding Claire's gesture and nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, 260-30. Ravenclaw wins. Ever since Claire's first Quidditch victory, Amber and Laskoff had not attended her matches. Their reasoning? Her father was a Muggle, with a weak heart, unable to endure the stress of such a chaotic Quidditch match. Laskoff even uttered, if you love your father, quit the team, which Amber swiftly admonished. Do what you love, Claire. Your mother will always be your support. Following this, Amber encouragingly gifted Claire the latest model broomstick. A custom Tamagen edition, not available for public sale. This rendered Claire even more ferocious on the field. Fortunately, this child could be kept in check by her parents. Professor McGonagall remarked. Professor Snape wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Claire had not lingered long in the infirmary before being joined by her new roommate Harry, along with the less than amiable Malfoy. Harry too had suffered a fracture due to the erratic quaffle, though his plight was somewhat more severe. Lockhart, he extracted my bones. Harry lamented to Claire once the crowd had dispersed. You truly have it rough, Harry, Claire replied, nonchalantly munching on a corn-flavored gummy. Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. Autumn entered, laden with a plethora of snacks, which danced behind her as she walked. I just witnessed it from the stands, the instant the spell struck. Potter's hand resembled the gummy you're gnawing on, she quipped. Serves you right, Potter. In truth, Malfoy's injury had been instantaneously healed by Pomfrey. He merely lingered in the infirmary to revel in Harry's misfortune. I hope your noodle-like arms can still wield a wand, he taunted. What business is it of yours? Silence. Malfoy, Harry retorted, unabashedly. Claire paid no heed to their quarrel. Love you to bits, Autumn, she exclaimed, tossing her candy aside and leaping toward her. Lie still, Claire. If your bones heal crooked, they'll have to break them again for proper growth. Madame Pomfrey's voice echoed from somewhere unseen. All right, Pomfrey. Claire was inclined to heed the advice. The air will surely expel you half-breeds. Malfoy sneered. No. In the infirmary. No noise. Madame Pomfrey suddenly appeared. Malfoy, your injury has healed. Now. Immediately. Leave. Thank you for your treatment, Madame Pomfrey, Malfoy replied, leaping from the bed, straightening his robes, and strutting out with an air of arrogance. Chapter 56. The Basilisk Shows Its Might. In the evening, Claire was ushered out of the infirmary by Pomfrey. Harry, wishing you a swift recovery. She piled her snacks on Harry's bedside, flashing him a triumphant smile before skipping away. The following morning, news of a grave attack at Hogwarts spread like wildfire throughout the school. Colin Creevey, that first year with the Muggle camera, has been petrified. Who could he have crossed? Who else? The savior, Potter. He.S. always trailing behind Potter, taking pictures. Potter must be utterly exasperated. The great hall buzzed with chaotic discussions. Poor, conspicuous Harry. Claire rolled her eyes, dragging Autumn to lunch. Professor Lockhart is reopening the dueling club. Are you going? Fran asked, squeezing between Claire and Autumn. What skills does he possess? Since the beginning of term, he hasn't successfully cast a single spell. I've already turned to the dark side, Autumn replied, elegantly slicing her steak, unhurried. Don't say that. I heard Lockhart has invited Snape. Fran leaned in. Though Snape has a bit of a temper, his spellcasting prowess is certainly worth anticipating. Then I shall attend. Professor Snape's spellcasting is unparalleled. Even the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley fear him. Claire raised her left hand, giving a thumbs up. I must express my gratitude for Miss Tamagin's commendation. Snape stood right behind the trio, casting a shadow over their table. Gryffindor loses 5 points due to Miss Lambert's disruptive behavior in the Great Hall, as well as her disrespectful remarks. He swept away, his sleeves billowing like the wings of a grand bird. Fran stuck her tongue out and made a face behind him, muttering, Old bat. Snarky git. Deserves to be single for 1,000 years. Claire was certain that Professor Snape had heard her. He paused momentarily, yet for reasons unknown, did not immediately turn to deliver Fran a profound lesson. You're done for, Fran, Claire said with a hint of schadenfreude. Professor Snape definitely heard that. He holds grudges. Fran waved dismissively. How could he? The Great Hall is far too noisy. In the makeshift dueling classroom, Claire dragged Autumn and Fran around looking for opponents. A duel. Brave ones, she called, seeking out courteous little wizards, not those haughty Slytherins. Most were too shy to decline. Even the Ravenclaws, considering her status as a top third year, would acquiesce. Fran was exhilarated, while Autumn felt too bashful, thus hiding behind them. Few could match Claire in a duel, rendering the experience somewhat tedious for her. On stage, Professor Snape sent Lockhart flying with a single strike. A majority of the students below erupted in cheers. Look, look, Claire shouted excitedly to her friends. This is the prowess of Hogwarts professors. Professor Snape is magnificent. She resembled a fervent fan. The Slytherins cast approving glances her way. Harry and Ron cowered in a corner, bewildered. How could anyone like Snape? Ron exclaimed, tugging at his brother's sleeve. Before anyone could respond, Harry was summoned to the dueling platform to face Malfoy. Claire, seated in the front row, watched their confrontation, whispering her observations. If it were me, the first thing I would do is attack Harry's glasses. Glasses away. Harry's spectacles soared towards Malfoy. Malfoy has plenty of openings. His movements are far too flamboyant. With a single spell, I could at least unleash 6. Harry hastened his spellcasting. Malfoy's wand movements shrank in scope as he swiftly conjured a snake. A summoning spell? How intriguing, but why not summon more? What good is a single snake? The snake slithered languidly, seemingly curious about its surroundings, fixing its gaze on a tall student in the audience. Claire watched Harry, anticipating his response. To her dismay, Harry uttered words that made every teacher and student present feel profoundly uncomfortable. Hissus. Professor Snape regarded Harry thoughtfully before vanquishing the snake. A heavy silence enveloped the entire dueling classroom. Oh dear, this seems serious, Claire remarked. In the aftermath at Hogwarts, in the corridors, classrooms, and Great Hall, discussions regarding Potter filled every space. The heir of Slytherin is a Gryffindor? Surely that can't be true. No, I was there. Harry Potter spoke Parseltongue. He commanded that snake to attack Justin. Justin, who hails from the Muggle world, had previously boasted about this in the Great Hall. I fear for him now. I haven't T-crossed Potter, have I? Best to steer clear of him. Justin's petrification sent ripples of panic throughout the school. Recently, the orders for protective trinkets from the Weasley siblings surged, falling like snowflakes. Even if Claire devoted every waking moment to producing 50 a day, it still wouldn't suffice. All students capable of potion-making sprang into action. George and Fred procured supplies from those students, alleviating Claire's supply pressure. Claire merely needed to exercise stricter quality control, filtering out the charlatans. Through this meticulous approach, she had accrued a substantial profit. The professors took note, but were too preoccupied to intervene. The protective charms crafted by Claire were proving effective. As long as her studies were not hindered, let her sell them. Moreover, if the murderer remained unfound, Hogwarts would face closure. Hey, Ron, Harry, your protective charms. Claire called out to the two rushing towards the dining hall. No need, Claire. Why would I harm myself? Harry responded with a note of self-deprecation. Ron dashed over and accepted 3 charms. Thanks, Claire. Listen, Ron, what I've given you 3 is the latest model. Claire pulled him closer and whispered. There's an actively triggered rune. The incantation is bursting repulsion. If you encounter any Inidwells, grip this, recite the spell, and it will instantaneously propel them 10 meters away. You ought to practice this incantation as well. Remember, bursting repulsion. It's a highly effective repelling charm, ample for your escape. Claire gestured to illustrate the spell's trajectory. Listening to you, it sounds as if we're on the verge of death. Pay heed to the rumors. It's evident this is directed at Harry and you. If only everyone thought so. Claire, what was the incantation again? Noting Ron's distracted demeanor, Claire felt a surge of frustration. Where's Hermione? I'll tell her. Ron appeared considerably disheartened upon hearing this. She's in the hospital wing. She drank a potion with cat hair. He whispered into Claire's ear. Professor Snape's ingredients are yours. Claire exclaimed in hushed surprise. Shoo. Ron covered Claire's mouth. Chapter 57. The Basilisk unleashed the hospital wing. Claire accompanied the Weasley twins to visit Hermione. However, she remained curled up behind the curtain, refusing to emerge. Upon hearing that Claire had brought her something, she only extended a furry paw to receive Claire's protective charm. Unable to resist, Claire affectionately stroked the fluffy paw. Claire, you all should head back. Hermione's voice emerged from behind the curtain. Really can't. Cannot. Hermione retorted with a hint of irritation. Reluctantly, Claire turned back, glancing over her shoulder as Fred and George escorted her away. They were intent on continuing their endeavor of crafting protective charms for the Weasley siblings. There was no time for Claire to indulge in feline affection. Claire, have you ever contemplated the Patronus charm? Fred inquired as they walked. Is it possible to manifest the Patronus into a charm? Sure, I'll give it a try. Claire waved goodbye to her brothers. Potions class. Claire awaited Autumn in the corridor to attend class. She recalled Fred's ingenious idea and casually waved her wand. Patronus. Her Patronus, an eagle, burst forth from her wand in an instant. Amidst the shimmering silver light, a young eagle proudly displayed its feathers, slightly larger than an ordinary eagle. Its breed was indiscernible, yet it perfectly embodied the traits of a Ravenclaw. Claire manipulated her magical essence to transform the Patronus, compressing it into a wooden token she casually retrieved. The token, generously crafted from sturdy wood provided by the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, was nearly successful when it shattered with a loud crack, unleashing a burst of silver light. The little eagle flapped its wings, looking dismayed as it dove back into Claire's body, resembling a Muggle flashbang. Merlin, Claire Weasley Tangan, what are you experimenting with now? Professor McGonagall nearly shouted in frustration. Oh, Professor McGonagall, Claire exclaimed, startled, but the sudden brightness dimmed, enveloping her in shadows, obscuring her view. She squinted in the direction of Professor McGonagall. Several adult wizards stood side by side. Good day, Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, and Professor Sprout. Snape, ever the opportunist, seized the chance to chastise. 2 points from Ravenclaw for Miss Tammigan. Claire struggled to explain. Professor, I intended to experiment with compressing the Patronus charm into a token to enhance its functionality. As Snape announced the point deduction, Dumbledore quietly interjected, Severus. Perhaps refrain from deducting points. Yet, his attempt was in vain. Snape feigned ignorance, continuing with his point deduction, relishing in the moment. Dumbledore cast a sympathetic glance at his former student before turning to Claire. The established form of a Patronus cannot be compressed, Claire. Such a state would render the Patronus unstable, prone to explosion. Just like this. Dumbledore gestured towards the wooden token in Claire's hand. He directed his gaze to Claire's hand. When the token exploded, Claire's hand was lacerated, splinters embedding into her skin. She immediately summoned her magical energy to her hand, employing a silent and wandless cleansing charm and healing spell to staunch the bleeding and mend the wound. Ah, truly impressive wandless magic, Claire. 5 points to Ravenclaw for your excellence. Shall we proceed, esteemed colleagues? Dumbledore winked at Claire and turned to the professors following him, signaling them to continue. As Professor Snape passed by, he ominously remarked, "Fortunate Miss Tammegan. I trust you will exhibit sufficient decorum in my class henceforth." His words sent a shiver down Claire's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms like waves crashing upon the shore. This particular potions class proved to be quite arduous for her. Snape stood behind her, scrutinizing her throughout the lesson, yet he could not pinpoint any operational errors. Frustrated, he departed, declaring, 3 points from Ravenclaw for Miss Tamgan's inappropriate robes. Claire glanced down in confusion, finding nothing amiss. Autumn pointed at Claire's trousers, silently mouthing, "Pants. All right, they're the Quidditch team's trousers. They're comfortable. I simply forgot to change. Not my fault." After class, Claire vented her frustrations to Fran. "In my first year, it was Professor Snape who took me to Diagon Alley. He insisted there was only one set of second-hand robes available and purchased the male version for me. Male robes are so much more comfortable," Claire lamented wistfully. Before long, the Gryffindor girls began wearing trousers as well. Late autumn, the Quidditch match was imminent, with Gryffindor facing Ravenclaw, and Claire found herself busier than ever. During a break, as Claire rushed towards the Transfiguration classroom, she overheard the trio from Gryffindor engaged in an intense discussion. "That diary revealed the events of that year to me. It claimed Hagrid released the monster." "What diary, Harry?" Claire grasped his arm. "The black-bound diary, belonging to Tom Marvolo Riddle. It contains all his memories. Writing in it allows you to converse with it. That sounds akin to an alchemical product, but how could that be?" Claire's mind raced. "I just heard you say it told you Hagrid released the monster, and even displayed the events of that year? In a vivid display? A remarkably authentic memory unfolds. A third-grade Hagrid unleashes a colossal spider. Hey, Claire, release Mr. Potter at once. We have Professor McGonagall's class. We will be late." Autumn urged Claire to hasten. "You three, bring it to me after dinner." Claire hurriedly followed Autumn. Alas, fate was not in Claire's favor regarding the diary. During the feast, Harry sorrowfully informed Claire of his lost diary. "I hear Potter's dormitory was ransacked," Miss Tammegan remarked as Malfoy sauntered past them. "What a pauper, isn't he?" Malfoy cast a sidelong glance at Harry. "Even a mere diary is worth stealing. I suggest you observe your surroundings, Potter." Claire seriously doubted that his booming voice wouldn't splatter saliva onto his own clothes. Ron and Hermione glared furiously at him. Yet Malfoy remained undeterred. How unfortunate. Poor choices in friends lead to familiar betrayals. Claire incanted a cleaning spell on her robes. Indeed, she brandished her wand, enunciating the spell with precision. She glared at Malfoy in silence, her magic rippling through the air. Malfoy, thoroughly chastened, slunk away. Chapter 58. The Basilisk reveals its power. 4. A reunion with Hermione. She lay petrified on a hospital bed in the infirmary. "This marks the 4th attack, Albus," Professor McGonagall expressed anxiously from behind the headmaster. "1 ghost, 5 students." The headmaster said nothing and turned to leave the infirmary. Professor Dumbledore." Claire hastened after him. Dumbledore paused. "Professor, did Hagrid raise spiders during his time at school?" "Indeed. That was a juvenile acromantula, Claire. The Quidditch match was cancelled." Harry and Ron remained by Hermione's side. "It is impossible that Hagrid could have committed these murders." I inquired with Professor Dumbledore. Claire strolled over, taking a seat beside Hermione's bed. Both she and Harry were still clad in their Quidditch uniforms, one in red, the other in blue. Within the stark white infirmary, the ancient colors harmoniously blended into a striking tableau. "Hagrid keeps an acromantula, to my knowledge. This species lacks the ability to petrify," Claire rationally deduced. The diary revealed that a student perished 50 years ago, the ghost in the girls' lavatory, moaning Myrtle. Harry gazed at Hermione, brushing her hair away from her face. "And Myrtle's body?" Claire contemplated earnestly. "It must have been taken home by her parents." Harry recalled with a slight shift of his eyes. "An adult acromantula would devour a person entirely," Claire scoffed, shaking her head. "But 50 years ago, a juvenile acromantula could not possibly kill a senior student. Hagrid has been wrongfully accused." She concluded decisively. "Here, take this, you two." Claire distributed explosive spells to Harry and Ron. "If danger arises, throw this far away, channel your magic, and it will explode in 3 seconds. I refuse to believe any magical creature can withstand 100 of these. The heir of Slytherin will not rest until he is apprehended. I hope the professors act swiftly. Otherwise, Hogwarts may truly close its doors." Madame Pomfrey entered with a tray of medical supplies. "Return to your common room. Children, your headmaster has requested you remain there." Poppy hastily stowed her potion vials in a cabinet, urging them to leave the infirmary. Claire and the 2 boys parted ways, joining the throng heading to the common room. In the dormitory, Claire lay on her bed, her head tilted over the edge, her long red hair cascading to the floor. "Autumn, what creature could petrify or kill?" A magical creature must have some form of magical contract or communication with the heir of Slytherin, right? It should at least comprehend commands. Medusa? No, Medusa can only petrify. Autumn silently brought several tomes of magical creatures from the Ravenclaw library. Very well. Claire rose. Let's read. The next day, Claire and Autumn emerged from the dormitory, sporting dark circles under their eyes. The common room buzzed with discussions. It seemed another student had been attacked. Claire and Autumn sought out Dumbledore with their findings, only to be informed by Professor McGonagall that one of the board members, Malfoy, had conspired with the others to dismiss Dumbledore from his position. He was expelled from Hogwarts. And even Hagrid, McGonagall sighed, has been taken to Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. Claire murmured, what a fantastical turn of events. She raked her already disheveled hair in exasperation. Dumbledore is Hogwarts' greatest asset. McGonagall gazed at Claire. Have you made any discoveries? The basilisk, Professor, Slytherin's pet, is a basilisk. Autumn promptly replied. The basilisk can kill humans with a direct gaze. Even indirect sight results in petrification. Fortunately, no one has directly gazed into its eyes thus far. Claire nodded. It must be colossal, if it is indeed Slytherin's pet, a several thousand-year-old basilisk. Harry mentioned. He heard strange sounds in the corridors, but saw no shadows. Thus, it must have its own mode of travel. The pipes. I believe we can access that accursed chamber of secrets through the main pipes in the castle. We can simply blast through the walls. Claire stated bluntly. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the plan. After a while, she raised her head, her gaze resolute upon Claire and Autumn. Blast, she declared. No wonder you are Gryffindors. Claire and Autumn exchanged amused glances. You too, go summon the professors. Energized by the prospect of a plan to save Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall began directing them with clarity. She waved her wand, conjuring a Patronus, directing its tip to her lips. Albus, return to Hogwarts at once. Claire and Autumn swiftly located the professors, except for Lockhart. No, Professor Lockhart's office is spotless. His belongings have already been packed. He is fleeing. Professors, Autumn panted as she relayed the news to several heads of houses. What a sham. Madame Pomfrey scolded. Claire encountered Poppy while searching for Professor Snape, who was there to collect Mandrake for potions. She joined them. All right. Poppy, we all know what kind of man he is, don't we? It's better if he doesn't show up. At least he won't cause trouble, Professor Snape remarked darkly. Children, thank you for your efforts. Now it is your professor's turn. You should return to the common room. McGonagall patted Claire's shoulder. I believe you need me, Professor. Claire bared her teeth, unveiling her illegally crafted undetectable expansion charm bag. Weasley siblings creation. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. It brimmed with alchemical supplies and materials, bottomless. I cannot even keep track of what's in here. Some items are gifts. Others I have made myself. Only I can find things quickly. With me, you will undoubtedly save a great deal of trouble. Now the professors found themselves at a loss for words to refuse. They donned the protective glasses painstakingly crafted by Claire, their pockets brimming with alchemical items. Due to the hasty circumstances, the glasses were specifically designed in the style of Muggle swim goggles to prevent them from falling off. This appeared somewhat incongruous on the professors' faces, particularly on Professor Snape. However, the most striking aspect was the golden bracelet that Claire had bestowed upon him. Potent and effective, yet decidedly feminine. Stay close behind us. Little Claire, if you sense any danger, make a swift escape. Professor McGonagall instructed, glancing back at Claire. Indeed. Seek out Dumbledore. Professor Sprout chimed in. Professor Flitwick remained silent, pulling Claire protectively behind him, as if safeguarding a fragile creature. Chapter 59. The basilisk displays its might. The professors advanced upon Claire's flying module, hastening through the slick and treacherous pipes, following the serpentine trail left by the basilisk. In the narrow passage, the adult wizards formed pairs, with the petite Claire wedged firmly in the middle. It was hard to fathom such a place existed within Hogwarts, Professor Sprout remarked. It truly reeks in here. Yes, Professor. I shall certainly install an air purification system upon my return, Claire concurred. Little Claire, you are undoubtedly the finest student I have ever taught. Professor McGonagall lavished praise without reservation. At her words, Claire straightened up proudly. Despite the alchemical glasses, the basilisk's gaze could still petrify. Thus, before we blinded the creature, Professor Snape spoke rapidly, his icy tone suppressing Claire's burgeoning arrogance. Miss Tamajan, I hope you do not find yourself turned to stone and subsequently crushed to dust by the basilisk. Claire shrank slightly at his words. All right, Professor Snape. I shall obediently cower in the corner. She replied timidly. Do not frighten the child, Severus, Professor McGonagall admonished. A cacophony of clanging echoed from the forward pipes, suggesting a confrontation was underway. Be on guard, colleagues. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, pointing it towards the direction of the noise. Claire observed that each professor held their wands in a distinct manner. Professor McGonagall pointed hers straightforwardly ahead. Professor Flitwick's wand tip was angled slightly downward. Professor Sprout held her wand horizontally before her, her left hand clutching seeds of magical plants. Professor Snape, much like on the day of the overturned alley, had his wand drooping, mostly concealed within his robe sleeve, though it seemed poised to unleash a deadly green light at any moment. Claire too raised her wand bravely. Hisses, the sound of serpents was now unmistakable, accompanied by the unsettling noise of the colossal snakes slithering through the pipes, chilling and terrifying. A circular iron door stood at one end of the passage. This must be the place. Professor McGonagall? Came Ron's voice. Who is Professor McGonagall? Lockhart asked, appearing rather dull-witted. Mr. Weasley? Professor Lockhart? Professor Flitwick inquired, vanishing a pile of rubble from the opposite side. What has happened to him, Mr. Weasley? Professor Flitwick pressed. He stole my wand, trying to cast a memory charm on me and Harry. Professor, Ron exclaimed angrily. The spell rebounded from his broken wand. He is nothing but a fraud. Ron continued. All the experiences in his books belong to others. The professors cast disdainful glances at Lockhart. Where's Harry? Claire interrupted Ron. Harry went in to save someone. Professor Snape shot a piercing glare at Ron, his teeth clenched as he spat. Arrogant Gryffindor. It seems we shall only find Potter's remains within. As he spoke, he forcefully waved his wand, unleashing a powerful explosion spell. The circular iron door, still resonating with alchemical magic, exuded strength. Yet under Professor Snape's furious curse, it appeared alarmingly fragile, as it was blasted open with a single strike. Claire had intended to suggest that the adjacent wall should be destroyed instead, but was taken aback by Professor Snape's violent approach. The door crashed heavily against the basilisk's tail, and several professors sprang into action. Spells of various colors illuminated the air, striking the basilisk almost simultaneously, leaving gory wounds in their wake. Claire tossed 3 invisibility boxes before Ron, erecting 3 walls that sealed off his position entirely. Stay put, Ron. Do not come out until the basilisk is vanquished, Claire urged, tapping the walls. I can fight alongside you, Ron shouted. Be quiet, you little pest. Change that wretched wand first, Claire retorted from her perch at the blasted opening. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall called out, if you are still alive, take cover. Do not emerge. The professors worked in concert to restrain the basilisk, preventing it from turning. Claire crouched behind the professors, relentlessly hurling explosive spells at the creature's wounds. With the aid of the levitation charm, her throws were swift and precise, uninterrupted by any other team's batters. Claire felt in her element. In an instant, gore splattered everywhere. Well done, Claire. Clang. Following the sound, Claire turned to see Fawkes. Dumbledore's phoenix had returned. Fawkes soared swiftly within the chamber, pecking out the basilisk's eyes, allowing the professors to unleash their full power. Claire's keen eyes caught a faint emerald glow emanating from the farthest recess, where magic flowed between 3 nodes. Professors. In the innermost chamber. It is Voldemort. The heir of Slytherin is Voldemort. Harry shouted hoarsely from another pipe's exit. He has taken Ginny. Upon hearing this, Claire swung her wand with force from the opposite side of the chamber. This was the first time she had wielded such a surge of magic. Lightning cage. Blue and white lightning crackled, gathering into thick, dark clouds above the chamber. Bolts of lightning descended from the nearly solid storm clouds, forming a cage that enveloped the boy clad in Slytherin robes. Claire forcibly severed the magical connection between Ginny, the diary, and Voldemort. This cannot be happening. The boy exclaimed in disbelief. Harry, I cannot maintain this for long. Destroy that diary, Claire urged. That cursed diary is draining Ginny's life force. Harry raced forward, frantically casting spells at the diary. Shatter it to pieces. Ignite it in flames. Turn it to stone. Yet, none of the spells proved effective. He then retrieved the explosive charms that Claire had given him. The diary was launched high into the air, crashing down heavily, yet remained unscathed. The young Voldemort hissed, and the basilisk turned its head, enduring the professor's spells, and lunged at Harry. Professor Snape flung a nearly pitch-black spell, racing towards them, but it was too late. In a flash, Harry produced a silver sword from somewhere and plunged it directly into the basilisk's maw. The massive serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash, its venomous fangs embedding into Harry's arm. He yanked them free and drove them fiercely into the diary. Everything transpired in a whirlwind. The young Voldemort vanished, the dissipating life force trapped within the lightning cage, and at the moment Claire released her wand, it returned to Ginny's body. What a thrill, Claire exclaimed, collapsing weakly onto the ground. She is now utterly devoid of magic. Chapter 60, The Serpent's Power. In the hidden chamber, Harry is lively, tumbling about with the basilisk, while Claire cowers in the corner, gravely injured. She stands as the sole casualty of this battle to defend Hogwarts. Her magical reserves have been severely depleted. The magnificent, long-lasting, and far-reaching Thunder Cage has nearly drained every ounce of magic from Claire's being. Professor Snape cast a scornful glance at the giant lady sprawled on the ground, delivering a sharp critique, superficial and showy. To prevent any future symptoms of halted magical development or sluggish growth, Claire must remain here under Poppy's care for 2 days. Her bedside table is adorned with treats from friends, and at the foot of her bed lie prank cookies sent by the Weasley twins. The reinstated Dumbledore sits beside Claire's bed, having just returned Hagrid from Azkaban. The terrifying guards of Azkaban have left the hulking Hagrid looking rather diminished, though he now rests heavily on an enlarged hospital bed, having taken a calming draught. "Professor, I have seen that diary," Claire said earnestly, reclining against the hospital wing bed. "On the day we went to Diagon Alley for school supplies, you must remember that incident. Malfoy and Arthur had a scuffle at Flourish and Blots. I witnessed Malfoy pick up that diary from the floor and stuff it into Ginny's cauldron. Prior to that, there was no diary in her cauldron." A flicker of understanding crossed Dumbledore's eyes. "Why does that diary pulse with emerald green magical runes, Professor?" Claire asked curiously. "Is it because of dark magic?" "I believe that to be the case, Claire," Dumbledore replied, magically peeling an apple and floating the flesh before her. "Oh, thank you, Professor," Claire said joyfully, taking a big bite of the apple. "As for the color of the magical runes, I cannot assist you. You know, Claire, there are too few witches and wizards with your talent. Over the years, little literature has been left behind. A typical alchemy apprentice would infuse magic into special potions to create magical runes. A skilled wizard, however, would directly shape their magic into runic forms. You have effortlessly leaped over the step from the tangible to the intangible, but your foundation remains unsteady. While your talent is formidable, I believe there is much for you to learn. Claire, do not rely too heavily on your eyes." Dumbledore gazed intently at Claire. "However, I am quite certain," he continued, studying the diary in his hands, caressing its cover. "This is indeed a dark magical object. Very, very, very evil." The diary, once pierced by Harry's basilisk fangs, now bore several holes, and the emerald green magic that once flowed through it had completely dissipated. "It is now merely a tattered diary." Claire nodded at Dumbledore. "I shall remember that, Professor." But, Professor Dumbledore, on that day, Harry attempted many spells to no avail against it. Ultimately, it was the basilisk's fangs that proved effective. Why is that? Is it because white magic inherently lacks the potency of dark magic? Claire refrained from voicing this thought, yet she knew Dumbledore must understand her meaning. His gaze deepened as he regarded Claire. "I believe you have perused the relevant texts regarding dark magic's incantation requirements, which hinge on intense malice and hatred. Indeed, dark magic appears more powerful than white magic, for it exacts a greater toll upon the caster, a cost that is often unbearable. It subtly alters a person. This diary is a creation of Voldemort's alchemy, evil, yet potent. To destroy it necessitates a force even greater than itself. I believe white magic can achieve this, provided one possesses sufficient strength. However, I think this is not a concern for you at present, my child. Rest well, refrain from using magic these next 2 days. Poppy will not prevent you from attending the feast." With that, Dumbledore took his leave. The crisis at Hogwarts had been impeccably resolved, and the impending holiday brought joy to both students and faculty alike. The Great Hall's feast continued through the night, with the professor's tacit approval. Claire arrived in the latter half of the night, accompanied by Hagrid and the unpetrified Hermione. When Flitwick spotted Claire, he scampered to the Ravenclaw table, animatedly recounting Dumbledore's words. For the cleverness, wisdom, bravery, and unparalleled magical prowess of Miss Claire Weasley Tamagen, Ravenclaw receives 100 points. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw fell short, losing to Gryffindor by a mere 10 points. As Flitwick spoke, he appeared quite smug. "Claire, your exploding snap is simply invaluable," Ron exclaimed, drawing Harry and Hermione closer to Claire. The night Dumbledore was dismissed, "We were at Hagrid's cabin," Ron recounted in a hushed tone. "He urged us to follow the spiders." The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Hagrid wouldn't he have thrown that acromantula from 50 years ago into the Forbidden Forest, would he? Claire rubbed her palms together excitedly. "Not just that," Ron shouted. "He found a mate for Aragog. While Aragog himself doesn't eat humans, his offspring certainly do. We nearly became spider food." Claire shuddered at the thought. "Merlin. That sounds terrifying. Thank goodness for your exploding snap. It created quite a ruckus." Ron gestured animatedly. "And thanks to that swarm of spiders, I can now use that spell you taught me with ease." Ron mimicked the incantation for the blasting curse. Hagrid's towering stature made him find everything adorable. Autumn's head remained buried in wizarding blessings and charms. The presence of a colony of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly dangerous. The 50-year-old acromantula is aging and cannot control its brood. It is only a matter of time before the acromantulas overrun the forest. They have already begun to do so. Ron grabbed a chicken leg from the Ravenclaw table and took a hearty bite. "We should speak to Professor Dumbledore about this." Claire nodded in agreement. "Let us allow Hagrid a moment to recover. He has been through a lot lately. How many territories of other magical creatures have the acromantulas encroached upon? And how many precious magical beings have they consumed? We must contain them. Harry glanced at Hagrid at the staff table, wary that Hagrid would be reluctant. It would surely break his heart. Hagrid must possess a correct understanding of the power of magical creatures. It is merely about containment, not extermination. Claire held a steaming mug of pumpkin juice. Hagrid would understand. Chapter 61. Temujin's Holiday Training, Dragon Hunting. The scenery outside the window unfolded like a rapidly unrolling scroll, expanding while simultaneously retracting. The holiday held little to anticipate, Claire mused in boredom. The Hogwarts Express, taking 2 trips, had ushered in yet another academic year. Molly's family had won a trip, and she had intended to invite Claire along. Ampa, let the child relax, Molly had suggested, but Ampa had politely declined. Standing upon platform 9 3/4, Claire gazed at the retreating figures of Molly's family, striving to sway her mother's decision. Ampa, mother, I implore you. Yet. Ampa's sharp retort echoed, not a chance. With resignation, Claire felt like an octopus retreating into its shell, cautiously extending a tentacle only to hastily withdraw upon sensing danger. Quite the timid creature indeed. Ampa and Loskov had grown increasingly adept as parents, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, they seemed to be competing with one another, inundating Claire with an endless array of lessons during the brief, yet arduous holiday. Upon returning home, Ampa ushered Claire into the newly renovated study, its shelves brimming with books. Ampa had scheduled classes on the disassembly of dark magical artifacts, ancient runes, and advanced charms, while Loskov had arranged for higher mathematics, advanced physics, and mechanical principles. Originally, that was the plan. However, on the second day of the holiday, Andrews overturned everything at breakfast. Enough, Ampa Loskov, Claire does not need your rote learning, Andrews exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rendering the family speechless. The patriarch's authority demanded respect. My granddaughter. I shall teach her myself. That very day, he took Claire away from Temujin Manor, 2 wands in hand, heading northward. In a quaint northern magical town, Claire was met with a dazzling array of alchemical products, far more abundant than those in Diagon Alley. Andrews intermittently shared insights into the functions of these alchemical items, most of which were crafted for dark purposes. This is the town I explored in my youth, Claire, he remarked, attempting to engage his granddaughter's interest through tales of his marriage. It was here that I first met your grandmother. She was just a freshly graduated young lady, selling her homemade protective charms at this very market. I spotted her immediately, her stall overflowing with flawed merchandise, Andrews reminisced. And then what happened? Did you teach grandmother Lise the proper methods? Did you grow close? Andrews hesitated, his expression pained, but ultimately shared the tale with his granddaughter. Your grandfather was collecting protection fees back then, and when someone sold defective goods, I certainly couldn't allow it. I overturned your grandmother's stall, smashing all her wares, and berated her for being a rogue merchant. He chuckled, recalling how she had drawn her wand in indignation. Claire gazed at her grandfather, perplexed as to why grandmother Lise had chosen him. I thought she might cast a fatal curse. She exclaimed. You must understand, at that time, the Ministry of Magic's oversight was nowhere near as stringent as it is today. It was not uncommon for 2 wizards to clash in the market, resulting in casualties. That day, having just returned home from a brawl, Andrews' wand had nearly broken, its core barely intact, and his spells were erratic. I was terrified. Hiding behind that corner, he pointed, using your grandmother's stall as a shield. She was trembling with rage, wand in hand, yet she couldn't muster a single spell. At that moment, he felt emboldened. I straightened right up. He proclaimed proudly to Claire. And then what happened? How did you end up marrying? Claire inquired. I scolded her. She wept, and I felt too embarrassed to continue chastising her, Andrews replied. But as I returned home, my anger festered. That insufferable girl dared to sell flawed goods right under my nose. So, I followed her for a few days. You stalked her? Claire gasped in disbelief. She gathered each piece of debris I had smashed and worked tirelessly to repair them, crying as she did so. It took her considerable effort. And she even mended all the flaws I pointed out. In that moment, Andrews reflected, I thought, perhaps this girl isn't so bad after all. Maybe she didn't intend to cause a ruckus. During that time, she would take the bus, and I would time my arrival to ride alongside her. Once on board, I would step on her foot and then promptly apologize, taking her to see the doctor, treating her to dinner, and buying her new shoes. Andrews' self-satisfied demeanor made Claire wish to defend her grandmother. Grandmother Lise must have truly loved you. Otherwise, she would have had no qualms about giving you a sound thrashing. Andrews took Claire's hand, continuing their exploration of the market. Andrews, is that you returned? A booming baritone resonated through the market. Old Bean. Indeed, I have returned. Long time no see. Andrews greeted the nearby vendor with familiarity. And this, your granddaughter? Old Bean. clad in bearskin and hunting gear, brandished a baseball bat at his waist. Upon seeing Claire's inquisitive gaze, his robust voice boomed. "Are you interested in my wand, young lady?" "Good day, sir. I am Claire Jen. It is a pleasure to meet you." Claire executed a graceful curtsy, appearing quite impressive. "You claim this is a wand?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth with a handkerchief that seemed to materialize from thin air, her tone laced with surprise. Old Bean produced the wand from his waist, presenting it before Claire. It was a peculiar piece of wood, deep brown and ruggedly textured. "This very wand accompanied me when I went dragon hunting with your grandfather." "Dragons? Andrews, you never mentioned this." Claire leapt in astonishment. The facade she had maintained crumbled. "You have actually hunted dragons?" She nearly shrieked. I had thought the rascally young man and the wild girl had produced a graceful little lady. Bean burst into laughter. "You resemble Lee's, but your temperament mirrors your grandfather's." "Claire, my dear, would you like to accompany your grandfather on a dragon hunt?" Though phrased as a question, his tone carried the weight of certainty. Claire cast a restrained glance at Andrews. "Isn't dragon hunting illegal?" Andrews and Bean erupted into hearty laughter. "Illegal? Not here, little Claire. This is the boundary where wizards and wild dragons intersect. To manage the dragon population and prevent them from endangering wizards, we have established a red line. Once the number of dragons exceeds a certain threshold, we initiate dragon hunting. We are here to safeguard this boundary." Andrews nodded, encouragingly regarding Claire. "Wonderful. Count me in." Grandfather Bean. Claire beamed with delight. Chapter 62. Jen Holiday Special Training. Dragon Hunting 2. On a summer morning in the north, the air was crisp, lacking the warmth of the south, and when people spoke, they exhaled white clouds of mist. Whether elderly, middle-aged, or children, they all appeared as if they had taken a deep drag from a cigarette, only to exhale. Claire was thoroughly enjoying herself. She inhaled deeply, then forcefully exhaled, attempting to blow out shapes with the mist. Today, she donned a vibrant red leather robe, exuding charm and vivacity. The outer layer was leather, while the lining was cotton. This robe had been hastily crafted overnight by Grandfather Bean's wife, specially tailored for her. It made her look no different from the townsfolk, as they all seemed to wear similar attire. Her wand was tucked away in a pocket on the left side of her robe, easily accessible whenever she needed it. Tuva thoughtfully engraved reinforced magical runes to prevent the wand from flying out of pockets during vigorous activity. It appears that the inhabitants here possess at least a modicum of alchemical knowledge. The dragon hunting team comprises wizards from numerous nations, as Claire Andrews remarked. Thus, this place stands as a stronghold for wizards, not merely belonging to a single country. Andrews and Bean flanked Claire, standing like sentinels. "Today, we shall broaden young Claire's horizons," Bean said in a gravelly voice. He handed 2 badges to Andrews, who affixed one to Claire's chest. "Remember, child, this badge is of utmost importance. It can even shield you from a dragon's bite. Do not lose it. In case of an emergency, press it and cast the portkey spell. It will transport you back to the market. If you return, wait for me at Grandpa Bean's house," Andrews instructed, his voice filled with earnestness. Bean, meanwhile, was checking his equipment. "To manage the dragon population here, we will select formidable dragons, ensuring the herd remains youthful and does not overbreed," he explained. "Here, any spell used against a dragon is permissible, as it will ultimately transform into dragonhide gloves, dragonhide robes, and dragonhide boots for the wizarding world." The crowd around Claire grew increasingly dense. An old man with one eye stood at the front of the line, his right eye a solid mass of flesh, entirely occluded. "Levica, he is still the captain?" Andrews exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, unexpected, isn't it?" Bean gazed reverently at the elderly figure. "He must be over 120 years old." Andrews marveled. 130 years, to be precise. Levica just celebrated his birthday. "I hope I remain as vigorous as he is at that age." Andrews seemed profoundly envious. Claire felt no worry, for despite nearing 60, he appeared to be in his 30s. Silence. The elder on the platform surveyed the crowd. "I see many unfamiliar faces, yet it matters not. I do not concern myself with the reasons behind your gathering. Here, we share but one identity. We are wizards. This magical boundary has been protected by us for over a millennium, and we shall continue to safeguard it. Warriors, to battle." Andrews and Bean flanked Claire, guiding her forward. Claire gazed into the foreboding deep mountains. She gently tugged at Andrews' sleeve, casting a warming charm for both herself and him. Levica, seasoned and resolute, pressed onward toward the heart of the forest. Before long, a massive black dragon, resembling a small mountain, emerged before Claire, rendering humans seemingly powerless in its presence. The Wyvernder dragon, capable of breathing fire, swift in flight, and capable of teleportation, with spines upon its back, it is immensely formidable, Bean whispered rapidly. "Its dragon hide possesses high magical resistance. Young Claire, your spells must be potent." Claire had once boasted to Harry that she did not believe any magical creature could withstand 100 explosive runes. Now, she wished to retract that statement. This dragon certainly could, immune to water and fire. Claire cast spells upon herself, Andrews, and Bean. A silent, wandless spell. Bean's eyes widened as he silently mouthed to Andrews. Andrews proudly lifted his chin, his gaze brimming with pride. The white-haired Levica began directing the formation of a surrounding circle. Due to her youth, Claire was positioned at the tail of the dragon, gripping her wand tightly, its tip pointing downward. This stance resembled that of Professor Snape's opening position, one Claire had meticulously studied. With the wand's tip downwards yet poised to strike, she was ready to unleash a lethal blow. With a thunderous roar, spells cascaded forth like a rain of swords upon the dragon. Weaker spells dissipated upon impact with the dragon's hide, barely enough to tickle it. Levica, a true master of combat, delivered each spell with precision to the dragon's neck. Several incantations carved a small gash, dragon blood streaming down and eroding the plants below into ash. To everyone's surprise, Bean was a melee mage. He charged forth, wand raised. He nimbly maneuvered, evading the dragon's strikes while leaving multiple lacerations upon its wings. Unwilling to lag behind, Claire raised her wand, tracing intricate runes in the air. What if an explosive rune was used as a vessel for part of the dragon? She pondered, propelling the explosive runes toward the dragon's wings. Though it remained grounded, one could not underestimate the power of those vast wings. Claire resolved to detonate it first. The rune affixed itself at the base of the wing. Well done, young one. Levica praised, casting an approving glance at Claire. As Claire controlled the explosion, the black dragon finally flapped its wings, attempting to take flight, its eyes fixed intently on Claire. The tender flesh at the base of its wing throbbed in agony from the blast. The dragon inhaled deeply, its chest glowing with a red-orange light. Mentos, someone shouted, and soon many others joined their ranks. Flames soared into the sky, the dragon's fire painting the heavens crimson. Chapter 63, Tamagin's Special Training, Dragon Hunting 3. Earth Shield. Claire invoked the spell as the dragon's flames surged toward her, erecting massive earthen walls. The walls, forged by the heat of the dragon's fire, became remarkably sturdy. Claire gritted her teeth, vowing to learn apparition upon her return. Among the wizards braving the dragon's flames, she stood alone. It was not that the other wizards lacked the ability to withstand the onslaught. Rather, it was unnecessary. How delightful it would be to apparate. Why confront the dragon's fire directly? Andrews, on Claire's left, grasped her shoulder with his wand-wielding hand, seemingly hoping to apparate. However, upon witnessing her successfully block the attack with the earth shield, with no damage to her badge, he relaxed his grip. Well done, Claire. Andrews encouraged her. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa Andrews. Claire grinned at her grandfather. If Dolores were to see her in this state, she would surely be in a state of disarray. The damp earth, bound by spells, stood as thick walls. The fierce dragon flames swept over, purging impurities and baking the earth into bricks. Claire, hiding behind the brick wall, emerged covered in soot, her once fair face now a darkened mask, revealing only her gleaming white teeth. The picture of a lady was entirely lost. Claire darted agilely beside the dragon, her movements reminiscent of a little rabbit frolicking amidst coal. The solid brick wall ultimately shattered under the dragon's wrath. Ha! This child is just like you, Andrew. Bean teased, casting spells while poking fun at Andrews. Do you think you are any better? Shut it, Bean. You're just as dark. During the eruption of the dragon's flame, Grandpa Bean also utilized his shadowy teleportation to position himself behind Claire, casting a protective fire spell for her. Thus, he too was cloaked in darkness. Quietly, Claire summoned her magical energy, bestowing upon herself 2 enchantments. She emerged refreshed, free of dust and grime, radiating vitality. Her penchant for cleanliness was reminiscent of Dolores. You little rascal, covered in mud, and you don't bathe for 3 days when you return home. Grandpa Bean laughed heartily, his voice resonating in Claire's ears like a thunderclap. The dragon continued to thrash about, its wings injured by Claire's explosive magic, rendering it incapable of flight, as it desperately attempted to swat away the little fleas that plagued it. On Claire's end, she executed a rapid repulsion spell with finesse. While it was impossible to repel the dragon, she opted for a ground-based incantation, utilizing the explosive wave of magical energy to launch herself away from the attack. As long as she cast a slowing descent spell afterward, she could glide gracefully to the ground. Even without true teleportation, she could simulate its effects through a clever combination of spells. Truly, I am remarkable, Claire thought, feeling quite proud of herself. However, when Claire performed this maneuver for the first time, Andrews was nearly brought to tears with fright. He let out an odd shriek in front of a gathering of wizards. His voice was piercingly high, startling even the black dragon, causing it to shudder and suffer additional spells. Andrews unleashed his magic. teleporting to the spot where Claire was about to land, extending his arms in an attempt to catch his explosive little granddaughter. To his astonishment, he witnessed Claire gently float into his embrace. Slowly, floating. "Hi, Grandpa Andrews." Claire stifled a giggle, looking sweetly at her flustered grandfather, who appeared as black as coal. "Do not worry, Grandpa Andrews. If my slowing descent fails, I have a parachute," Claire reassured him. Seizing this moment, she also cast the refreshing and revitalizing spells upon her grandfather. At this point, Grandpa Bean was the only remaining figure clad in darkness. Claire was unable to assist him with spells, as the pitch-black Bean was engaged in a duel with the dragon, wielding his wand with fervor. He seemed unconcerned. Claire would not admit that her reluctance to aid Bean stemmed from her irritation at his mockery of her grandfather. Andrew's worried expression was frozen on his face, his demeanor shifting rapidly. Once his face was cleansed, his emotions were laid bare. What a creative idea. Andrews awkwardly praised his granddaughter before setting her down. With a casual gesture, a wand that had been misplaced flew back into his hand. Without so much as a backward glance, Andrews sprinted forward. Claire scratched her head and continued to maneuver. The dragon was now adorned with numerous wounds. Dragon's blood pooled on the ground, corrosive and troublesome for the wizards. Some, lacking dragon skin boots, found their shoes eaten away upon stepping in the dragon's blood, forcing them to run barefoot, relying on their badges, shields, and protective spells for safety. Claire had a sudden recollection of a practical agricultural spell, thanks to Ampa's intensive instruction. Loosen and suppress. Centered around Claire, the ground began to heave. The deeper soil was turned over by magical energy, becoming loose and then promptly compacted. The corrosive dragon's blood vanished. "Well done," cheered several adult wizards. "What a good child." "Whose are you?" Levica shouted from a distance, astonished by Claire's quick thinking. Though simple, this spell had not occurred to any of the adult wizards present, including Levica himself, who had been preoccupied with setting protective spells for themselves. Andrews laughed heartily, devoid of any aristocratic airs, resembling a Gryffindor. "Levica, she's mine. My granddaughter from the Tamigan family," Andrews declared with pride. "Andrew." Levica squinted, his remaining eye narrowing. "You little rascal. You're back. Come home for a drink." "Andrew." The elderly Levica's tone was bright, his voice raising a notch. "Today, old Levica is treating. Everyone come." "All right." The wizards present redoubled their efforts. The enormous Wilkenden dragon shook the ground as it moved. The wizards relied on agile positioning and their badges' protective magic to shield themselves. Amidst the dragon's flapping wings, several wizards were forced to retreat as their badges shattered. Chapter 64. Tamegan's Special Training, Dragon Hunting. The badge on Claire's chest glimmered with a golden-white protective aura. This badge was ingeniously crafted, both simple and practical. It featured 3 layers of protective shields, accompanied by a teleportation spell linked to a key with 2 activation modes. One activated passively upon the badge shattering from a severe attack, ensuring the wizard's survival. The other allowed wizards to actively trigger the key to escape danger. Throughout the encounter, Claire's badge remained intact, demonstrating her exceptional ability to protect herself, perhaps even surpassing some adult wizards. In the expanse of clouds, Claire summoned forth a gathering of cumulus. She discovered that she was adept at this type of spell, with remarkable results. Dark clouds began to coalesce above the black dragon, thickening ominously. As the clouds multiplied, large raindrops plummeted, splattering against the dragon's scales. First gathering the clouds was far more magical energy efficient than directly employing lightning spells. Furthermore, the water enhanced the spell's potency. Thundercage. Claire swung her wand forcefully. This area spell drained her magical reserves significantly, but she had anticipated this, having brought along a substantial vial of powerful magical replenishment. Crafted by Professor Snape, its quality was exceptional. Before the holiday, Claire had shamelessly approached the Slytherin headmaster's office, trading moonflower paste for it. Professor Snape, a formidable man dabbling in dark arts, faced considerable difficulty accessing unicorn territory without harming the creatures. Not only was he unwelcome among the unicorns, but he was also driven away by the centaurs that resided nearby. Thus, Snape had no choice but to purchase it at a steep price in Diagon Alley, making it a rare item in his private collection. Both felt they had struck a lucrative deal after their clandestine exchange of potions. In the heart of the forest, the black dragon was confined within the confines of the thunder cage. Through Claire's efforts, the dragon's range of motion continued to dwindle. Rainwater seeped into the dragon's wounds along its scales, while lightning eagerly sought out the openings. The creature emitted a mournful cry as it was tormented by the electricity. Seizing this opportunity, Levica and other wizards rallied around Claire. Some reinforced the thunder cage, while others joined Levica in targeting the dragon's neck wounds. At this juncture, Claire's modest magical energy was no longer necessary. She joyfully stowed her wand back into her pocket and opened the magical replenishment potion, inserting a straw to sip it slowly. The potion was conveniently contained within a crystal-insulated cup, though controlling the dosage proved somewhat challenging. Thus, she sipped through a straw, endeavoring not to consume too much at once. Claire drank while observing the other wizards at work. Put some effort into it. Come on, Grandpa Bean. Give Daclus a swift end. Claire even bestowed a name upon the black dragon. Bean could not help but scoff inwardly. Come on, put your backs into it. Elders, channel the strength of your magic, not the mere act of relieving yourselves. She waved her arms in encouragement. Andrews, your little dagger of a voice is torturing the poor child. You there, young sir? Was that spell taught to you by the professor of magical history? Are you merely floundering in muddy waters? A mere pretender? The elegantly clad young man in dragon-hide robes, who appeared to have just graduated, stood there, dazed and unwilling to take action. What are you standing around for? Use your magical blade. Loosen up. It was only under Claire's relentless urging that he finally raised his wand and cast a spell. Fortunately, Claire did not continue to pester him, turning her attention to others instead. Aim for the wound, uncle. The dragon hide is so thick. Can your spell even penetrate? Claire's antics drew the ire of several wizards in the vicinity. Don't look at me. My magic is depleted. Claire leaped back, springing a considerable distance away. Surely, you don't expect a girl who hasn't even reached 4th grade to possess much magical power, do you? Surely not. Claire's expression was exaggerated. 3 parts elegance, 7 parts cuteness, and 10 parts inviting trouble. The adult wizards gritted their teeth and intensified their magical output. Claire observed closely, noting that several of them employed the spell loosening blade, while others resorted to fainting spell. Of the 100 or so wizards who had gathered, only about 10 remained in attendance. Indeed, many merely came for the excitement. Andrews stood beside Levica, casting his spells swiftly and accurately. With each strike, the dragon's wounds widened. Lightning bound the black dragon in place like ropes. The teleportation of the well-kind dragon required it to be airborne. Hence, when Claire blasted the black dragon's wing, Levica praised her for it. The black dragon roared in fury, its chest slightly reddening, seemingly gathering its dragon fire once more. Quick as a flash, Claire retrieved a handful of explosive runes from her bag, soaring into the air on a flying module, awaiting the perfect moment to toss them into the dragon's maw. The dragon threw its head back as the runes fell deep inside. Armor up. Bind it swiftly. The spell shot forth, coalescing into a transparent shield at the dragon's throat. Circle after circle of magical ropes ensnared the dragon's jaws. 1, 2, 3. The dragon's neck and chest erupted with a deafening explosion. As molten dragon saliva oozed from the corners of its mouth, the dragon's proud head crashed heavily into the muddy earth. All present retracted their wands. That was excessive, Claire. The dragon's teeth are likely shattered. Andrews used apparition to transport himself above Claire and bring her down. I doubt it, grandfather. I ensnared its throat with a shield just moments ago, Claire replied, shaking her wand to rejuvenate herself, radiating vitality. Bean approached, ruffling Claire's hair with vigor. Even if its teeth are shattered, it's still better than you. You once smashed half a dragon to smithereens. Bean murmured as he looked down at Claire. Your grandfather's first dragon hunt involved him riding a broomstick above the dragon and raining down every offensive alchemical item he had. We lost a significant portion of gold galleons on that dragon. He gazed up at the black dragon's corpse. This one is sufficiently intact. If that dragon fire had erupted, we would certainly have been unable to restrain it. If we had struggled for too long and our magic depleted, and Levica, that old man, lost his temper, he would have obliterated the dragon, and our efforts would have been in vain. Andrews hooked his arm around Bean's shoulder. Levica may be advanced in years, but does he still possess such a fiery temper? You should know him by now. Bean shrugged off Andrew's arm. Let us go, little Claire. It's time to celebrate. Get away, Bean. My little granddaughter isn't of age yet. The dragon's remains would be taken over by the merchants arriving in succession, who would pay based on the parts they collected. The dragon hunters merely awaited their share of the gold galleons. A dozen individuals would split one dragon. The Tamajan family had 2 shares, and Andrews kindly patted Claire's head, saying, all of it is for you. Every last bit. Claire was overwhelmed. Chapter 65. Tamajan's Holiday Training Drunkenness. Claire was not fond of such gatherings. Everyone present was her elder. The young man who appeared freshly graduated was indeed youthful, yet he held a higher standing. He was the youngest child of Levica Hunt's youngest brother, named Nelson Hunt. At this banquet, Claire was relegated to the children's table, for she was not permitted to drink. After a day of exertion, she had yet to sip even a drop of juice from the bar by afternoon. This is a bar, Miss Warrior. The young barmaid winked at Claire, sliding her a glass of fruit wine. How could one come to a bar and only drink juice? Just as she was about to indulge, Nelson Hunt took a seat beside her. Claire immediately redirected her outstretched hand to a nearby chocolate. Good day, Mr. Hunt, she greeted, masking her earlier desire to sample the fruit wine. Smack! A spell flicked from Nelson's fingertip. Her reaching hand was playfully swatted aside by his mischievous gesture. Ouch! That hurt. How rude, sir. Claire rubbed the back of her hand in indignation. Greetings and apologies, Miss Tamagen. Your grandfather instructed me not to allow you alcohol. He replied gracefully, his words measured and slow. The chocolates here are all infused with liquor, so you cannot eat those either. The bar was filled with jubilant old men drinking merrily. Levica, concerned about overlooking Claire, had arranged for Nelson to supervise her. May I ask, Mr. Hunt, do you not wish to celebrate? Claire wrinkled her nose at the chocolates and fruit wine before her. Surely, it is so close at hand. They called me over to keep an eye on the children, Nelson replied, his gaze fixed firmly on Claire. It was as if he were silently declaring, Indeed. I am watching you, you insufferable little brat. It's your fault I cannot celebrate. Since Andrews forbade Claire from drinking, Nelson would not even allow her near the chocolate truffles. I'm fine. There will be plenty of opportunities to celebrate in the future. Nelson lifted his glass of golden liquor and took a refined sip. Just call me Nelson, Miss Tamagen. Very well, Mr. Nelson, Claire shrugged nonchalantly. You may also call me Claire. Miss Claire, Nelson returned. This man seemed a tad difficult to manage. A plan began to form in Claire's mind. Mr. Nelson, you must surely understand that a growing child requires timely nourishment and hydration. Claire pointed to herself. Since this morning, I have not consumed a proper meal, nor had a sip of water. Hunger and thirst are truly unbearable. Please, let the child have something to eat. Claire suddenly exclaimed, her voice dropping to a whisper, I'll starve. I'm dying of thirst. She even squeezed out a few tears. This left Nelson utterly at a loss, prompting him to hastily withdraw the enchantment from the chocolate and fruit wine. He completely forgot that he could have simply waved his wand to transform the exquisite wine into pure water. It was all me, Claire thought to herself. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of voices. Andrews was on the other side, reminiscing with the crowd, drinking to the point of oblivion. Besides, in this familiar territory, with Levi's nephew keeping watch, how could the little granddaughter possibly encounter any trouble? As it turned out, she indeed did. Claire had deceived the innocent young man, Nelson Hunter, through intimidation, leading him to serve her very first sip of alcohol. It was rather sweet, with an odd fragrance, a hint of bitterness, and a subtle acidity that could easily be masked. She devoured 2 pieces of the liquor-filled chocolate. The chocolate was delightfully delectable. 2 more, please. Then Claire collapsed onto the table with a thud, her hand still clutching the freshly unwrapped chocolate. The liquor-filled chocolate slowly melted in her grasp. She was intoxicated. Under the relentless assault of 2 pieces of liquor chocolate and a sip of fruit wine, Claire had shamefully succumbed. In the midsummer of a quaint town, a night of restless slumber ensued. Claire had never endured such a distressing sleep. Her temples throbbed painfully, radiating to the back of her head. Her eyes felt swollen and strained, bulging outward, and the magical eye on her left side quivered within its socket. Awake? Andrews's voice pierced through the haze, devoid of emotion. Neither displeased nor angry. Claire struggled to pry her eyelids open, her eyes sore and swollen. A few tears squeezed out, trickling from the corners of her eyes. Andrews, her grandfather, wore a patronizing smile, and she feigned ignorance, asking, how did I end up here? Her last memory was taking a couple of sips of wine. So it must have been that cursed alcohol that caused her misery. Last night, you collapsed in the tavern. Young Mr. Nelson carried you, crying as he sought me out, claiming you had fainted because he refused to let you eat, leaving you starving. After a thorough examination, it turned out you were simply inebriated. At such a young age, engaging in such folly, drinking, huh? I warned you against it, my little granddaughter. I will inform your mother of this incident. You are in for it, Claire, Andrews admonished. Please no? Claire interjected loudly. Dear grandfather, do not tell my mother. She will lock me in the study for eternity. Claire frantically tugged at her tousled, tangled red hair. I shall never touch that stuff again. I swear it, Grandfather Andrews. She raised her hand high. A knock echoed at the door. Come now, Andrews. Tova entered the room, carrying a tray. You men only know how to frighten children. She placed the tray on the wooden table within the room. Do not fear your grandfather. He merely seeks to frighten you. Tova shot a glare at Andrews before turning to Claire with a gentle tone. Get up and freshen up, dear. I've prepared breakfast for you. But do not ever drink that again. Just smell your grandfather and your Uncle Bean. They've bathed yet still exude a dreadful odor. That is no good thing. Claire wrinkled her nose and sniffed at Andrews's arm. Oh, how foul, she exclaimed, pinching her nose and recoiling. Oh, this is truly disheartening. Andrews crossed his arms and stood. Now my granddaughter has begun to disdain me. What shall I do when I am 180 years old? Claire had no time to indulge him. She was intently assessing her own scent, resembling a kitten grooming itself. Stop sniffing, little Claire, we do not smell. Tova waved her hand, summoning the washing materials. You only had 2 sips of fruit wine, when your grandmother and I were your age. We drank brandy straight from the barrel and never got drunk. I do not know who you inherited this trait from. But 2 sips of fruit wine and you are done for. Although she feigned ignorance, her gaze remained fixed on Andrews. His face flushed as he turned away, pretending not to have seen or heard. This town was steeped in medieval charm, and even washing one's face was done with a copper basin. Usually, it rested in the corner of the bedroom. Tova waved her hand, and the copper basin floated over, settling beside Claire's bed. Clear water surged from the basin's bottom, enveloped in steam. The water flowed like a spring, the rising heat creating a mist. Claire had never witnessed Tova conjuring a wand. Everything she required was accomplished with a mere wave of her hand. This was the mark of a true adult wizard. It seemed she still had a long journey ahead. Claire mused involuntarily. "Thank you, Grandma Tova," she said obediently as she got up to wash. Chapter 66. Temujin's Special Training in Dark Alchemy. The study of the Old Bean family, temporarily commandeered by Andrews. Andrews had procured an array of alchemical items for Claire, introducing them one by one, instructing her to memorize the colors, runes, and functions of the various alchemical substances. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that if one is powerful enough, white magic can indeed dispel dark magical alchemical items. Is that correct, Grandfather? Claire scrutinized the pocket watch before her, its surface adorned with swirling black magical runes. Oh. The distinction between dark magical alchemical items and white magical alchemical items is not clearly defined, Andrews replied. So it is akin to the difference between white magic and dark magic. Claire discerned the magical rune nodes on the watch. This was straightforward. Disrupting this point should suffice to destroy it. First, let's discuss the definition of dark magical alchemical items, Andrews began. As alchemists, we assess only the function of the item and whether it can inflict irreparable harm on others. There are various interpretations in the texts, but I never consider the books to be absolute. Andrews opened a weathered tome, pointing out the definitions to Claire. It stated that dark magical alchemical items are crafted from dark magic and the essence of life, malevolent and immensely powerful, capable of causing harm to the user. Even prank alchemical items can harm people. We cannot categorize those as dark magical items, can we? Thus, in our Temujin family, dark magical alchemical items are those that can inflict irreversible damage on people, regardless of whether it is before, during, or after their creation. Causing harm to anyone is unacceptable. Some malevolent wizards use the lives of others to enhance the potency of their alchemical items. Remember this, Claire. Destroy them whenever you encounter one. Andrews warned gravely. Aside from these, all others are merely alchemical products to the Temujin family. As for your assertion that powerful white magic can annihilate dark magical items, Andrews scoffed. That is the approach of a powerful white wizard, reckless and prone to self-harm. We alchemists have always relied on cunning. At that moment, Andrews appeared both refined and fierce. He traced a magical rune circuit with his finger, affixing it to a formidable dark magical item. The rune circuit melded seamlessly, and as the white runes coursed with magical energy, they transformed into black. Then, the dark magical alchemical item before Claire began to tremble violently, splitting, collapsing, compressing, and then vanishing without a trace. Where did you throw it, Grandfather Andrews? Claire queried, her mind swirling with questions. Yet, Andrews held her head, directing her gaze to the now vacant table. You possess the eye of insight. Observe closely and feel carefully. Is there a transparent wave of magical energy ahead? A subtle maelstrom of magical energy coalesced above the table, as if a tremendous force of magic had been compressed into a singular mass, shrouded in a translucent essence. The colorless magic revealed its ethereal texture. Within this phenomenon, dark alchemical artifacts disintegrated, releasing the bound vitality that had been encased within them. As the alchemical objects broke apart, the magic gradually diminished, ultimately resulting in the fragmented remnants cascading onto the table's surface. The alchemist possesses the ability to both amalgamate and decompose matter, contingent upon the identification of the correct locus and the activation of a singular condition. As long as the magic traverses this point, it will disassemble, Claire murmured to herself. It seemed she had grasped a significant concept. It was akin to implanting a self-destruct mechanism within a machine, utilizing its own power to obliterate itself. The more potent the magic, the more decisive the destruction. Eagerly, she set to work. Andrews had broken his word. The fortune amassed from dragon hunting had not been deposited into Claire's vault. The majority of it had been spent by Andrews on dark alchemical artifacts. Having dismantled countless alchemical items, Claire officially ascended to the rank of intermediate alchemist, meeting Andrews' standards. Old Bean had remarked that Claire deserved the badge of a senior alchemist. The entire marketplace was stripped of dark alchemical goods, leaving it desolate. A month later, Andrews and Claire bid farewell to Old Bean and Tuva, embarking on their journey home. They chose not to employ flying modules or other magical means of transportation, opting instead to walk. Under Andrew's tutelage, Claire learned to survive in the desolate depths of the forest and to discern the hues of magic. In turn, Andrews gained insights into the technological advancements of the Muggle world while accompanying Claire to Muggle cinemas and arcades, seeking to compensate for her lack of experience in those realms. "Grandfather, I want ice cream," Claire exclaimed, pointing at an ice cream shop by the roadside. They had just emerged from the primordial forest, and after feasting on roasted and boiled meats, she craved something sweet. A couple passed by, the girl casting a furtive glance at Andrews, inadvertently colliding with a lamppost with a resounding thud. From a distance, Claire could still hear their ensuing quarrel. "What a clumsy fool. Does it hurt?" the girl exclaimed. "That man," she called out to Andrews. "How is that possible? Perhaps her grandmother is quite wealthy," the boy replied instinctively, only to reconsider and find something amiss. "Why do you care? Do you think he is handsome? I was merely making small talk." "What on earth are you thinking?" Andrews, filled with self-satisfaction, straightened his attire as he entered the ice cream shop, purchasing 2 cones. In truth, they were not far from home. Yet Claire seized the opportunity to replenish her seamless expansion pouch in the city. Recently, there had been a manhunt for a dangerously violent fugitive. Sirius Black. Claire read from a wanted poster plastered across the street. "Black?" Andrews approached, intrigued. "What is the matter, grandfather? Is there a Black in the magical world?" Claire licked her ice cream and inquired. "Indeed, there is, Claire. This is the Black of the magical realm," Andrews affirmed. "A serious incident has arisen." He sighed. "Huh." Claire looked perplexed. "It seems I must ensure you are well versed in the surnames of pure-blood wizarding families upon our return," Andrews remarked, tapping Claire gently on the head. Sirius Black, the sole male heir of the Black family, a Death Eater and a devoted follower of the Dark Lord, should currently be incarcerated in Azkaban. He is, in fact, the first person ever to escape from Azkaban. Andrews utilized apparition to transport Claire back home. Chapter 67, A Magical Rodent? "Huh, Sirius Black is a Gryffindor?" Claire exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "What did you expect? Do you think all of the Dark Lord's followers are Slytherins?" Andrews replied. "Most of the 12 pureblood families are indeed Slytherins." Before Sirius Black's enrollment, this assertion had been made without the caveat of most. Amber pressed Claire into a chair, flipping through Muggle magazines while adjusting Claire's hairstyle according to the pictures. Magic had certainly rendered life more convenient. "When I first started school, they were quite popular." The name of the Gryffindor Marauders echoed throughout Hogwarts. Alas, their fates were tragic. Within 2 years of graduation, 2 had perished, one became a criminal confined to Azkaban, and another fell into poverty and disappeared far away. "Were they very close in school?" Claire attempted to push her hair aside, but her hand was firmly restrained by Amber's magic. "Do not move." James Potter and Sirius Black were as thick as thieves, inseparable. They were the forwards of the Marauders, and they even shared some distant familial ties. The other 2, Remus Lupin was the strategist, while Peter Pettigrew was rather timid, always lurking behind them. Protected like a little follower, Loskov approached with another book, squeezing onto the couch beside his wife. He handed Amber a book he liked. "Here, try this." Despite the ample space on the sofa, he preferred to be crowded next to Amber. Amber disdainfully shoved Loskov aside, unable to dislodge him, and rolled her eyes, choosing not to look at him. Nevertheless, she continued to style Claire's hair according to Loskov's preference. "How did Black evade the Dementors?" Claire inquired, her neck stiffening. "Who knows? He is the first wizard in history to escape from Azkaban." Accomplishing an unprecedented feat, Amber tossed the magazine aside and began selecting accessories for Claire's outfit. "He is a malevolent criminal who would betray even his closest friends for the Dark Lord. Keep your distance, Claire. Do not get too close." Claire's hair was pinned back with a golden hairpin, her fiery locks elegantly arranged, with delicate fringes framing her forehead, appearing utterly natural. "The gold hairpin is quite practical." Amber nodded in satisfaction. "Amber, gold with red? I feel like a Gryffindor." Claire protested, attempting to resist, but she was mercilessly subdued. "Hold still, Claire," Amber commanded decisively. Operating to Diagon Alley, the 3 of them finally set foot in this magical marketplace together for the first time. Amber noted that since Black had yet to be captured, it would be prudent for Claire to remain with her parents. She then led Claire to sample numerous delicacies from Diagon Alley, all of which Claire had never tried before. "Mom, this is delicious." Claire savored each bite. Amber held a cake box, indulging in a rich cream cake, occasionally offering bites to her daughter and husband. "Dad, it's really Mom who wanted to visit Diagon Alley. I assenti it?" Claire remarked. Loskov replied, "Well, it's mainly about taking you to buy books." "All right." Even Loskov seems unsure. The Weasley family stood out prominently in Diagon Alley. Molly, laden with numerous bags, led her children who were all attending Hogwarts. The street, which had initially been relatively uncrowded, became bustling with the influx of the Weasley clan. "Molly, it's been ages. How was your holiday?" Claire approached, giving her a warm embrace and effortlessly taking a package from her hands. Utterly delightful. Soon, let Fred and the others share their stories with you, exclaimed Claire, her tone imbued with warmth. Oh, Claire, you're always so considerate, she replied, visibly touched. Look at your sister. And now, look at yourselves. Molly shouted at the group of boys, calling them heartless little rascals. At that moment, all the items in Claire's hands were snatched away by her brothers. As Claire was handed over to Molly, Amber and Loskoff hastily dashed off for a date. See, what did I tell you? I knew it, Claire murmured, bemused by their incessant chatter. The group soon found a place to dine. Hermione, Ron called out, spotting his dear friend from afar. Hermione stood on the first floor, seemingly having already dined. She was clutching something heavy in her arms, her back rigid and slightly leaning backward. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Hermione turned to reveal that she was cradling a cat. The feline, upon noticing the rat in Ron's hands, let out a yowl and darted away, chasing the rodent amidst the tables and chairs. Crookshanks. Hermione attempted to call after her pet, but Crookshanks paid her no heed. Claire, watching the spectacle, cheered, Ron. Scabbers can really run. Go Scabbers. Crookshanks stumbled over a raised floorboard. Seizing the opportunity, Ron shielded Scabbers in his arms. A cat chasing a rat. Merlin. How could I be witnessing such a scene? Control your foul cat, Hermione. Claire squinted at the mouse in Ron's grasp, wondering if she had just seen it emit a glimmer of magic. The magical world often dazzled Claire with its myriad lights. Could Scabbers possibly be a magical rat? Is there such a breed? Fred, does Scabbers possess any magical lineage? Claire inquired. Who knows? He should. After all, he has been around for 12 years. Fred replied. Crookshanks was also picked up by Hermione. Meow, meow, meow. Claire gazed at the cat, bemused. This little one surely has a foul mouth, she thought, as Crookshanks hissed. A faint magical glow emanated from him as well. Perhaps all magical creatures possess a hue, Claire mused. Later that evening at the Tamegen residence, Claire had just returned home from the Weasley fireplace when Andrew stepped out closely behind her. He had been to the Ministry of Magic that day. How is your Patronus charm practice going, Claire? I have received reliable information that Dementors will be stationed at Hogwarts this term, which is rather ominous. Andrews draped his coat over Lynn, settling onto the sofa, looking utterly fatigued. Before the term begins, you must learn to defend yourself. The Patronus charm? Claire raised her chin proudly, basking in the gratitude for Ms. Amber's diligent instruction. She gracefully drew her wand. Ahem, expecto patronum. A silver eagle burst forth from her wand, soaring around the hall before landing on Claire's shoulder. Loskoff's eyes widened in amazement. Oh, my dear daughter. That is truly magnificent. The family gathered around, and Amber nodded approvingly. An eagle? That's rather typical, but what breed is it? Such a large one. A hawk? Despite their speculations, they could not ascertain the exact breed until Dolores decisively declared, Go practice your animagus transformations, little Claire. Indeed. Most witches and wizards' animagus forms resemble their patron uses. Is it really that rushed? Claire attempted to protest, but her objections fell on deaf ears. She had already left for school, clutching a leaf. Chapter 68, The Dementors. The steam train rattled along its way to Hogwarts. This marked Claire's 4th year. It had been a bright sunny day on the platform, but not long after the train departed, the sky darkened ominously. Warmth and comfort, Claire murmured, tapping the small table in their compartment, instantly warming the air. It's quite cold, but thankfully, you're here. Claire, Françoise and Autumn sat beside her, one on each side. I didn't think it would be this cramped, Claire remarked, tugging at her sleeves. It's already warming up now, ladies. Françoise sheepishly loosened her grip, commenting, This strange weather, this ice and tea merely about the weather, Françoise, Claire replied, adjusting her wrinkled sleeves. My grandfather mentioned that Dementors will be stationed at Hogwarts this year. Indeed, my mother informed me of the same, Autumn nodded. I practiced the Patronus charm at home, but I can only manage to conjure mist at the moment. Françoise sighed. I'm aware of the spell. I've tried it before. But no matter how I wave my wand, there's no response. Think of something joyful, Françoise, something truly happy, Autumn advised. As the warmth charm was activated, Claire felt a chill at the back of her neck. An opportunity for learning has arisen, Françoise, she declared, drawing her wand with a serious demeanor. The two girls fell silent, captivated by Claire's presence. Just as her words faded, a wave of cold swept through the warmth charm. What on earth? Françoise shivered. Conjuring a Patronus is already difficult. In this cold, how could one possibly summon joy? Claire disregarded her concerns. All protections, warmth and comfort, armor of protection. She whispered incantations under her breath. Within half a minute, Claire had cast at least 20 protective spells, all cleaned up, waterproof and moisture-proof. She pointed her wand at the train window, dispelling the ice that had formed upon it. Françoise and Autumn trembled, giving Claire a thumbs up in admiration. Claire shook her head, signaling them to look outside. Gazing through the window, they beheld a swarm of Dementors cloaked in black, filling the sky. Is this the guard of Azkaban? Francoise murmured. I hope they don't board the train. They already have. Autumn, Claire warned, her demeanor turning serious as her wand pointed towards the compartment door. Haven't you noticed? The train has stopped. Despite Claire's protective magic, the chill still seeped through, encroaching into their compartment. Frost quickly spread from one side, encasing the glass door in thick ice. The Dementors seemed to be whispering, their voices only hissing and cackling in Claire's ears. Expecto Patronum. Claire lowered her wand, releasing a silver mist that gradually filled the entire compartment. The Dementors at the door recoiled as if scalded upon touching it. Hesitating for a moment, they advanced again. Heat rising, warmth and comfort, Claire continued to murmur, casting spells to warm Francoise and Autumn, who were trembling. Have you lost your minds? You too. The warmth charm, she scolded, exasperated, pulling chocolate from her pocket to share with them. I now admit that Black is indeed a Gryffindor. He managed to escape from under the watch of such creatures. Francoise exclaimed, waving her wand multiple times in vain, unable to conjure the warmth charm. I can't even hold my wand steady. How did he escape without one? Claire nestled back between them, wrapping an arm around each. We are still quite distant from the proficiency of adult wizards, Fran. Come, let us study together. Claire exclaimed with a smile. You cannot afford to be so lax. True friends must strive together. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the air from an adjoining compartment. Claire sprang to her feet, raising her wand high. Expecto Patronum. A magnificent silver eagle erupted from the tip of her wand, soaring swiftly towards the source of the scream, its speed rendering it nearly invisible. The two individuals behind her were left dumbfounded. Chio, you are adept at the Patronus charm. I entrust this to you while I investigate, Claire said, swiftly opening the compartment door and reinforcing it behind her. The voice she heard belonged to Hermione. Thus, it must be those unfortunate three. With her wand lowered, Claire dashed towards the rear compartment of the train. A few curious first-years peeked out, only to be shoved back by Claire. Return to your compartments. Do not come out, she admonished fiercely, casting a protective spell over the compartment. Hermione, Claire called as she pushed the door open. Claire. Hermione's voice was tinged with tears. The compartment was not occupied solely by the trio. It also housed an adult wizard. Are you an aura? Or perhaps a professor? Professor, dear children, I am Remus Lupin, your defense against the dark arts professor for this academic year, the man replied gently, his speech slightly hurried and uncertain. Claire Weasley Tamagen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Professor Lupin, I came to check on my friend. Claire gestured towards Harry, who was slumped in a chair. Lupin stepped back to allow her room, and Claire settled beside Hermione. Was that Patronus yours, Miss Tamagen? The eagle is mine, Professor. I heard Hermione scream. Did a Dementor enter? Perhaps the joy emanating from the compartment attracted it. An awkward silence enveloped the room, prompting Claire to consider her exit. Professor, I feel reassured by your presence. I shall return now, she said, rising gracefully and bowing. Stay here, Miss Tamagen, Lupin said, standing and adjusting his cloak. I must speak with the driver. Here. He handed chocolate to Ron. Give this to Harry when he awakens. With that, he hurried away. The moment the Dementor opened the door, Harry fainted. Hermione grasped Claire's hand, her touch icy cold. Claire patted her reassuringly, infusing warmth. Oh, thank you, Claire. I feel much warmer now. She handed some chocolate to Hermione and Ron. Take this. This year is bound to be challenging. Claire pointed towards the window, where the frost had melted, revealing a swarm of Dementors swirling outside. The sky was shrouded in darkness. As the train began to move, the Dementors loomed overhead like a foreboding cloud. Due to Black, the Ministry had dispatched Dementors to Hogwarts. Claire closed the compartment door, using the tip of her wand to enchant the glass, casting a series of shimmering protective charms. Do not exit until we arrive, Hermione. Keep them both in check. Our train is approaching Hogwarts Prison Station. Chapter 69. Claire, you truly are a genius. Hogwarts Prison Station, we have arrived, Claire announced in a mockingly formal tone, teasing her friends. Please ensure you have your belongings and proceed orderly into Hogwarts Prison for rehabilitation. Hey, Claire. Chio playfully punched Claire's shoulder in disdain. Claire chuckled as she rubbed her shoulder, evading further attacks. Friend stepped off the train, her face pale and her eyes devoid of life, as if all her joy had been drained by the Dementors. What a sight. Chio, look up. Isn't that just the Azkaban annex of Hogwarts? I have no joy left. She pointed at the ominous gathering of Dementors above her head and quickly climbed into the carriage, huddling in the farthest corner. Claire cast a warming charm around the carriage before running to the front to feed the Thestrals. Every time I see you feed the Thestrals, it sends chills down my spine, Chio said from her hiding place, pointing at the vanishing snacks in Claire's hand. What is there to fear? They are quite gentle. Claire reassured, patting the thestral before climbing into the carriage. Let us be off, Milky Porridge. Hogwarts Castle was under Dumbledore's protection, even with Dementors lurking outside. Students who refrained from mischief during the night could enjoy a peaceful slumber. The next day, during the charms class, students buzzed excitedly, eager to learn self-defense techniques. Professor, a Hufflepuff girl raised her hand. What spell should we use against Dementors? Does anyone know the incantation to repel Dementors? Professor Flitwick scanned the classroom. Expecto Patronum. Claire raised her hand in response. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Professor Flitwick nodded at Claire. As fourth years, you may begin to study this charm in advance. Claire, I recall you have already mastered this spell. Why not demonstrate for the class? Flitwick gestured for Claire to come to the front. Claire shook out her sleeves, performing the nonverbal charm to smooth her robes. Standing at the front, she explained while casting the spell. Expecto Patronum. With a gentle flick of her wand, silver mist poured forth from its tip, which Claire concentrated into a cohesive form. This charm draws upon joyful memories as its foundation and a strong desire to protect as its source of power. There are 2 forms. One is the intangible mist, which, though weaker, can change shapes at will, into shields, barriers, fists, or umbrellas. The silver mist shifted shape as Claire spoke. The second form is the corporeal Patronus. The mist reformed into a silver eagle, soaring through the classroom and gliding past each desk. Claire placed her wand to her lips, and her voice resonated through the Patronus, causing some Muggle-born students to gasp in astonishment. This form of the Patronus charm possesses offensive capabilities, capable of repelling foes, and is particularly effective against Dementors. A powerful Patronus charm can even vanquish a Dementor. Claire politely nodded to the professor and returned to her seat. An exemplary response. Ravenclaw gains 20 points. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The fourth-year students erupted into applause. Claire, Professor Flitwick called her after class. If you are interested, Claire, you could take over my class in the future. Little Claire, you would undoubtedly make an excellent professor, a splendid headmaster. Claire felt a stirring of ambition, but replied sincerely, Professor, you are still in the prime of your life. I do wish to teach at Hogwarts, but not in charms. Flitwick regarded the much taller student with a puzzled expression. Then what subject do you wish to teach? Alchemy, Professor. Consider the advancements in Muggle technology over the years. The wizarding world has remained stagnant, having not progressed in many years. The development of alchemy in our realm has even regressed compared to a millennium ago. Promoting alchemy would surely rejuvenate the magical community. Professor Flitwick was deep in thought, while Claire stood quietly beside him, awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his gaze and remarked, the Tammegan family possesses an innate mastery of alchemy. I shall inform Dumbledore of this. He gently patted Claire's arm, saying, good child, you are destined for greatness. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Claire returned to her dormitory to continue her research on the Patronus charm. Dumbledore was right. It was impossible to compress a Patronus. Claire had experimented with countless materials, all resulting in failure. But what if she could compress magical energy? Determined, Claire infused the mist of her Patronus into a silver orb, embedding it within the magical circuit of a wooden plaque. By activating the circuit, the mist would release a predetermined image. Success. With a flick of her wrist, Claire donned protective armor, lifted the plaque, and channeled her magic. Silver butterflies erupted from the plaque, swirling around the dormitory in a mesmerizing dance. Years later, Autumn would write in her memoir, in Ravenclaw, within the dormitory of myself and my friends, I beheld a fairy tale. The room was filled with silver butterflies, fluttering about, while my friend Claire, with her back to the door, turned and smiled amidst the flurry of silver wings. Merlin's beard, Autumn exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her roommate from the adjacent dormitory peered in, equally dumbfounded. I did it. Autumn, Claire exclaimed, bouncing with unrestrained joy, completely shedding her usual composure. She thrust the plaque into Autumn's hands, exclaiming, this is for you. Before dashing out, the front of the plaque was adorned with 12 meticulously arranged silver orbs, while the back featured an image of a butterfly in flight. Claire had skillfully imbued it with a mobility charm, bringing the butterfly to life. Autumn gazed at the plaque, channeling her magic. A silver butterfly burst forth, enveloped in a rich, silver mist. It soared around the dormitory, joining the other silver butterflies in a whimsical display. Claire is truly a genius. A girl from the neighboring dorm quivered in awe. Hey, Claire, be careful, slow down. Where are you off to? Claire collided with someone without knowing who it was. Sorry, no time to slow down. I'm off to find the twins. To see Professor Flitwick. To speak with Dumbledore. Chapter 70, Fred's Patronus. The twins were practicing flying techniques on the lawn. Claire dashed over, inquiring as she ran, and spotted Fred immediately. He was brandishing a wooden stick, gesticulating wildly in midair. Sister, Are you here to gather intel for Ravenclaw? George teased from above. I'm here to show you something marvelous. Claire called back, raising the plaque high. Behold my Patronus. Silver mist surged forth, eventually coalescing into a massive silhouette. The figure swung the stick and shot upward, soaring into the sky. Not spotting a target, it circled back, flying around Claire, embodying the role of a loyal protector. The Weasley twins, a Patronus in their likeness. How is this possible? Look, that's Claire Weasley. A fourth-year student interjected. Fandom mentioned that Claire's Patronus is a giant eagle. The crowd erupted in a buzz of excitement and disbelief. The twins joyfully descended on their broomsticks. A Patronus charm? Fred exclaimed, overjoyed. Indeed, Fred. I succeeded. Claire beamed radiantly. Fred tossed his broom and stick to his brother, rushing over to scoop Claire into an exuberant embrace, spinning her around several times. You did it. Claire, show me. Fred took the plaque from her hands. Having been used once, the plaque bore faint cracks. The front showcased the 12 silver orbs, while the back depicted his likeness. Despite sharing the same features as his brother, Fred felt an inexplicable connection to it. Sister, whose image did you carve? You have two brothers who look just like this. George queried, a hint of discontent in his tone. You both have the same face. What's the point of distinguishing between you? The Weasley twins, carving two would be a hassle. Fandom chimed in, joining the playful banter. The cracks are likely due to the material. I need to experiment more. This plaque can still be used again, Fred said, prodding it with his wand to cast a restoration charm, though it yielded no results. Claire nodded, acknowledging that the magic's power was too potent for a simple repair spell. The plaque was destined to be a consumable item. She then turned to George, rolling her eyes dramatically. I knew you two would fight over it. After rummaging through her pocket, she produced another pristine plaque and tossed it to George. Here, take this one. What design do you prefer? Our little Princess Fandom deserves a bespoke creation. Claire flattered. Fandom's frown transformed into a smile. Professor Flitwick had already observed the Weasley Patronus frolicking across the lawn from his classroom, engaged in a lesson for first years. He was drawn to the shimmering shadow at the window, with a group of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor first years behind him. 50 points to Ravenclaw for the brilliant invention of Claire Weasley Tamigan. Professor Flitwick proclaimed, his voice ringing out clearly. The entirety of Hogwarts heard him. With a flushed face, Claire greeted Professor Flitwick and used the levitation charm to present him with an eagle-shaped Patronus plaque. Look, this is a student from Ravenclaw. Wow! Exclaimed a group of first years in wonder. They eagerly joined in, becoming the most enthusiastic newcomers at Hogwarts. On the lawn, a group of friends surrounded Claire, eager to display their achievement to Dumbledore. I intend to correct Dumbledore's misconceptions about the Patronus charm, Claire declared defiantly, and then sell him one at a high price. I thought you'd at least gift him one, George questioned, perplexed. Silver is expensive, brother. I'm going to be broke, Claire replied, her tone tinged with frustration. Silver is an excellent magical conductor, and after numerous attempts, no material offered a better cost-performance ratio. The creation of numerous alchemical items resulted in a significant consumption of silver. Nevertheless, Claire ultimately decided to gift the headmaster a plaque as a supplementary birthday present. Dumbledore expressed immense fondness for it, framing it beautifully and hanging it upon the wall alongside the portraits of former headmasters. Orders poured in like snowflakes, one after another. With the Dementors lurking menacingly outside the school, nearly every student at Hogwarts wished to procure a Patronus charm. Merely relying on Claire and the twins would not suffice to fulfill the demand by the end of the academic year. With the twins' consent, Claire entrusted the method of creation to Dumbledore, who would reach out to several alchemical families. She then continued with her other research. Claire, something serious has happened. Autumn exclaimed as she found Claire immersed in her experiments in the dormitory, anxiously pulling her outside. What is it, Autumn? Claire responded, being forced to move by Autumn's urgency. The fat lady has been attacked. The Gryffindor's portrait guardian? Claire queried in confusion. Why should I, a Ravenclaw, be concerned about that? She glanced back at her workstation. Autumn. Merlin's beard. My experiment. There was no time. The unattended, semi-finished products exploded on the workbench. Claire, quick-witted and agile, waved her arm to conjure a shield, narrowly avoiding the blast shockwave. Merlin, restore it to its original state. Claire thought about returning to clean up the remnants of her alchemical work, but those remnants were irretrievable. There's no need to clean up, Claire. Sirius Black has infiltrated the school and destroyed the fat lady's portrait, Autumn insisted as she urged Claire out of the common room. The headmaster has summoned everyone to the Great Hall. The entire school is there, save for you. Honestly, you always cast silencing charms in the dormitory. At that moment, Professor Flitwick stood at the entrance of the common room, and upon seeing Claire, he stepped forward. Oh, Claire, I'm relieved to see you safe. I feared you had been taken by Black. I apologize for causing you concern, Professor, Claire replied, feeling a pang of guilt as she noticed the glimmer of tears in Flitwick's eyes. It's all right, Claire, let us hurry. Dumbledore is waiting for us in the Great Hall. Oh, wait, Professor. Claire raised her wand and summoned the alchemical door, the words on it dancing swiftly before settling on Great Hall. Let us go through here, she said, opening the door, which revealed the entrance to the Great Hall. Oh, you've invented something new. Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. Autumn curiously touched it. From now on, I'll follow you every day. This isn't my invention, Professor. It's from the Tamjin family. I merely replicated it, Claire clarified. Once they entered, Dumbledore promptly enchanted the door shut. The Great Hall was filled with black sleeping bags. Every student in the school was present. I apologize, Professor. I was conducting an experiment in the dormitory and cast a silencing charm. Claire sincerely apologized, standing behind Dumbledore. No need to worry, dear child. As long as you are safe, go find a sleeping bag and rest, Dumbledore replied with benevolence. Chapter 71, The Silver Artisan. The Patronus charm gained immense renown in the magical community. The Ministry of Magic could station Dementors at Hogwarts, and potentially even on the streets. What if they entered my home, and I had no Patronus for self-defense? To meet the burgeoning market demand, the Tamjin family, in collaboration with several other esteemed alchemical families, established the Silver Artisan Company. The primary business was the Patronus charm, which earned substantial profits for Claire and the twins, who were investors. However, this alchemical product faced vehement opposition from the Ministry of Magic. They feared that Black might acquire it and evade the pursuit of the Dementors, and were even more concerned that someone might smuggle it into Azkaban. Minister Fudge arrived at Hogwarts a week after the establishment of the Silver Artisan Company. When Claire entered the headmaster's office, Fudge was impeccably dressed, savoring his tea like a seasoned politician. Beside him stood a sycophantic man, holding an exquisite teapot. Bowing respectfully at Fudge's side, Fudge lounged on the sofa in the headmaster's office, as if he were the master of the place. Please, have a seat, Miss Tamjin. Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore. Claire greeted the headmaster first, then, at Dumbledore's gesture, took a seat opposite Fudge. Hello, Minister Fudge, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Claire acknowledged him with a nod. The Tamjin family has always been one of the ministry's finest partners. Indeed, Mr. Fudge, my mother and grandfather have expressed the same sentiment. Claire responded cautiously. Miss Tamjin, I hope you can appreciate the difficulties faced by the ministry, Fudge said, gesturing at the empty teacup on the coffee table. The man behind him promptly poured Claire a cup of red tea, floating it before her. Silver Frost tea, top grade, do give it a taste. A disingenuous smile adorned Fudge's face, his eyes brimming with calculation. The ministry hopes you will sign a magical contract, ensuring that you will not produce such alchemical products without the ministry's consent in the future. You must understand, Miss Tamjin, that this item significantly disrupts the order of the magical world and must be controlled. Fudge lifted the teacup, blowing gently at its rim. Alternatively, it could be simpler, a binding oath. He gently placed the teacup on the table, signaling for the man behind him to extend his hand. Seeing the hand reaching towards her, Claire felt a flash of indignation. Enough, Dumbledore interjected, his steady voice cutting through the tension as he seemed ready to pull Claire's hand away. Cornelius, I believe you need not worry about the Patronus charm. After all, Azkaban is no longer the impenetrable fortress it once was. He sat in the headmaster's chair, his hands clasped, elbows resting on the table. If your purpose for visiting Miss Tamjin is solely this matter, then you may leave now, even without a wand. Without the Patronus charm, Sirius Black had still managed to escape from the encircling Dementors. The Patronus charm serves as a safeguard for the lives of Hogwarts students. If any student were to be harmed due to the Dementors you have stationed, can you, Minister Fudge, bear that responsibility? Dumbledore's voice grew stern, imbued with a palpable force. Claire could sense the surge of magic emanating from Dumbledore. Fudge did not respond to Dumbledore. His gaze remained fixed on Claire. Miss Tamjin, the method for creating the Patronus charm has already been divulged. The specifics are documented in the Journal of Magical Studies. Let me think. It is in this month's 3rd issue, under the Alchemy section. I have already received confirmation of its submission. Claire crossed her legs and rubbed her wand concealed within her sleeve. Any skilled alchemist capable of casting the Patronus charm can produce it, Minister. Why not discuss this matter with my grandfather? She was certain Fudge had already caught sight of her wand's tip. Fudge's face twitched slightly, evidently displeased with Claire's defiance. The ministry will deliberate on this matter. Good day. Fudge stormed out, simmering with anger. Finally, he has left. Professor Dumbledore. My grandfather has asked me to discuss sponsorship for the school with you, Claire said as she rose, sitting across from Dumbledore. Still corn juice? Yes, I love corn juice. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore rapped lightly on the table, and the fragrant aroma of steaming corn juice instantly wafted through the air. Claire eagerly lifted her cup and took a generous sip. This delightful treat was thanks to Hagrid, who, upon discovering Claire's fondness for corn juice, had cultivated an extensive patch of sweet corn, ensuring she could indulge in her favorite beverage at any moment. Regarding the financial support for all the underprivileged young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, my grandfather mentioned that the Silver Artisan Company would graciously provide a complimentary Patronus charm, which would be delivered shortly. The warm corn juice traveled smoothly down Claire's throat, warming her all the way to her stomach, prompting her to exhale a contented sigh. "That's wonderful. Please extend my gratitude to your grandfather, Claire," Dumbledore remarked, finally allowing a hint of a smile to cross his face. After so many days, a moment of joy had finally graced them. "It's been quite exhausting," the headmaster sighed. The exquisite silver frost tea on the coffee table beside the sofa had grown cold, its essence gradually dissipating into the air, while the little house elf whisked away the empty teacups for cleaning. A few days later, the Ministry of Magic issued an announcement, prominently displayed on the front page of the Daily Prophet. The ministry mandated that, aside from the alchemical companies and individuals sanctioned by the ministry, no one or no group was permitted to manufacture Patronus charms independently. All charms created must be designated for specific individuals and crafted under the ministry's supervision. Upon successful creation, they were to be registered with the ministry, embedded with tracking threads, and their magical fluctuations documented. Any unauthorized usage of a Patronus charm would result in a warning or a fine from the ministry. Claire closed the newspaper, scoffing at the ministry's stipulations. "I want a custom one, Claire," Chio whispered conspiratorially, leaning in beside Claire. "A humanoid Patronus." Claire's curiosity piqued. "Who is it?" "From our house." Chio blushed deeply, and Claire could distinctly see her ears turn crimson. "All right. It seems a multitude of ears are already eavesdropping," Claire declared with mock seriousness. "Ahem. Let us pay attention to the newspaper, Chio. It's illegal to make these charms now." "What? Oh, it's all the ministry's fault." The students who had gathered to hear the gossip dispersed when they realized there was no more intrigue to be had. Claire winked at Chio, sharing a secret smile. Chapter 72, The Full Moon Transformation. Today, our defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Professor Snape. "Has Professor Lupin taken leave again?" Claire inquired, squatting on a chair at the workbench, poking at her silver ingots while the table occasionally crackled with explosive sounds. "So, you mustn't be late today." Chio's head popped out from the washroom. "Professor Snape is not as lenient as Professor Lupin. Be wary of losing the precious points you've earned," Chio cautioned. Claire had been late before and had even skipped the history of magic class, causing Chio to be anxious throughout, unable to sleep even during Professor Bin's monotonous lecture. Fine. I'll walk with you today," Claire replied nonchalantly. As they entered the defense against the dark arts class, Professor Snape swept in and waved his wand, drawing all the curtains to transform the environment into one reminiscent of the potions classroom. "Today, we will review previous lessons," he declared ominously. "Is there anyone who can tell me how to identify a werewolf?" Claire, feeling timid, lowered her gaze, reluctant to draw attention to herself. She had no desire to participate, knowing that a correct answer would earn no points, while an incomplete answer would lead to deductions. However, the knowledge of werewolves lingered in Claire's mind. On the night of the full moon, werewolves transform from human to wolf. Wait, is today the night of the full moon? Claire suddenly lifted her head, only to lock eyes with Professor Snape's piercing gaze. Surely, he wouldn't be fixated on her, Claire thought. "Miss Tammegan of Ravenclaw." Professor Snape's voice dripped with icy sarcasm as he inquired. "This bit of knowledge must pose no challenge for you." Resigned, Claire began to recite. "Ravenclaw loses 2 points for Miss Tammegan's wrinkled robe." Claire swore that her familiarity with the Silencio charm was largely attributed to Professor Snape's rigorous instruction. The class concluded with Snape seemingly satisfied. The following day was the Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, and it happened to coincide with a torrential downpour. It was as if the heavens themselves were favoring them. Claire made her way alone to the shrieking shack, retrieved a crystal vial, and downed its contents in one gulp before raising her wand to cast a spell upon her heart. Amato Animagus. An odd sensation washed over her. Just as the books had described, a dual heartbeat. Claire could distinctly feel another rapid heartbeat within her chest. She watched as her wizarding robe sleeves and arms melded together, swiftly transforming. Dolores had remarked that most witches and wizards' patronesses resemble their animagus forms. Claire believed she belonged to that majority, for a colossal eagle flashed through her mind. The shift in perspective caused Claire to lose her balance, toppling backward onto the ground. The eagle form was not as accustomed to being humanoid, flapping its wings. The young eagle struggled to right itself, rolling and even using its beak to regain its footing. Her arms morphed into wings, her feet into powerful talons, and her tail feathers were a striking mixture of white and black, shimmering with golden hues. Claire approached the mirror within the shack, gazing at her reflection. A juvenile giant eagle? Her head was still adorned with downy feathers, and amidst the black feathers on her back were patches of white. It was evident that she had yet to mature, though her wingspan had already reached nearly 1.5 meters. Fine downy feathers covered her legs, resembling a pair of cozy leggings. With a wistful expression, Claire gazed out the window, contemplating the possibility of flying outside, as birds are meant to soar. However, reason quickly quelled that thought. She realized that her transformation into an animagus was not yet complete. She still needed to revert to her human form. Merlin, help me. Claire sat on the ground in a rather undignified manner, her robes covered in dust and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. By the time she returned to Hogwarts from the Shrieking Shack, the Quidditch match had already concluded. Hufflepuff won. Claire's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could possibly defeat Gryffindor's brilliant seeker, Harry Potter? Cedric Diggory, the pride of Hufflepuff. Cho blushed as she spoke. Ah, Claire leaned in, a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. Is he the one you wish to have as your humanoid Patronus? What connection do you share? Was it during the last Quidditch match? Cho nodded, her cheeks flushed and avoiding Claire's gaze. Ah, the romance of youth. Claire sighed as if she were an elder reflecting on the days of yore. But let's not forget, Dumbledore was absolutely furious about this match. How so? The scene was quite alarming, Claire. The rain poured down heavily, dark clouds looming ominously overhead. I cast a warming charm from the stands. Yet I still felt the chill creeping in. During the height of the match, Harry and Cedric soared into the sky, and you wouldn't believe it, over the entire Quidditch pitch. A swarm of Dementors gathered. Through the clouds, a dark figure emerged. Suddenly, we witnessed Harry plummeting from a great height. What? Claire sprang up from her bed. Fortunately, Dumbledore caught him. That scared me to death. I thought Harry was going to meet his end. Claire fell back onto her bed. Why was I so worried? He had a parachute, didn't he? Autumn gently patted Claire's arm, attempting to soothe her. We were all utterly terrified, completely forgetting to use the Patronus charm or the Patronus token. After catching Harry, Dumbledore immediately cast a spell without his wand, conjuring a gigantic Phoenix Patronus, its wings spanning the size of 2 stands. It was the first time I had seen Professor Dumbledore truly angry, and it was genuinely frightening. Can you blame him? The Ministry of Magic's Dementors not only failed to apprehend Black, but nearly harmed a student as well. Claire stood up, summoning her wizarding robe with magic. Shall we? Let us go see Harry. He has some new gear, after all. The hospital wing was overflowing with students eager to see him. Claire, over here. Fred waved from his seat. They were still clad in their Quidditch uniforms, a motley crew of Gryffindors, with mud splatters adorning their clothes. Claire squeezed through the crowd and sat in the space Fred vacated, casually patting his uniform. Much cleaner now. Harry, do you still have the Patronus token? She inquired. George glanced at his brother's suddenly pristine uniform and grimaced, casting a spell on himself to match. Yes, I have it. But I didn't get the chance to activate it before I fainted, Harry admitted sheepishly, scratching his head as he pulled a wooden token from his pocket. Claire nodded. Considering Mr. Potter's unfortunate luck, I've prepared an upgraded special version for you. The lower-tier version can be discarded, she said disdainfully, tossing the old token into the air, causing it to vanish without a trace. Hey, wasteful Claire, why did you throw that away? It was still usable, Fred lamented. Claire retrieved a silver token from her pocket, embellished with colorful beads. A bargain at 20 galleons, she said, crossing her arms as she addressed Harry. See, Fred, I've made a profit. She turned to Fred with a smile. Wow, you heartless merchant, Harry grumbled as he accepted the token. I'll owe you one, he added. Wait, didn't you just tell me you were George? Harry exclaimed, frustrated. Chapter 73. What? Repair it. An empty classroom. What? Repair it? Claire shot a disbelieving glare at the bashful Harry, who was cradling his broomstick, thoroughly battered by the Whomping Willow, his eyes pleading as they locked onto Claire's. Are you jesting, Mr. Potter? Claire scoffed, inspecting a mangled part of the broom. You'd be better off asking me to craft you a new one. That would certainly be easier. Indeed, Harry, that broom is beyond salvaging. Ron already asked Professor McGonagall, and she confirmed it's irreparable, Hermione chimed in, patting Harry's shoulder in consolation. A new one? You can make brooms now? Fred interjected, shamelessly leaning closer. Make one for us both. No, for each of us. Huh. Do you want me to replace the entire Gryffindor team's brooms while I'm at it? This is ridiculous. Claire snapped back. I am a Ravenclaw. You know. She tossed the remnants of the broom aside and, in a huff, walked towards the teacher's desk, making a batch ISNT out of the question. Fred leaned on the desk, watching the sulking Claire with a grin. You could make a batch for Ravenclaw too. Am I some sort of broom-making machine? Claire retorted angrily, turning away from them. The remaining friends exchanged glances. Leave behind what you wish to keep. You insufferable Mr. Potter, she shouted, fuming at Harry, who stood a head shorter than her. Elevated on the teacher's desk, she appeared more imposing. Thank you, Claire, Harry exclaimed happily, clutching the remnants of the broom before quickly dragging his friends away. Claire stared at his retreating figure, bewildered. What does he mean by that? Claire gritted her teeth. Does he expect me to restore this wretched broom to its former glory? Calm down, good sister, George said, munching on a pumpkin pasty and offering Claire a piece, which was snatched away by Fred. Young folks tend to be nostalgic. After all, this broom has accompanied him through countless Quidditch matches. George remarked. Stay away from me, George, Claire complained, pinching her nose at the pervasive pumpkin scent. Fred, ever tactful, quickly ushered his brother away. Claire rolled up her sleeves, resigned to her task. Restoring a broomstick was indeed far more challenging than crafting a new one. To achieve performance meant sacrificing aesthetics. To maintain beauty meant compromising functionality. The cost of repairing such extensive damage was hardly less than purchasing a new broom. Claire muttered disdainfully, stingy Potter. What is the point of buying a new one? P.S. even more miserly than I am. Claire and the broomstick exchanged glances for a while before she finally made a decision. Fine, I'll use silver. It guarantees decent performance while remaining visually appealing. Claire retrieved a silver ingot from her bag and magically pulled it into fine silver threads. She molded the silver into the shape of a Nimbus 2000, filling the damaged areas with the silver and gradually reinforcing the broom. The fractures were meticulously supported by the delicate silver threads, and Claire began to intricately trace the magical circuit. This exceedingly detailed work demanded her utmost concentration. Claire had to follow the original magical circuit precisely. The silver threads along the fractures needed to align with the magic lines, uniformly encased in a layer of invisibility glue, distinguishing them from the silver-filled wooden areas. If the magical circuit were misaligned or failed to connect with the original lines, the broom would explode instantly. Sweat trickled down her forehead. In that fleeting moment, Claire magically eliminated the large droplet of sweat. After laboring for most of the afternoon, the broom was finally revived. It was not merely restored, it was reborn. The silver threads formed exquisite patterns on the broom. The tail end, crafted from birch twigs, bore a slight color difference from the original. It appeared as if the broom had aged gracefully. Next to the numeral 2000, Claire inscribed the words Lightning Silver Artisan in gold dust. She then pushed open the classroom window and soared out on her broomstick. As dusk descended, the world took on a dreamlike quality, inducing a sense of drowsiness. The wind was gentle, and delicate sunlight kissed her face. The hues of red and orange were warm and subtle. Claire savored this moment. In the air, she alternated between soaring and performing flips. Claire had enhanced the broom's stability, ensuring it remained steady at both high and low speeds. The speed was acceptable, and the stability was commendable. Well, that turned out quite well, she murmured to herself, praising her handiwork. Gradually descending from the sky, Claire thought, this broom must be worth at least 2,000 galleons. She nodded to herself for encouragement, at least 1,000 galleons this time. She stormed in with great fervor to collect her dues. Harry Potter. In the great hall, students were partaking in their meals. Claire unceremoniously pushed Ron aside, taking her place between him and Harry. Move aside, you odious brother. You and your boyfriend always leave me with chores. Mr. Potter, you ought to be aware of the arduous task of restoring such a broom, Claire declared, leaning the broom against the bench, draped in a long cloth cover. Swiftly, she cast a cleaning charm upon herself, causing the dust on her robes to vanish in an instant. Then, tapping her fingers on the table, she ordered mochaccino, pumpkin juice, fried chicken burger. A set of cutlery at the Ravenclaw table vanished in a flash, only to reappear laden with food at the Gryffindor table. Restored. So quickly, Harry and Ron rose, eager to inspect it. Claire stuffed her mouth with the burger, her foot firmly pressing down on the bag's base. So how will you pay? Hey, Claire, I'm your brother, Ron pleaded. Harry rummaged through his pockets. How much? Claire tilted her head back, regarding them through her nostrils. Despite her cheeks bulging and her rapid chewing, she maintained her air of haughty elegance. You two dimwits should hurry up and praise our dear Claire. Fred emerged from seemingly nowhere, with George trailing behind him. Dearest Claire, I just caught a glimpse of that shimmering silver soaring through the air. Fred shoved Ron further away. Uffed. Claire struggled to swallow the last gulp of pumpkin juice, bursting into laughter. Such a silver tongue. Achieving the original speed is impossible. However, I have added a stabilization module. If well maintained, it could be passed down to your grandchildren. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't repair it for 5,000 galleons. I couldn't blink for an entire afternoon. My magic was nearly depleted. Claire exaggerated. 3,000 galleons. Take it or leave it. Write a promissory note, Harry. Fred fixed his gaze on Harry. Harry nodded earnestly. Wow, you're even more cunning than I am, Fred. I only intended to charge them 1,000. Claire whispered to Fred, with George leaning in to listen. 1,000 it is. Ron quickly tore a page from his textbook, grabbing Harry to draft the note. You're usually not this perceptive, Hermione muttered. The three departed with the broom in hand. Ron pulled Harry along. Hurry. Let us try out the new broom. Chapter 74. Who is the traitor? Claire had been circling the twins for several days. Ever since they discovered her ability to craft brooms, they had clung to her incessantly. "Make us a broom too, dear Claire. Please." Their voices haunted her dreams. Frightened, she limited her outings to classes and her dormitory, transforming into an animagus to practice flying. If she really made them a broom, the Ravenclaws would surely berate her. By the edge of the forbidden forest, Claire flapped her wings, struggling to ascend. Her arms grew weary from prolonged flapping. She had consulted the library, but there were no accounts on how to fly as a bird. What a fool I am. Animagi are rare. Who would write about the experience of becoming a bird? She chided herself. Whenever she had free time, she would rush to the Owlery. In her quest to learn to fly, Claire forged a deep friendship with the owls residing there. They're going to execute Buckbeak. Near the forbidden forest, while practicing her flying as an animagus, Claire heard Hermione's furious voice. Striving for balance, she flapped her wings and aimed to land on a large rock. Still inexperienced at flying, she nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. In her animagus form, Claire's vision sharpened. She could clearly see Dumbledore leading Fudge and a hooded man carrying execution tools toward Hagrid's hut. Claire flapped her wings and perched on a tree in front of Hagrid's abode. The scent of ripening pumpkins was not as unpleasant as she had anticipated, but the cawing of the crows filled the air with an odor. No wonder pumpkins tasted so dreadful. Shoo! Claire opened her beak and called out. The startled crows took flight, yet their numbers allowed them to continue raiding the pumpkin patch. Hearing an unfamiliar sound escape her mouth, Claire felt a flush of embarrassment. But her furry face provided some cover. Hagrid, upon hearing the noise, approached the window and, spotting Claire, exclaimed, "Oh, who brought this golden eagle? How lovely." But then he turned away, sighing heavily. "Harry, you three shouldn't be here so late." Claire circled in the air, grateful for Hagrid's wisdom. "So, my animagus form is a golden eagle," Claire thought excitedly. But what exactly is a golden eagle? Harry and Hermione, unbeknownst to what they had stumbled upon in Hagrid's hut, were covertly untying Buckbeak's ropes. Wait, Claire halted her wings, nearly plummeting from the sky. Hadn't the trio headed towards the castle? As Dumbledore emerged with the two ministry officials, the pumpkin patch lay empty. The executioner angrily smashed the pumpkins. Claire landed on Hagrid's rooftop, unable to contain her laughter, only to glance down and meet Dumbledore's gaze. Feeling guilty, she averted her eyes, pretending to be a silly bird surveying her surroundings, then quickly took flight. Braving Dumbledore's piercing stare towards the shrieking shack, the sky was darkening. She needed to transform back swiftly. "Oh, Harry!" Inside the shrieking shack. As Claire prepared to shift back, she heard a heart-wrenching scream. "Ron!" Claire hurriedly flew to a high corner of the room to hide. A massive black dog lunged at Ron's leg as it entered the room. In her animagus form, Claire's wand lay hidden at the other end of the room. She needed to bide her time. Besides, she was uncertain if her claws could subdue such a large creature. Suddenly, the large dog fixed its gaze on Claire, transforming into a man. "Why you serious, Black?" Ron cried out in despair. Claire was taken aback. Black was indeed an animagus. He had escaped Azkaban by means of his animagus form. Stunned, Claire observed the scruffy man standing in the middle of the room. Had he mastered this in prison? No, that can't be right. Claire shook her eagle head, dislodging a feather. Mastering animagus transformation requires exceedingly stringent conditions. He could not have achieved it in Azkaban, meaning he must have been an unregistered animagus from the start. But why hadn't Black escaped sooner? Was he in self-imposed confinement? A Death Eater self-imprisoned for 12 years? Amparo had once said that Sirius Black was a Gryffindor, a close friend of James Potter. Perhaps he was not a Death Eater? Claire's thoughts tangled chaotically in her mind. What could have compelled him to flee from Azkaban? A reason for self-imprisonment and a reason to escape. He is not the traitor. The traitor is someone else entirely. He believed that the man was dead, only to discover that he was still alive. Black entered the boys' dormitory, nearly attacking Ron once more. 12 years ago, Ron was merely a child. He could not possibly be a traitor. If the Weasley family had provoked him. With so many Weasleys at school, why target Ron? 12 years of age. There was no such thing as a magical rat. Scabbers was an animagus. Scabbers was the traitor. Claire felt as though everything had fallen into place. She crouched comfortably in the corner of the room, observing intently as Ron clutched the rat in his hand. How fortunate it was that her disdain for rats had prevented her from ever touching that old fellow who had transformed into one. Claire felt immensely relieved. Harry and Hermione had successfully navigated the Whomping Willow. As the boy who lived entered the room, he immediately engaged in a struggle with Black. Claire frowned, watching the peculiar Gryffindor first year grappling with Black on the floor. He had a wand, so why resort to using his fists? Fortunately, the trio's most astute member, Hermione, did not disappoint Claire's expectations. She finally remembered to draw her wand and cast a spell at Black. Upon witnessing this, Claire spread her wings, preparing to glide down and intervene. The door creaked open, and Professor Lupin entered, disarming Hermione with a well-placed charm. It was chaos and intensity. Claire withdrew her head once more. It was best to remain concealed, avoiding any potential exposure to the consequences of their actions. Watching the chattering Gryffindors below, Claire felt a wave of boredom wash over her. If it had been Claire herself, she would have long since petrified that rat and delivered it to Dumbledore in a cage. Gradually explaining things to the children would suffice. They were all so insistent. Insisting that Harry must know the truth, repeating it multiple times. How tiresome. Claire tucked her head beneath her wings, squatting down like a Slytherin parrot. She discovered that this position was indeed quite conducive to slumber, as her large wings enveloped her body and head snugly. Expelliarmus. Long time no see. Just as she intended to doze off, Claire heard Professor Snape's acerbic voice, causing her to curl up even tighter. Observing Snape, who appeared poised to strike down Black in the next instant, Claire hesitated, contemplating whether to offer an explanation. Harry had already struck Snape with a decisive blow. Oh dear. A traitor. How thrilling.